Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Chapter 101. You don't have to talk harshly, just attack it. Report. Master Orochimaru, sir, Tsunagaku's team is heading straight to Kikyo Castle. It's in the headquarters of the city gate. When everyone was hesitating, a perception ninja rushed in a panic. Come on. You don't have to worry about it now, they have come over by themselves. Hearing the report of the perception ninja, Zayajian shrugged and laughed. But apart from Orochimaru in the headquarters, no one is as relaxed as Zayajian. After all, facing an enemy siege twice as much as one's own, it still has a great deterrent for them. It seems that Tsunagaku is more anxious than us. Do you want to save Ebizo back? Since the opponent has already attacked, let's defend a wave first. Currently it can only be so. The voice of the 360 report fell, and there was a second of silence in the command center. Then everyone began to express their opinions enthusiastically. If that's the case, then go to defend the enemy first. Look at Tsunagaku too, with what kind of confidence, dare to take the initiative to initiate a war. Orochimaru said with a grin in a hoarse voice. After experiencing the Second Ninja World War, he is no stranger to war. So for Sand Shinobi Village's attack, he is naturally not timid. A group of people walked out of the headquarters of the city gate. Sure enough, I saw Sand Shinobi, like ants rushing from a distance. The densely packed numbers of people caused a trace of panic to the defenders on the city wall of Kikyo for a while. However, in the evening, Zhenhong took the initiative to stand up. Under some encouragement, morale immediately stabilized again. As for why he stood up, of course Orochimaru dismissed morale. Pada pada pada. La. The sound of footsteps and breaking air kept approaching. In the end, Sand Shinobi's army all stopped 100 meters in front of Kikyo Castle. Because the ninja has a relationship with chakra, everyone is light-footed. It did not create any momentum. However, the continuous sound of breaking through the air is equally deterrent. Cho-sama, I haven't seen you for several years, you are still so noisy when you are old, are you not afraid of flashing your old waist? Looking at Cho in front of Sand Shinobi's team, Orochimaru moved in a hoarse voice. Although in World War II, it was Tsunade Haim from Sunin who really won the match with Cho. But Orochimaru also played against Cho. Therefore, the two of them can be regarded as old acquaintances for many years. So it's you, a dead snake. I haven't seen it for a few years, but now it will only be profitable. Seeing Konoha's reinforcement leader was Orochimaru, Cho also frowned. As an old opponent who has played against each other, Orochimaru's name and strength naturally make Cho attach great importance to it. But after hearing his run-on, Cho also gave him back. On the battlefield, the momentum naturally cannot be weakened. After a word from Orochimaru, Cho's sight began to scan again on the wall. When the line of sight swept to Zayajian, the look of Cho's eyes instantly fixed on Zayajian's body. A samurai suit with a black sword on his waist. Although he is not old, his temperament is different. As a veteran cage-level powerhouse, Cho also noticed the power of Zayajian at the first time. All over the city wall of Kikyo, she could feel a threatening person. This is Zayajian and Orochimaru. So she naturally recognized Zayajian without a doubt. You are Baiyun Zayajian, right? You will pay the price for you to slaughter the compatriots in my village. Cho stared at Zayajian for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and said. This guy in front of him not only slaughtered them Sand Shinobi, even arrested her closest brother. Therefore, at this moment, Kyande can't wait to peel Zayajian directly. If you want to be ruthless, you don't have to, just attack it directly. Zayajian stood on the city wall of Kikyo, looking down at the Sand Shinobi in front of him. A faint voice came from his mouth. But the sound is small. But it was full of self-confidence and a trace of contempt for Sand Shinobi. Zayajian-kun, you are really direct. Hearing that Zayajian asked Cho to attack directly, Orochimaru suddenly laughed hoarsely. Before the battle, the two sides exchanged harsh words. This is basically a pre-war practice zero. Zayajian naturally knows too, but he just didn't bother to pay attention to it. After all, fighting early is also fighting late, so why waste time on both sides? I am still eager to earn prestige points, and go to the advanced lottery. Since you are so eager to find death, the old body will make you perfect. Seeing Zayajian not putting Sand Shinobi in his eyes so much, not only Kyande was angry, the army of Sand Shinobi was also angry. Give it to me. Kill. Stepping on Kikyo Castle, stepping on Konoha village. Cho raised his hand and waved forward. Sand Shinobi's army immediately scattered and rushed over. As high-end combat power, a group of Tsunagaku Jonin directly led the charge. The roar of roar, from the mouth of Sand Shinobi straight into the sky. It's magnificent and magnificent. All of them rushed straight to Kikyo Castle with an indomitable momentum. Look down from the sky. I saw countless small black spots moving quickly to a city. It was like a group of ants attacking the city. Prepare to defend. Ta-I really red shouted loudly and rang again. Compared to Orochimaru, he seemed more like a commander. Ah. When the drink falls, all the Konoha garrisons, Juian, and weapon sets of weapons. The tense and bloody atmosphere, 3.0 quickly permeated the wall. This is the time to fight. It is also a moment of meritorious service. Zayajian-kun, don't plan to let us see your S-class wind-style ninjutsu. For Sand Shinobi, Orochimaru is not afraid of the dense impact. Instead, he turned his head and smiled at Zayajian with a look full of interest. Other Jonin listened to this. It also focused all expectations on Zayajian. They were also curious about Zayajian's wind style that killed 100 Sand Shinobi in one blow yesterday. It is said that was the S-level ninjutsu he developed himself. Wind style spiral shuriken? Seeing everyone gathered their sights, Zayajian did not refuse. He also happened to have the idea of releasing this ninjutsu chapter 102 Kushina. He is disgusting. La la la. The violent wind formed by the spiral shuriken whirled arbitrarily beside Zayajian. A crowd of Konoha Jonin who were originally full of curiosity. Suddenly he was blown back in half directly. Shock hung on everyone's faces. This ninjutsu hasn't been thrown out yet, it actually possesses such a great power. It seems that this is indeed an S-rank ninjutsu. Zayajian-kun, you are so talented. Although Orochimaru was not blown back, he was also shocked. Because he can feel that in this spiral shuriken, there is a very violent and amazing wind attribute chakra. This makes Orochimaru also feel extremely jealous. Wind-style spiral shuriken. He ignored the shock of everyone around him. After the spiral shuriken was fully formed, Zayajian suddenly bent over and threw it out. The sound of the air being cut open sounded. What? The spiral shuriken galloped out quickly through the air. Everyone held their breath and kept their eyes on the shooting technique, looking forward to the rumors, that shocking wind-style explosion. Disperse 02. Quickly disperse. Tsunagakure's perception ninjas. I had already noticed the movement above Kikyo Castle. So when the ninjutsu was just thrown over, the perception ninjas suddenly shouted to remind them. The Sand Shinobi, who were rushing forward, quickly dispersed to the sides after being warned. Magnet-style sand blast binding hub. At this time, a pair of giant golden hands suddenly rose quickly in front of the spiral shuriken. Attempt to grab Zayajian's wind style directly, but the moment the giant hand touched the spiral shuriken, it was cut in half in an instant, and gold sand was scattered all over the floor. Hurry up. I can't stop seeing my own magnet style. When Luo Xie reminded her companion loudly, she also sprinted to the side quickly. Rumble, wind style touched the ground and suddenly spread to the surroundings. The huge explosion made the surroundings feel like an earthquake, triggering waves of ground shaking. The strong wind swept in all directions from the center of the explosion. The lucky Sand Shinobi, and the timely Sand Shinobi who dodged, were blown away directly on the edge of the explosion. And the Sand Shinobi who were unfortunately recruited. It is within the scope of the explosion. He was beaten into a sieve by countless fine needles of the wind blade. Rumble, the explosion continues. It was as if the 8th level wind was howling fiercely. The strong wind formed by the spiral shuriken spread to the surroundings, and the trees were all broken by the waste and blown into flight by the wind. Above Kikyo Castle, the Konoha people who witnessed this scene were all blown to their backs by the gust of wind. Orochimaru's long hair was also flying freely at this time. It's like washing, cutting and blowing. Illustration. Konoha shinobi who witnessed the power of ninjutsu for the first time. All their expressions were dull, and their hearts fell into a panic cough. Is this S-rank ninjutsu? Is this too powerful? This idea could not help but popped up in everyone's hearts. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing 39 enemies and gaining 2067 prestige points. Hearing the system prompt, Zayajian nodded in satisfaction. There are more Sand Shinobi today than yesterday, so this spiral shuriken was dropped. Naturally, it was more than twice the prestige value gained from yesterday's second serve. The explosion caused by the spiral shuriken lasted more than 10 seconds, and then gradually subsided. A huge circular hole in the field made everyone feel a little frightened. The Sand Shinobi on the battlefield were also stunned on the spot. However, after the scene was silent for 2 or 3 seconds, the Sand Shinobi roared and rushed up again. Come on, come on, come on. More than 30 Sand Shinobi were killed at the same time, which is really shocking. But for this time, the Sand Shinobi army with more than 6,000 people. There were casualties at this point. It didn't hurt anything at all. Improve concentration. The roar of the Sand Shinobi also made the Konoha Shinobi regain their senses. Everyone tightened their minds again and quickly entered a state of battle. Attack. Whoops whoops. When Sand Shinobi were near the bottom of Kikyo Castle, Konoha's defenders threw various kunao shurikens one after another. Shot by the rain of arrows, many Sand Shinobi couldn't dodge, and they were shot and killed on the spot. Counterattack. Counterattack. Wind style. Fire style. Earth style. Boom boom boom. The Sand Shinobi, who escaped the rain of arrows and rushed into the attack range, also began to release ninjutsu at this time. As for the Konoha Shinobi, they also resisted. The ninjutsu between the two sides collided and exploded. The sound of blasting is continuous and endless. For a time, the entire Kikyo Castle was in front. The flames are everywhere and the gunpowder is full of smoke. The continuous ninjutsu bombing duel lasted for a while, and finally the Sand Shinobi were even better. After all, they occupy an absolute advantage in numbers. On the walls of Kikyo Castle, there were even several places that were directly shattered and cracked. AFK. AFK. Those who saw Konoha Shinobi were suppressed behind 360 on the wall. Sand Shinobi took advantage of this opportunity to quickly approach the wall, and then rushed up to the wall. Hand-to-hand combat has begun. Zayajian pulled out Kyushui from his waist abruptly, and at the same time turned his head to remind Kushina. Kushina was also at this time, and Juyin stood up. Illustration. Several chakra chains burst out from behind her. The array of 10,000 snakes. At this time, Zayajian suddenly heard Orochimaru's voice. When I turned around, Orochimaru opened a huge mouth on the wall. Countless lion majesty was crawled out of his mouth by summoning. Countless lion majesty gushing out soon formed a vast sea of snakes. Down from the city wall, it quickly spread out. Puff puff. The snake's mouth opened, and the sword blade spit out from the snake's mouth. Where the snake sea spreads past, the sand shinobi are either submerged or pierced by sword blades. So disgusting ninjutsu. Kushina, who witnessed this scene, had goosebumps on her hands. Zayajian also nodded frowning. This Orochimaru is very strong, yes, but his ninjutsu is extraordinarily heavy. As far as the density of snakes under the city wall is concerned, it is definitely a disaster for dense phobia. Chapter 103 Zayajian-kun, you can kill with peace of mind. Magnet-style Jinsha waves. Just when the Orochimaru snake formation flooded a dozen sand shinobi, a loud shout suddenly rang. Then a piece of golden sand rushed towards the snake formation like a sea wave. The snakes immediately plunged into the sand waves. In an instant, they were all strangled to death. Rosa. As expected of 4th Kaze Cage in the original plot. Seeing the figure floating in the air stepping on a piece of golden sand, Zayajian whispered to himself. These characters appeared in the original work. Sure enough, everyone has his own brush. Unexpectedly, in addition to 3rd Kaze Cage in Tsunagakuer, there are people who use magnet style. Seeing that his snake formation was wiped out, Orochimaru was not angry. Instead, he also moved his sight to Luosha in the air. Come on. At this moment, roars rang everywhere. Sand shinobi have begun to rush up the city wall gradually. Hand-to-hand fighting broke out on the tower. Kang? Puff puff. 2 sand shinobi just jumped onto the city wall. Zayajian casually cut his head off in an instant. The headless bodies of the two of them also fell heavily down the city wall again. Protect yourself? Zayajian turned his head to exhort Kushina, and then jumped directly off the wall. Compared to defending on the city wall, he prefers to go to the massacre. Massacre after all. This is the fastest way to earn prestige. Rumbling? The moment it fell to the ground outside the city, Zayajian swung his knife forward abruptly. A horizontal slash of more than 20 meters long. In an instant it was like a sea wave, roaring fiercely. The earth wailed continuously, and the soil was overturned directly. The dozens of sand shinobi who rushed forward were immediately overwhelmed, swallowed, and strangled by this terrifying slash. Oh, Zayajian-kun's kendo is really extraordinary. Orochimaru was originally looking at Luosha in the air and heard the movement below the city. When I looked down, I happened to witness Zayajian, the tsunami-like marvel and slash. This way of fighting is different from the ninja world. For the first time, I entered this world, in the eyes of high-end combat power. Armed color, emission. Zayajian drank in a low voice. Armament haki came out through the body. A layer of invisible armor was formed immediately, covering the surface of his body. Indeed, Zayajian stepped on the ground suddenly. In an instant, it shot at nearby sand shinobi. The cuttlefish mother had a bad hand, and he had adjusted it well before the war. Illustration. I've been waiting for this time to kill and earn prestige. Puff puff. A simple accelerated sprint. In the blink of an eye, the 5 heads were newly flew by Zayajian. The speed was so fast that none of the 5 dead sand shinobi felt any pain. Donate blood. Drink alcohol behind Zayajian. The 5 heads came in sequence, falling from the air to the ground. The hand of magnet-style sand. Seeing Zayajian slaughtering his companions, Luosha immediately waved his hands across the air. Under the chakra burst, the ground burst suddenly. Then a golden sand hand quickly broke through the ground and grabbed Zayajian. But it is a pity. The attack speed of magnet-style obviously couldn't keep up with Zayajian's movement. No matter how Sunnis threw behind him, he still slaughtered unscrupulously. Moreover, the speed of harvesting lives has not slowed down a bit. Shulking Snake Hand. Just when Luosha overpowered Jinsha's big hand, he kept pursuing Zayajian with perseverance. 4 big snakes with thick bowls rushed over in an instant and bit at him. Luosha hurriedly interrupted the pursuit of Zayajian, chakra surging with all his strength. The golden sand under his feet immediately wrapped himself up for defense. At this moment, the 4 big snakes were tightly wrapped around his body surface, strangled him for a while and was a little immobile. Zayajian-kun, you can carry out the massacre with peace of mind. This guy will leave it to me. Orochimaru's hoarse voice rang. At some point, he also rushed down from Kikyo Castle. Zayajian, who was harvesting sand shinobi quickly, turned his head and glanced at Orochimaru's voice. After that, there was no fluctuation again, and he continued to kill himself. Magnet-style gravel rain. Luosha, who was in the air, suddenly shouted. Immediately afterwards, the golden sand around him began to explode in all directions. The 4 big snakes entwining him were also beaten to pieces and fell from the air at this time. Rosa broke free from the entanglement of the big snake, and looked down at Orochimaru. The eyes of the two collided in the air, sparks overflowed, and the smell of gunpowder permeated. After the air condensed for a second, the two suddenly fought together. Rumbling? Large-scale ninjutsu, under the use of the two, violently collided with each other. The aftermath of horror spread to the surroundings. The sand shinobi who were attacking the city around quickly moved away from the battlefield between the two. Because of their strength, they could not intervene in the battle between the two at all. Close to the edge of the battle, it will only be affected by the battle. Puff, puffy puff. The Zayajian battle is also continuing. In order to save energy, he did not swish and slash. And, good King Hao, is the choice, the easiest and most convenient way to kill enemies in close combat? So the might of his fighting. There was no collision between Orochimaru and Luasha, it seemed so powerful. Instead, the fierce battle with the two formed a strong visual contrast. On the one hand, the momentum is huge, and the aftermath is constant. On the one hand, there is no sound, blood and wine. The battlefield under Kikyo Castle was also due to the initiative of Zayajian and Orochimaru. Illustration. Was divided into two, completely different extremes of the battle circle. The Sand Shinobi's full-scale attack on Kikyo Castle was also blocked and weakened by the two fighting outside the city. Scorch-style oversteamed kill. Adamantine ceiling chains. The Jonins of Tsunagaku also rushed to the tower of Kikyo Castle and fought against the Jonins of Konoha. Kushina and Yakang also used their own housekeeping skills, and they fought fiercely to plan together. Chapter 104. Come on, let me see it. The two battle circles in front of Kikyo Castle soon made Sand Shinobi's Cho look down. Orochimaru is okay, Rasha's magnet style is holding it back. So his fighting movement, although it seems very vast. But the real number of enemies is not much. But Zayajian's battle circle is different. Super high speed, super defense, combined with a kendo that slashes the enemy with a single blow. It didn't take long before the battle broke out. Sand Shinobi who died under the Zayajian butcher knife. There are not 100 people, and there are 80 people. There were two Sand Shinobi Jonin who couldn't stand it on the way, so they went to stop Zayajian. However, after a few rounds, Zayajian was also slashed by the knife and became the dead soul in his hands. AFK the blade. Several undulating jumps. Cho quickly approached Zayajian from the back of the battlefield. Then, with a sudden wave of both hands in front of him, a row of kunao shot directly at Zayajian. Moreover, a chakra thread is connected to the rear of each kunao. Whoops whoops whoops. Kyo lost to Zayajian's side. Suddenly burst into pieces and scattered in all directions. Then, from all directions, Zayajian was completely sealed off in the attack range. Pippi 363. Can't you sit still? Thousands of sudden attacks. Zayajian's attention was immediately drawn. Experts will know if there is any. This cage-level strong offense is not at the same level as Jonin. Pin. Boom. Ding ding clang. Ding clang clang. The kunao that came from the lasing, the sharp blade was glowing, and it was obviously all quenched and poisoned. So Zayajian didn't dare to save his energy carelessly. Suddenly rotating and swinging the knife. A tornado-like slash instantly enveloped him, blocking all Kyo. Flying sword. After blocking Kyo, Zayajian quickly fought back. With a 3 to 4 meter arc slash, he immediately glided toward Cho. Two Sand Shinobi were brutally innocent in the midway, and they were instantly slashed by the gliding, and they were cut directly on the scene. Blood and meat and internal organs filled the ground with wine in an instant. It looks very scary and bloody. Puppetry, Aurora ceiling shield. Clang. The voice of Jintia Jiaj, Acta, suddenly sounded. The two puppets were summoned at some point. In an instant, in front of Cho, the chakra shield was unfolded. The slash that Zayajian slapped, blocked everything perfectly. Oh, Zayajian looked surprised. Unexpectedly, Sand Shinobi could be slashed directly into a slash. Illustration. It was actually blocked by the chakra shield, which was so simple. Operate and act as one. Just when Zayajian was surprised, the chakra shield in front of Cho burst suddenly. Then the two puppets quickly merged their hands and rushed to Zayajian by pulling the wire. Indeed. Seeing this scene, Zayajian was not far behind. Stomping under the ground, he shot the puppet that rushed out likewise. Cho, just these two puppets, you two look down on me? Zayajian's voice fell, armament haki followed his arm and quickly covered the body of the Kyushui sword. Then he slashed the puppet who came straight forward. Tear. The steel wires in the hands of the two puppets have not been fully deployed. Zayajian quickly swung the knife and cut it into several sections, and the puppet parts were scattered all over the place. Konoha village is really full of talents. Seeing that the puppet was beheaded, Cho could not help but feel a little bit emotional while hating secretly. Counting the war initiated by Sand Shinobi, she is considered a person who has experienced 3 wars. But every time a war broke out, Konoha would always spring up countless geniuses, and then turned the tide to end the war. This made him very jealous of Konoha while he hated Konoha. The land of the country of fire is so capable of supporting people. White secret skill 10 people near song. After sighing, Cho snorted sharply. Then directly in front of him, he threw off a scroll. Sacrifice his most powerful trick. Bang, 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 squirt. There was a loud noise. The purple chakra tossed over the scroll. 10 figures in white clothes suddenly emerged from the scroll. Are you finally serious? Seeing this scene, Zayajian also improved his mind. After all, Cho's Jinmatsu 10 people. But it is known as a puppet technique with one machine. And the scope of this technique is also the level of S-rank ninjutsu. This can't help him to be casual and sloppy. At this time, the battle between Zayajian and Cho also caused Sand Shinobi to quickly evacuate the neighborhood. The battle circle in the field also became empty. Bring it on. Let me see, the so-called ultimate puppet technique. Zayajian exhaled, adjusted his state, concentrated on improving his concentration. After all, this is the first time he has played against cage level. When I was in Lulan before, the system also rated in Lushan as cage level. But that guy only relied on the external force of the dragon veins. His own strength is estimated to be at the level of Jonin. So this time, it is a real battle against the cage level powerhouse. Brush, 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 brush. Hearing what Zayajian said, Cho was also completely welcome. With a sudden wave of both hands forward, the chakra line instantly connected to 10 puppets. Then he controlled the puppet and directly charged Zayajian. Boom! It seems that this speed is not fast enough. So Cho controlled a puppet, quickly grabbed the puppet next to him, and slammed it at Zayajian. Illustration. Frame. The thrown puppet suddenly opened his mouth. A piece of gleaming thousand books, like a rainstorm pear flower needle, overwhelmingly covered Zayajian. Undoubtedly, all of these attacks were poisoned. Wind-style vacuum sword. Rumble. The moment Zayajian swung his knife, chakra surged. A wind wall directly took off his hand and whizzed out to the coming Qianban. In the sound of ding, 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 dangling, 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 clanging, all the poisonous shots that had been shot were instantly swept away by all of them. Chapter 105. The situation of Cho in your village is a bit bad. Boom. The wall of wind that whizzed out not only swept away all the 1,000 books. When hitting the puppet, it was also knocked out in an instant. However, these white puppets did not know what materials they were made of. Obviously, he was smashed to the ground, but he got up again unscathed. Kang? Rumbling? At this moment, a red-haired female puppet rushed up from behind, waving 2 big knives in his hands. The wind wall that Zayajian waved directly was split into 2 halves from the middle. Then all the puppets swiftly followed the split gap and directly crossed the wind wall and hit it again. It really deserves to be a veteran cage level dash. Seeing this scene, Zayajian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These few fights alone have not yet officially started. But the combat power displayed by these puppets is no weaker than Jonin. No wonder these 10 people in the Song dynasty can be hailed as a single machine, with the strength to slaughter a city. But side and side, Zayajian didn't have the slightest fear. His legs suddenly stepped on the ground, and he also shot out at the puppets. Bang! At this moment, Cho waved again. Another puppet was picked up and then thrown at Zayajian again. The puppet that was thrown out suddenly bowed his head in midair. Several sharp blades stretched out from its neck in an instant. La la la. The blade is spinning fast on the neck, the speed is getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the puppet was thrown over. As if against a fan, he slammed straight at Zayajian. Juhazan, jump! The sound of breaking through the air sounded. After getting closer to the puppet, Zayajian slammed on the ground again, speeding up and diving towards the puppet. The weapon in his hand was also swung out at extreme speed at this time. A black light rushed past Zayajian's hands. The moment when I passed the puppet's head, which was like a propeller, was instantly cut into flight by Zayajian. Bang! Bang, bang. At this moment, a puppet rushing from behind suddenly opened his mouth. Several small balls tied with the detonating talisman shot at Zayajian instantly. Wind-style vacuum sword. Under super dynamic vision, Zayajian, who found that the color of the ball was wrong, immediately used wind style again. All the shot balls were thrown off in an instant. Boom boom boom. The knocked ball fell on the ground and exploded in an instant. Bursts of thick purple smoke spread rapidly from the center of the explosion to the surroundings. In the area shrouded in purple smoke, the flowers and trees moved quickly and dried up. Then I was cut off from life. Seeing this scene, Zayajian's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Illustration. Fortunately, I didn't care about it and didn't use a knife to cut these small balls. Otherwise, the ship might have capsized in the gutter. Think of the Second Ninja World War in the original book. Cho and Tsunade are the two. A battle for drug production and detoxification. Zayajian suddenly became more vigilant. Note Tsunade was present in this war, so it's better to be careful. Thinking of this, Zayajian suddenly increased his physical energy consumption. The invisible armor wrapped around his body was 3-point thick again. At this time, the puppets and Zayajian also rushed together, and the melee confrontation broke out in an instant. The puppet whose head was beheaded by Zayajian before was actually not dead, because it was just a puppet. So it also quickly returned at this moment, against a headless body. Together with the puppets who came from behind, they formed a double-teaming tendency towards Zayajian. Clang 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 clang. The sound of Jintia Jiaj's collision was continuous, and the sound was full of rush. 110 was originally in Zayajian's hands. That is just a simple matter. Zayajian himself thought so before. But after the confrontation, he knew he was wrong. These 10 puppets are all controlled by one person from Kyande, so it is equivalent to his Hein. When they match each other, it is almost seamless. Front and back, left and right. Blind corners like squally rain. Suddenly Zayajian fell into a rush. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. Ding clang 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 clang. Even the sound of a piece of weapon colliding did not stop for even a second. However, Zayajian, who was in the encirclement, began to gradually adapt to the rhythm at this time. Dao Dao Guang flashed past him from time to time. The black knife Qiushui was in his hand and was waved impenetrably. Encho, who was manipulating the puppets off the court, was also sweating profusely at this time. She could clearly feel that Zayajian, who was in a suppressed state at the beginning, had gradually counterattacked. Moreover, his movements and posture have long since disappeared from the panic he had before, and on the contrary, they seem to become more stable and relaxed. Cho, one machine is 1,000, it's nothing more than that. Zayajian, who had fully adapted to the rhythm, couldn't help but laugh. This combined attack of 10 people around Song, for others, may be really full of threats. But this is not the case for Zayajian. Because he is a kendo master, what he is best at is close combat. Before he was suppressed, it was exactly these few days, all of them were slashing the enemy with one blow, so it was not possible to switch the fighting method in time. Is this guy a monster? Seeing that Zayajian could speak so easily under his own siege, Qiande suddenly became anxious. Once she was fighting against Konoha's White Fang. White Fang didn't dare to fall into the encirclement of the 10 people around her. But Zayajian at this time, not only did not rely on his speed to escape the encirclement. Instead, he was in the encirclement in a leisurely manner, and started to ridicule himself. The 1,000 generations in your village seem to be a little bad. Illustration. When Zayajian and Cho broke out in battle, naturally, it also attracted Orochimaru and Rasha who were fighting. So when they are fighting, they will also pay attention to the situation there from time to time. At this time, when Cho was gradually at a disadvantage, Orochimaru couldn't help laughing. Ho 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 ho. Luosha, who was breathing heavily, heard Orochimaru's words. He quickly squinted his eyes and rolled over. Then his expression began to become anxious. Chapter 106 Bathe in the slash and turn into dust. The hidden shadow has more snake hands. Just when Luosha was slightly distracted, Orochimaru's voice suddenly rang. Immediately afterwards, a dozen or so big bull snakes rushed out of his sleeve and bit directly at Luosha in the sky. Nanny. After recovering, Luosha hurriedly kicked the sand pad under his feet and jumped back. This was just enough to escape the bite of the snakes. At this time, he was also startled in a cold sweat. Ah, what a pity. Looking at Luosha, who was sweating profusely, Orochimaru gave a sinister smile. However, Orochimaru at this moment was also a little helpless, because Luosha seemed to be a rogue, staying high in the air all the time. This allowed Luosha to have a buffer distance to dodge for all his attacks. It is really difficult to hit him. Ho 363. Luosha, who had escaped the blow, gasped slightly. At this moment, he was held up by Jinsha again and flew high again. He turned his head to look at Kikyo Castle, and then turned his head to look at the battlefield of Cho. Rasha left Orochimaru directly and flew to Cho quickly. Jingle bell, jingle bell. There are 10 people in the Song dynasty, is it only that way? As Zayajian dealt with the puppet's siege, he turned his head to look at Cho outside the court. At this moment, the 1,000 generations who manipulated the puppets all danced a phantom on the spot. But even so, it still poses no threat to Zayajian. Of course, this does not mean that Cho is weak. It's just that she happened to run into Zayajian's strengths. Ah. Hearing Zayajian's words, Cho gritted his teeth and accelerated again. And her whole person is like a ghost and animal on the spot. But even so, Zayajian didn't feel much pressure. In that case, then I have to fight back. Zayajian glanced at Cho off the court again, and then said with a calm expression. After playing for so long, he already knew the 10 people in Jinsong very well. Their collocation is indeed very powerful. Before, I was still worried, afraid that their poisoned weapons would scratch myself a little. But after this battle, Zayajian found out. Their attack strength is definitely not enough to break through their emission armor. Before, I was really too cautious. Thinking of this, Zayajian no longer wielded his sword to defend. Jingle bells? Just when Zayajian's hand swinging the knife stopped, all the puppets stabbed Zayajian with various weapons at the same time. However, it was completely resisted by Armament Haki's armor. How can it be? Cho, who witnessed this scene, was immediately shocked. Zayajian had been swinging a knife to block before, causing her to forget that Zayajian still had a layer of defense on her body. It's my turn. With a murmur, Zayajian reached out and grabbed a puppet's arm. Then the black knife in his hand was lifted aloft. Ah! Illustration. Cho roared suddenly, and the blade of the puppet stabbing Zayajian's defense began to tremble. But even so, the weapon that radiated the gloom still didn't make the slightest progress. Kang? Boom? Zayajian no longer hesitated. The black knife in his hand fell suddenly, instantly splitting a puppet from beginning to end in half. These white puppets are indeed very hard. But to Zayajian, who has already reached the realm of steel cutting in kendo, it is actually not much different from tofu. What's more, on his weapon at this time, he also blessed Armament Haki, and the wind attribute chakra. La lali. Witnessing the destruction of the puppets, Cho suddenly waved his hand, and the puppets immediately dispersed. Seal, the lion snarled. Cho shouted. A backing puppet suddenly bowed and threw a roaring lion-faced ninja. Kang? Boom? Zayajian waved his hand suddenly. A slash tens of meters high immediately knocked the seal technique back. At the same time, the puppets thrown out of the seal were also submerged under the slash. The puppets that were hit hard were disintegrated on the spot, turned into a pile of parts, and scattered. Cho-sama. Cho-sama. The sound of exclamation sounded off the court. Sand Shinobi, who have been around the battle ring for appearances, did not expect the situation to change so quickly. Obviously the other party was still surrounded by the puppets before, but only in an instant, the form has undergone such a big reversal. Zero. These low-eyed Sand Shinobi, how can they know that Cho has fallen short? The three treasures are sucked. At this moment, Cho shouted again. The three puppets were stacked on top of each other, forming a formation of the word character. In the sound of frame and frame, the three puppets opened their mouths at the same time. Boom rumble dash. In the triangle formation, a huge tornado suddenly blasted out. The violent suction pulled Zaojian's wings instantly. Bath under the slash, turn into dust. Atomic slash. Because of his own weight, he was reduced by the Squid Girl's bracelet several times, so Zaojian didn't hold on for too long, so he was sucked out by the tornado. But also at this moment, a slash that was more than 10 meters high and exuded dazzling white light was also swung out by Zaojian. Pipipai. Silently. Wherever the slash passes, whether it is rock, soil, or grass clippings, it instantly turns into powder. A deep trench on the ground appeared silently, and the puppets who overlapped the finished word formation were also slashed, and disappeared without a trace. Brush 1. After annihilating the three puppets, the slashing showed no sign of stopping. Instead, he flew straight towards the 1,000 generations behind the puppet. Buzzing, the beep of the slash was passed to Cho's ears. Cho, who had a great alarm bell in his heart, directly abandoned 3.0 the rest of the puppets and quickly jumped to the side. However, the slashing blow that came from her side brushed past her. Pipipai. Ah! A heart-piercing roar came from Cho's mouth. Illustration. I saw that her entire left forearm was also directly slashed to annihilate and disappeared. And at the fracture of the arm, red blood was still pouring out. The scene was bloody for a while. Cho-sama. Cho-sama. The Sand Shinobi outside the battle circle yelled in horror. Then he rushed directly into the ring and rushed towards the injured Cho. Chapter 107 You are really rushing to kill. Jump. After Cho was injured, the remaining puppets lost control and all collapsed. And Zaojian slammed on the ground at this time and rushed straight to the injured Cho. Protect Cho-sama. Seeing Zaojian rushing, the Sand Shinobi who had flocked to Cho suddenly turned around and killed Zaojian. Puff puff. Blossoms of blood floated in the air under Zaojian's knife. The bloody smell slowly diffused again. The Sand Shinobi who rushed up, fell at the feet of Zaojian one after another. They do not have the strength of 1,000 generations. Zaojian killed them. All it takes is a simple raise of the hand. Magnet-style gold placer burial. At this moment, Luo Sha finally rushed over. Seeing that Zaojian was killing Kande, he quickly separated his hands and waved at Zaojian. Puff puff. Zaojian, who is rushing all the way, is a super thinking. At this moment, the ground suddenly became soft and sandy. He had nowhere to burrow, and immediately sank into the sands. Ah! Luo Sha roared angrily when she saw a move in the morning 02. Immediately after the chakra on his body, it began to burst. He didn't care whether there was Sand Shinobi's companion beside Zaojian. Directly use the ability to the maximum, the placer gold is wrapped in Zaojian from all directions. Shoot it. Seeing that Zaojian was trapped inside the sands, Luosha suddenly gasped and became overjoyed. But at this moment, a feeling of heart palpitations suddenly spread to his heart. Rumble, the loud noise suddenly erupted. The heavy sands also burst suddenly at this moment. A slash of more than 20 meters high directly broke through the sands. Towards Luosha in the sky, he roared out violently. Armor of golden sand. Luosha shouted in horror. The golden sand under his feet instantly wrapped him into a ball. Just at this time, the roaring slash also rushed to him. Boom, the slash immediately flooded Luosha, and flew him straight away. A painful voice faintly came from the roaring slash. Rosa. Shiom yelled about to split. She just got up with pain and just witnessed the scene of Luosha being submerged. Retreat. Cho's right hand, holding tightly to the bleeding left arm. The sound of his exhausted retreat resounded over the entire battlefield. Illustration. She was seriously injured at the moment, and Luosha's life or death is unknown. Sand Shinobi's two highest combat powers were unable to fight anymore at this time. If you continue to fight at this time, no one can stop Zaojian and Orochimaru anymore. To avoid more losses to the team, Cho had no choice but to give the order to retreat. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise. Another slash, from where Zaojian was, roared out. But the goal this time is the direction that Cho is in. Quickly disperse. The strong instinct made Cho immediately alert. The moment Zaojian slashed again, he jumped out with feeling in his heart. However, the Sand Shinobi who were rushing to protect him around her were not as lucky as her. When a piece of blood passed by slashing and roaring, it immediately reddened the surrounding ground. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat quickly, Cho-sama has given an order. Cho and roar reached everyone's ears. Then the retreat sound reminded one after another in the army that Sand Shinobi attacked. Naa! Some Sand Shinobi, who was attacking, hurriedly turned around and retreated. The Sand Shinobi who were fighting Konoha quickly pushed back the enemy and jumped directly off the wall. Scorch style, it's too steamy to kill a big explosion. Yakang, who was fighting with Kushina on the wall, also heard the sound of retreat, so quickly condensed a great fireball. Suddenly hit the ground. I've seen the power of this ninjutsu before, so Kushina didn't dare to neglect. The chains of adamantine sealing chains instantly defended her tightly against the package. And Yakang also took advantage of this opportunity, jumped directly outside the city wall. Just a few breaths of time. Sand shinobi who originally fought in Kikyo Castle, it was like the tide, all retreated. Indeed, after Luoshe was chopped and flew away, the golden sand on the ground also gradually stopped sinking. Zaojian slammed on the ground again. From the big hole full of golden sand, it burst out directly. The sonic boom that broke through the air brought a cloud of golden dust behind him. For a while, the golden light that set off him was like a god descending to the world. Wind style. Spiral shuriken. Zaojian, who had not landed in the air, instantly produced an S-class wind style. Then he threw directly at the sand shinobi who retreated like a tide. Rumble. A violent mushroom cloud rises. In an instant, more than 30 people were buried under Zaojian. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing 37 enemies and gaining 2023630 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the hidden mission thousands of people / and reward 50,000 prestige points. Nanny, asterisk. Zaojian, who had just landed, wanted to frustrate a spiral shuriken again, but the sound of the system made him suddenly stunned. Did you complete another hidden mission yourself? Illustration. Thousands of people cut? Reward 50,000 prestige points? When Zaojian thought, a transparent interface was instantly displayed in front of him. The amount of prestige shown above has already reached as much as 122,000 points. It's time for an advanced lottery draw? Looking at the prestige value in front of him, Zaojian's heart was hot. Zaojian-kun, you are really rushing to kill. Orochimaru did not know when, he had already come to Zaojian's side. Looking at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance, Orochimaru's eyes were all jealous. Wind style. Spiral shuriken. Orochimaru's voice pulled Zaojian back. Looking at the sand shinobi who fled, Zaojian was unceremonious and threw another shot of wind style. These enemies are attractive prestige points to Zaojian. Chapter 108 The gloomy sand shinobi position? Boom boom boom. In Orochimaru's horrified eyes, Zaojian continued again, throwing out 3 spiral shurikens. This completely consumed the amount of chakra in his body. Rumble. 3 mushroom clouds form a row. The violent wind is tearing each other. The whole scene was like a doomsday natural disaster when a meteorite fell to the ground. Sand shinobi's retreating army came with bursts of hiss and lung-cracking shouts, and even shouts of cursing. All sand shinobi at this moment can't wait to grow 2 more legs, because they always feel that they are running too slowly. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing 134 enemies and gaining 7236 prestige points. Ding! 5,366 enemies fear the owner and gain 5366 prestige points. Cool? Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Zaojian was in a great mood. Sure enough, it is the most tangible thing to lose big moves to earn prestige. The amount of chakra in Zaojian-kun is really huge. Orochimaru's eyebrows couldn't help but twitched, and he said with a smirk in his voice. After this battle, he now has a new understanding of Zaojian. In a word, Zaojian is a strong man, and he is a very powerful cage-level powerhouse. Fighting against this kind of guy, I guess the sand shinobi at this time are also desperate. Thinking of this, Orochimaru suddenly felt pity and sympathy for sand shinobi. Let's go. I glanced at the sand shinobi who had run away. Zaojian waved the blood from the body of Kyushui's knife. Then Kyushui was put into the sheath, and he turned his head and smiled at Orochimaru. He is in a good mood. At this moment, Orochimaru is more pleasing to the eye than before. Master Zaojian. Master Zaojian. When the two walked slowly to the front of Kikyo Castle, the Konoha defenders above the city wall suddenly burst into loud cheers. Contrary to the panic of the sand shinobi, the morale of the Konoha defenders was boosted at this time. Victory in the first battle? Let them, who have just arrived in Kikyo City, are all extremely excited at this moment, because they all made a difference. And Zaojian is undoubtedly the first contributor of this credit. Because he defeated Sand Shinobi's Cho and Rosa. This allowed Sand Shinobi to be forced to evacuate. Otherwise, this is the war, and it would never be finished so easily. And Zaojian just bombed Sand Shinobi with the S-class wind style. It also made them more respectful of Zaojian. This is the charm of the strong? Zaojian laughed at the Konoha shinobi and nodded, and walked straight up along the city wall. When he walked to the wall, his eyes looked at Kushina first. Finding that Kushina was not injured, Zaojian was relieved. After all, the Sand Shinobi's attack on the city wall just now was actually quite violent. Tsunagaku's position, inside the medical camp. At this moment, Cho was enduring severe pain, dealing with the injury of his left arm. She is not only a super puppet master, at the same time, she is also the best medical ninja in Tsunagaku. So she refused the help of other medical ninjas. He chose to do it himself to treat his injuries. Master Cho, we found Luosha. At this time, an anxious voice sounded from outside the medical camp. I saw a few Sand Shinobi who were cautiously using a stretcher to carry Luosha in. How's it going? How's Luosha? Kyande, who had lost too much blood, looked a little pale at the moment. But when she heard that Luosha was found, she didn't care about continuing to treat herself. Healing Jutsu, who was directly dispersing his right palm, quickly rushed to the stretcher carrying Luosha. Rosa's situation is very serious. It's a miracle that he can hold on till now. A Sand Shinobi executive next to the stretcher spoke to Cho, and the voice was full of surprise and incredible, because on Luoxia's chest, there is a very terrifying, top-down scar. The depth of his injury directly split the appearance of his chest. A row of ribs on the chest was also broken. Even the internal organs in his chest that were beating lightly at this time were directly exposed under everyone's eyelids. Fortunately, none of the broken ribs pierced the internal organs. Otherwise, what they brought back at this time was a cool Luoxia. Hurry up, bring it in. Also, call me all medical ninjas. Seeing Luoxia's chest injury, Cho was also shocked. Then he screamed out quickly and summoned all the medical ninjas in the position. When all the medical ninjas got orders and hurried to the scene, Cho also directly knocked 2 grain pills in his mouth and participated in Luoxia's rescue together. At this moment Luoxia is in the midst of life hanging by a thread. She didn't care, she was also a seriously injured person. First aid for wind, and fire was carried out in an emergency tent in Sand Shinobi. The other Sand Shinobi commanders and captains all stopped outside the door, quietly waiting for the news. Luoxia is in this group of Sand Shinobi, second only to Cho in strength, and also Sand Shinobi's only cage-level powerhouse in this war. Unexpectedly, the first battle. Actually he was beaten up like this. This caused all the Sand Shinobi commanders present to fall into a suppressed silence. Time slowly goes by. The rescue of Luoxia. It continued until the sun was westward. Cho was pale and staggered, and walked out of the emergency tent. Master Cho, how is Luoxia? Seeing Cho coming out, a group of Sand Shinobi who had been waiting for a long time hurriedly came up. Everyone stared at Cho eagerly, waiting for her answer. At the same time, my heart also raised slightly nervously. Temporarily out of danger to life. But it will take a long time to recover. Cho's voice is full of weakness and solemnity. Luoxia's injury is the heaviest she has ever seen in her life. Just as they said before, good king is good. It was like a miracle that he could persist until he was carried to the medical field. In the first aid tent before, dozens of medical ninjas were continuously treated with healing jutsu. This allowed Luoxia's chest to recover and escape the danger. Ah, that's great. Lasaji, the heavens of the people. Yes, the previous injury is simply terrifying. Get the news that Luoxia is out of danger. A group of Sand Shinobi could not help but exhale. Then his expression relaxed at this time. Looking at a group of companions who seemed to be left behind, Cho didn't feel the slightest ease, but felt more dignified. Because of this, all Luoxia in the defensive state was cut into severely wounded slashes. In Baiyun Zaojian's hands, it was a means that he could use at his fingertips. Looking at his empty left arm, Cho felt that this battle had become even more tricky. Chapter 109 Great Leap Forward in Strength. It was in the hot spring shop where Zaojian woke up before. At this moment Zaojian was leaning up and down, soaking beautifully in the hot spring pool. He is now more and more enjoying the habit of taking a bath after the war. Because this can not only rush away, but because of the violent slaying he has produced. At the same time, it can quickly relieve physical fatigue after battle. Zaojian originally wanted to pull Kushina. Let her take a serious mixed bath with herself to relieve her physical fatigue. But I don't know why, Kushina heard that Zaojian was going to the hot spring shop. Suddenly it was like a guilty conscience, and he refused to follow Zaojian alive and well. This makes Zaojian feel a little strange. But since Kushina did not come, Zaojian did not force her, so he came alone. What? System, use advanced lottery. After taking a sip of heat comfortably, Zaojian squinted, leaning against the hot spring pool, and communicating with the system. Okay, master. Ding. After deducting 100,000 points of prestige, the balance is 34,602 points. Premium lottery is being launched. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Devil Fruit Thunder Fruit, Golden. Congratulations to the owner, a pair of phone bugs, Blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Devil Fruit Sparkling Fruit, Golden. Another pile of debris was taken out, and then 3 items with grade colors showed 367 one by one. And Zaojian himself was directly stunned by the content of this lottery. In a lottery draw, actually draw 2 high-level rewards, and they are all top-notch, Logia Devil Fruit. This probability is too small, right? Ding. Ask the owner to choose. I want to eat Devil Fruit. This. Hear the sound of the system. Zaojian was immediately full of hesitation. Because these 2 devil fruits are both the top of devil fruit, this makes it difficult for him to decide for a while. Can you eat 2 together? After thinking about it, Zaojian, who was still difficult to choose, asked the system. There are 200 UN bills on the ground. You ask me which one I want to pick up? This is the feeling in Zaojian's heart at this time. Ding. No. The sound of the system is heard. Zaojian was a little disappointed suddenly. But at this moment, the voice of the system rang again. However, the owner can consume 10,000 points of prestige and fuse 2 devil fruits into a brand new devil fruit. In this way, the new devil fruit can have the characteristics of 2 fruits at the same time. The ability to use 2 fruits at the same time, or the ability to use one of them alone. Fusion. The system still has this function. Hearing the voice in his head, Zaojian looked surprised. I really didn't expect that the system still has such a function. Ding. The system is omnipotent. The voice in my mind seemed to become a bit stinky. But Zaojian at this time didn't bother to bother. Now that you can fuse fruits, you don't have any difficulty in choosing. Illustration. Fuse me with devil fruit. Zaojian's voice was filled with determination and fiery heat. The abilities of the two top fruits are combined in one, and I feel a little emotional when I think about it. Ding! After deducting 10,000 points of prestige, the balance is 24,602 points. Ding! Congratulations to the master, get the lightning fruit. After the system deducts the corresponding prestige value, the two devil fruit cards immediately merged together. A brand new, pineapple-shaped devil fruit was born. Its faint golden light flashes. Outside the thunder arc wandered. The new devil fruit, from the outside, shows its extraordinary. Excuse me, do I need to use the lightning fruit? Use. Zayajian stared at the brand new devil fruit with fiery eyes. Hearing the voice of the system, he immediately replied decisively. Just when Zayajian's voice fell, the card flew directly out of the system interface and directly into his body. A special energy immediately spread from his stomach to the whole body. Devil fruit is changing Zayajian's physique. His body immersed in the hot spring was raging with golden light for a while, and arcing raged for a while. The surrounding pool water also made the sound of pipi from time to time. More than 10 breaths of time passed. Call. Is this the power of devil fruit? Zayajian closed his eyes and muttered to himself, Acta, in the mouth. He can clearly experience the very special violent energy in his body. It can be fused together and used at the same time, or it can be peeled off separately. Try it. Can't wait to experience new abilities. Zayajian lifted his hands from the pool. Thoughts move. The energy in the body suddenly rushed to his hands. In the blink of an eye, my hands glowed with dazzling golden light and white light. The thought moved again, and Jin Guang and Bai Mang were completely stripped away. The right hand turned into a golden light, while the left hand was filled with violent thunder. Ho. Blackbeard in one piece, that's how it feels, right? Zayajian exhaled in excitement. Holding the two abilities in his hands, he suddenly felt that his self-confidence was overwhelming at this moment. After playing with the abilities for a while, Zayajian took the abilities back into his body. Then I closed my eyes and recalled the skills of these two fruits in my mind. Develop devil fruit or something. Of course it is the fastest to learn from. Haven't fully grasped devil fruit's ability before. Zayajian doesn't want to develop new special skills by himself for the time being. At dusk, Zayajian came out of the hot spring shop. After soaking in the hot spring for a long time, he felt his body softened. Send this victory to the village as soon as possible. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. As soon as he returned to the outside of Kikyo Castle, the gate tower, Zayajian heard Orochimaru's voice. Then a ninja holding a scroll came out of the command post of the gate tower. Illustration. Master Zayajian? The Konoha shinobi who came out, the moment they saw Zayajian. The admiration was immediately seen, and he bowed directly to Zayajian. Are you going back to the village? Zayajian nodded, then asked. Yes, Lord Zayajian. Being able to talk to Zayajian, the ninja seemed very excited. His face flushed. Come. You come here, I beg you one thing. Hearing that he was indeed going back to the village, Zayajian immediately pulled him aside. He turned his head and looked around, making sure that Kushina was not there. Zayajian was in the curious eyes of the ninja. Take a peculiar snail from the backpack of the system. Master Zayajian, what is this? The ninja had questions on his face, but it was interrupted by Zayajian. Don't worry about what it is, you help me take it back to the village. Then hand it over to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikoto. Although I'm tired of being with Kushina these days. But Zayajian hasn't seen Mikoto for many days. Saying that you don't want to miss it is fake. Now that the system draws a lottery, a phone worm has been drawn. That can just be delivered to Mikoto's hands. Let the two talk on the phone, and relieve the lovesickness. Chapter 110 Weird Sound. At noon the next day, Kushina was alone and walked into the headquarters of the city gate. Where is Zayajian-kun? Didn't he come here? Seeing that Kushina came here alone, Orochimaru was immediately curious asked. And the other Jonins all have the same expression. They were obviously already at this time, waiting for Zayajian and Juxin-nai for a long time. He said he will develop a new technique today, so he won't participate in today's meeting. Seeing everyone looking at herself, Kushina nodded and answered seriously. In fact, she didn't understand what Zayajian was doing. But since Zayajian said so, Kushina did not ask. What? Develop new techniques. Everyone in the command post, including Orochimaru, had a dumb expression on their faces. Brother, this is the time of war, and it is still on the front line of war. When can you not develop? Do you have to develop at this time? And your strength is already so powerful? Can't you wait for a while before you develop your new technique? Everyone is a black line. They originally planned. Today, taking advantage of Sand Shinobi's Cho's serious injury, and Luo She's life and death are unknown, launched a counterattack against Sand Shinobi and drove them directly out of the Land of Fire. But Zayajian did not suffer this time. All their plans fell through. Because of their nearly 3,000 people, they went to fight the remaining 5,000 people in Sand Shinobi village. There must be Zayajian and Orochimaru, these two cage-level powerhouses, to attack the first line at the same time. Otherwise, if they rushed up with the number of them at this time, at most, they would fight to lose both. How many days will he develop? Nara Luyu in Ino, Shika, Cho asked helplessly. There is no Zayajian and Orochimaru fighting together. Their idea of counterattack must be given up today. He said that one day would be enough. Thinking of what Zayajian had said before, Kushina was also a little embarrassed. However, she still answered everyone according to Zayajian's previous statement. Daytime. Here Kushina's answered. Everyone in the headquarters couldn't help but stare at each other. What technique can he develop in one day? No matter how genius Zayajian is. But the time of this day is really too hasty, right? This is simply a play and nonsense. Ha ha ha. Since Zayajian-kun is going to develop ninjutsu today, let's move on to today's battle plan. Orochimaru thought for a moment. Also smiled and comforted everyone present. One day is only, not too long, they can afford to wait. And he had a hunch that Zayajian shouldn't be aiming at nothing. Orochimaru replenishes the brain to guess. Zayajian, which is currently being developed, most likely started before. Only until today, the development process has entered the final stage. Think of the wind-style spiral shuriken developed by Zayajian before. Orochimaru also became inexplicably interested in the new technique he was developing at this time. Will it be a powerful S-rank ninjutsu this time? Hey, it can only be so. Hearing Orochimaru's words, everyone also shook their heads helplessly. Although Zayajian's actions at this time seemed a little willful, but no one spoke out to accuse Zayajian. Who is there to let the strength of the family be? And Orochimaru, the commander-in-chief, didn't say anything. Where is their turn to blame others? Outside of Kikyo Castle, in a deep canyon. Boom boom boom. The violent explosion sound has resounded here for nearly an hour. Because of the skills of these two fruits, there are corresponding characters for them to learn from. Therefore, Zayajian did not encounter much difficulty in developing the fruit ability. He learned almost all the skills of the release class. Only teleportation type and some auxiliary type skills he has not been able to control at present. Logia Devil Fruit is indeed the easiest fruit to develop, because most of Logia's attacks are just released directly. God's verdict. Zayajian yelled, and his right hand slammed forward. Then the golden lightning thunder, which two people can hug together, shot out in an instant. Rumble, 0, seeking flowers, 0. There was a loud noise. A bottomless pit appeared on the cliff of the canyon after the beam of light dissipated. There was smoke and dust all around, and rubble scattered all over the ground. It shows that these attacks have great power. Hoho. A lot of vigorous development made Zayajian consume a lot. So he lay on a boulder, rested slowly to recover his strength. The ninja who reported the battle back to the village should have arrived at Konoha, right? I wonder if he sent the phone bug to Mikato. I thought of yesterday's account of the people who reported the good news yesterday. Zayajian immediately took out his other phone worm. Konoha village. In the meeting room of the Hokage building. Ha ha ha, good job, good job. After listening to the ninja returning from Kikyo Castle and reporting another victory in person, third generation suddenly laughed. After the outbreak of this war, the 3 intelligence reports that came to sleep were all good news. This made Konoha's high-level people almost blooming with laughter. Because of the war, the heaviness that had hung in everyone's hearts had already disappeared at this time. This Baiyun Zayajian is too powerful. Who said no? Not only did Tsunagakure's newly promoted cage-level powerhouse Luo Sha be beheaded, but also one of Cho's arm was cut off. This record is simply too powerful. Yeah. From the first time I received information from him about 100 people I realized that he was extraordinary, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Yeah. Loud and noisy discussions lingered in the conference room. There are sounds of exclamation, and there are sounds of shock. There were even NPC flattering and loud applause. And in all the sounds, there is a taste of celebration and joy. Seeing that the whole conference room was cheering up with the good news on the front line, Danzo felt a little bit of liver pain. At this moment, he regretted very much, regretting that he had provoked Zayajian before. He has set up such a contradiction for himself. Brew 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 brew. Brew 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 bulletin. In the entire conference room, when all was in joy, a strange sound suddenly rang. Talent Chapter 111 sprinkled a handful of dog food in public? Brew brew brew. Brew 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 bulletin. The strange sound rang, and the meeting room gradually became quiet. Everyone followed the prestige, only then found out. It turned out that the voice came from the person who reported the news. What is ringing? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked puzzled and frowned at the winner. The other high-level officials and the patriarchs of all ethnic groups also turned their heads and focused their attention on the people who reported the victory. I don't know this either. Being watched by so many high-level officials, the good news personnel were also sweating profusely. Put down the backpack behind him, and quickly flipped through it. Only then did he find the source of the strange sound. It was before Zayajian. I asked him to bring Mikato, the strange snail. Look, I found it. With sweating profusely, the victorious news officer took the snail out of his backpack 367. So everyone's eyes immediately gathered in his hands. What is this? Why make such a weird noise? Third generation frowned and asked again. Everyone else is also confused. They have lived for most of their lives and have never seen such a strange snail. I don't know, Master Zayajian told me to bring it back. The victory staff wiped the sweat from their foreheads and quickly explained to everyone. Being watched by all the high-level towns in the village made him feel Alexander for a while. Zayajian? I told you to bring it back. Hearing Zayajian's name, everyone in the meeting room seemed even more puzzled. Now there is all news about Zayajian. Can arouse their curiosity. Yes. Master Zayajian asked me to bring this thing to Uchiha Mikato of the Uchiha clan. The victory staff glanced at his hand, still calling a snail, and quickly answered honestly. For Uchiha Mikato? Hear the words of the winners. Everyone turned their eyes around again. I looked at a beautiful figure behind Uchiha's elder. For me. I heard that it was Zayajian, something to give myself. Mikoto suddenly became confused and stood out from behind the elder. You are Uchiha Mikoto. The victorious staff were also a little dazed at the moment. I didn't expect that the person I planned to find in a while was actually here. Yes, I am Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto nodded, then looked at the snail. She was also full of doubts, and she didn't understand Zayajian, what made people bring a strange snail to herself. Since it is you, leave it to you. Again, but without making a mistake. The triumphant person hurriedly handed the snail out. What on earth is this? After receiving the snail that kept calling, Mikoto also asked the question that third generation asked before. I do not know either. But Master Zayajian asked me to explain to you, as long as the snail rang, you would lift the lid on its back. The good news officer shook his head, and then seriously exhorted Mikoto. Blubrub. Hearing the words of the winner, Mikoto looked at the snail again. Then carefully, he uncovered what looked like a lid on its back. Blue blue blue, click. Moses, is it Mikoto? Just when Mikoto uncovered the snail's body, the snail's call stopped suddenly. Then the snail opened its mouth and began to talk. And the expression and tone of the snail seemed exactly the same as Zayajian. There was a strange silence in the entire conference room. Moses, is it Mikoto? I didn't hear anyone answer myself. So Zayajian's voice was spit out from the snail's mouth again. Morning Zayajian-kun, is it you? Mikoto held the snail in one hand, and in the other hand the microphone that was just picked up and a wire connected to the snail. Ha 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 ha, it's me, I didn't expect it. The moment Mikoto spoke, the snail on Zayajian's hand also imitated Mikoto's demeanor. Zayajian couldn't help laughing with his dumb and cute look. You are really Zayajian-kun. Looking at the snail's expression at this time, Mikoto exclaimed in unbelievable exclamation. In the meeting room, everyone looked face to face. At this moment, they seemed to suddenly understand the function of the snail in Mikoto's hand. It's me, Mikoto. I miss you so much. I haven't seen you in a few days. Have you missed me? Zayajian didn't know that there was a group of people watching beside Mikoto, so I told Mikoto my thoughts without reservation. Morning Zayajian-kun. Zayajian's voice just fell. Mikoto's cheeks immediately turned red. The phone worm in Zayajian's hands also mimicked Mikoto's shy appearance at the moment. This surprised Zayajian for a while. He didn't expect Mikoto to be so shy when talking on the phone. Cough cough, cough cough. Is it Zayajian? Just when Zayajian was surprised, the phone worm suddenly coughed. Then an old-fashioned voice was simulated by the phone worm. Third generation lord. Zayajian looked reluctant. How can he not hear? This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice. Zayajian NA. Our group of old guys are meeting in the Hokage building. We can hear everything you just said. Ha 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 ha. Just when Zayajian looked confused, suddenly the phone simulated an old voice again. It was the one who laughed, Grand Elder Uchiha, Shrimp. Zayajian's face was embarrassed and he was simulated by the phone worm in Mikoto's hands. It immediately caused a burst of laughter in the conference room. Zayajian was immediately embarrassed. Unexpectedly, I actually sprinkled a wave of dog food in front of a large group of people. No wonder why Mikoto was suddenly so shy before. It turns out that there are outsiders present. Zayajian, what on earth is this? After a burst of laughter, Sarutobi Hiruzen also walked to Mikoto's side. Then he asked suspiciously. Hearing the question from third generation, everyone in the conference room also pricked their ears. This thing can actually be 3.0, allowing two parties that are so far apart to communicate. This is simply an intelligence weapon in war. Hearing the question of third generation, Zayajian made up a reason without changing his face. The content is that when I was practicing summoning, I was reversed summoning because of a mistake. And these two snails are what they brought out from an unknown place. I named it Phone Worm. There is no wonder in the world. After hearing Zayajian's answer, third generation nodded with emotion. There was no flaw in Zayajian's answer, and third generation did not doubt Zayajian. Because Jiraiya also practiced the wrong summoning technique at the beginning, by mistake, he was reversed summoning to Mount Mayaboku. This made him have some adventures, counterattack from the tail of the crane to become a hero of World War II. Therefore, third generation believes that Zayajian has also encountered a similar adventure. Chapter 112 Beautiful Operator, Zayajian's Cold Sweat, Zayajian NA. Can you still find that unknown holy place? After sighing, third generation asked again. If Konoha could have more phone bugs, the inside of the village can share information with the front line at the same time. In this case, various orders and dispatches can be immediately implemented on the front line. The time course of information transmission is missing. Konoha's winning rate can be at least doubled. Can't find it. Zayajian sighed and shrugged purposely. The phone worm also clearly imitated Zayajian's demeanor to the high-level Konoha people. So regretful sounds rang in the conference room of the Hokage building. Such a powerful intelligence tool missed Konoha. Pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sighed. The two sides chatted with each other again. Then Zayajian gave Mikoto's phone worm. It was temporarily requisitioned by third generation on the grounds of the war period. Zayajian's teeth were sore, and his heart was extremely regretful. If you know you should be at night, just contact Mikoto on 02. Get it now. The hope of talking on the phone with Mikoto was also dashed. When he hung up, Zayajian's physical strength almost recovered. After throwing away his helplessness, he once again developed the skills of the lightning fruit. At this moment, Tsunagakur, the day to declare war on Konoha. 7 full days have passed. Kirigakure and Cloud Shinobi Village also received information about the outbreak of the war one after another. Kirigakure immediately called an emergency meeting and began to gather the team in full swing. And Cloud Shinobi Village, the grumpy third Raikage. With a kick, he directly kicked a hole in the Cloud Shinobi building, and then resolutely declared the war. Cloud Shinobi Village in Thunder Country is a village that highly respects military expansion. Therefore, the team is assembled at this moment, and the speed is also very fast. In just one afternoon, an army of 5,000 people has been assembled. Then, under the personal leadership of 3rd generation AI, he went straight to the country of fire. In the future, 4th generation AI and Killer Bee also followed 3rd generation. As for Konoha village, it was Uegakur who received information almost at the same time, and the assembly had already been completed. And various preparations are also very substantial. But they didn't immediately rush over to fight Konoha. The cunning Oniki first estimated Cloud Shinobi's information and sent it to the village. Only then led the team and marched towards the country of fire. He deliberately delayed for 2 days, just to wait for Cloud Shinobi village to activate the muscles. At this time, the two sides set off almost at the same time. Konoha will fall into a state of being attacked by the enemy, and the combat power will be reduced by 3 points again. It was when Uegakur and Cloud Shinobi village had some action. Konoha's intelligence personnel lurking outside also rushed forward and brought back the information and trends of the two villages to Konoha. Time passed quickly when Zayajian developed devil fruit. The sun goes down, and night falls. Soon a new day is ushered in. At noon the next day, Zayajian and Kushina came to the headquarters of the city gate again. And Konoha's commanders all gathered here and waited. They are not as relaxed as Zayajian, so except when the war starts, they stay here most of the time. Master Zayajian, Master Kushina, Zayajian and Mikato, when they walked outside the headquarters, the ninja who was on duty outside the command post immediately bowed in excitement. And his somewhat excited greetings immediately let everyone in the command headquarters know that Zayajian and Kushina had arrived. Nodded to the ninja on duty, Zayajian and Kushina went straight to the headquarters. Zayajian-kun, has the development of the new technique been completed? After the two entered the command post, Orikimura, who was on the first seat of the command table, spoke first. The other people also looked at them curiously. They also want to know if Zayajian has used the best time to counterattack to develop new techniques, whether there are any results. Already done. Zayajian nodded and smiled irresponsibly. Then and Kushina sat in their respective positions. Zayajian-kun's new technique is really curious. Orikimura smiled hoarsely, and then announced that the meeting had officially started. However, Zayajian suddenly interrupted everyone at this moment, and he took out a snail and put it on the conference table. Strange behavior, strange creatures, immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. But Zayajian did not explain. Instead, he dialed up on his own. Anyway, they will know the effect of the phone worm soon. Blue blue blue, taste. In the meeting room of the Konoha village Hokage building, the phone worm's voice just rang, and it was answered immediately. Moses is Zayajian-kun. Beautiful operator, Mikato's sweet voice. It was the first to spread from the mouth of the phone worm. In the headquarters of the city gate, everyone instantly fell into a bewildered state. 367. A snail? Did you actually speak? Ahem, Mikato. This is the Kikyo Castle headquarters, are they there? 3rd generation. Kagura noticed Kushina and looked at him suspiciously. Zayajian immediately squeezed a cold sweat, and then immediately answered with a serious voice. Now is not the time to confess and be lenient. He still didn't want the two women to be aware of each other's existence. He is not mentally prepared yet. Zayajian, we are all here, just waiting for your call. Yeah. Just when everyone was puzzled, the voice of 3rd generation rang from the phone bug. Then various familiar voices came out afterwards. The voice of Lord Nanny, 3rd generation. I seem to have heard the voice of our patriarch. I heard the voice of the village elder. Everyone in the command center immediately looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. Seeing their appearance, Zayajian immediately raised his hand and briefly introduced the role of the phone worm. Everyone suddenly realized. Chapter 113. Do you really think San Shinobi is a bully? Master 3rd generation, in accordance with the requirements of the village. The phone worm is connected, our side is also ready to start the meeting. Zayajian coughed and said solemnly. He just wants to end the meeting as soon as possible, and then hang up the phone worm. It saves that Mikato speaks again, let Kushina find out some clues. Well, let's start, we'll just be here to listen. The voice of 3rd generation came from the mouth of the phone worm. Moreover, the phone worm also vividly imitates the look of 3rd generation. It was as if he was personally on the front line of the war. This made the people in the headquarters of Kikyo City feel inexplicably excited. At this moment, they feel that waiting for others is like holding a meeting with the seniors. For a while, everyone was a little energetic. Understood? Zayajian nodded and put the phone worm in the center of the conference table. Then he raised his hand and motioned to Orikimura, giving him the right to speak in the meeting. After all, he is the commander-in-chief of the front line. Orikimura glanced at the phone worm with a little interest. Then he nodded and began to make combat arrangements. A unique remote meeting was officially held. Because there are high-level villagers listening in, so everyone in the conference room wants to show themselves well. So after the combat meeting began, Everyone enthusiastically expressed their opinions. The Konoha executives also use phone bugs from time to time to give some reasonable suggestions to supplement. A pre-war meeting that should have been full of seriousness at this moment seemed to suddenly change its flavor. The dignified atmosphere of the war disappeared in an instant. The above is the content of this battle. At the end of the pre-war meeting, Orochimaru glanced around the crowd. After seeing no one doubted, he said to the phone worm, "Well, we understand, I wish you all the best." The third generation bit the pipe and looked encouraging, and was imitated by the phone bug. This pre-war meeting made everyone feel very novel, and this process of saving information transmission not only saves time. At the same time, they have become more confident about the battle plan. Because the high-level people are also in the audience, if something goes wrong, the high-level people will certainly speak out to discourage it. And since they did not dissuade, it proves that the high levels also agreed to the battle plan. This makes them less pressured by many uncertain factors. At the end of the meeting, Zayajian got up and hung up the phone worm. Orochimaru announced the dissolution of the meeting, prompting everyone to assemble the team quickly. After all, a brigade of 3,000 people. They are not gathered in a camp to rest. "Teacher, are you going to launch a counterattack?" As soon as Zayajian and Kushina walked out of the gate tower, Kakashi greeted them curiously. He also smelled an unusual smell from the scattered jonins. "Well, get ready." Zayajian nodded and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. This is not Konoha's most critical moment. Therefore, the village did not send genins to the battlefield. So at this moment in Kikyo Castle, Kakashi is the youngest ninja. In the original book, he participated in the 3 wars only when he was 9 years old. At this time he was just over 7 years old, nearly 2 years earlier than in the original book. "Yes, Teacher Zayajian." Kakashi nodded solemnly. After several days of war, he has obviously become more mature. This makes Zayajian quite satisfied. After all, there is still a task on him. Kakashi needs to be promoted to Jonin as soon as possible. Although the reward for the task, only 5,000 prestige points. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, isn't it? The captains and commanders who were scattered all quickly called up all the teams. The order to counterattack was issued. There was another encouragement before the war. Then the gate of Kikyo Castle was opened. The Konoha team of more than 3,000 people, together mighty, towards Tsunagakure's camp, he rushed to the past Tsunagakure position, in the headquarters. "Cho-sama, are you okay?" All Sand Shinobi high-level commanders are all in the town of Cho. At this moment, Cho's broken left arm has been attached to a puppet prosthesis by her, and it seems that flexibility seems to be quite high. No, when the old body gets familiar with it, the strength can be restored to the same level as before. Looking at the puppet arm that was constantly moving according to his own will, Cho also nodded in satisfaction. Although the arm was directly beheaded by Zayajian, but after putting on this arm, her strength will not affect much. After all, in the original work, Cho did it too. It just changed from the right hand to the left hand at this time. Report. At this time, a stretched voice sounded outside the door. A perception ninja broke into the command post breathlessly. "Report to Cho-sama, sirs. The Konoha defenders of Kikyo City are coming collectively towards our camp. At this time, they are less than 10 kilometers away from us." After perceiving ninja entered the door, he bowed to everyone, and then he hurriedly spoke out. "What? Konoha is coming. 3,000 people do not guard the city? Instead, they rushed to me and waited for 5,000 people to come? Good Wang Zhao. Konoha has won a few battles. Do you think Sand Shinobi is so bullied? It's so rampant." Hearing that Konoha took the initiative to attack, the high-level commanders of Sand Shinobi suddenly felt that their heads were not enough. Some people even feel that they and others have been despised by Konoha. "Don't be careless, go and gather the team." Seeing that some of his companions were scowling at Konoha, Cho suddenly groaned in bitterness. "Waiting for others, it's right that there are many people at this time. But is Konoha a fool? Do you really think people will use eggs to touch rocks?" Thinking of this, Cho felt even more annoyed. "Sir Cho, don't be angry, let's call the team." Seeing Cho's anger, Sand Shinobi were all quiet. Then he also rushed out of the headquarters quickly. Chapter 114. Then it depends on whether they can resist the massacre? Papa 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 papa. The sound of breaking through the air and footsteps sounded one after another. Konoha's army is rapidly approaching the Tsunagakure position. Zayajian and Orochimaru, as the first line of the attack, and even the main personnel. So the two of them are running at the forefront of the team at the moment. After them, naturally there are a group of Konoha Jonin in the headquarters. Master Orochimaru, Master Zayajian, Masters. Sand Shinobi are gathering teams quickly at this moment. A perception ninja suddenly accelerated, separated from the large group behind, and rushed forward to report to the commanding Jonin. "Understood, let's go down." Orochimaru replied faintly. 3,000 people came out of the nest, and naturally they couldn't hide it from Sand Shinobi. After all, people's perception ninjas are not displayed as vases. Zayajian-kun, how sure do you think we are in this battle to get Sand Shinobi out of the border? After sensing the ninja stepping back, Orochimaru turned to Zayajian and asked with a smile. "Since the day before yesterday, I saw the strength of Zayajian." Orochimaru never treated Zayajian as a junior. 367 but always treated him as his own peers. This also changed Zayajian's impression of Orochimaru a lot. Although this guy is not very good in character, even after betraying Konoha, he can be said to be an unprincipled person. But there is no doubt that he is quite good at dealing with the world. At least when facing Zaojian, he never put on the slightest posture. Then we have to see if Sand Shinobi can withstand the massacre. Zaojian thought for a moment, then turned his head and laughed. If the Sand Shinobi are to fight to the death, then this battle will naturally not be able to get out. After all, the number of opponents is too big, but if the other party is killed, it hurts, or is afraid of being killed. Then kicking them out is just a breeze. Of course, this must be based on the power of Zaojian and Orochimaru massacres. Ha ha ha. Looking at Zaojian with a smile, but saying that he was about to kill, Orochimaru felt a tingling skull, but Zaojian's actions are completely opposite to his character. This made Orochimaru feel very puzzled and confused. He even had some doubts at the moment. Is it true that I was deceived by my instinct? However, what Orochimaru didn't know was that his intuition was not wrong. Zaojian is not a bloodthirsty person either. The reason why he wanted to kill the enemy. In fact, it's all for prestige. This is not a memorial archway. Bloodthirsty is like it. Zaojian, on the other hand, kills the enemy with purpose. This is also the source of Orochimaru's sense of intuition. Pada pada pada. After Orochimaru's dry laughter, the team fell silent again. Along the way, only the sound of footsteps came out. 20 minutes later, the team approached Sand Shinobi's camp. This is to save energy and slow down a lot of reasons. Otherwise, the distance of 10 kilometers would have been run at the speed of a ninja. At this time, the Sand Shinobi have also assembled, and they directly set up their formation, waiting for the rabbit. Enter the state of combat readiness. Enter the state of combat readiness. After 200 meters between the two sides, "Ta-ri really red" shouted, and it continued to resound. Before the war, Orochimaru had already handed over the command of the team to Yui Mahong. After all, as the leader, it is also one of the two highest counter-offensive forces. When the fight started for a while, Orochimaru would definitely not be able to care about the team's command. Pata pata pata. The sound of running footsteps became heavier and heavier. The solemn atmosphere also permeated the lineups of the two sides. What? The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. After pulling the distance to 100 meters, Zaojian quickly accelerated, directly thrown away the large troops in the rear. Just like a sharp arrow, he shot it straight out. Bang! Orochimaru raised his eyes and glanced at Zaojian's back. It also accelerated in the same way, and moved away from the rear. AFK. Seeing Konoha's two highest combat powers, they rushed straight forward. Among Sand Shinobi's team, roars and roars suddenly sounded. They can defend themselves without risk, and they certainly can't just wait for the enemy's impact. And their best choice is undoubtedly a direct charge. And they, who are dominant in number, have no fear of rushing forward. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Zaojian, who was running, in the process of raising his hand, instantly condensed to S-class wind style. Then he threw directly behind Sand Shinobi. Rumble. The violent blasting sound resounded through the sky. 40 or so Sand Shinobi, because they weren't able to dodge in time, disappeared into wind style in an instant. However, at the moment of such a rush, this spiral shuriken could not affect the morale of the Sand Shinobi at all. On the contrary, they are like wounded beasts, even more fierce. Taste. Summoning technique. Seeing that Zaojian had already started, Orochimaru was not far behind. After biting his finger, he suddenly stopped and slapped his palm on the ground. Puffing? Rumble? The sky was full of smoke bursting all around. A violent tremor of the ground shook the mountain, and it was also accompanied by a loud noise. I saw a purple snake with four-horned head, gradually revealing its body from the smoke. Hey Orochimaru, summon this uncle, are you ready for the sacrifice? Before the smoke was gone, a voice full of unruly rebellion rang from the smoke. The sound also caused gusts of wind and waves. The fishy smell began to permeate all around. One snake, isn't the sacrifice right in front of your eyes? Just go get it yourself as much as you want. Orochimaru stood on top of Wanshi's head, and said with a dumb grin. Chapter 115. The explosion that shook the battlefield. The huge movement summoned by Orochimaru, naturally it also attracted Zaojian's attention. But he just glanced back casually, and then rushed to the Sand Shinobi again. Orochimaru. Among Sand Shinobi's team, Cho looked at the huge 10,000 snakes, and his expression was a bit hideous. In the Second Ninja World War, she had seen the power of this summoning beast. This guy is not only huge, its speed and attack power are also very powerful. In World War II, Konoha Sunin was so famous, in fact, it was inseparable from the summoning beast of the three of them. This huge summoning beast, on the battlefield, is simply a weapon to kill the enemy. But this kind of giant summoning beast happens to be only Konoha has it. This also made other big shinobu villages tickled with jealousy. But there is no way. Who let them not have it? Wind style 1,000 faces of wind. Wind style 1,000 faces of wind. At this moment, Zaojian and Sand Shinobi charged forward. Already separated, only a dozen meters away. And Sand Shinobi, who had long been waiting for the seal, also suddenly opened their mouths at this time. There are tens of thousands of small winds all over the sky. In an instant, he moved towards Zaojian, violently plundering and invading the past. All the field of vision in front of him was completely shrouded in it in an instant. The tiny wind blade is in the air, constantly colliding and fusing. The small wind cut that was originally like 1,000 books suddenly became the size of a bullet. Under the combination of ninjutsu, the power instantly increased several levels. However, facing the rushing Zayajian, he could not dodge or even defend himself. Directly facing the wind blade, rushed up. Puffy puffy puffy. The moment it hit Fengjian, Zayajian's body was pierced through more than a dozen caves at once. However, no trace of blood spattered from the injured part. On the contrary, it exudes dazzling golden light, and the flashing electric arc of Pippi. Then in the blink of an eye, Zayajian's injured position has already recovered? What's going on? When Zayajian was hit, Sand Shinobi were instantly surprised. But they hadn't waited for their surprise expressions to appear on their faces. A surprising and incomprehensible scene appeared in everyone's eyes. 50 million volts Thunder Dragon. Just when the Sand Shinobi were puzzled, Zayajian charged his right hand and slammed forward. Roar, zi. A thick thunder and lightning like a bucket turned into the form of a dragon. It swept in an instant, and roared beside the Sand Shinobi. Boom boom boom. Ah! The Thunder Dragon rushed past Sand Shinobi. The constant screams sounded continuously. The air was everywhere, with bursts of electric burnt and roasted smells. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing 16 enemies and gaining 864 prestige points. Illustration. The momentum of the thunder and lightning is already very huge, and it also exudes a dazzling light. As a result, everyone's sights in the audience were forcibly focused on Zayajian's body. God's verdict. Boom 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 boom. Ignore the system's prompt tone. Zayajian took advantage of the Sand Shinobi's still sluggish time, and instantly slammed another blow. A golden thunder pillar that 2 or 3 people can hug together. In an instant, he shot straight out of his hand. In the thunder column, the golden light. Outside the thunder pillar, the arc walks away. Zayajian's move is not only Enel's ruling, but also Kizura's laser. At the same time, it has the commensurability of the ability of 2 fruits. Therefore, the power naturally increases by 3 points again. Boom boom boom. The dazzling flash and the huge explosion sound directly conveyed to the entire battlefield. The charge was in front, the Sand Shinobi who were close to Zayajian. Everyone feels blind and tinnitus. The eyes were irritated and plunged into darkness instantly. And the buzzing sense of hearing loss has been circling in their ears all the time. Konoha Shinobi who came from behind Zayajian, including Orochimaru. He also closed his eyes subconsciously by his flashy moves. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. It's like looking directly at the welding light and being stunned. Rumble. The loud bang ended. I saw it on the ground. The sonic boom brought out by this attack directly scraped out a straight, shallow ditch with no distance measurement. And above the ditch, there were countless bloody stumps and broken arms scattered. The attack speed of the trick was too fast, and the Sand Shinobi were directly hit. He was directly blown up on the scene. Hey Orochimaru, that guy should be our teammate, right? Wan Shi's somewhat frightened voice rang directly. Although snakes are cold-blooded animals, but at this time, it also felt shuddering. It is ready. If Orochimaru dare to say not a teammate, then it immediately returns to Ryokai Cave with summoning. Because this guy's tricks are too dangerous. If he was hit by his moves, he would definitely be pierced through a hole. Yes, teammate. Orochimaru was also full of horror, stuttering in his voice. He is above the head of one snake, and no one has a better vision than him. Because of this, no one in the scene knew better than him the terrifying power of Zayajian's move. Sand Shinobi in a straight line was directly destroyed. What kind of chicken power is this? This is too scary, right? Is this the ability he newly developed yesterday? Thinking of this, Orochimaru's body had goosebumps instinctively. And as horrified as Orochimaru, there are also Sand Shinobi troops and Cho in the rear. The distance between the thunder and her just now was only a few meters away. Illustration. So she could also clearly feel the violent power pervading the thunder. If you say Orochimaru, you have witnessed it with your own eyes. Then it was as if she had experienced it in person. The cold sweat rushed down from her forehead in an instant. Chapter 116 But who can stop it? Zayajian-kun? This guy, what is going on? Does he still hide his strength in the battle the day before yesterday? Countless thoughts flashed through Kande's horrified mind. She couldn't understand why Zayajian suddenly used a new trick. So she replenished her brain in an instant. Zayajian had been deliberately hiding the answer of strength before. And this is the only explanation that seems reasonable. Master Zayajian is mighty. Master Zayajian cheats. The Konoha Shinobi who were running behind and rushing towards Sand Shinobi immediately cheered and roared. The loud noise from the Zayajian attack, just like a muffled war drum, it struck abruptly in their hearts, instantly raised their morale by several levels again. Wind style. Chaos 370 dance. Wind style grease palm. Just when Zayajian still wanted to accumulate his strength, when he came to issue a ruling. As a result, the Sand Shinobi, who had formed a seal a long time ago, hurriedly released the technique in their hands. Boom. Zayajian, who was accumulating power, was immediately knocked out. However, the elementalization of Logia's demon made him directly immune to these attacks. The body glowed with a burst of light in the air. The injury on his body instantly recovered as before. What the hell is going on? Why is it still unscathed? Witnessed again, this weird scene. The Sand Shinobi around suddenly became terrified. During the war the day before yesterday, the attack hit Zayajian, although he could not be injured. But at least, it also made him roll in embarrassment. But now this is directly ignoring the attack. What is going on? How can this continue? Orochimaru, who came up from behind, after witnessing this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank. Zayajian's newly developed abilities also made him somewhat incomprehensible. But obviously, this is also a very tricky trick. Laser rays. Zayajian was knocked off, adjusted his posture in the air, then stretched out the index finger of his right hand, pointing at Sand Shinobi, who knocked himself into the air. The dazzling light suddenly appeared at his fingertips. Call out. A golden laser. It's like high-pressure water flow. Suddenly, he shot out from Zayajian's index finger. The speed is so fast that in a short distance, the laser broke through the sound barrier twice in an instant. Puffy, rumble. Sand Shinobi couldn't even evade. In an instant, Zayajian pierced the heart. Then the laser shot on the ground behind him, and another violent explosion occurred in an instant. Several companions of Sand Shinobi beside him were also flooded by the explosion flame caused by the photon. Illustration. Oh, Zayajian-kun, your newly developed new technique is really amazing. At this moment, Orochimaru also rushed into Sand Shinobi's team riding the 10,000 snakes. When passing by Zayajian, he also gave a generous compliment. There is no such thing as flattering Zayajian at this time. It really made Orochimaru feel extremely afraid. Sand Shinobi's little patience. Become my uncle's ration. When one snake was passing by, he stared at the snake's pupils, and gave Zayajian a bit of a sing. Then they rushed out towards Sand Shinobi's army. Rumble. The huge snake body crawled on the ground. Suddenly, it caused a wave of movement. The ground was shaking and the mountain was shaking. The Sand Shinobi screamed and quickly fled around. Those who escape quickly will naturally be saved from death, and those who escaped slowly were either swallowed by the 10,000 snakes, or they were crushed to death. The team of Sand Shinobi village is also because of the impact of 10,000 snakes. It became extremely chaotic in an instant. Wind-style side weasel technique. Wind-style side weasel technique. Wind-style side weasel technique. Just when one snake was in Sand Shinobi's team, east turns west. More than a dozen Sand Shinobi, holding large fans, slammed the fans abruptly, sending a violent gust of wind to Wanshi. 10,000 snakes hit the head of the snake in front and was suddenly lifted up. Although it has thick skin and thick flesh, these attacks did not cause it to suffer any damage. 0. But the Orochimaru on its head was waved off the snake's head by wind style. After Orochimaru fell to the ground, Sand Shinobi was surrounded by them, and fell silent for a moment. Then the Sand Shinobi who reacted immediately yelled at Orochimaru and surrounded them. At the same time, various ninjutsu also smashed Orochimaru, who was trapped in the circle. Hey this is really troublesome. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Wind-style great breakthrough. A huge tornado engulfed Orochimaru in an instant when he was printed. The ninjutsu that invaded Orochimaru was completely blocked. You get out of the way and let the old man come. Seeing Orochimaru a sea-level ninjutsu, all the attacks were blocked. Cho suddenly jumped a few times and rushed to the encirclement of Orochimaru. At this time Luasha was seriously injured, and she was the only one who could stop Orochimaru. Cho, your puppet prosthesis is really exquisite. After seeing Cho's left arm, Orochimaru suddenly smirked. Although I don't have my left arm, it's not a big problem to block you temporarily. Cho was annoyed by Orochimaru. Then his arm flicked. The scroll of the 10 people in Jinsong opened again in front of her. However, in the battle the day before yesterday, her puppet was destroyed by Zayajian 3.0 and 5. Therefore, among the 10 people in Jinsong at this time, there were also 5 ordinary puppets in it. Therefore, the power is already much worse than before. Haha, block me temporarily? But who is going to resist 10,000 snakes? Illustration. Who can resist it? What about Zayajian-kun now? Orochimaru was not in a hurry. He glanced at Zayajian, who was slaughtering Jin Guangsheng in the back. He suddenly became hoarse and grinned. Boom boom boom. Hearing Orochimaru's words, I saw the explosion light flashing in front of the team. In Cho's heart, he couldn't help but gradually fell into a trough. Chapter 117 Desperate. Kick off at this moment. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Just as Orochimaru rushed into Sand Shinobi's troops, Zayajian was also massacring. However, he did not directly use the sword to slash the enemy as usual. Because of this battle, need to kill Sand Shinobi, then drove them directly out of the border of the country of fire. So the momentum and movement caused by the battle is naturally the bigger the better. Because of this, it can be more deterrent. Zzz. Electric current condenses above Zayajian's head. In a flash of time, it turned into the form of a big bird. Then he slammed under Zayajian's arm. The Thunderbird fluttered its wings and dived and soared at the Sand Shinobi. Boom, rumbling, sizzling. The speed of lightning is very fast. One blow, more than a dozen Sand Shinobi couldn't dodge, and suddenly became embarrassed. Just a few breaths of time. The screaming sound gradually weakened, and finally stopped completely. And a dozen Sand Shinobi are already scorched at the moment. With smoke from his mouth and nose, he fell on the ground. 02. Obviously, they are all breathless. Laser beam. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Rumble. Under full firepower. The laser beam continuously fired from Zayajian's index finger. The explosions around, also at this time, kept ringing one after another. The explosion of photons is different from flames, because it has no gunpowder smoke. But its power is even better. Wind-style wind blade. Wind-style technique. Just when Zayajian unscrupulously fired lasers and carried out massacres, Several sand shinobi gritted their teeth and rushed straight up. Puff puff. The wind blade slashed from Zayajian. In an instant, let his body separate again. However, Sand Shinobi did not feel a trace of happiness at this time, because Zayajian's cut was shining with golden light of xenon hydrogen. Oh, it's so scary. I was cut into several segments by you again. Zayajian imitated Kizura's tone. The sound came from the mouth of the head that had been cut to the ground. Immediately let the Sand Shinobi around you breathe in cold air, feeling horrified and shuddering. Zayajian could have avoided, or could be directly defended. But he did not do so, because he felt that such an effect. It can even arouse the fear of Sand Shinobi. Run away. Run away. This guy can't kill. The scene was silent for a few seconds. The nearby Sand Shinobi began to collapse one after another. You can't beat, and you can't kill and kill? This really makes them feel desperate. If you continue to fight like this, obviously, it can only increase fearless casualties. Buzzing. Seeing Sand Shinobi near me, they started to escape. Zayajian thought. The body that had been cut into several pieces and scattered on the ground began to glow and reunited and merged together. In the blink of an eye, his body recovered as before. Kill. Fun At this time, Konoha and Sand Shinobi's army. They also slammed into each other suddenly. All kinds of ninjutsu. On the battlefield, flying all over the sky, colliding everywhere. At the center of the battlefield on both sides for a time, the sky became extremely gorgeous. Although Zayajian and Orochimaru are strong, but the two of them did not take care of all the places in the entire battlefield. After all, the total number of people on both sides add up. There are more than 8,000 people. Therefore, the scope of this battle has also been spread several hundred meters away. What? He turned his head and glanced at Orochimaru, who was entangled by Cho. Zayajian shook his head helplessly, then rushed towards the densest place of Sand Shinobi. At this moment, Sand Shinobi are fighting against Konoha Shinobi in ninjutsu, so I didn't notice it at all. Zayajian had already rushed to the rear from another battlefield. Woolen cloth. After getting closer, Zayajian's leg slammed on the ground. In an instant, the body rushed into the sky. Master Zayajian. Master Zayajian. The Konoha Shinobi are in a ninjutsu duel with the Sand Shinobi, and when Zayajian jumped high from behind the Sand Shinobi, they noticed instantly. In fact, it's not enough if you don't notice it, because Zayajian's body was shining brightly. Just like a sun, it dazzlingly rises behind Sand Shinobi. As long as they are not blind, they will not fail to see it. Nanny! I heard the exclamation of the Konoha Shinobi people on the opposite side. Sand Shinobi quickly turned their heads and looked behind. Then they quickly noticed the golden light of Zayajian above the sky. In all Sand Shinobi's hearts, it suddenly felt that something was wrong. Then the whole body's hairs also stood up on the body surface in an instant. Seola, lambs of Sand Shinobi. Bhe Kain Goyu. Shoo, 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 shoo. The dazzling golden light and the violent electric arc were condensed in front of Zayajian with his hands folded. After a secret drink, his hands suddenly opened. Countless light bullets surrounded by arcs shot down like raindrops. The moment 370's big move exploded, the horizon was directly dyed golden. In the battlefield, whether it is Sand Shinobi or Konoha's ninja, all were attracted by the dazzling light. Even Orochimaru and Cho collided in an instant confrontation, and then quickly moved a distance away and projected their gazes. Despair kicked off at this moment. All the Sand Shinobi in front of Zayajian were so frightened that they lost their voice collectively. The golden light in the sky made them unable to open their eyes, but they know that they and others have been completely shrouded in it, and there is no possibility of survival. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Light flare as dense as raindrops continuously swept down from in front of Zayajian. The Sand Shinobi at the front and bottom were completely submerged in it in an instant. After the photobomb hit the ground, it also triggered a violent and dense photon explosion. For a time, ahead Sand Shinobi, where they are, all were enveloped by the explosion of flames triggered by photons. And because Zayajian has joined the relationship of thunder and lightning in the light bomb. Chapter 118. Do you regret starting the war? Boom boom boom. The golden light bursts, and the thunder walks away. Because Zayajian just got devil fruit not long. So although he imitated Kizura's big move, but compared with Kizura's deliberate stroke accuracy, his accuracy is still much worse. Since the accuracy is not enough, let's make up for it with quantity? With this idea in mind, Zayajian directly extended the continuation of this big move for more than 10 seconds. Because of this, when Zayajian stopped, right below him, on the ground where the Sand Shinobi were before, it has been completely light bombed, and it has devastated all of them. The whole ground is full of pits, large and small. There is almost nowhere within sight, and there is a complete ground of more than 1 square meter. Is that a dream? A Sand Shinobi, looking at the ground bombed by Zayajian. The voice was a little unbelievable, muttering to the companion beside him. What are you saying? The companion also answered with a dull expression, absent-minded instinct. I mean, is this a dream? Sand Shinobi's voice started to cry. They watched at least 300 companions. Under the continuous bombardment of Zayajian light bombs, he was directly blown into flesh and blood, shot indiscriminately, and even directly beaten into a sieve. At the moment, it has been bombed on the ground several times. There was still mud everywhere, crimson stained with blood. As for the corpses, they have all been blown up or buried. If it is a dream now, this sand shinobi hopes to wake up as soon as possible. Because of this dream, it is too bloody and too terrifying. In fact, not only this name is Sand Shinobi, but all the other Sand Shinobi also hope that the scene they have just witnessed can turn into a false dream. After all, what they saw and heard just now also made them feel unacceptable. That is 300 or 400 companions. If you don't have it, it's gone. And death is so sad. Even the whole body did not leave a. Everyone on the entire battlefield was silent at this moment. The powerful strength of Zaojian made them refresh their understanding of Zaojian again. Konoha Shinobi, the worship of Zaojian, once again raised a level. And Sand Shinobi, the fear of Zaojian, also added a little bit. He. Cho, you who provoked the war, do you feel any regrets now? Orochimaru retracted, shrinking into a pin-eye-sized pupil, then turned his head and asked Cho with a smile. Zaojian's strength is also refreshed, Orochimaru's view of Zaojian. Fortunately, this guy is Konoha's companion. If it's a ninja from another village, it's really very, very troublesome. Plus at HHH. In Orochimaru's heart, there was also a slight sense of fortune. Hoo. Cho's breathing was very heavy. Of course, this is not exhausting. It was the heartache that Sand Shinobi's hundreds of companions were killed in an instant. Cho didn't answer Orochimaru's words. In the current battle situation, she was also very flustered, and she didn't know what to do. Cho is suddenly abnormal now and misses Ebizo. If Ebizo is here at the moment, then use him as Sand Shinobi's think tank. He will know how to deal with the current situation next. However, these are nothing but the thoughts of thousands of generations, and there is nothing in this world. Because Ebizo, the think tank of Sand Shinobi, has been taken prisoner by Konoha and others. Haha, are you speechless? Seeing that Cho fell silent, Orochimaru couldn't help but sneered. Then, taking advantage of the moment Cho was distracted slightly, he rushed out again to fight with her. Konoha's army was also under the shouting command of Yuri Zhenhong. Taking advantage of the depression of Sand Shinobi's mood, they launched a fierce counterattack again. After another wave of ninjutsu duel, both sides took out kunao, ninja swords, and various weapons to start a hand-to-hand battle. Soldiers, against generals? The Jonin of Konoha also fought with Sand Shinobi Jonin again. Kushina and Yakang also started again, and there was no final battle the day before yesterday. Morale is declining. Sand Shinobi, who had the advantage of being able to crush Konoha. At this moment, Konoha, who was in high spirits, was gradually fighting to a tie. The Jonin conductors of Sand Shinobi were also very anxious. Although as Jonin, they will not be morale affected too much combat power. However, more than 5,000 people were beaten by 3,000 people, and they were very anxious. But they can't help it. Zaojian continued, several strong blows. The morale of ordinary Sand Shinobi has been made, and they have gradually fallen into a trough. And at this moment, they do not have a cage-level powerhouse, who can go and stop Zaojian, who is massacring. Carrot puff 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 puff. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Boom, 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 rumble. Zaojian has also pulled out the black knife Kyushui. His right hand was constantly swinging at the enemy, and his left hand, the laser, is constantly shooting out. No one is his enemy? No one can stop his slaughter? At this time, Zaojian, almost where they killed Sand Shinobi, who retreated like a tide. It's like Zaojian, a real scourge. Master Luasha. Thousands of generations have explained, you can't move around now. Good Zhao's, on the position behind Sand Shinobi's troops. The two medical ninjas searched for Luasha with a pale face. Because although Luasha's injury has recovered, his state at the moment is still extremely weak. If he is forced into battle at this moment, then his combat power is only Chunin's level at best. This cannot be undone. Sand Shinobi's situation at this time. Whirring. Golden sand bound. Luosha, who was held tightly and couldn't move forward. Taking advantage of the medical ninjas being unprepared, they threw 2 liang pills into their mouths. Then with a low drink, gold sand poured out from the ground. Wrapped the 2 Sand Shinobi who were dragging him, except for their heads. Master Luasha. 2 medical ninja dust trapped. Anxiously, shouted at Luosha's back. Chapter 119. It's over. Sand Shinobi is over. Boom. Just when Zaojian massacred Sand Shinobi, a puff of smoke lifted up not far from him. Turning to look around, I found out. It turned out to be Orochimaru's summoning beast Manzan, smashing everywhere. Exactly. Zaojian thought for a moment. Suddenly stepped on the ground. Then his figure burst out in an instant, and shot towards the top of Wonshi's head. 10,000 snakes, who were impacting everywhere on the battlefield, sensed that someone was shooting quickly, and instinctively turned their heads to look over. The person I saw was Zaojian. One snake's snake pupil suddenly shrank violently and directly turned into a straight line. Pop! Zaojian's figure steadily fell on top of Wonshi's head. Wonshi was frightened directly, and froze in place motionless. Lord Zaojian, I am an ally. After spitting out the snake letter, one snake made a somewhat daunted voice. Zaojian's deterrent power is much greater than Orochimaru. It is unclear what purpose Zaojian has, so it dares not act rashly at this moment. You continue to charge. I'm just borrowing a location with a wide view. Zaojian raised his hand and returned the shinobi sword to its sheath, and a faint voice came from his mouth. Okay. 370. Wonshi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he wasn't here to make trouble for himself. Then he quickly rushed in the Sand Shinobi camp. Laser beam. Shoo, 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 shoo. Zayajian, whose weapon was sheathed, raised his hands. The light was constantly shining from his index fingers of both hands. On the top of Wan Shi's head, the field of vision was very wide, and he could overlook nearly half of the battlefield. Where there are many sand shinobi, or where Konoha is passive, he can use laser light to support in time. Go to hell, you stinky kid. A sand shinobi is holding a shinobi sword. He rushed to Kakashi, who was fighting one by one. Attempt the three people to work together to strangle Kakashi. At this moment, a laser beam came in an instant. Immediately, Sand Shinobi, who was rushing up, pierced his head and fell on the scene. Boom. The violent photons caused an explosion. The two Sand Shinobi who besieged Kakashi suddenly lost their senses. Kakashi also took advantage of this opportunity and swiped a sharp knife. The heads of the two Sand Shinobi directly flew high. Hoho teacher Zayajian. After taking a breath, Kakashi turned his head and looked at Zayajian, who was standing above Wan Shi's head not far away. And Zayajian did the same, looking over. Seeing the shinobu in Kakashi's hand, it was already full of gaps in the collision. So Zayajian raised his hand, pulled out the autumn water from his waist, and threw it directly towards Kakashi. He who possessed the flashing fruit, also developed the sky cloud sword. Now Chiu Shui is no longer necessary for him. It's so heavy. Is this the teacher's knife? Seeing Zayajian throw out the weapon, Kakashi was shocked for a moment, and then quickly raised his hand to take it down. Unexpectedly, the weight of the black knife shocked him. Sign. Just as Kakashi was holding a knife in both hands and carefully observing the teacher's weapon, a sand shinobi suddenly rushed towards him. Chang. Kakashi draws his sword instinctively. Sand shinobi, who was rushing, slammed out suddenly. Dang. Puff. The sound of the weapon being severed sounded. Blood suddenly appeared in Kakashi's hands. I saw that the kyu in Sand Shinobi's hands was cut off by Chiu Shui, and Sand Shinobi was also cut directly on the spot by Kakashi. Nah, so sharp. Seeing Sand Shinobi who was cut in the middle, Kakashi was shocked. When he turned his head to look at Zayajian, Zayajian had already left in a big snake. Ha 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 Cho. It seems that these puppets of yours are not working. Orochimaru, who was fighting Cho, suddenly grinned, acta, and laughed. After being ruined by Zayajian, Cho's strength dropped by several notches. At this time, the 5 ordinary puppets she had joined had been destroyed one by Orochimaru. Of the 10 puppets, only the original 5 real Jinsong 10 people remained. Whirring. Cho gasped heavily, staring at Orochimaru with heavy eyes. Originally, her strength was probably on par with Orochimaru. But now, there are only 5 puppets of her. It has been completely suppressed by Orochimaru. Magnet-style golden sand waves. Just when Cho was in a serious mood, countless golden sand suddenly poured out from behind her. I forced Orochimaru in front of her and jumped out. Rosa. Cho suddenly turned his head and looked back. Luosha was looking pale, standing on the sand mat and floating over. Cho-sama. Hurry up and order the retreat, it's not advisable to fight anymore. Luosha, who flew forward, opened her mouth with anxious and weak expression. Standing above the sky, he has a very wide field of vision. He could clearly see that the Sand Shinobi at this moment had no morale at all, and even collapsed. If you continue to fight at this time, you will not only see no hope of victory, will continue to increase their own useless casualties. Retreat. Do you know what you are talking about? Cho looked up at Luosha, his eyes a little sharp. If you retreat at this time, Sand Shinobi's military spirit will be all over. It can even be said that Sand Shinobi has already lost half of this war. How can this make her accept such a result? Look for yourself, what's going on in the battlefield at this time? Seeing Cho's expression, Luosha sighed helplessly. Then with a wave of his hand, a layer of gold dust gushed out from under Cho's feet, lifting Cho also into the sky. Boom, boom. I saw the laser continuously shoot out from the top of one snake's head, Zayajian's hand. Countless Sand Shinobi were buried directly under the explosion of golden light. And wherever Zayajian went, the Sand Shinobi didn't resist at all of them were scattered and fleeing. The whole of Sand Shinobi's troops fell into a low morale because of the reason. The combat power has dropped drastically. The only people in the field who can resist a little bit are the Jonins with stronger mental qualities. It's over. Sand Shinobi is over. In the high altitude, after witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Cho's face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 120 10,000 snakes, you dog stuff? It's over. Sand Shinobi is over. The line of sight shrouded the entire battlefield. Cho's complexion suddenly paled. According to the situation at this time, although Sand Shinobi is still in number dominate, but if you want to win, obviously, it is already powerless to revolving heaven. Because the Sand Shinobi were not in the military, the team had already collapsed. Master Cho, give your order. Now that we retreat, we can make a comeback. If we continue to fight at this time, we will really be seriously injured. Seeing Cho sitting on the sand pad, Luosha became even more anxious. At this moment, it is a crucial time to retreat. If you order a retreat 1 minute earlier, you can save the lives of a few more companions. Yes, retreat. Retreat, retreat to me. Hurry up, all retreat to me. Luosha's reminder made Cho wake up like a dream. After reacting, she was suddenly above the sky, shouting with exhaustion. The sound came from high above the sky. It spread without hindrance. Pause. Her voice was heard all over the battlefield. All Sand Shinobi's hearts were relieved at the same time. This war? They wanted to retreat a long time ago. but the high levels have never given orders, so they can only grit their teeth. At this moment, Cho's hissing cry, although very unpleasant, but when it reached the ears of Sand Shinobi, it was as beautiful as a fairy sound. There were even more than a dozen sensual Sand Shinobi, who were directly moved, and tears were on the scene. Unlike Sand Shinobi, Konoha's ninjas are all excited at this moment. They really succeeded. They are under the leadership of Lord Zaojian and Orochimaru. With 3,000 people, more than 5,000 people in Sunagakur were successfully repelled. When they first came out of Kikyo City, although they were encouraged by their morale, they were still a little timid in their hearts. But now, in the hearts of all Konoha shinobi, there is only a lot of excitement left. Dan, I don't know when, and disappeared without a trace. Increase the counterattack. Charge Cho's voice silenced the scene for a second or two, then Ta'arai's red roar also resounded. At this time, Sand Shinobi's morale dropped again because of Cho's order to retreat. For the unintentional battle, I just want to retreat Sand Shinobi of Ishain. Of course they won't let it go. This is the opportunity to beat the dog in the water. AFK. Kill. All Konoha shinobi, under the command of Yuri Zhenhong. All were so excited that they roared and shocked. Some Sand Shinobi, who had no heart to fight and retreated in time, were ruthlessly beheaded on the scene as if they were being eaten by a hungry tiger. The scene began to become anxious again. Illustration. Some Sand Shinobi wanted to retreat, but they were so entangled that they couldn't get out of them for a while. With no morale and anxiety, he couldn't hold on for long and was also beheaded on the spot. Kick at the speed of light. The moment Zaojian lifted his right leg, the dazzling light began to condense on his calf. There are actually two kinds of light speed kicks. One is direct kicking. The other is an enhanced laser beam. At the moment of kicking out, all the photons gathered on the calf are emitted instantly. It will form an enhanced version of the laser. Not only does the laser become stronger, but after hitting the target, the explosion range will also become larger. Kizaru in One Piece once used this trick. One blow directly kicked off the Sabayati archipelago, the number 27 Alkamangrove. Buzzing. Call out. The more powerful the trick, the longer it takes to accumulate energy. Countless photons condensed on Zaojian's calf for more than 10 seconds. He flexed his calf and kicked out the retreating Sand Shinobi. Rumble. The thick laser at the mouth of the bowl instantly penetrated half of the battlefield. Immediately after a huge explosion, amidst the fleeing Sand Shinobi, it burst out suddenly. The flame formed by photons instantly diffused a range of tens of meters in diameter. The dazzling fire light soared into the sky. A violent gust of wind whizzed around from the center of the explosion. Like a small nuclear bomb, a nuclear explosion happened suddenly. On the entire battlefield, Zaojian's move was once again illuminated with light. The ground also shivered violently because of the explosion. It was like a small earthquake happened. Boom. The flame of the explosion lasted for nearly 10 seconds. Dozens of Sand Shinobi who were drowned in the flames were already scorched and their souls returned to the pure land. Flee, don't be shocked, run away. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Countless people were once again attracted by the huge movement. At this time, Cho was even more anxious, hissing his lungs, and roaring again. The Sand Shinobi who recovered, panicked, and ran away. Regardless of whether he has a companion or not, he is entangled by the Konoha shinobi. They just think now. Hurry up and leave this dangerous place. Stay away as soon as possible. Above the giant snake's head, that terrifying figure? Master Zaojian, do you need to chase? Looking at Sand Shinobi who are hurriedly evading trial, one snake asked very well behaved under Zaojian's feet. After witnessing Zaojian's powerful moves several times, it didn't even dare to breathe at the moment. For fear that someone accidentally annoys Zaojian, let him come up for himself. No, let them go. Point 0. After a faint reply, Zaojian took his right leg back. Sand Shinobi, who ran away in a hurry, didn't even want the camp they built. Directly under the leadership of Cho and Luosha, toward the direction outside the border of the country on fire, he quickly fled to the past. As for Sand Shinobi who are trapped and unable to escape, either he was captured, or he was killed. Illustration. Master Zaojian? Master Zaojian. The battle is over, Konoha's ninjas. They gathered together towards Zaojian's place. Everyone looked excited and admired, looking up at Zaojian above Wonshi's head. This battle is so easy to win. It is because of Zaojian that it has created a huge deterrent to Sand Shinobi. This disintegrated their army and lost all morale. Master Zaojian, do you need to go down? Seeing the crowd gathered around, Wonshi asked cautiously. Well, go down. After hearing Zaojian's words, one snake obediently lowered his head to the ground. Zaojian then made a soft leap, jumping off the top of its head. Orochimaru, who had just caught up, saw this scene, and suddenly became a black line. Wonshi, you dog, who is the owner of the contract with you? When dealing with labor and capital, you must ask for sacrifices everywhere. When facing Zaojian-kun, why did he become so behaved and obedient? Orochimaru felt a bit wronged and uncomfortable in his heart. Chapter 121 Did you report a mistake? Because Cho and others fled hastily, so they failed to take away the camp where Sunagakur was stationed. So at the order of Yuri Zhenhong, the Konoha shinobi people immediately dismantled Sand Shinobi's camp. Then the brigade, carrying various supplies, went to the border of the country of fire. Before night falls, a temporary camp was erected on the border between the country of fire and the country of Sichuan. In the new headquarters, a group of Konoha Jonin commanders are summing up and reporting after the war. Zayajian also used the phone worm to dial the meeting room in the Konoha Hokage building. How is the battle going? As soon as the phone worm was connected, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang. Moreover, his anxious appearance was also brought to life by the phone worm imitating the 370. Ha ha ha. Teacher, don't worry, Tsunagakure's large forces have been driven out of the land of fire by us. Orochimaru, who was sitting in the position of commander-in-chief, responded with a smile. Then I saw the phone worm imitating third generation and made a relieved expression. And on the phone worm, there were bursts of cheering voices. It's really red, you can report the specific battle report. After a short while, the noise from the phone bug stopped. Then Orochimaru raised his hand and gestured towards Yuri Zhenhong. Yes? Ta'ari really blushed and responded with a serious face. Then he got up and picked up a form on the table that had been counted a long time ago. In the meeting room of the Hokage building, the high-level patriarchs heard Orochimaru's words, and they all set their ears up. Although they knew that Sand Shinobi was repelled, they did not know the specific results. Inhale. Take a look at the statistics on the table. Ta'ari Zhenhong also couldn't help taking a deep breath, his expression a little excited. Because the content recorded here is definitely enough to make the village seniors feel shocked. Cough cough. In this battle, we killed a total of 1,761 people and captured 309 people from the enemy. Ta'ari Zhenhong cleared his throat, and then he reported with some excitement. Good? Ha ha ha, you guys did a good job. Killing so many people in one battle, Sand Shinobi has lost a lot this time. What can I do if I lose it? Who made them start the war? This is the price to provoke Konoha. Ha ha ha. Ta'ari Zhenhong has just reported the number of enemies killed by his side. On the other side of the phone worm, he suddenly became noisy with excitement. All kinds of praises are also constantly spreading from the phone worm. For a while, all the Jonin commanders in the command post also showed full smiles. Cough cough. Everyone, stop first, really Red hasn't finished reporting yet. The shouting and cheering discussion continued for several minutes without stopping. So third generation could only raise its hand and suppressed the noise of the high-level villagers in the meeting room. Even though he heard so many slashing enemies, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very happy, but his heart was also somewhat depressed. Because so many enemies were beheaded in one battle, it also heralded that the process of this battle was very fierce. Therefore, our own casualties are also very likely to be a huge number. Cough cough. The number of wounded on our side in this battle is 401. The number of people killed was 67. Ta'ari Zhenhong cleared his throat again, and then said in a slightly heavy voice. Although this was a huge victory, when reporting one's own casualties, it was natural not to show any joy, because this is the most basic and simple respect for the unfortunate companions who died in battle. But when Yuri Zhenhong finished talking about his casualties, he was interrupted again. And the person who interrupted him this time was Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. 67 people killed? Really Red? Did you report the wrong thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicious voice and suspicious expression on his face were perfectly imitated on the phone worm. The high levels in the conference room of the Hokage building also had almost the same expressions. If the reported number of deaths is increased tenfold, then they probably wouldn't be so suspicious. Because even if it turns 10 times, one's own side is considered a big victory. Because in the war, there can be no casualties. And all the high levels are well prepared and may lose a lot of preparations. But the results reported, although there are also casualties. But this number of deaths made them wonder if Yuri Zhenhong had read it wrong. Cough cough. Our side is indeed, only 67 people were killed. Ta'ari Zhenhong suppressed the excitement in his heart. Continue to keep it, and replied with a heavy face. However, in his words, there was still a hint of joy that could not be concealed accidentally. After reconfirming the number of people killed in the battle, the meeting room in the Hokage building fell into the audible silence of the needle drop in an instant. Konoha has gone through so many wars over the years, but it has never happened once. It was a battle that killed more than 1,000 enemies, but lost no more than 100 people. Not in World War I, nor in World War II. So they all fell into unbelievable silence for a while. What exactly is going on? 3.0 After a long silence in the meeting room of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked very puzzledly. Because during the pre-war meeting, they also drove the phone worm to listen in. But there are no tricks in the battle plan. Under such a frontal attack, how did it achieve it, with only a small amount of casualties? Sarutobi Hiruzen was very puzzled, and the senior villagers in the meeting room had the same questions as him. Because before the war, Captain Zayajian developed a very powerful new technique. Hearing third generation's question, Yuri Zhenhong turned his head and glanced at Zayajian. Chapter 122 Want to see my big knife? The new technique developed by Zayajian before the war. Hearing Yuri Mahong's explanation, everyone in the meeting room of the Hokage building became even more puzzled. What kind of technique is it? Can you reduce your own casualties to this level? Is it similar to Tsunade, summoning Katsuyu and other auxiliary ninjutsu? But even this auxiliary type of ninjutsu shouldn't be able to reduce the casualties to such a wide range of casualties, right? All kinds of speculation and curiosity are in the minds of the Konoha executives. Yes, Captain Zayajian has developed an amazing ninjutsu. Recalling Zayajian's previous tricks, Yuri's Red is also shocked. Only then did Zayajian's performance in the battle be spoken to 151. He didn't conceal a trace, because Zayajian gang had already nodded, indicating that it would be okay to let him take the picture. What? Zayajian alone just defeated Sand Shinobi's military spirit and morale. After listening to Tarai Genhong's entire 02 battle from beginning to end without reservation, third generation suddenly felt that his brain was a little down. Is Zayajian already so strong? His strength has improved too quickly, right? In the entire Hokage conference room, at this moment, all fell into a horrified silence. One person, defeating the ethics of the 5000 Brigade, what kind of strength is this? In the impression of a group of high-level people, the entire history of the shinobi world, it seems that only the two legendary people can achieve this level? Could it be that? Is Zayajian already able to compete with the two giants? There is also Light Escape. What kind of ninjutsu? Why have you never heard of it in the ninja world? Is this a new blood succession boundary developed by him himself, or is it a blood succession elimination? Everyone in the Hokage conference room was so shocked that they couldn't help themselves. If Zayajian really compares to giants, then Konoha village will enter the first generation period again. Reach the peak of the power of one person to shock the ninja world and overlook the surrounding countries. At that time, who would dare to start a war against Konoha? Isn't that playing a lantern in the toilet to find death? That. How many enemies did Zayajian kill? The Hokage conference room was silent for a long time before someone asked. And hearing this question, everyone in the front command center also focused on Zayajian. In fact, they don't know exactly how Zayajian cuts the enemy, because many Sand Shinobi were buried directly by Zayajian's moves, so they only know a general scope. The number of enemies killed by Captain Zayajian, in fact, we have not been able to count the accurate numbers, but the approximate number is about 700 to 800 people. Tarai Genhong thought for a while, and then answered seriously and truthfully. As soon as the voice fell, the other side of the phone worm fell into the audible silence of the needle drop again. From the outbreak of the war, the advance team sent by Sand Shinobi village began. In each battle of Zayajian, the number of enemies is broken. In the second battle, he slaughtered nearly 500 Sand Shinobi directly, and then turned the tide and blocked the Sand Shinobi outside of Kikyo City. And he also ended the battle, and after returning to Kikyo Castle, he fell asleep directly after exhaustion. When the top leaders received these battle reports, no one was shocked. And they should think that killing 500 people in a battle is also the limit of Zayajian's strength. But no one thought that after he developed a new technique this time. But he broke through again, this personal record of slaying enemies that he created, unmatched. The high-level patriarchs of Konoha felt their nerves a little numb. The battle with Sand Shinobi village is not over yet. Sand Shinobi village has nearly 2,000 people, and they lost their lives in Zayajian's hands. 2,000 people, what is this concept? Even if the enemy is lining up, stretch their necks and chop someone, then it would take several hours to hack and kill to finish it, right? Thinking of this, the high levels were all caught in a speechless shock. Even Mikoto, who is supporting the elder to participate in the meeting, is holding his mouth tightly at this moment, and his heart is beating continuously. In the conference room of the Hokage building, from the shock again, when it came back to my senses, a group of high-level patriarchs praised Zayajian loudly. There are even a few patriarchs who are playing Zayajian's flattery, wanting to have a relationship with Zayajian. For a while, Zayajian was amused and couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, the high levels of these villages still have a little bit of stability and style as high levels. It's like a group of very kind and enthusiastic old men. And the Grand Elder Uchiha in the conference room, seeing so many people wanting to get closer to Zayajian, couldn't help laughing haha. Hearing his laughter, Zayajian suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the Great Elder kept laughing, but didn't say anything that made Kushina suspicious. After the meeting, Zayajian had a lingering fear and hung up the phone worm. This allowed his beating heart to be calm again. Teacher Zayajian. The meeting was announced disbanded. Zayajian and Kushina walked out of the headquarters arm in arm. Then I saw it outside, and the long-awaited Kakashi greeted him. Teacher Zayajian, your weapon. Walked to Zayajian in front of the two. With a respectful face, Kakashi held the black knife Kyushui in both hands and handed it to Zayajian. His weapons have been sharpened again by him, so he felt that he should return the weapon to the teacher. No need to pay me back. I'll give you this knife. Zayajian smiled, and reached out and pushed the black knife Kyushui back. He didn't need a black knife anymore, and it seemed a bit cumbersome to carry it on his back. Since Lulin met Muraikaka 370 West, this saber had already been given to him. Then just leave it to Kakashi at this moment. Gave it to me. Kakashi looked up and looked at Zayajian with a puzzled look. Although he liked this knife very much, he never thought that the teacher would give him such a good weapon. Just treat it as a gift for you to be promoted to Jonin in the future. Zayajian smiled and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. You gave me the weapon, do you still have a weapon, teacher? Kakashi looked at Zayajian's empty hands and waist, wondering for a while. After all, Zayajian is the master of kendo. Did he use ninjutsu to kill the enemy in the future? Why, do you want to see your teacher my new weapon? Zayajian let go, and Kushina tickled. Then his hands gathered in front of him in Kakashi's curious eyes. Sky Kong Yun sword. With a secret cry, Zayajian's hands were pulled apart from left and right. The dazzling photon instantly condensed into a golden sword in his hands. How about it? Your teacher, my new weapon is not lazy, right? Looking at the stunned Kakashi, Zayajian smiled and raised his hand. After that, the lightsaber in his hand was dispersed. Kushina, who was curious on the same face, went straight upstairs and left here. Kakashi, whose eyes glowed, was left messy in the wind. Chapter 123 Retreat? How could it be possible to retreat? The border between the country of Wind and the country of Sichuan. A new Tsunagakuer position was also completed here. However, because of the lack of various materials, it is also very random and simple to build. In the entire camp, there are only a few dozen tents used for street sleepers. Almost most of the sand shinobi found an open place at will, and sat directly on the ground to rest. Sadness and low emotions spread in the hearts of all sand shinobi. Everyone was full of sorrow, silently licking the hurt in their hearts. For a time, this newly built camp was shrouded in a very depressing and dull place. In the center of the camp, within a large tent. This is Sand Shinobi Village, the new frontline headquarters. At this time, all the Jonin commanders of Sand Shinobi were all concentrated in the tent. However, compared with before, the number of Sand Shinobi Jonin at this time is about 1/3 less. As for the other Jonin, why are they absent? The reason is of course self-evident. Let's talk about it. What should we do now? Cho sat on the main seat and asked with a haggard face. In the headquarters at this moment, the casualties of this battle have also been counted. Looking at the bloody figures, all the commanders of Jonin also felt their hearts and liver trembling. How about, shall we withdraw the troops? After the scene was silent for a long time, a Jonin said cautiously. In fact, not only did he have this idea, the rest of the Sand Shinobi also had plans to retreat. Because they were dominant in number before, they were all ruthlessly defeated by Konoha. At this time, they still had less than 3,700 people left, and they almost didn't have much advantage in their numbers. How can this fight Konoha? They did not have much confidence even if they continued to procrastinate and wait for the village to send reinforcements. Because now, no one can stop that BD who shines with golden light. All Sand Shinobi are very afraid of Zayajian at this time. But it didn't hinder them, and cursed Zayajian in their hearts. Hearing that the first person to speak out wanted to admit counsel and retreat, Cho suddenly felt a burst of anger. If you retreat now, doesn't it mean you have lost the battle? Then the compatriots who sacrificed in this war, don't they mean sacrifice in vain? Besides, this war was provoked by Sand Shinobi? Do you think Konoha can do anything if you take the initiative to retreat now? It hasn't happened yet. No, we absolutely cannot retreat at this moment. Just when Kyandai got angry and wanted to yell at him, Luosha's weak but firm voice rang. Let's not say whether we can beat Konoha now, but if we retreat on this trip, doesn't it mean that the door is wide open and Konoha can directly enter the Kingdom of Wind without any barriers? Don't forget, this war was triggered by Sand Shinobi, so Konoha's fight into the Kingdom of Wind also has a legitimate counterattack. Hearing what Luosha said, Cho nodded, which was a little relieved. It seems that Tsunagakuer at this time still has a younger generation who can understand the situation. Then you say, what should we do now? After hearing what Luosha said, most people nodded, feeling that what he said was indeed reasonable. But there are still a small number of people who want to retreat back to the village in fear. After all, not everyone can die generously for the village. Wait for the border to delay time. Luosha's face was solemn, and she said solemnly, wait. After hearing Luosha's words, everyone in the command center, they all gathered their curious eyes on Luosha, waiting for his next words. Yes, just wait. Seeing everyone, I was looking at myself. Luosha didn't spare Wanzi, but directly spoke out slowly. After World War II, the ninja world has been cultivated for so many years, and the major countries have long been ready to move, waiting for a chance for a war to break out. At this time, a war broke out between us and Konoha, and other countries would definitely be unable to hold back. A few days have passed since we declared the war. If what I expected is not bad, the other 3 hidden villages are also intensively preparing for war at this moment. So as long as we can hold on for a few more days, Konoha will become vulnerable. At that time, if we want to counterattack again, it's not that we have no chance of winning. So at this moment, we have to stay on the border. 1. To prevent Konoha from invading the Kingdom of Wind. 2nd, I am also waiting for an opportunity to fight back in the Jedi. Although Luosha's voice was weak, her momentum was plausible, and his analysis also seems reasonable. For a time, the Sand Shinobi in the command headquarters also nodded frequently. It seemed to see another glimmer of hope of defeating Konoha. Okay, just follow what Luosha said. After Luosha finished speaking, after a few seconds of silence on the scene, Cho said in a final word, retreat? How is it possible to retreat? It is impossible for her to retreat for thousands of generations. During World War II, her son and daughter-in-law died at Konoha's hands. Good for Zhao's, this made her a lonely old man. At this time, another close relative of her was captured by Konoha during the 3 wars. The new hatred and the old hatred added together, and her heart was burned by anger. How can she swallow this bad breath? And Yugong, just as Luosha said. Now they have no choice. If he retreats, Konoha may directly enter the Kingdom of Wind. So the situation between them and Konoha has been reversed at this time. At this moment, they went from the invading party to the party preparing to guard against death. After the meeting, the Jonins of Chide also conveyed the content of the meeting to the dust. She hopes that Sand Shinobi's army will also realize the danger in the Kingdom of the Wind at this moment. I also want to use the banner of defending the home and the country to reinvigorate the low morale of the Sand Shinobi. Chapter 124 White Zetsu, what are they doing? It's really curious. The next day, after a big battle, after driving Sand Shinobi out of the Land of Fire, Konoha's army also decided to fix it for a day. Although there were not many casualties in this battle, everyone was quite exhausted. Moreover, various weapons such as blunt damage and consumption also need to be polished and supplemented. Without adequate preparation, the fighting cannot continue forever. Master Zaojian, good morning. Master Zaojian, good morning. In the early morning, when the sky was just bright, Zaojian woke up as usual. Walking in Konoha's position, the Konoha shinobi who met all expressed their respectful greetings to Zaojian. And Zaojian didn't put on any airs, and all nodded. In yesterday's battle, after a mass murder, he gained a little more than 40,000 prestige points. At this moment, his accumulated prestige has reached more than 65,000 points. Because there was nothing to do today, Zaojian spent 2,000 prestige points when he woke up just now, and conducted 2 primary lottery draws. Originally, he just wanted to pass the boring time, but unexpectedly, he got an interesting prize. That is the hero of the halberd-eating spirit. Fortunately, Xingping Chuangzhen, a data card? Zaojian at this moment has already integrated the cards. And his culinary skills, 373 has also undergone a breakthrough in the sky-like changes. So he took the time to reorganize the team today and took Mezuna to find a quiet place for an outing and camping. Let her also taste her own cooking skills at the moment, mythical level. As the saying goes, if you want to grab a man's heart, you have to grab his stomach first. At this moment, Zaojian wanted to do the opposite and grab Kushina's stomach first. By the way, during an outing, see if you can make a substantial breakthrough with Kushina. Zaojian. The tent where the two lived was not far away. After Zaojian went out for more than a minute, he came to the tent where Mei Xi and Nai was. At this moment, Kushina just came out of the tent. So the two suddenly looked at each other. Cough cough. Kushina, let's go camping. Zaojian cleared his throat deliberately, and then said solemnly. Because of some impure reasons in his mind, his face also has a slight guilty conscience. However, Kushina did not notice these details. Camping. Kushina bends her head in doubt. I don't understand why Zaojian wanted to go camping during the war. Acta, yes, isn't the team going to be reorganized today? So I have nothing to do. I plan to take you to camping, and let you see my cooking skills. Tell you a big secret by the way. In the shinobi world, if I recognize cooking as the second, no one would dare to recognize cooking as the first. Near Kushina's side, Zaojian deliberately lowered his head to whisper to her. The heat blew in Kushina's ears, and her cheeks were suddenly flushed. Okay. Kushina's head was dizzy, and she nodded and agreed. I didn't even question what Zaojian boasted and broadcasted. What kind of cooking is the first and second? It's finished. Zaojian screamed. His heart was overjoyed. Illustration. Then excitedly led Kushina, and walked over to the logistics department of the camp. After getting all kinds of spices from the logistics staff, Zaojian immediately opened Kagura's eyes. At a distance of 20 kilometers from here, I found a quiet place. It was a valley surrounded by mountains and surrounded by lush greenery, which seemed a bit of spring. There is also a creek that runs across the valley, and it is located in a quiet yet splendid location. It is the best place for couples outing and camping. Zaojian casually caught a passing ninja who admired his greetings. Let him pass on the news that he and Kushina will return tomorrow to the headquarters, so as not to worry about the disappearance of himself and Kushina. After the explanation, Zaojian and Kushina held hands and set off together towards the destination. The two cuddled all the way and swayed slowly all the way. While watching the beautiful scenery of the border, I also caught a lot of mountain and game. When we arrived at the destination, it was already in the afternoon. Zaojian first took out a moisture-proof mat necessary for outings from the system and spread it on the flat grass. Then he took out a simple dining table, tablecloth, and 2 dining chairs. Even the candles and red wine were taken out in the end. The grand and romantic atmosphere suddenly radiated out unconsciously. Kushina, who was standing on the side, was stunned. After finishing the arrangement, Zaojian took out the pots and pans he had received in the logistics department of the camp. Followed by, he began to show off his mythical cooking skills. Although due to the shortage of ingredients, he can't cook Xingping Chuangzhen's best dishes at this moment. But after Zaojian's skillful operation, Kushina was also taken aback. Over time the alluring scent, soon under the operation of Zaojian, gradually filled the surroundings. Kushina, who helped out by Zaojian's side, couldn't help but breathe in the aroma from time to time, and kept wiping her saliva. As night fell, Zaojian lit the candles on the dining table. The romantic atmosphere, under his careful arrangement, has become more and more intense. And Kushina seems to be aware of something, and the cheeks gradually become turbulent. Xiao. Under the candlelight dinner, Zaojian stood up and filled the goblet at Kushina's table with 1/3 of the red wine. Kushina, who had never experienced this kind of battle, was immediately moved by Zaojian's romance. Love to the depths, nature comes naturally. After dinner, both of them had reddened cheeks because of the red wine. Falling on the moisture-proof mat, Zaojian kicked off the dining table. Wait a minute. Just when Zaojian was about to peel away the orange peel, Kushina interrupted him quickly. Then his hands quickly sealed, releasing adamantine sealing chains. An enchantment that can see the outside from the inside, but cannot see the inside from the outside. All around the two of them were enveloped in an instant. Hello, what are they doing inside? Is it really curious? On a big tree in the distance, a half-black and half-white figure drilled half of its body from the trunk. The curious baby's generally doubtful voice came from his mouth. Hey, White Zetsu, don't get out of the tree trunk at will, that guy's perception is very strong. There was another voice in the mouth of the black and white figure, but the tone is completely different from the curious baby before. I know. White Zetsu replied helplessly and regretfully. Then gradually, he sneaked into the trunk of the big tree again. Illustration. But at this moment, his very puzzled voice rang again. Right? Black Zetsu? Do you know what poop means? Hearing White Zetsu's question, Black Zetsu's already black half-body suddenly became even darker. Chapter 125 I was developing a new technique last night. Late at night? Konoha Village, Hokage Building? Why don't you get through? Is it the wrong way of operation? Sarutobi Hiruzen's anxious voice rang from the main seat of the conference room. They have just received information about the attacks of Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village at the same time. I wanted to call Zayajian's phone worms, let them speed up the process to enter the Kingdom of Wind, forcing Sunagakure to directly surrender and submit, and then mobilize the army to support. Who knows at this critical moment? The phone worm is unexpectedly unable to dial out. This made all the people in the conference room a little anxious. A grasshopper on a hot pot. There is no error in the operation. Zayajian taught me how to use it at the beginning. Mikoto, who was calling the worm all the time, was also sweating profusely. And don't know why, she suddenly had a bad feeling. This made her even more anxious. How about this critical time? The phone worm happened to be a problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly, feeling very depressed. The high-level patriarchs in the conference room also seemed a little anxious at this time. At present, there is no new news from the border of the water country. But the border between the Land of the Land and the Land of Thunder, unsurprisingly, has already begun a war at this moment. However, Konoha's current half of the main force has all been put on the battlefield of Sunagakure. They don't know how long the border defense lines of the Land of the Land and the Land of Thunder can last. If the battle on the Sunagakure side is not only resolved as soon as possible, then they can only send the village genins to the front line to support them. This is something they don't want to see very much. A heavy cloud-like atmosphere hung over the meeting room in the Hokage building. So everyone is keeping a close eye on Mikoto, who has been calling the worm. Looking forward to the voice of Zayajian answering from the phone bug. The next day, when the sky is getting brighter, Zayajian stretched his waist. Only then slowly woke up from sleep. Come over. This was the most beautiful and comfortable night he slept through all these years. A delicate blanket was spread over him, and Kushina was sleeping in his arms like a piggy. The two had a fuss and went to bed late last night. So Zayajian at this moment can't bear to wake Kushina. Thoughts flew in his head, thinking of all the things yesterday. Zayajian hugged Maizune quietly, enjoying the tranquility and continuity of this moment. About an hour later, Kushina's eyebrows blinked, and only then did they start to wake up. But after her consciousness was fully awake in her head, she did not dare to open her eyes. So he continued to pretend to sleep. However, the two red clouds climbing on the cheeks still betrayed her without a doubt. Ha ha ha. Little lazy pig got up, we should go back too. Seeing Kushina pretending to sleep shyly, Zayajian suddenly laughed. To tell the truth, he hugged Kushina for so long, and his arms began to numb. Illustration. But he couldn't bear to wake up the sleeping beauty in his dream. You are not allowed to watch. Good, don't look down. Pretending to be asleep was caught. Kushina's face became even more embarrassing. Grabbing the clothes around him, he slipped into the blanket. After a period of censorship, her face was flushed red drilled out again. After Kushina was dressed, Zayajian lifted the blanket openly. Then, without any scruples, he walked through her face. Suddenly Kushina killed Shiu and became an ostrich. Wow. After both of them had finished walking, Kushina made a seal. The enchantments surrounding adamantine sealing chains slowly faded away. Kushina, teach me this technique, let me use it next time. Seeing the practicality of adamantine sealing chains again, Zayajian couldn't help but ask for advice immediately. This technique not only integrates offense and defense, but also creates enchantments and even seals chakra. In the A-level ninjutsu, it definitely ranks among the best. And if you learn this technique, wouldn't it be an outing and camping in the future? Okay. When Zayajian said that I would use it next time, Kushina's face was a little blushing. But she did not reject Zayajian. The relationship between the two has progressed to this extent. What Zayajian wanted, she would naturally not refuse. Hey, Kushina looked like you had the final say, and Zayajian couldn't help laughing. At this moment, a sudden sound interrupted what he was about to say. Brew. Phone worm. Zayajian was surprised. Then he drew it on his body. This took the phone worm out. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Because the phone worm is placed in the system, the signal will be cut off. So he always carried it with him and put it directly in his pocket. Blue click. Moses. Master 3rd generation, the call worm is connected. Just when Zayajian spoke. At the end of the phone worm, Mikoto's surprise call suddenly came. Zayajian subconsciously turned his head and cast a glance at Kushina, feeling a little sad. Zayajian, what is going on? Why did you call the phone bug all night, but couldn't get through? In the Hokage meeting room, third generation, who hadn't slept all night, took Mikato's call worm like a snatch. Then the voice asked anxiously and suspiciously. As for the high-level patriarchs resting in their seats, in the exclamation that Mikato dialed the phone, everyone was shocked, and he woke up instantly. Dial my phone worm all night. Hearing the words of third generation, Zayajian went down for a while. Illustration. Then his mind suddenly flashed through the scene of the phone worm being blocked by Doflamingo birdcage in one piece. So he understood what was going on in an instant. Forward. Last night. I was developing a new ninjutsu last night. So the barrier was opened. Maybe because of the barrier, it blocked the phone worm's signal. Zayajian was a little embarrassed, scratching the back of his head. The top management called all night. Obviously there is something very urgent. I didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen all night. Develop a new ninjutsu. Hearing Zayajian's nonsense, Kushina smirked inwardly. Then he looked down at himself, then looked up at Zayajian who was talking with the higher UPS. His face was blushing immediately, and he turned over a big Byakugan. Enchantment. Have you opened the barrier all night? On the phone worm, the silent voice of third generation rang. Unexpectedly, the phone worm that had been on the phone all night was actually blocked by the barrier. Cough cough. Because I was so tired last night, I forgot to close the enchantment. Hearing Zayajian's words, third generation felt a burst of anger. In this case, I waited for someone to stay up late and dialed the phone worm all night. You were there, and you slept peacefully all night? Not an example, not an example. Seeing the phone worm imitating the expression of third generation, Zayajian suddenly laughed. Talent. Chapter 126 Hehe, you are our main force? After figuring out the phone bug and why it couldn't make a call, third generation didn't tremble anymore. Just take the information just received last night. All of them were provided to Zayajian. Then he instructed Zayajian to let the frontline army enter the Kingdom of Wind as soon as possible. Directly force Sand Shinobi Village to surrender and sign the defeat treaty. Realizing that the situation was indeed urgent, Zayajian didn't ask anything more. Then the mouth should be issued, third generation and the high-level people's order of war. Then he hung up the phone, and Kushina quickly rushed back to Konoha's position. Because Kushina has just gone through the transformation of her life. Therefore, her body movement is still a bit inconvenient at this time. So Zayajian took out the Zujing Ting that hadn't been used for a long time from the system and gave her a hand tool. Under the curiosity of Kushina's 373, Zayajian briefly introduced her and taught her how to use the bamboo dragonfly. The operation of this thing is very simple, so Kushina quickly learned how to control it. Of course, Kushina has used flying. How could Zayajian run on the ground alone? Although a bamboo dragonfly cannot bear the weight of 2 adults. But this is not difficult for Zayajian. He directly used the Cuttlefish Girl's bracelet to reduce his weight to the lightest, 0.5 g. Then from behind Kushina, he hugged her small waist. Just like the action of the hero and heroine in the Titanic. Then the two flew directly into the air, and flew straight out in the direction of Konoha's position. Because above the sky, there are no obstacles. So the forward speed is also very fast. About half an hour later, Zayajian and Kushina were both under the gaze of countless Konoha shinobi. They flew directly into the Konoha position. All kinds of cheers and greetings to Zayajian worship. There was a resounding immediately below the two of them. For a while, news of the return of Zayajian and Kushina also spread to the headquarters. I heard that the two of Zayajian actually returned by flying. A crowd of Jonin commanders also came out of the command post with curiosity. It is also at this time. Zayajian and Kushina are the two. It also happened to be slow and landed in front of the headquarters. The Jonin commanders of Konoha suddenly stared dumbfounded. All looked at the top of Kushina's head, the bamboo dragonfly that was slowly stopping spinning. No one is not a curious baby. Everyone wants to find out what kind of high technology this is. But before they could speak, Zayajian interrupted him directly. I just received urgent information from the senior leaders of the village, and now we need to call a pre-war meeting immediately. Zayajian had just finished speaking, only to realize that Orochimaru was not among them. Seeing Zayajian's doubts, Yuri Zhenhong dispatched quickly, and a guard went to inform Orochimaru. Now that there was emergency information from the top, no one would dare to underestimate it. Everyone stepped into the headquarters again. After a short while, Orochimaru also hurried over. After all the personnel arrived in Chi, Zayajian directly said all the content of the conversation with third generation and others before quickly. Because this is an emergency war order issued by the senior officials. Therefore, they also arranged the general content of the pre-war meeting in advance. Illustration. Therefore, the senior officials did not continue to participate in this pre-war meeting. Moreover, they stayed up all night last night, and at this moment they will all have their own sleep. I didn't expect Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi Village to attack Konoha at the same time. It seems that this war with Tsunagakuer must be ended as soon as the senior officials said. Yeah, if you don't quickly defeat Tsunagakuer at this time, Konoha will have to face the 3 ninja villages at the same time. Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, they invaded at the same time as if they had colluded. It was simply shameless. It should be Iwagakuer. I have been waiting for this opportunity. Iwagakuer is really not easy. Zayajian quickly finished the intelligence content of the senior executives. Then in the headquarters of the meeting, all kinds of noises and discussions suddenly sounded. The emergency information from the top also broke up the crowd because of the relief brought about by the victory the day before yesterday. The Jonin commanders felt that at this moment, their mood was a little extra heavy. Originally, we were also ready to enter the Kingdom of Wind. This also coincides with the war order issued by the senior management. In that case, there is nothing to say, just gather the team to attack. The character is rather troublesome. So Narashikaisa, who rarely speaks. At this moment, he changed his normal and became more serious. At this moment, Zayajian couldn't help but looked at him a few more times. Nara Luyu's IQ is definitely the most well-deserved one in this frontline command. It's just that, because of this war with Sand Shinobi, Konoha has the advantage from the beginning. Therefore, it is not necessary to use his IQ to make suggestions. Because of this, Nara Luyu rarely speaks, and has been silently lazy next to him. Unexpectedly this time Konoha encountered a crisis. He was also serious and stood up on his own initiative. This made Zayajian couldn't help it, and muttered in his heart, as expected, the personality of your future son is exactly the same. Since the high-level war order has been issued, let's start to execute it. Everyone is in his position, and each does his job. According to yesterday's meeting, assigned to your respective teams, start a major invasion of the Kingdom of Wind. Not long after Narashika's words were finished, Orochimaru also stood up. Then, the assignment of combat was issued, and the commandership of 3.0 was handed over to Yuri Zhenhong. The commander-in-chief of him is also becoming more and more proficient. The meeting yesterday, the assigned team. Is there a copy of mine? Because I was absent yesterday. So Zayajian didn't know any specific combat arrangements, so he asked out curiously. Ha ha ha, Zayajian-kun, you are our main force. You don't need to lead the team, just rush to kill at will. Hearing what Zayajian said, Orochimaru said with a hoarse smile. I see. Zayajian nodded. He just asked curiously. In fact, it is best if you don't have your own arrangements. Because of this, oneself can be better and wantonly reap prestige value. Chapter 127 Tell me, are you willing? Report. A horrified and sharp voice suddenly rang from Sand Shinobi's position. The Sand Shinobi, who immediately rested around them, were also a little bit as earth-colored astonished. Report to Lord Cho. The figure stumbled directly into the headquarters. When he first entered the door, he kicked his right heel with his left foot in a panic, and fell to the ground with a fall. Everyone in the command center, seeing him so flustered, was also a little anxious. Why panic? The little bit of morale that you have accumulated with great difficulty has been howled by you. Cho, who was in a bad mood, saw this sense-perceiving ninja panicked, and immediately roared with anger. Cho-sama. Konoha, Konoha. I'm calling here again. The perception ninja who climbed up from the ground was also a little silent after being screamed by Cho, but he was still trembling, and said everything. What? Have you called again? Could it be that Konoha guessed our plan? What to do? What should I do now? Sand Shinobi Jonin, who were already anxious, immediately began to panic and think about it after hearing the words of the sensing ninja. Although everyone knew that Konoha would call over sooner or later. But when the call came, they were still instinctively startled. Noisy? What a decent way. You are the captain and the commander, you are doing this, what do the ninjas below think? Seeing that as a member of the command center, there were so many people in a panic, Cho was yelled in anger again. At this time, the military spirit of the brigade was already very unstable. If you are high-level commanders, you will be so flustered and discouraged. Then they don't have to stay here and wait for the time to counterattack. Because even the command staff were in this state, Sand Shinobi couldn't stop Konoha anyway. This, Cho's anger and rhetoric made the Jonin commanders feel a little ashamed. There was silence for a while in the headquarters, and Luo She also stood up. At this time, we have no retreat. Instead of being downcast here and frightened, why can't I stop Konoha with a determination to die? Is it true that you are the ones who are greedy for life and fear of death? Although Luo She's complexion was still pale, her tone was loud, and he even used the radical method. It can also be seen that he is also very disappointed with the performance of these companions. Yes. Don't you bare your heart and watch the Konoha shinobi enter the Kingdom of Wind, then slaughter our compatriots. Are there any companions? Yakang also stood up at this moment, and said bitterly, although her strength at the moment is only the elite Jonin, she has not yet reached the cage level in the original book. But there is no doubt that her strength is among the top 5 in this headquarters. Ho 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 ho. Okay, fight with Konoha. 18 years later, we are a hero again. Yes, isn't it death? As ninjas, don't we experience too little? Seeing that the 3 most powerful people all stood together, after being silent for a while in the command center, some people began to stand out with gritted teeth and angrily. As more and more people expressed their views, the flustered atmosphere in the headquarters began to gradually warm up. Seeing this situation, Cho was relieved. At the same time, he secretly nodded his approval to Luo She and Yakang's performance. The current Tsunagaku really needs the 2 of them too much. This kind of person can play a leading role. If the 2 of them didn't stand up just now, and ridiculed. Although he can also control the scene. But morale will not be reinvigorated. Good. You are all heroes of Tsunagaku. Until everyone has expressed their views. Only then did Cho speak out, suppressing the anger of everyone. After that, he stopped talking and directly ordered the disbanding of the meeting so that they could start to assemble the team. The Jonin commanders left the headquarters and quickly dispersed. After a while, Tsunagakure's army began to move closer to the center. In about 10 minutes, the Sand Shinobi were all assembled. Hearing that Konoha was coming again, everyone felt extremely heavy in their hearts. Although it is broad daylight at this time, the weather is also sunny. However, the Sand Shinobi felt that there were dark clouds all over the sky, coming from the direction of the country of fire. This made Sand Shinobi's army a very depressive atmosphere. Konoha, calling again. Just when Sand Shinobi's army all felt depressed, they were a little out of breath. Cho's voice suddenly exploded. Everyone was attracted by the sound and raised their heads to follow the prestige. I saw the Supreme Commander Cho-sama, standing on the sand pad, floating straight over. Konoha is calling again. Their strength is indeed very powerful. But you guys, would you like to see them break through the border and destroy your home directly? Would you like to see them breaking into the land of the wind and hurting your compatriots? Think about the country of wind. Think about the families and people who need your protection. You tell the old man aloud, are you willing? Although Sand Shinobi provoked this battle, they belonged to the aggressor. But at this critical moment, Cho can't manage that much. As long as it can arouse the only fighting spirit of the Sand Shinobi, how can it turn black and white? Cho's sentence, fierce and angry rhetoric. Unblocked from above the sky, 377 communicated to every Sand Shinobi's ears. The depression in the hearts of Sand Shinobi's army, under the voice of her encouragement, began to gradually turn into anger. No, labor and management are not willing. Labor and management are not willing either. Defend the country of wind, hit Konoha. The first person began to roar, and then a chain reaction broke out. The depressed atmosphere was quickly swept away. The haze shrouded in everyone's hearts transformed into an anger that resisted to the end. Okay, you are all heroes who defend your home and the country. The old man is here, solemn promise to you. If anyone is unfortunately killed in battle, then the village will never treat your family badly. Seeing that Sand Shinobi's fighting spirit was aroused again, Cho nodded with satisfaction. In order to prevent them from being defeated by Konoha again in the battle, Cho also solemnly promised everyone. And the purpose, naturally, is to hope that all of them will no longer have any worries. Only in this way can they not shrink back in fear when facing powerful enemies. P.S. Some readers said to me that the range of tens of kilometers in Kagura's heart is too exaggerated. Here is an explanation. This is the official data. And the protagonist is set at 40 kilometers, which is only 40,000 meters, 40,000. Chapter 128 Kushina, are you better now? Pata pata, pata. Puffs of smoke were raised on the ground. Near the border of the Kingdom of Wind, the geographical environment began to become desolate. Without trees and grass, you can see whether there are ambushes in the surrounding area at a glance. It seems that Sand Shinobi village is planning to fight back. Zaejian, who was running ahead, slowly opened his eyes. The scene where Cho encouraged Sand Shinobi's morale before was completely captured by his Kagura's eyes. Although he was not there, he could clearly feel the drastic changes in the morale of Sand Shinobi's army. Oh, Sand Shinobi executives, what are you doing? Hearing Zaejian's words, Orochimaru turned his head in confusion and asked. And a few steps behind, the Jonin commanders also pricked their ears curiously. At this time, there was still not a short distance from Sand Shinobi's position. Therefore, ordinary perception ninjas still cannot perceive the location of Sand Shinobi's position. Only Zaejian and Kushina can easily cover things more than 10 kilometers away. That fellow Cho, under the banner of defending the home and the country, reawakened the fighting spirit of the Sand Shinobi. After her encouragement, the Sand Shinobi at this moment are all determined to die. Zaejian answered slowly, his voice also a little emotional. He also didn't expect that, after Cho's several counterattacks, the Sand Shinobi would undergo such a huge change. At this time, their morale was more condensed than when they attacked Kikyo Castle. Can Tsunagakuer still have a face? Obviously they are the invading party, they still have a face? In the name of defending the home and the country. That's right, to defend the home and the country? Are they worthy of starting the war? It's really shameless. After listening to Zaejian's words, the group of Konoha Jonin commanders immediately began to yell in indignation. No one does not feel shameless for the actions of Sand Shinobi village. So it seems. This will be a tough fight. Orochimaru thought for a while, then sighed. Tsunagakure's actions are indeed shameless. But since they are all determined to die, then this battle will not be so easy. At least one's own casualties will never be as low as in the previous war. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the Jonin who cursed Sand Shinobi behind also became silent. Sand Shinobi they are facing now is like a hungry wolf's dying counterattack. Its combat power is better than ever? What? Pata pata pata. Over time, the desolate land gradually turned into soft sand. The teams on both sides also saw each other far away, because in the endless desert, nothing can hinder the line of sight. Enter the state of combat readiness. The setting sun was really red and shouted loudly. Jonin following Zaejian and Orochimaru. It was also at this time that they gradually slowed down and went to lead their respective teams. Soon after the Jonins, only the acting commander-in-chief Yui Mahong and Kushina were left. Pata pata. Zaejian also deliberately slowed down. From Orochimaru's side, back to Kushina's side. Kushina is not running at the moment, she is still flying with bamboo dragonflies. Hey Kushina, are you better now? Lowering his voice, Zayajian asked Kushina in a low voice with a voice that could only be heard by 2 people. No, it's okay. Kushina shrank her neck, her face a little red. She naturally knew what Zayajian meant. If you can't, don't try to be aggressive. I feel tired, so I obediently retreat to the back of the team, understand? Zayajian muttered the novel with a serious face. After all, this battle is different. Sand Shinobi now have a slight collective suicide in their hearts. This kind of enemy is often the most terrifying. Ming, understand. Here's Zayajian's instructions. Kushina was sweet in heart and nodded obediently. At this time, Zayajian said what she did, quite a feeling of obedience. Seeing that Ju responded, Zayajian nodded as well. Then he accelerated again and ran to the front of the team, beside Orochimaru. The distance between the 2 parties was getting closer and closer, and they were soon separated by 200 meters. Kill! Kill! With a loud shout, it sounded from Sand Shinobi's side. Then Sand Shinobi also charged together. Even Luo She, who had not healed from his injuries, floated above the center of the team. Zayajian and Orochimaru accelerated almost simultaneously, and the brigade in the rear distanced again. The responsibilities of the 2 of them are the same as the last time they fought. Just take the lead and hit Tsunagakure's team. No need for them to pay attention to the rest. Fun. Konoha's team also roared. The voices of both sides impacted each other. For a time, there were even various small animals lurking in the desert. They were all so scared that they got out of the sand and fled quickly to the left and right. Summoning technique. Orochimaru sprinting beside Zayajian. After biting his finger, he suddenly pressed on the sand. The huge smoke burst out of thin air. One snake also appeared again on the battlefield. Because Zayajian and Orochimaru were running together, good Zhao Zhao, the moment 10,000 snakes appeared. Both of them were lifted up by Wan Shi's head. Orochimaru, you guy is calling again. It turns out that Lord Zayajian is also there. Wan Shi wanted to complain. However, the moment he sensed that Zayajian was there, he immediately died down. Punch, 10,000 snakes. Pointing to the front, the Sand Shinobi who were roaring all over the sky, Zayajian lowered his head and said lightly to Wan Shi, "Okay, Lord Zayajian." Wan Shi's snake eyes shrank, then nodded and dived forward. Wan Shi, UBD, who is your master? Scary. Seeing one snake being so obedient and polite to Zayajian, Orochimaru suddenly felt sore. PS. 125 and 126 drove Wuling Hongguang and were locked in a small black room this morning. Crying without tears. GIF. Chapter 129. Hey, I'll be a laser turret? Boom rumble. One snake greeted the Sand Shinobi at Zayajian's greeting. The speed was so fast that the surrounding yellow sand was rushed to the sides and splashed everywhere. It's like water splashing from a car pressing on a waterway. Bakukshin Guyu. Zayajian's arms gathered in front of his chest. The dazzling light also began to gather. I failed to observe Zayajian closely during the last battle. So at this moment, seeing Zayajian preparing to do something, Orochimaru also turned his head and looked over. However, at such a close distance, the dazzling light dazzled his eyes so that nothing could be seen clearly. In desperation, Orochimaru could only turn his head to the side again. Yes, Wan Shi is extremely fast. When it rushed in front of Sand Shinobi, Zayajian's big move just happened to be completed. His legs slammed on Wan Shi's head. Zayajian's body immediately rushed out toward the sky ahead. And Wan Shi also made a sudden stop at this time and brought Orochimaru to a hurried stop. Wind-style Scythe Weasel Technique. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Earth-style Earthflow Wall. 377. Since Zayajian began to accumulate energy, Sand Shinobi had already noticed him. And at this moment, he is like a dazzling sun rising to the sky. Sand Shinobi also rushed to release their own masters of ninjutsu. Some people are fighting back, some are defending, and some are evading. All kinds of ninjutsu, and Zayajian above the sky, rushed up together. And at this time, Zayajian also opened his hands suddenly. The dazzling light flare shot down at this moment. Boom, 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 rumble. The attacks of both sides violently collided in midair. All kinds of colors filled the sky in an instant. The golden light is the most eye-catching color. Wind-style Palm. Wind-style Rain S. Wind-style Wind-killing Array. Ninjutsu and light bullets kept colliding in the air. And the Sand Shinobi below are relaying each other sweating profusely. For a time, most of Zayajian's light bombs were blocked in midair. Only a small part broke through the gap and exploded on the ground below. Boom, 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 rumble. But how can such a large area of tricks be so easy to defend? Sand Shinobi rely on ninjutsu, relay block. It is impossible to cooperate so tacitly all the time. After a few short relays, the rhythm of the Sand Shinobi began to get confused. At this time, Zayajian suddenly increased the number of light bombs. Sand Shinobi relied on the block of ninjutsu relay, and they were broken by the light bullet in an instant. Spread. Luo Sha floated behind and yelled. However, Zayajian's light bomb is very fast. After breaking through the Sand Shinobi's ninjutsu defense, they reached the ground immediately. Rumble, rumble, the dazzling light bomb burst in Sand Shinobi. The photon formed a golden flame. In an instant, the entire area below was filled. Countless Sand Shinobi are also shrouded in golden light at this moment. Under the continuous bombardment of dense light bombs, the yellow sand was blown up everywhere. It was accompanied by countless bloody stumps and broken arms. In just one big move, dozens of sand shinobi were buried under Zayajian again. On the sandy ground bombed by light bombs, no one stood still alive. This is because sand shinobi knows great and deliberately dispersed the team a lot, otherwise the loss of life will at least double. Kill. Sand shinobi in other locations. Acta. With a dull expression, he glanced at the area bombed by light bombs. Then he continued to charge Konoha's army. Sand shinobi, who came from the rear of the bombing area, also bypassed Zayajian directly from both sides. All sand shinobi are one pair, and they don't want to pay attention to the appearance of Zayajian. A large, unmanned vacuum zone was emptied directly around him. What's the situation? Zayajian, who had fallen from the air to the ground a long time ago. It was also a pity for sand shinobi's actions at this time. Do these sand shinobi directly ignore themselves? Zayajian-kun. It seems that sand shinobi, even though they are determined to die, but they don't want to, they will be ruined in your hands for nothing. Catch up with Orochimaru, and saw sand shinobi's actions, they couldn't help but be amazed. Although there have been countless wars in World War II, but he had never seen such a rare scene. Grip. Zayajian exploded a bit speechlessly. He originally wanted to have a massacre. After earning 100,000 prestige points, we will have another high-level lottery. But now these sand shinobi are hiding from themselves like a god of plague. Then I killed the enemy myself, but it was much slower. Zayajian-kun, this is a great honor. Seeing Zayajian depressed, Orochimaru gave a hoarse smile. He was a little bit envious of Zayajian's deterrent at the moment. I'll just be a ruthless laser turret. After a wry smile, Zayajian jumped up and came to the top of Wanshi again. Since sand shinobi didn't dare to approach, they didn't have to rush to kill anything. Because that's not as fast as using a laser to kill the enemy directly on the top of one snake's head. Go on 10,000 snakes. Zayajian lifted his toe and patted the snake with the sole of his foot. Okay, Lord Zayajian, sit down. Hearing Zayajian's instructions, Wanshi immediately responded. Then he leaned over to the sand shinobi, and quickly rushed out again. One snake, you have changed. How do you feel arrogant when you treat me? Seeing Wanshi obediently and licking a dog, Orochimaru was standing on top of Manzan, whose hair was messed up by the wind. Boom, 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 the armies of both sides collided. There was another round of ninjutsu hedges flying all over the sky, in order to prevent Zayajian from killing his own personnel on a large scale. So Sand Shinobi's senior management has spread the scope of this battlefield to a large extent. And Konoha's team, under the leadership of their respective Jonin command, opened a distance and faced Sand Shinobi Chapter 129. Lord Madara, that guy is so cool. The border between the country of fire and the country of soil. Deep underground, in a dark and empty grotto, an old man with white hair and a decadent aura was sitting on a stone chair. On his back, there are 3 wooden white tubes, and the other end of the white tube was connected to a huge statue not far behind him. A steady stream of energy was conveyed from the inside of the statue along the white tube to the old man sitting on the stone chair, maintaining his kukaki-like body at this time. He is Uchiha Madara, a legend that once shocked the ninja world, but in the history of the ninja world, it has long been confirmed to be dead. People give the nickname Ninja Shura. Hashirama, I have found the person to carry out my plan. Wait. I will let you know that my method is correct. Uchiha Madara closed her shriveled eyelids and muttered to herself. If in this world, who is the person who worries him the most, it is definitely Senju Hashirama. The two have known each other since childhood and are close friends. And they all possess the powerful strength and the same ideals that stun the ninja world. But in the end, Madara lost to Hashirama by a big margin, which made him worry about it all the time. Master Madara. It didn't take long for Madara to finish her intermittent voice. A half-black and half-white figure slowly emerged from the ground in front of him. It is Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Master Madara, we met a very interesting Konoha shinobi on the battlefield of Konoha. That guy actually defeated the 5,000-man team of Sand Shinobi Village by himself. It's really amazing. White Zetsu exaggerated, while his hands were still gesticulating. It's like being afraid of Uchiha Madara, not knowing what he meant. Oh, man, did you defeat the team of 5,000 people? Hearing White Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but opened his old eyes slightly. Such an amazing record was indeed enough to surprise him. And Konoha has such a powerful presence, which is likely to hinder his project Tsuki no Mi. Yeah, wherever that guy hits, all Sand Shinobi ran away. And his ability is really cool, shiny, so dazzling. White Zetsu continued to make gestures, with a very funny and exaggerated voice. Golden ability. Hearing what White Zetsu said, Uchiha Madara frowned in confusion. Once in the ninja world period, what ability has he not seen? But he had never heard of the glittering ability. We lurked into Konoha's position and deliberately inquired. It is said that he developed a new ability he himself developed during the war and was named Guangdun by him. This light escape not only has a very huge destructive power, but also has some hydration techniques similar to the Ghost Lamp family, which can be immune to all physical attacks. This is how he can defeat the 5,000 Sand Shinobi Brigade alone in a war. Seeing Uchiha Madara's doubts, Black Zetsu answered before White Zetsu. Because of the character of White Zetsu, his words are very unreliable. If he is asked to explain, it is likely to be a long story, without directly telling the most important information. Can the secret technique similar to the Ghost Lamp clan be immune to physical attacks? While Uchiha Madara muttered to herself, she also recalled the abilities of the Ghost Lamp clan. Yes. Black Zetsu continued. Moreover, that guy's light escape seems to have no attribute restraint. He is on the battlefield, hit by any attribute attack, and he is unharmed. What? No attribute restraint. When I heard that his biggest reliance was only the secret technique similar to the Ghost Lamp, Uchiha Madara looked down on it a little. Illustration. Because of the secret technique of the Ghost Lamp clan, although it is immune to physical attacks, it is correct. But that kind of technique also has obvious restraint. As long as you apply lightning style, you can easily break the opponent's immunity. But I didn't expect that. What kind of light escape? There is no attribute restraint? Yes, there is no attribute restraint. Black Zetsu replied solemnly again. Not to mention Uchiha Madara. Even he was trying to save his mother. Hidden behind the scenes of ninja for thousands of years, I have never seen such a weird ability. What's that guy's name? After understanding Zaojian's ability, it was indeed a bit tricky, Madara asked. He would never ask the other person's name for people he generally despised. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. And he took the initiative to ask for the name. That undoubtedly represents his attention. This is also the reason why the Black-White Zetsu didn't report the opponent's name at the beginning. Baiyun Zaojian. Both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu spoke at the same time, and both of them were stressed. Civilian ninja. After thinking about it, Madara questioned. Because this surname is not only in Konoha, even in the entire ninja world, it is not a big family. It's a civilian ninja, but his abilities are really cool, Lord Madara. White Zetsu replied first, and after speaking, it was still weird, compared to an action that was flashed so that he couldn't open his eyes. You usually pay more attention to his information. Madara didn't care about White Zetsu's actions, but nodded and ordered. Since Konoha has this kind of strange ability, it might indeed cause a slight threat and hindrance to his plan. This can't help him belittle the carelessness. Master Madara, don't worry about that. I left several clones of spores in Konoha camp. White Zetsu said with a smile, his voice full of pride. On the battlefield of Konoha and Tsunagakuer. At this moment, the battle between the two sides has lasted for nearly an hour. Although the Sand Shinobi had already shown a clear defeat, because of the encouragement of thousands of generations before the war, the Sand Shinobi were not directly defeated at this time. They were still gritting their teeth and insisting on fighting hard to resist. Laser rays. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Boom, 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 dash dash. Zaojian's hands formed a gun shape, and his index finger kept shining with golden light. The laser also continued, shooting out from his fingers. At this moment, he is a real mobile fort. The enemies there are dense, and he will go there. Provide fire support to the Konoha Shinobi. As another main force, Orochimaru is dealing with Cho and Rosa at the same time. Due to the damage of the puppet, the strength of the other two has dropped by several %. The other person is still recovering from a serious injury. So the two teamed up at the same time to stop Orochimaru's attack alone. Talent. Chapter 130. Isn't this forcing me to use the knife? Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling golden light continued to flicker on the battlefield. And the number of Sand Shinobi's team, also under the explosion of the photon, continued to decrease. Listening to the explosions and howls from time to time in the ears, no one in Sand Shinobi's team was shocked. But even so, no one retreated. There is even more no one daring to kill at the source of the laser. Because the people who couldn't bear the fear before rushed up, they all lost their lives in vain. Therefore, the Sand Shinobi at this moment would rather take a Konoha Shinobi to bury them. I don't want to provoke that guy who kills like water. Cho, do you really intend to ruin all the remaining companions in this war? You don't think about it, will you? End after Sand Shinobi 380. Orochimaru dealt with Cho Luasha, while Yaya teased and laughed. The toughness of Sand Shinobi village also amazed him. Obviously everyone is afraid of being killed. But there was no one want to retreat and escape. On the contrary, some Sand Shinobi fought back vigorously before dying, trying to pull the Konoha Shinobi back. This scene flickered in Orochimaru's eyes from time to time. It also shocked his inside. We, Tsunagakuer, will definitely block you. Cho was a little angry, but he answered without showing any weakness. This battle can be said to be Tsunagakuer, the most crucial battle. If they can stop Konoha's army, then they will be able to fight down afterwards, and let Sand Shinobi's morale become warmer again. But if they are defeated, or retreat and escape, then Sand Shinobi will no longer have the slightest resistance at all. So in this battle, they Sand Shinobi, although the casualties were huge, but they have no room to retreat. The hand of magnet-style golden sand. Just when Orochimaru and Cho were talking, a big hand suddenly got out of the ground and grabbed Orochimaru tightly. Don't say any more deceptive things. Sand Shinobi village is absolutely impossible. Go back, a half-step retreat. Rosa floating in the sky. After speaking, the hands pointed at Orochimaru suddenly clenched. Jin She immediately squeezed Orochimaru directly on the spot. But Orochimaru opened his mouth a step earlier. Using the peeling substitute, escaped. Bewitching people. This is not deceptive or alarmist. Orochimaru, who escaped, smiled hoarsely. I have probably guessed the purpose of your insistence. But have you ever thought about it? Even if you hold on to it, the moment when Konoha is defeated. But at that time, how many people will stay in your Tsunagakuer team? And don't you forget, right and left of your country of wind, there are also the two countries of soil and water watching it. They like to do things like people in danger, but they won't refuse things like falling into the ground, presumably, Orochimaru said with a smile. Although he is not the protagonist, he does not have the blessing of the ability to escape from the mouth. Illustration. But what he said is all the truth. And facts are always better than eloquence. I. Orochimaru's words. Both Cho and Luosha in the air were surprised at the same time. These 2 days have been on the front line. I was thinking about how to deal with Konoha. I never thought that the country of soil and the council of water would not invade one's own side. At this moment, after this thought suddenly appeared in their minds, the hearts of both of them began to gradually become uncomfortable. Hehe. Now I realize that it's not too late. As long as you Tsunagaku surrender, then we can give up and let you go back. Orochimaru said with a hoarse voice and smiled. The facial changes of Cho and Luosha were clearly captured by him. Surrender? Are you dreaming? Cho, who was originally worried, heard Orochimaru's words, and suddenly became angry again. Then he attacked Orochimaru directly again. Compared with other hidden villages, Konoha's hatred makes Cho's heart zero. So when she heard the word surrender Konoha, she couldn't help but writhe with anger. Boom, 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 the two fiercely fought together again. The aftermath of the cage-level collision continued to surround the two of them. However, Luosha did not go forward to support the battle, but was stunned in the air, thinking sharply. Compared to Cho's head dazzled by hatred, he is obviously more sober and more sensible. Buzzing. The dazzling golden light kept flickering on Zaojian's index finger. He has maintained this position for a minute, but it was too late, and no laser was fired. Because Sand Shinobi found that most of those who died under Zaojian were companions who were far away from Konoha Shinobi. In a hand-to-hand battle with the Konoha Shinobi, the laser never comes. So Sand Shinobi quickly understood Zaojian's scruples. That guy was afraid that the explosion of the laser would affect his companions in Konoha village. After understanding Zaojian's concerns, Sand Shinobi immediately abandoned ninjutsu and ranged attacks, and all joined the hand-to-hand combat. This made Zaojian very embarrassed. This is also the reason why he has not shot the laser for a long time. It's really troublesome. Isn't this forcing me to use the knife? Wei Wei sighed helplessly with a sigh of 3.0. Zaojian waved away the light from his fingertips. Then he folded his hands in front of him, and suddenly slashed left and right. A big sword gleaming with golden glow, instantly condensed in front of him. Snapped. Raised his hand and grabbed the hilt of the lightsaber. Zaojian jumped off from the top of Wan Shi's head. The convenience of Devil Fruit's battles made him a little bit reluctant to fight with Kendo, because the physical energy consumed by running around is more intense than the energy consumed by using the fruit all the time. Exactly. After falling to the ground, Zaojian crushed the ground with one foot. Then he shot at the Sand Shinobi who were fighting against the Konoha Shinobi. He has not yet developed the ability to teleport. Illustration. So his action at the moment is still running with his legs. Chapter 131. Deter Sand Shinobi's name? Everyone, all into hand-to-hand combat. The command of Sand Shinobi Jonin resounded. Then the voices one after another gradually spread to the entire battlefield. The explosion of golden light stopped for nearly a minute or so. This undoubtedly confirmed them that Zaojian was indeed caring about Konoha's companion. Kill. The bombing that resembled Shinigami bells stopped and shocked all Sand Shinobi. The fierceness of the body was suddenly improved by 3 points at this moment. For a while, the Konoha Shinobi people felt a sudden increase in pressure. Ha ha ha. It turns out that the safest place is beside you Konoha Shinobi. A Jonin from Tsunagaku was laughing wildly. In his hands, each holds a handful of Kanryu. Because the depressed time was too long, it suddenly broke out at this time, and even shook Naruto back a few steps. What? Puff. Just when he was extremely proud, a golden slash suddenly broke through the air. In an instant, he threw his head straight away. A pillar of blood rose from his neck. The blood spewed out like a volcanic eruption. The sudden change shocked Naruto for a long time. He quickly turned his head and looked in the direction where Jean Xian was flying. I saw that Zaojian had already rushed down from the top of Wan Shi's head for some unknown time. At this time, he was brandishing a big golden sword, rushing wildly in the melee. Run, Konoha is coming here. I don't know who wailed, and the nearby Sand Shinobi suddenly panicked. I don't know who Zaojian took out this name, but there is no doubt that this name is nothing short of a nightmare for Sand Shinobi. Puff, puff, puff. Just when the Sand Shinobi were in a panic, Konoha's ninjas also seized this flaw one after another. The various weapons in his hands were sent directly to the enemy's vitals. This deterrence is really huge. After witnessing this scene, Naruto was amazed for a while. He felt that at this time, even if it was called Five Shadows, it is estimated that there is no such name, which can make Sand Shinobi feel so scared and flustered. Because this is the psychological shadow of Zaojian's mass murder of Sand Shinobi in the past few days. This made Sand Shinobi, as soon as they heard his name, they were frightened. See Zaojian slaying towards the battlefield on the right. Naruto thought for a long time, then rushed out to the left quickly. And in his mouth, he imitated the shrill scream, yelling Konoha flash to kill and other words. Pause. Sand Shinobi's 3-point morale finally improved. Once again by Zaojian's name, he was ruthlessly defeated. And panic? It has also become more intense than before. Konoha's ninjas, the increased pressure, also dropped sharply at this time. There were also some Konoha shinobi who seized the opportunity to kill them on the spot while the sand shinobi were upset. Originally it was a fairly well-rounded scene. In an instant, because of Naruto's small plan, he began to drift away. Konoha's ninjas yelled in excitement when they heard Lord Zaojian kill. Konoha's morale was also at this moment, and suddenly, it surged violently. It is in sharp contrast with the sharply reduced momentum of the sand shinobi. Kill. Tahi Zhenhong glanced at Naruto approvingly, and then began to roar and command. At this time, the battle broke out between the two sides. More than an hour has passed. The advantage of sand shinobi, which had a few hundred more people than Konoha, has already gradually flattened out. At this time, I passed Naruto and used the name Zaojian to shock the sand shinobi. Immediately let sand shinobi's team lose another wave of numbers. So now, sand shinobi is at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. A battle for which they had no hope of victory. In an instant, it was like a collapsed building, no longer able to revolving heaven. Kill. The Konoha shinobi are very powerful. They roared and roared, responding to Yuri Zhenhong's command. Then again, he directly pounced on the surrounding sand shinobi. The number of teams is dominant, and after the emergence of a 2-on-1 situation, the advantage has begun to expand. Sand shinobi also moved back unconsciously at this moment. Puff, puff, puff. Golden slash. In Zaojian's hands, he was constantly being swung out. The battlefield on the right, because of his personal presence. Therefore, the shock to sand shinobi was even greater than the battlefield on the left. Many sand shinobi screamed in horror when they glanced at Zaojian. The scene was chaotic for an instant, and sand shinobi escaped everywhere. They faced the Konoha shinobi and can remain fearless. But when facing Zaojian, no one didn't feel that their hearts were getting fuzzed. Almost instinctively, he fled back directly without thinking through his head. However, Konoha shinobi, naturally impossible, let them retreat easily. The opportunity to beat a dog in the water is not always available. Countless Konoha shinobi practitioners rushed up in an instant, killing most of sand shinobi who wanted to escape on the spot. The situation, which was barely equal, changed drastically in an instant. The roar of the Konoha shinobi people resounded across the sky at this moment. The violent movement immediately attracted the attention of Luosha in the sky behind sand shinobi. Magnet-style placer gold boundary method. Luosha shouted anxiously. Then his hands were facing the ground. Orochimaru, who was fighting Cho, suddenly waved over. Countless sharp placer gold broke through the ground like bamboo shoots. 380 instantly pushed Orochimaru back to Cho's side again. Cho-sama, hurry up and announce the retreat. Luosha quickly landed next to Cho. Her voice was extremely anxious and urgent. He still overestimated the sand shinobi army's fear of Zaojian. Before Zaojian came down from the top of Wanshi's head, everything seemed very normal. But when he participated in the battle, the situation turned into a one-sided situation in an instant. This is what he didn't expect. What are you saying? Cho turned his head and stared at Luosha angrily. She didn't expect it either. Luosha was the first to speak out against the retreat. Now unexpectedly, the first one spoke to ask for retreat. If you retreat now, Tsunagakure is equivalent to losing the battle? Master Cho, we have already lost. At this time, we should announce our retreat and save the remaining companions. Luosha raised her hand sadly and waved. A sand pad instantly lifted Chide up again. Then the two flew high again and floated up high in the sky. Luosha knows Cho's strong hatred of Konoha, so he didn't give much comfort, only wanted her to witness the battle at this time with her own eyes. I hope she can suppress private grudges and save the lives of Tsunagakure's surviving compatriots. Chapter 132. I want to go late now. Watching Luosha lift Chide up in the sky, Orochimaru below suddenly looked gloomy. He almost took Cho down just now, but this Luosha is like a shit-stirring stick. Every time when he was about to succeed, he would always come out to stir up a bit and force him to retreat. And the other party was very cautious, staying above the sky all the time. Orochimaru, who has no air combat capability, has nothing to do with him. This made Orochimaru feel an unusually uncomfortable suffocation in his chest. In my heart, I also hate my teeth. Hoo. Under Luosha's magnet-style sand pad, Cho rose higher and higher with Luosha, and her vision became wider and wider. However, Cho's mood was exactly the opposite, and gradually sank to the bottom. At this time, the two of them had ascended to a height of 100 meters. The entire broad battlefield was shrouded in sight. The scene of the sand shinobi fleeing tragically was also imprinted in their minds. On the left side of the battlefield, sand shinobi were fighting and retreating. However, Konoha, who was dominated by the number of people, swarmed and immediately drowned and killed. The right side of the battlefield is even more exaggerated. Zaojian, holding the golden light, was sprinting to kill the enemy all the way. Wherever they went, the sand shinobi fled around in shock. It's like a hungry wolf breaking into the chicken coop. No rooster dared to challenge the hungry wolf. The sand shinobi who ran away in a hurry were also full of flaws. He was quickly killed by other Konoha shinobi. The number of sand shinobi on the entire battlefield is drastically decreasing. According to the current speed, it is estimated that it will not take long before sand shinobi will be completely killed. It's over. Sand shinobi village was completely defeated. Cho stunned, as if he was getting several years old in an instant. The state of sand shinobi at this moment, not to mention resisting Konoha's army, Even whether it can escape the massacre of the Konoha shinobi is another matter. Cho-sama, give an order. Since the war with Konoha, we have already suffered a very heavy loss, and we can't let other villages take advantage of it. Seeing Cho see the situation clearly, Luo She urged anxiously. Then they waved their hands, and the two descended again. After this war, Tsunagaku may and will face a more serious crisis. So now they can no longer have too many losses. You come to order. An old tear came out of Cho's eyes. At this moment, she is really haggard physically and mentally. In the wars of previous years, weren't they fought for a few months, or even years? But this time, it was beyond everyone's expectations. A war that I thought would be at least a few months old, but the winner was decided by the fact that it was so drifting. This made her feel a burst of unreal feeling. It's as absurd as a child's play? Okay, let me order it. Seeing Cho's state, Luo She sighed. Illustration. This war is a failure, and who is most disappointed in Tsunagaku? Needless to say, it is the one beside him. Listen to all sand shinobi, now, retreat all to me. When the two descended to a height of 30 meters, Luo She yelled. Since the injury had not fully recovered, after shouting aloud, he felt a hot sensation in his chest. But at this moment, he can no longer take care of that much. Enduring the tearing pain in his chest, he yelled again several times. This allowed his voice to spread to the entire battlefield. Now I want to retreat, it's too late. Give me, kill. The voice reached Yuri Zhenhong's ears. He immediately waved his hand and ordered with a cold expression on his face. Before Zaojian hadn't come down from the top of Wan Shi's head, Konoha also had many companions who were buried in the hands of Sand Shinobi. At this moment, Sand Shinobi's defeat is set. How can they let them retreat so easily? Kill. AFK. Sand Shinobi had no morale at all. So after Luo She gave the order, everyone took it for granted and ran away. However, the Konoha Shinobi, under the order of Yuri Zhenhong, wanted to chase and kill them. Suddenly, most of Sand Shinobi was dragged in place. Seeing this scene, Luo She jumped anxiously in the air. After struggling for a while, he stretched out his hand from the ninja bag and took out a handful of ration pills. Then, all of it was stuffed into his own mouth. What are you doing? Cho, who just turned his head to see this scene, suddenly yelled in horror. Although Bingliang pills can restore chakra, it is not this way of eating. Swallowing such a large amount of chakra will definitely damage your own cells. This may cause Luo She, and her strength will drop drastically in the future. I made them defend here. I can't save them. Yuan chewed a few times like a jujube, and Luo She swallowed all the food pills in his mouth. At this moment, the muscles of his body began to move unconsciously. The surging chakra, the subjugation gushes frantically from his body. The clothes on his body were blown up by the overheavy chakra. Seeing Luo She's state, Cho was shocked. Magnet-style quicksand storm. Luo She thought. He and Cho landed in an instant. Then he suddenly raised his palms and slapped them violently on the ground. Rumbling, the mountain shook violently. The surrounding desert of hundreds of meters, good money, instantly turned into a sea of sand. Then there were waves of sand in the sand sea, wave after wave, scrambling to the entire battlefield. The violent movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. And the Konoha shinobi who entangled Sand Shinobi, all stopped at this moment. As the sand waves hit, one wave after another was superimposed. In just a few breaths, the sand waves became tens of meters in height. Then it was overwhelming and turbulent, directly impacting everyone. Rewind. Illustration. Ta-Arai's red pupils shrank violently. Then he hissed to exhaustion, and roared again. The Konoha shinobi who reacted, can't take the Sand Shinobi into consideration. He turned around quickly and rushed out to the rear. Such a large area of sand waves, if they don't dodge backwards, they will definitely be buried alive. Chapter 133 A Fierce Collision? Happy Orochimaru? Boom boom boom. The sky is full of sand waves formed by the sand sea, and the sky is overwhelming. Konoha's army quickly retreated collectively. However, Sand Shinobi, as if they saw a savior, all rushed toward the surging sand sea. Master Zaojian. A Konoha shinobi turned his head and glanced backward while running. It was discovered that Zaojian did not choose to retreat, so instinctively reacted, he shouted a reminder. Hearing his voice, the ninjas running on the battlefield on the right all turned their heads. I saw Zaojian's hands crossed across his chest. A lot of dazzling light is also rapidly condensing at this moment. This action instantly reminded the Konoha shinobi of Zaojian's light bomb bombardment. Everyone stopped subconsciously at this moment. Just stand still and look at Zaojian quietly. Hakaikyong Guyu. There was a burst of shout in my heart. Zaojian's leg slammed on the ground. The moment the yellow sand splashed, his body instantly rushed to the sky. Rose's big move separated Sand Shinobi and Konoha. This is also a time for Zaojian to use his abilities without scruples. So naturally he will not let go of this rare harvesting opportunity. A beam of golden light rose from the battlefield on the right to the sky. 380 instantly attracted the attention of Luo She, who was performing ninjutsu with both palms on the ground. Aware of Zaojian, he wanted to forcefully kill Sand Shinobi. Rasha roared suddenly, increasing chakra's delivery. Blood began to gush from his nostrils. Luo She's face was also distorted at this moment. Boom 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 boom. The yellow sand in the sky is surging again. In an instant, Shalang increased by 1/3 again. Just now, the Sand Shinobi who ran towards the sand sea also rushed to the front of the sand waves. I saw the sand sea, and quickly set off a huge wave. In an instant, they jumped directly from the top of sand shinobi's heads. And all sand shinobi are all protected in the sand sea, buzzing. In order to be able to hit the largest area, Zaojian, Acta, jumped directly to a height of 50 or 60 meters. The shining hands suddenly opened left and right at this moment. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Countless light bullets entrapped by thunder and lightning poured down like raindrops. At the sand shinobi who were protected by the sand sea, they slammed head-on. The scope is wide. It directly covers the battlefield on the right, 1/3 of the area. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. The golden light burst, and the thunder walked away. During the collision, the yellow sand was blown up and down. Shaha is also under constant bombardment. From a height of several tens of meters, it quickly began to become shorter. The sand shinobi in the sand sea protection felt the violent movement of the sand sea. All are horrified. Look, panic. Ah. Feeling that Shaha's defense is about to be defeated, Luo Xia yelled again. Bloodshot climbed up his pupils, and blue veins protruded violently from his neck. The yellow sand that protects the sand shinobi gradually glows with golden light. At this moment, the defense force has risen rapidly by several levels. Boom 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 boom. The sand sea that was originally quickly blown up by the light bomb, at this moment, slow down the sinking speed. But this is not over yet. Because of the Zaojian light bomb, the bombing continued. Although the sand sea slowed down, it was also sinking gradually. Boom 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 boom. The gold dust was blown up everywhere, and golden light flew all over the sky. Within the scope of the explosion, it is like countless beautiful flowers blooming continuously. However, under the gorgeous appearance, there are a group of sand shinobi who are horrified to ultimate. Because they felt that the movement of Shaha was getting bigger and bigger. It was as if something was about to break through the sand sea. Boom. Just in their thoughts. When it just came out of my mind. A light bullet also broke through the defense above their heads. Then among the sand shinobi crowd, it burst suddenly. Sand shinobi, who was trembling, hugged each other, was immediately buried under the explosion. Sudden changes made sand shinobi screaming everywhere. And more light bullets also broke through the defense at this moment and fell directly to their feet. Boom 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 boom. The flames produced by the burst of photons spread everywhere. The sand shinobi who were running around were hit by the wandering thunder and lightning, and they were instantly paralyzed on the spot. Then his body stiffened in place, and was quickly enveloped by the flames of the explosion. Countless howls and screams came from the center of the explosion. Behind and below Zaojian, the Konoha shinobi who witnessed this scene also felt a tingling scalp. They can experience the desperate emotions in Sand Shinobi's voice. Rumble. The bombardment lasted more than 10 seconds. With the last light ejection, Zaojian also fell from the air. In the bombed area at this time, the Sand Shinobi were out of 10. And fortunately, Sand Shinobi survived. Estimated for a lifetime? At this moment, they will be caught in a nightmare like a Shura field. Whirring. Unexpectedly, Luo Xia, that fellow could actually resist for so long. Zaojian, who landed, took a few breaths. After some fighting, his physical stamina was not small. Especially the last big move with full force, almost instantly, drained his remaining physical energy. Pippi. Just when Zaojian's ultimate move ended and he fell from the sky, Luo Xia behind the battlefield also suddenly opened her mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Then he faced back and collapsed directly. Rosa. Cho yelled in horror. Then he quickly took hold of Luo Xia who was coughing up blood in his mouth. At this moment, Luo Xia looked extremely pale. There is already too much air out and less air intake. Retreat. Cho hissed exhausted and loudly reminded the Sand Shinobi who had been saved by Rosa. Then quickly picked up Luo Xia, and ran back quickly without looking back. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru was also forced to retreat by a big move. I don't know when, I ran over Wanshi's head. After seeing Luo Xia's state at this time, he suddenly felt relieved with a breath of malaise in his heart. Luo Xia was originally a severely injured person. At this time, he was heavily loaded with drugs, and such a powerful chakra erupted. So at the moment, he must not live long. Chapter 134 The Envy of Konoha Jonin? The moment Luo Xia fell, the yellow sand protecting Sand Shinobi also collapsed at this moment. As soon as countless Sand Shinobi got out of the sand, they heard Cho's scream of exhaustion. So they pulled out their bodies quickly, and ran backwards quickly, chasing. Ta'arai's really red shout also suddenly sounded at this time. The Konoha shinobi who had escaped Rasha's ultimate move also turned around and chased after him. Everyone's heart is very excited. This war with Sand Shinobi, at this moment can be considered to have come to an end. And they are the victorious side? What needs to be done now is to plunge into the territory of the Kingdom of Wind and force Tsunagakuer to sign the defeat treaty. Ashabua. Pata. Ta'arai's red voice also reached the battlefield on the right. The Konoha shinobi on the right also immediately chased Sand Shinobi who was running away. A fierce chase battle was staged in the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. More than 1,000 people Sand Shinobi hurriedly fled in front. The Konoha army of more than 2,000 people followed closely behind the chase. The catharsis of various roars came from Konoha's army. Sand Shinobi who flee are scared to run faster. The chasing time lasted until dusk, when Konoha's army stopped. Night falls. A new camp has been completed in the realm of wind. In the center of the camp, the largest tent is Konoha's new frontline headquarters at this moment. Brew brew brew. Brew 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 brew. In the headquarters, as soon as everyone had counted the casualties of the battle, Zaojian's phone worm suddenly rang. Because this is the first time for the senior officials to call the phone worm to the headquarters. So this is also the first time that Konoha's Jonin commanders heard the dialing sound of a telephone bug. Everyone turned their curious eyes to Zaojian. They didn't realize it until Zaojian took out the phone bug. Blue 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 click. Moses Zaojian-kun is there. After Zaojian picked up the phone worm's microphone, Mikato's voice also rang. Cough cough. Mikato, I'm at the front command. Hearing Mikato's gentle voice, Zaojian felt a little guilty, but at the same time he felt a little guilt in his heart. He hasn't figured out how to explain to the second daughter in the future. Zaojian, how is the battle going? At this moment, the telephone worm's gentle expression suddenly changed its appearance. I imitated Sarutobi Hiruzen, with an anxious expression. The high-ranking patriarchs in the Hokage building, seeing third generation get to the point, all raised their ears. At this time, after they took a rest, their expressions obviously became more energetic. We have defeated Tsunagakure's troops. And deep into the territory of the Kingdom of Wind, about 200 kilometers or so. If I didn't expect it to be bad, Tsunagakure will come over and ask for peace soon. After hearing the words of third generation, Zaojian answered truthfully. Then there was a burst of cheering from the phone worm. Although the senior officials have known for a long time that Konoha is almost a sure win situation in this battle, they are still very happy to get the exact news. What is the specific number of casualties? In the Hokage building, third generation raised his hand to suppress the voices of everyone, and then asked again. Let's let Captain True Red report to you. We have just compiled the statistics here. Zaojian replied to third generation. Then put the phone worm in front of Yuri Zhenhong. Master third generation. Ta'arai Zhenhong picked up the data from the table, just collected the statistics, and then stood up. Well, it's really red. Please report. We are all listening. Yes. Hearing the words of third generation, Ta'arai Zhenhong replied respectfully. Then he reported it slowly. In this battle, we cut the enemy, about 2,100 people. The number of prisoners, 193 people. After Ta'arai Zhenhong said that he had captured it, there was another exclamation on the phone worm. However, it was stopped again by third generation. What about our casualties? 0. Seeking flowers? 0. Third generation asked, then held his breath. In this battle, Sand Shinobi was very vigorous before the battle. So our casualties are a bit larger than in the previous battle. The number of injured on our side in this battle is 712. The number of people killed is 384. After Ta'arai Zhenhong finished his report, the command center fell silent. As for the phone worm, there was also a brief silence. This was a moment of silence for the compatriots who died in battle. Although it was a big victory, no one would cheer at this time. That must be pointed out by humanitarianism. We get it. The heavy face of third generation was simulated by the phone worm. 0. Then began to inquire again, some details of the battle. Upon hearing third generation's inquiry, Yuri Zhenhong also truthfully reported. As the real commander of the army in this battle, he had not participated in the battle before, but had been watching the situation of the battle. So no one knows the details of this battle better than him. From the beginning of the war to the end of the battle, from his mouth, one by one narration came out. In the Hokage building, Konoha's high-level leaders and patriarchs were also quietly listening. Hearing that Sand Shinobi didn't dare to fight Zaojian, an unmanned vacuum area was directly vacated around him, and the high-level people all admired and sighed. Then I heard Sand Shinobi who gave Zaojian the name Konoha Shinobi. Everyone was also very curious. Because they have not witnessed Zaojian's ability, this also makes their minds full of various conjectures about Zaojian. Speaking of the last Sand Shinobi, because of Zaojian's personal action, they were scared to the point of splitting their guts. Ta'arai Zhenhong also specially praised Nara Lukasa. Because he borrowed the name of Zaojian to shock Sand Shinobi on the left battlefield, he also made a lot of credit. The Jonin commanders in the command post also admired Nara Luyi for a while. This guy is relying on his brain in this war. The credit is second only to Zaojian and Orochimaru chapter 135. No need to dissuade, I have made up my mind. Just when Konoha reported the situation of the war, Tsunagakure's troops have also built a new camp. However, without the materials, they are still as simple and cold as before. Inside a large tent in the center of the position, all the surviving Sand Shinobi Jonin gathered here. Of course, their number has dropped sharply by 1/3 again. And in the tent, they are not the only ones, all the medical ninjas of Sand Shinobi are also crowded in the tent. Rosa, you can hold on to it. Yeah, Luasha, you can't do anything wrong. Looking at Luasha surrounded by medical ninjas, the Jonin commanders of Tsunagakure all got their hearts out. If there is no Luasha's final big move, at this time, these people will survive, it is unknown. Precisely because of this, the 380 are grateful to Luosha in their hearts. It was Luasha who sacrificed herself to create a way of escape for them. Chosama, it's dying. Master Luasha's vitality is passing too fast. A medical ninja raised his head, his face was full of helpless bitterness. At this moment, 4 medical ninjas are using healing jutsu to treat the severely injured Luasha at the same time. However, there have been 2 waves of people in rotation, and Luo She's life state still hasn't improved a little bit. It's like an oil lamp runs out of wick, and it doesn't burn anyway. Let me come. Cho stood by and stopped to watch for a long time. In the end she sighed helplessly. Luo She was seriously injured and unhealed, coupled with his excessive gluttony. At this time, almost all the cells in his whole body wilted. Ordinary medical ninjutsu seems to be useless. Cho-sama, do you want it? A look of shock. It was the same medical ninja who spoke. His name is Xinyuan Sheijing, and he is the medical captain of the medical team. At this moment, Luosha was already in a state of powerlessness to revolving heaven. But Cho said to let her come? At this moment, Sheijing thought of Qianday's forbidden technique at the cost of life. Let me come. Cho sighed again. Then he took a step forward and slowly squatted down. No, you are our Fengying agent. Just as Cho stretched out his hands, Sheijing was anxious and grabbed her by the arm. The two have no head and no tail, full of weird conversations. Attracted the attention of everyone in the account in an instant. Sheijing, what is going on? Yakang frowned and asked with a puzzled look. Because the actions of the two at this moment are really weird. Yakang, hurry up and stop Master Cho. Sir 1,000 generations, she wants to use her own reincarnation technique. Hearing Yakang's inquiry, Sheijing turned his head anxiously. I was born and reincarnated. Everyone in the tent looked confused. Because of the name of this ninjutsu, they have never heard of it. Illustration. This is a forbidden technique that heals a living person and brings the dead back to life. But to perform this technique, you need to pay the price of life. Sheijing answered anxiously. The technique of reincarnating oneself. It is a ninjutsu developed by Chokatsu not long after it was completed. This technique can not only resurrect the dead, but can even give life to the puppet. Cho originally planned to use this technique to resurrect Sasori's parents. But after the disappearance of third Kaze Cage, the matter was temporarily put on hold. This also led to the fact that only one person who helped and participated in the development of the Sandwell knew about it. What? Ninjutsu at the cost of life? Master Cho, you. Everyone in the big account looked at Cho in horror. Just when they were about to stop, Cho suddenly uttered a voice. I'm getting old, and Tsunagakuer has lost a lot in this war. The current village may be facing even more difficult situations. So Tsunagakuer, you can no longer lose the important combat power of Luosha, and you don't have to dissuade me anymore. I have made up my mind. Cho broke free of Sheijing's arm, and then said faintly. Although the voice is very soft, it is unquestionably strong. In fact, the defeat in this war has broken Cho's heart. So on the way she carried Luosha back. In her heart, she also struggled to think about it for a long time. In the end she made up her mind. If Luosha really does not work, then she will use the forbidden technique to save Luosha Zero. Because after these few days of observation, Cho felt that Luosha would definitely lead Tsunagakuer in a better direction. Because Luosha is resourceful, and he can act decisively in case of trouble. This is a talent that she cannot possess as a person swayed by hatred. The most important thing is that Cho feels that he is old, and Luosha is in his youth and prime of life. The role of the two in the future of the village, Luosha also far surpassed her. Therefore, the originally discouraged Cho intends to contribute all his final value to his village. Cho-sama. No, Cho-sama. Yes, let's think of other ways. Cho's resolute words filled the big tent with an atmosphere of sadness. All of Sand Shinobi's heart was depressed. No need to persuade me, I have made up my mind. Cho's hands glowed with blue light and pressed against Luosha's chest. Then facing the sand well opposite to him, he said, if you don't have enough chakra for the old man, then you will be the first. Cho-sama. Seeing that Cho had begun to use the forbidden technique, Sheijing's eyes were suddenly blurred by tears. Then facing Cho, he nodded vigorously. Haha. Seeing Sheijing nodding, Cho suddenly smiled kindly. At this time, she is no longer an agent of Fengying. It's not what it is, the tough and persistent village is 3.0 stories high. Now she is just an ordinary, amiable elder and old man. Cho-sama. Cho-sama. A burst of sorrowful crying resounded in the big tent. Everyone's eyes were blurred by tears. But Cho has decided to leave, and they obviously can't save it. Illustration. Okay, why cry? Cho smiled kindly and interrupted everyone. Then in the remaining time, I began to explain the funeral to them. And the first thing is to ask Konoha for peace as soon as possible. Because this is currently the most important thing in Sand Shinobi Village, there is no 1. Chapter 136 a different kind of banquet. This night, Konoha's position was filled with celebratory excitement. And Sand Shinobi's position is filled with depressing sadness. Although Luosha was indeed rescued. But they lost, Commander Sand Shinobi of this battle. After the consciousness returned to the body, Luosha was confused for a while, and then under the explanation of her companion, she understood the whole story. Then he also wailed loudly for a while. He already had dark circles under his eyes, and his eyes suddenly became even darker from crying. Early the next morning, after the sky is bright, Zaejian and Kushina walked out of a tent together. The relationship between the two of them broke through that step, so naturally there is no need to use 2 more tents. But this night, the two of them did nothing, just rested for one night. After all, this is within the battlefield. And Kushina has not fully recovered. So Zaejian naturally cannot do something that hurts her. Master Zaejian, good morning. Master Kushina, good morning. On their way to the headquarters, Zayajian and Kushina again received greetings from a bunch of people. From the first time I was called an adult. Up to now, both of them have dealt with them very calmly. You don't need to answer, just nod your head to signal and it's over. And Konoha's ninjas, seeing Zayajian nod to themselves, they were all happy for a long time. This is the celebrity effect brought by the powerful strength and record. Everyone, do you want to continue the attack today? After the two entered the headquarters, Zayajian suddenly couldn't wait to ask. In a big battle yesterday, he killed more than 500 enemies and gained 30,000 points of prestige. At this time, his reserve of prestige has reached more than 93,000 points. The high-level draw of the 100,000 mark is just a step away, so he thought, if he could meet Sand Shinobi today, he would just step over it directly. Haha, no offense is needed today. I conclude that Tsunagakure's envoy for peace is coming to Konoha's position at this moment. Naralu sat in the position for a long time, and smiled with a relaxed look. The whole person is transparent, with a confident appearance. The other Jonin commanders nodded when they heard his words. Obviously, they are also convinced of Naraluyu's IQ. Oh, are you so sure? Zayajian couldn't help but be surprised. Although he also knew that Tsunagakure would definitely surrender in the near future. But he did not expect such an accurate time point. Hehe, it will take 2 hours at most before they will arrive. Alright. Seeing Naraluyu so confident, Zayajian sighed inwardly. Naraluyu's IQ is extraordinary, and it is estimated that he will say it in all likelihood. That being the case, the high-level draw can only be postponed a little longer. Funny. Thinking of this, Zayajian also took Kushina and sat down together. Kushina, do you want snacks? I have nothing to do, and waiting is very boring. Zayajian took out a bunch of various snacks directly from the system backpack and put them on Kushina's table. In recent lottery draws, many snacks have been drawn. Takuno is no longer by his side, his snacks are in the system, and they are about to pile up into hills. Because the higher the level of the lottery, the amount of debris drawn is the same as the prestige value consumption, which is multiplied by 10 times. The snacks drawn in the high-level lottery are actually 1,000 packs. Zayajian felt that at this moment, he was about to open a small shop. Specialized sales, various snacks, and sundries. Boom. A small mountain of snacks hit Kushina's table. Not only was Kushina horrified, but everyone in the entire conference room was also stunned by Zayajian's operation. What? Just in the entire conference room, after a second of silence, a tornado suddenly surrounded the conference table, and it blew down beside Zayajian. The hairs of Zayajian and Kushina were blown up in an instant. That, Captain Zayajian, can you give me some snacks, just a little bit? Akamika Dingsa's eyes beamed, staring at the snacks like a hill. The hands were constantly rubbing each other, looking very, very eager. I almost forgot, there is another guy in this conference room who has a better appetite than Takuno. Looking at Akamike as a daughter-in-law, she looked nervous. Zayajian smiled suddenly, raised his hand and motioned. You take it yourself. There are several such small mountain snacks in Zayajian's system backpack. So he was eager for someone to help eat them all. It's an eye-catcher to save it in the system backpack. Okay, thank you Captain Zayajian. Akamika Dingsa was overjoyed, hugged his arms, and directly took away a bunch. However, this pile is estimated to be about 1/10 of the number of hills. Everyone, since they are all waiting, then just pass the time. Seeing the others, who were staring at the table full of snacks in a daze, Zayajian also greeted with a smile. After all, there are so many snacks, he and Kushina will definitely not be able to eat them all. After Zayajian's voice fell, the atmosphere in the command post began to change. By the time Orikimura and Yuri Maki arrived at the headquarters, it was as if a banquet was being held in the headquarters. 380. Report. Time gradually passed by at the snack conference. About an hour and a half later, a ninja rushed into the headquarters excitedly. But after witnessing the table full of snacks, he was also momentarily sluggish. Report to adults, Tsunagakure's messenger for peace is here. After reacting, the ninja who rushed in quickly reported. After hearing the ninja's report, Zayajian raised his head and glanced at Naraluku. This guy's IQ, the fruit is very powerful. Within 2 hours of talking, it really came. Who is here? Orochimaru sitting on the lord's seat. Putting down the dried apple in his hand, he raised his head and asked. After entering the conference room, he was also clicked by everyone, which aroused his appetite. So he also participated in the snack banquet for everyone. Tsunagakure's Luosha, and leaves. Upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, Konoha Shinobi answered truthfully. What Luosha, is still alive? Orochimaru's face was unbelievable. I felt as uncomfortable as if I had eaten flies. Even the dried apples at the table don't feel fragrant at this time. Chapter 137. In this battle, we admitted that we were defeated. Yes, Rasha is indeed included, and his injury seems to be healed. Konoha Shinobi nodded and answered truthfully. In fact, at this moment, not only Orochimaru was unbelievable, but Zayajian frowned. Because after the end of the battle yesterday, he also felt it with Kagura's eyes, and he did feel Luosha's air like a gossamer. Why is it that after only one night, not only did he not die but healed and became a messenger for peace? Go and bring them in. After thinking about it, I still can't figure it out. So Orochimaru looked gloomy and ordered Konoha Shinobi. Yes. The Konoha Shinobi bowed in response, then turned and exited the command post. Before leaving, he secretly glanced at the table full of snacks, and his heart was full of weird colors. Clean up, the messengers of Sand Shinobi are here. Seeing the ninja exit the command post, Orochimaru thought for a long time. Turning his head, looking at the table full of snacks, he was also helpless and big-head. It didn't take long. When everyone has cleaned up, the Konoha shinobi who left, also returned again. And Luosha and Yakang were also honestly following him at this moment. My lord, the messenger of Sand Shinobi is here. Come in. The sound from outside the door fell, and Orochimaru responded hoarsely. Immediately afterwards, the three of them entered the headquarters one after another. Everyone's eyes instantly gathered on Luosha and Yakang's body, as if a heavy burden, weighing their hearts extremely heavy. Time fell silent at this moment, and no one spoke. The scene has been so silent all the time. Orochimaru stared straight at Luosha, his scalp was about to break. But he didn't understand what happened to Luosha's unharmed state at this time. We Tsunagakur surrendered. The pressure on his shoulders became heavier and heavier. Luosha struggled a bit, and said directly to break the silence. The ghost knows how heavy the pressure is for him now. Sit down. Seeing Orochimaru seem to be wandering beyond the sky, Yuri Zhenhong had no choice but to stand up. Although the two sides have been fighting on the battlefield for several days, everyone also hated each other in their hearts. But since they are messengers who come to ask for peace, the courtesy that should be given can't be left behind. Thanks a lot. After arching their hands, Luosha and Yakang were not hypocritical. According to Yuri Zhenhong's sign, the two sat at the long conference table and the seats at the rear. But after this one sat down, both of them felt more pressure. At this moment, they were straight ahead, looking straight at the first seat, Orochimaru with a gloomy expression. Left and right, each is a row of Konoha's Jonin commanders. In the first seat on the left, Yui Mahong and Narashikaisa and others are in sequence. On the first seat on the right, Baiyun Zaojian and Whirlpool Kushina, etc. The heavy pressure rushed to his face instantly. The breath of the two of them stopped unconsciously. In this war, our Tsunagakur side was defeated. I came here this time mainly because I wanted to make peace with Konoha. After taking a deep breath, Luosha said in a heavy voice. At this moment, the palms of his and Yakang's hands were all wet with sweat. If it were not for the safety of the village, the two of them would have left this place long ago, which made them depressed and uncomfortable. Haha, are you sure? Can you represent Tsunagakur? Orochimaru asked with a hoarse smile. At this time, he had been relieved from Luosha's safety and health. I am now the commander-in-chief of Sand Shinobi's front line. Is that not enough? Looking directly at Orochimaru on the opposite side, Luosha said slowly. Although the atmosphere at the moment was depressed, he was very uncomfortable. But as the negotiating party, the momentum can't be too much. This is the basic criterion of negotiation, and Luosha naturally knows it. You, Tsunagakur, frontline commander. Could that old fellow Cho be dismissed? Rasha's words made Orochimaru full of doubts. The Konoha Jonin present here also turned their curiosity and doubts to the two of Luosha. Cho? I heard Orochimaru talk about Cho's name. Zaojian's mind suddenly seemed to catch something. With a flash of inspiration, he instantly understood why Luosha was safe and sound. If the guess is correct, it should be the forbidden technique in the original book where Cho saved Gaara. This is not in the scope of our negotiations. You only need to know that Luosha has this qualification. Luosha said lightly, and did not answer everyone's doubts. But from his performance and Yakang's complexion next to him, a trace of sadness flashed through. Immediately let Zaojian be sure, the guess in his heart. Haha, you really have no obligation to tell us. In that case, let's talk about your intentions for peace. Orochimaru smiled hoarsely, then leaned back on the back of the chair and put his legs directly on the table. This negotiation is just a form of Tsunagakur's surrender, which does not involve any defeated compensation treaty. That kind of thing was drawn up by the high-level villagers, and then passed to the high-level Sand Shinobi, and the two sides negotiated in detail. Seeing Orochimaru's random behavior, Luosha and Yakang frowned. But at the moment they are the good money losers. Even if I feel very uncomfortable, it is hard to say anything. In this war, we admitted that we were defeated. After taking a look at Orochimaru and the crowd, Luosha slowly said. The general content is that Tsunagakur admitted that he was completely defeated, and hoped that Konoha could retreat. After the incident, their village will also give corresponding compensation. As for the content of the compensation, the two sides had to negotiate after the war. Bara. In the entire command center, there was only Luosha's voice, and Yakang's supplements from time to time. Although all Konoha shinobi people were secretly happy, they didn't show the slightest expression. Until Luosha said it to the end, after finishing speaking. Only Orochimaru, Yui Mahong, and others negotiated. But Zaojian didn't say a word all the time, just listening silently from the side. Chapter 138 A Special Honor? The negotiation meeting lasted more than an hour. Except that Orochimaru was a little uncomfortable with Luosha, who occasionally babbled him during the period. No accidents happened in the process. After the meeting, Ta'arai is really read out of politeness. Personally sent Luosha and the two out. Just after the three of them left, the entire conference room suddenly burst into noise and cheers. A war is over. And everyone in the conference room. All the people who contributed to this war. The noise continued for a long time. The crowd gradually stopped. Then Zaojian took out the phone worm and dialed out to the Hokage building. As for the meeting just now, why didn't it come out? Of course it is unnecessary. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals? Luo She at this moment, although Sunagakure's frontline commander, but they are also not qualified to face Konoha's senior executives directly. Blubra, click. Moses Zayajian-kun. The phone worm in the Hokage building called, and Mikato's voice suddenly came out. This made Zayajian a little bit of guilt in his heart. I haven't spoken to Mikato for several days. After each call, the two talked. It was just a simple greeting when the phone was connected. Mikato, ask Mr. Third Generation to answer the phone. 383. Suppressing the guilt in his heart, Zayajian said with a face as usual. Okay, Zayajian-kun, wait a moment. Mikato said softly. There seemed to be a little bit of regret in the voice. Zayajian, what happened to the front line? After a while, amidst the phone bug, the noisy voices of Third Generation and the senior management came. Sunagakure has sent representatives to ask for peace. After seeing the appearance of the phone worm becoming Third Generation, Zayajian also went straight to the subject. At this moment Konoha still has two battlefields. In the midst of a raging war, time cannot be delayed arbitrarily. Ha ha ha, good, good. Third Generation's laughter came from the phone, and said it 3 times in succession. Afterwards, in the meeting room of the Hokage building, there was also a sea of cheers. In this war, not only Sunagakure was defeated by surprise, the Konoha executives before also did not expect that victory would come so quickly. Just about 10 days. When the war broke out to victory, it was over. This is the shortest and fastest battle ever fought in Konoha Jiankan's history. Hearing the high-level laughter of the phone worm, the group of Konoha Jonin in the command post also laughed happily. Regardless of the various achievements after the war, this battle is over. On each of them, at least they have to record an S-level task reward. This is not enough. After all, wars involve nations between nations. Among the mission levels, it is almost the highest level mission. The cheers in the Hokage building lasted for a long time. Then, under the signal of Third Generation, it gradually stopped. Everyone in the command center, you are doing well, you are the heroes of Konoha village? After the phone worm stopped completely from the noise, Third Generation was full of respectful voices and praised it. The Jonins in the command post were all excited and quietly listening to the voice of Third Generation. However, thanks to Konoha, the war has not been completely ended. So at this moment, Third Generation, it was just a verbal commendation. After all, if you really want to give any substantive rewards at this time, the two sides will be separated from each other and cannot be given. Zayajian Na. After the unanimous resolution of the village leaders, everyone intends to give you the greatest contribution, a very special honor. After complimenting everyone present in the headquarters, Third Generation finally talked about Zayajian. Very special honor. Hearing the words of Third Generation, Zayajian was very surprised and curious. The Jonins in the command center also listened with interest. They also want to know what honor the village will give, as Zayajian who has done the most. Ha 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 ha, what the honor is, the old ladies won't tell you for now, but we have sent this thing to the battlefield with Iwagakure. When you get there, you will naturally know what it is. Third Generation laughed haha. Congratulations from high-level patriarchs came from the phone worm, but no one revealed what honor it was. This made Zayajian and the command Jonin very curious, and they were tickled in their hearts. So, next, am I going to the battlefield of Iwagakure? After being curious about the honor for a while, Zayajian also asked. When he heard Zayajian's words, the phone worm gradually fell into silence. After a while, Third Generation's serious voice came out of the phone worm again. Well, it's not just you. Everyone on your front line now, except for the seriously injured. The rest must rush to support the other two battlefields. After Third Generation's words were finished, the command headquarters also fell into a heavy atmosphere. Yes, he and others defeated Sunagakure. But the war has not all ended yet. In the other two places in the country of fire, there are two stronger villages that are eyeing Konoha. I see, right? Where's Minato? After Zayajian nodded in response, he suddenly thought of Minato, so he asked directly. If I remember correctly, in the original book, Iwagakure's battlefield was ended by Minato. Where is that guy now? Considering that the third Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village is a ninja who is good at speed, I went to the battlefield of Cloud Shinobi Village dispatched by Minato. Although I don't know Zayajian, why ask Minato? But Third Generation told the truth. That's it, I understand. After hearing Third Generation's answer, Zayajian nodded again. Think about it too. At the speed of third Raikage and fourth Raikage in the future. At present, in the entire ninja world, it is estimated that there is only Minato, who can rely on Flying Thunder God to overwhelm them in speed. It seems that I have to develop the teleport ability as soon as possible. Zayajian thought silently in his heart. Although his speed at the moment is already very fast among ninjas, but compared with Minato and Raikage, this kind of person who is good at speed, the speed is really not a little bit worse. Chapter 139 High-level appointment, cheering Konoha? Since at this moment, you are all in the headquarters. Then old ladies, take advantage of this time to give you the transfer order. After the phone worm was silent for a while, Third Generation said in a serious voice. Everyone in the command center heard the words of Third Generation, and they all fell silent. After all, next, it matters to them, which battlefield they will go to rush to help. The battlefield of Iwagakure is supported by Zayajian. and after arriving at the frontline battlefield, Zayajian took over as the commander-in-chief of the battlefield. After the appointment of Zayajian, third generation started to assign Zayajian to the team. At this time Konoha position in the territory of the Kingdom of Wind, except for the companions who have been killed and severely wounded and can no longer fight. Konoha's team roughly left about 2,000 people, and 2,000 people can be allocated into 2,000-man brigade. But what surprised Zayajian a little bit was that not only Kushina was assigned to his team, even the three of Inoshikacho were assigned to their own names. Understood. After third generation announced his appointment and team, Zayajian also nodded in response. He did not reject the appointment of third generation. After all, Narashikaiju was also assigned to his team. If not, just throw the burden directly to him at the front of the battlefield. I can completely be like Orochimaru, being a handoff shopkeeper. After third generation announced the appointment of Zayajian, it began to announce another team. As for the other team, Orochimaru himself led the team, and under his name, Yuri Zhenhong, etc., a group of Jonin commanders. Is it all clear? After all the transfer orders were issued, third generation asked solemnly. Clear. Everyone in the command center replied loudly. 7. Then you hurry up and prepare, the battlefield is critical and time cannot be delayed. Third generation said solemnly again. In other battlefields, there is no convenience of phone worms. So third generation is not clear at this time what is going on the front line. So at this time, his heart is also very anxious. Yes. Zayajian and Orochimaru responded at the same time. Then Zayajian got up and hung up the phone worm directly. Captain Zayajian, congratulations. It's time to be called Lord Zayajian. Yes, Sir Zayajian, congratulations. After the call was hung up, a group of Konoha Jonin came forward to congratulate Zayajian. Even Orochimaru, who is at the same level at the moment, smiled and congratulated twice. At this moment, Zayajian was promoted to commander-in-chief, which was equivalent to an increase in his position. Therefore, he was originally a Jonin of the same level, so he had to change his name to Zayajian at this moment. Ha ha ha, you're polite. Zayajian also smiled and waved his hand as a thank you. Seeing Zayajian being embraced and congratulated by the crowd, he looked vigorous. Kushina also feels proud. The little face was flushed with excitement, which looked particularly attractive. Since third generation and the senior management have issued orders, then we can't delay any more time. Everyone, quickly gather a team and we will go and destroy Uegakur. Zayajian waved his hand and said with high spirits. The Jonin commanders assigned to his hands also took their orders and retreated. Seeing Zayajian started to act, Orochimaru was not far behind. The same waved his hand and ordered the team to be assembled. Don't tell me, you are still real, you have the commander-in-chief's momentum. After everyone retreated, Kushina took Zayajian's arm and smiled with a blushing face. Of course, I am already commanding now. Zayajian turned his head and smiled at Kushina. Then he drew his arms and took her into his arms. Just when the phone worm hung up, Sarutobi Hiruzen also spread the victory of Sand Shinobi's surrender from the Hokage building to the surroundings. For a while, everyone in the entire Konoha village was boiling, and Zayajian's name, once again, has been conveyed into the ears of every villager. Zayajian at this time is in Konoha village. It can be said that the real people know everything. The villagers who have seen Zayajian are all boasting Zayajian, and the villagers who have never seen what Zayajian is like, always want to see the hero of the village right away. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Even the ninja students who just enrolled in the ninja school. In the most recent period of time, Tentenshi has grown up and will become a ninja as great as Lord Zayajian. Come on, guy. As long as you work hard, you will be as strong as Lord Zayajian in the future. Might Dai, who came to school to give his son a lunchbox, said to Might Guy with a look of encouragement. With the sound of green tights, he looked so different in the crowd. Really, Dad? I will definitely work hard. Might Guy raised his head, his eyes filled with excitement. He also wears the same green tights as Might. But the difference is that Might is wearing a yellow scarf, while he is wearing a red scarf. At this time, in the original Hokage, this one almost kicked out the final blue beast, and he has not graduated from the ninja school. You saved the province, just you? Do you still want to be as strong as Lord Zayajian? That's right, and I heard that Guy has been in ninja school for almost 3 years, but he didn't even learn a ninjutsu. What, isn't he just the tail of the crane? Keep your voice down. A group of parents who also came to the ninja school to give lunch to their children, whispering to the Might Guy father and son not far away. Ian, Aligadu? Might Guy and his son turned their heads at the same time. At the whispering crowd, a big thumb was raised. The dazzling big white fang is also shining shiningly at this time. The parents who were whispering to each other were quickly scattered by light and ran away. At the same time that this scene happened, countless village spies lurking in Konoha also passed on the news of Tsunagakur's defeat in various ways. At this moment, Tsunagakur's frontline team has not yet returned to the village. So at this time, the information about Sand Shinobi's defeat was only spread in Konoha. And Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately publicized Sand Shinobi's defeat, not just announcing a victory. Chapter 140. Does Tsunagakur still want to hit us? Master Madara. In the dark grotto, white Zetsu got out of the soil. Black Zetsu is not attached to his body at the moment, so now he has only pure white color. Lord Madara, Tsunagakur was defeated again. That Baiyun Zayajian is really amazing. Sand Shinobi saw him and fled. And they also gave Baiyun Zaojian a name Konoha Shining. White Zetsu danced and reported to Uchiha Madara. However, since his intelligence came from yesterday, he does not know now that Tsunagakur was actually forced to surrender this morning. Konoha Shine? Hey, Tsunagakur is really getting useless. Hearing White Zetsu's words, Uchiha slowly opened his eyes. Sanguyu's pupils were slowly rotating and opening in his 383 eyes. Master Madara, do we need to speed up the implementation of the plan? According to the situation at this time, Tsunagakur may surrender in a few days. At that time, the Konoha team that was fighting Sand Shinobi will be liberated. Under the pressure of Konoha's senior leaders, they may not send genins to the battlefield. Black Zetsu emerged from Uchiha Madara's shadow. In order to save his mother, Black Zetsu did not hesitate to hide Tenten in Madara's shadow, making Madara think that Black Zetsu was his will. Well, what you said is also right. Uchiha Madara nodded, closed his eyes again, and his thoughts began to spin in his head. Go, come with me to Kirigakure. When I opened my eyes again, there was a gleam in Uchiha Madara's eyes. I saw him not a seal, and the white tube connected to his back immediately absorbed a huge amount of energy from the Gadu statue. His originally very dry skin slowly recovered some luster and plumpness at this time. Even the original long white hair has become gray. Click. Pulling off the white tube on his body, Uchiha Madara took the lead and walked out. Black Zetsu quickly broke away from Madara's shadow, quickly attached himself to White Zetsu, and then followed Madara's pace. The man behind the scenes who was hiding in the shinobi world and planning for so long was actually more anxious than Uchiha Madara in his heart. The next day, after a day of rush, the Konoha army led by Zaojian from within the border of the Kingdom of Wind, came to the border of the Kingdom of Rain. Master Zaojian, the country of rain is ahead, don't we need to take a detour? A Konoha Jonin running behind Zaojian reminded Zaojian. After all, during the war, stepping into the territory of other countries at will, but it is easy to cause contradictions and disputes. Unnecessary. Just borrow from the country of the rain. Pata pata pata. Zaojian's pace did not stop in the slightest. After the sound fell, he took the lead from the front of the team and stepped into the territory of the rain country. At this time, if you take a detour, it will take at least half a day to reach the battlefield where Uegakure is at fire. The front line does not yet know what is going on, so Zaojian does not want to waste too much time. And, if Hanzo of the Salamander from Rain Shinobi village really dare to come and ask for trouble, then let him know that the Konoha village at this time is not just the Konoha Sunin that he bestows on. Do not worry. The land of rain is located at the border of the three countries, and their situation is actually more severe than ours. As long as we don't take the initiative to cause a war in the land of rain, they dare not stop it at will, at most they will stop it symbolically. Nara Luyu, who also ran behind Zaojian, smiled and comforted everyone. Certainly, in fact, he has more confidence. It is Zaojian's unmatched strength. I see. Hear what Narashika said. A crowd of Konoha Jonin exhaled one after another. After all, Zaojian is fearless, but it does not prove that they are not afraid. Because if it is true, there will be conflicts with the country of rain, and even a war will be triggered. Then they are equivalent to erecting another enemy to the village when Konoha was in danger. In this way, they can become sinners in the village. Zaojian, who was running at the front of the team, heard Nara Luyu's consolation to everyone, and the corners of his mouth twitched zero. It feels good to have such a high IQ presence in the team. It's really sensible in analysis hula la la. The majestic rain poured down from the sky. Entire Rain Shinobi village, all shrouded in a daze. In a hall, Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Rain Shinobi, is having a meal at the moment. Report. A loud report, accompanied by the downpour, came in from outside the door, and the voice seemed very anxious. Come in. Hanzo frowned and relieved the dishes in his hands. Rain Shinobi wearing a gas mask outside the door, after receiving Hanzo's response, pushed the door and entered the hall. Report to your lord. The perception department has detected that a brigade of 1,000 people is coming straight from the direction of the country of the wind towards the territory of our country. After taking a breather, Rain Shinobi hurriedly reported. What? Hanzo suddenly sat up from his seat. Tsunagakur, isn't it attacking the country of fire? Running into our country of rain at this moment, what do you want to do? Could it be that while they are beating Konoha, they are arrogantly wanting to split up and even fight with us? Hearing that the person came from the Kingdom of Wind, Hanzo subconsciously thought it was Tsunagakur's troops. After all, Tsunagakur's surrendered 3.0 interest rate at this time has not yet been communicated to the country of rain. So in Rain Shinobi village, no one knows. In fact, Tsunagakur has already been defeated. Quick, pass the order down. Call the team. Hanzo kicked the table in front of him. All kinds of food were spilled on the table. Yes. Rain Shinobi nodded in response. Then he turned quickly and ran out. Not too long. When Hanzo was ready and walked out of the main hall, a Rain Shinobi brigade of 2,000 people has also been assembled. Because since the outbreak of the war, Rain Shinobi village has also taken precautions long ago. Chapter 141 If you can go through 20 tricks under the hands of the old man, pata pata pata. Zaojian led the team into the country of rain. Everyone's footsteps became louder and louder. It is different from the arid desert area of the country of wind. In the country of rain, where it rains all year round, the ground is covered with wet water stains. There is something wrong with the magnetic field in the country of rain. Zayajian, running in front of the team, muttered secretly in his heart. I don't know if it's because of consuming thunder fruit. Since entering the country of rain, he has clearly felt that this place is different from other places. There seems to be a weird magnetic field permeating the surrounding area, which has caused cumulus clouds and rainfall throughout the year. And the thick black clouds in the sky are full of countless violent lightning factors, as if he can pull the lightning down as long as he beckons. This reminded Zayajian of Enel's two big moves, Lei Ying and Wan Lei. Lord Zayajian. 5 kilometers ahead, there is a brigade of 2,000 people. Just when Zayajian fell into deep thought, a perception ninja rushed up from behind. Understood. After returning to 02, Zayajian nodded. Then opened the eyes of Kagura's heart, and his perception quickly radiated out. In just 2 breaths, the team of more than 2,000 people in front was also imprinted in Zayajian's mind. The leader is standing on top of a giant Sancho fish. There is no doubt that he is the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo of the Salamander. I didn't expect Hanzo, he really came. Zayajian muttered a weird expression. Before, I said in my heart that if you meet Hanzo of the Salamander, let him see how good he is. Unexpectedly, Jula came so quickly. Master Zayajian, nothing will happen, right? A group of Konoha Jonin who were 2 steps behind Zayajian, after hearing Zayajian's muttering, they all asked with some concern. After all, Hanzo of the Salamander, but known as the existence of a demigod. The strength is in the ninja world at this time, and that is also the top handful of strong people. No problem. If Hanzo really wants to lead the army to intercept, then you will all retreat. I can stop them all by myself. Feeling the aspirations of the people behind him, Zayajian smiled and comforted. At this moment, he is not talking big words. In the strange magnetic field of this rain country, Zayajian and the thunderclouds in the sky had an inexplicable resonance. If he wants, he can throw the big move directly from the sky at any time. That's good. That's good. Hearing Zayajian's words, the Jonin commanders all put their hearts back in their stomachs. Zayajian is very confident at this time, and the whole body exudes convincing charm. For a while, Kushina, who was also behind Zayajian, became slightly obsessed. At a distance of 5 kilometers, the speed of the crowd did not decrease. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived in front of the Rain Shinobi Brigade. Boom. Come and stop. Just after the distance between the 2 sides approached, a handful of kuna carrying a detonating talisman was shot from the head of a Sancho fish by Hanzo. The flames of the explosion instantly lit up in front of the Konoha team, and Zayajian was also at this moment, raising his right hand to stop the team. Illustration. Because the rain curtain was really too big, it was only when the 2 sides got close to each other tens of meters at this time that they could vaguely see the other side's appearance. Konoha Shinobi. After seeing Zayajian and others' clothes and forehead protector, Hanzo was a little confused for a while, because he had never thought that coming from the Kingdom of Wind would actually be the team of Konoha Shinobi. Luju, you can negotiate first. Zayajian glanced at Hanzo, who was full of question marks. Then he turned his head and shouted at Luju behind him. There is this kind of the resourceful general in the team. Yes. Hearing Zayajian's call, Nara did not postpone it for a long time. He strode straight behind him and walked straight forward. Hanzo-sama. We are Konoha's frontline troops. Because of the tight time, I want to borrow your national treasure to pass. I hope you can make it convenient. Nara deer walked a long distance forward to make sure that the sound could be conveyed in the rain, then stopped on the ground and shouted loudly. Although there are some meanings of soliciting, the voice is neither humble nor overbearing, and there is no smell of begging. It neither appears strong nor weak. The scale is just right. Passing. Are you guys fighting with Tsunagakur, frontline troops? After Luyu's voice reached Hanzo's ears, Hanzo suddenly asked with a puzzled expression on his face. It seems that at this time, only this answer seems more reasonable. Yes, Tsunagakur has signed the defeat treaty, so now, we want to borrow precious treasures to go to the battlefield of Iwagakur. Nara Luyu answered bluntly. The information will probably spread in less than 2 days, so there is no need to conceal it. What Tsunagakur has been defeated? Hanzo exclaimed. The face behind the gas mask was filled with consternation. Although this war Rain Shinobi village, there is no plan to participate in 383, but Tsunagakur's defeat so quickly made him a little unbelievable for a while. After all, Tsunagakur and Konoha belong to one of the 5 big countries. The strength shouldn't be, there is such a big disparity. Yes, that's why we came from the country of wind and want to borrow precious treasures to pass. After Nara Luyi nodded in response, she emphasized her purpose again. Hearing what he said, Hanzo stood on top of Sanchoya's head and was silent for a while before he said. During the war, you Konoha wanted to walk through the country of rain. This really made the old man a little embarrassed. Well, let your coach come out and see him. By the way, let him and the old man have a match. If he can go through 20 tricks under the old man, then the old man will let you pass from now on. Hanzo of the Salamander pretended to ask, then said slowly. In fact, it is the same as Luyu said before. Rain Shinobi Village does not dare to stop Konoha at all now. As for the discussion, it is just an excuse to save face. To save people chewing their tongues behind their backs, and say Konoha wants you to make way, you just make way for others. This is a symbolic block. Even if Konoha's coach is really bad, Hanzo will make him survive 20 tricks. Chapter 142. Ha ha ha, I was underestimated. How about it? See what they are talking about. It was on Konoha's side, while talking with Rain Shinobi's side. Dozens of people are gathering here on a hill 100 meters away on the left. They are the original Akatsuki organization. I can't see clearly, the rain today is really too big. Nagato glared at Rinnegan, staring at both Rain Shinobi and Konoha for a long time, and then replied somewhat helplessly. Although his Rinnegan pupils are very powerful, his vision is much clearer than ordinary people. But Rinnegan doesn't have the ability of Byakugan to be farsighted, so he can only see the blurry figures on both sides. I hope that both of them will not fight each other as well. Hearing Nagato's words, Yahiko looked up to the sky, and his voice was full of compassion. In Yahiko's view, this country has always been in civil strife and can no longer bear redundant wars. Don't worry, Rain Shinobi Village will get better sooner or later. Konan turned his head to comfort Yahiko. She actually didn't know why she felt this way. Yes, we know the organization, but the goal is world peace. Yahiko, as the leader of Akatsuki, how can you be so compassionate and compassionate? If it is not possible, you will be the leader for me. Seeing Konan's voice, Heitosuk also laughed and teased Yahiko. This guy has been secretly in love with Konan ever since he joined the Akatsuki organization. So every time Konan speaks, he can't help but come out to brush up on his presence. Ha ha ha. If you want to be the new leader, you have to wait for me to die before you have a chance. According to my current physical fitness, you will be able to succeed as the new leader in about 80 years. Hearing Heitosuk teasing herself, Yahiko also laughed. And after Yahiko's words were finished, all the members of Akatsuki's organization also laughed. In fact, the group of them was here, and they were discovered by both Rain Shinobi and Konoha a long time ago, but neither of them paid attention to them. And in this war, Konoha did not fall into a real crisis. So Konoha did not, and sent the intelligence chief Danzo to the front line. Precisely because of this, Hanzo has not yet come into contact with Danzo, and has not been instigated by Danzo. Therefore, the current Hanzo does not regard Akatsuki as a thorn in the eye. I heard Hanzo's excuse to discuss with the coach. Naralu smiled for a long time and nodded. Then he turned from the front and retreated to the Konoha team. How are the negotiations, After Nara retired for a long time, Zayajian hadn't spoken yet, and the Jonin commanders asked anxiously. Because the rain was too loud at this time, they did not hear clearly the content of their negotiations just now. Hanzo is willing to let us pass, but there is one condition. Naralu said with a smile. After I finished speaking, I deliberately sold it. Suddenly, all the Jonin commanders were anxious like ants on a hot pot. What are the conditions? Tell me. Yes, at this time, you don't want to hang our appetite, it's really anxious to death. Seeing Naradir's mystery for a long time, the Jonin commanders were all itchy with anger. Ha 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 ha, good, I said. But the other party said that our coach must be able to survive 20 under his hands. Illustration. Naralu said with a smile, there was a bit of coconut in her voice. After his voice fell, the whole scene suddenly quieted down strangely. All that was left was the sound of pouring rain. After a while, everyone looked at Zayajian, who was also a little weird. They couldn't know the strength of Zayajian more clearly. That is definitely cage level, and it is very powerful cage level. But only need to be in the hands of the other party, supporting 20 strokes. Although they don't know how powerful Hanzo of the Salamander, who is known as a demigod, must be. But is this a bit too big? Ha 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 ha, I was underestimated. Zayajian scratched his head and laughed. He probably already knew what Hanzo meant. But I don't know why, this feeling still makes Zayajian a little unhappy. Ha 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 ha. Lord Zayajian. For us, Konoha village, you must hold on to 20 tricks. At this moment, Kushina also laughed at Zayajian suddenly. Everyone suddenly burst into laughter. Alright. I will definitely win honor for Konoha. Zayajian followed Kushina's teasing and pretended to be a little pitiful. It immediately made everyone laugh happier. Papa. After amused, Zayajian also turned and walked forward. Since Hanzo wants to make him hold 20 moves, let's make 20 moves. Zayajian muttered a little funny in his heart. You are Konoha's coach. When Zayajian walked closer, Hanzo frowned, his voice a little puzzled. Previously, Zayajian was separated from him by tens of meters, and it was raining heavily. Although he knew what Zayajian looked like, he couldn't see how old he was at all. At this moment, Zayajian and Hanzo are only 10 meters away. Zayajian's clear appearance also suddenly made Hanzo different. Because as a coach, Zayajian's appearance is really too young. Come on. I will support. Good money, good, 20 strokes. Zayajian glanced at Hanzo on the head of the Sancho fish, and did not answer his question. After all, I have come up, is there any need to explain this kind of thing? Good. Seeing Zayajian being so direct, Hanzo also kicked his legs and jumped directly from the head of the Sancho fish. From Hanzo's point of view, this is a process. So that Konoha's team just left by the way, so he naturally didn't pay much attention to it. Papa. Come on. Let the horse come here. After falling to the ground, Hanzo took out the chain sickle behind him, and then hooked his finger to Zayajian to eat. Skycong Yunjian. Seeing Hanzo's appearance, Zayajian was not welcome. He snorted in his heart, and drew his hands left and right in front of him. A dazzling lightsaber appeared in front of him in an instant, and he held it in his hand. Chapter 143 It's really careless? Chang. Boom. Zayajian raised his hand and waved forward. a 20-meter-high golden slash, as if connecting heaven and earth. Towards Hanzo of the salamander, he roared out violently. The country of rain has cumulus rain all year round, causing the light to be a little dark. Precisely because of this, after Zaojian's unrivaled slash was swung, the entire sky and the earth were instantly illuminated by this dazzling golden new hit. Nanny. The dazzling light and immense power instantly shocked Hanzo. Because he was very close to Zaojian, it was obviously too late for Jian to use the body flicker technique at this time. So he didn't care about his identity as the leader of a village. He rolled directly to the next jump, and then escaped the oncoming slash. Puff. A burst of white smoke burst out. Just when Hanzo escaped the slash, the Sancho fish not far behind him was so scared that he instinctively used reverse summoning and ran back directly. Escape. And the rain shinobi army behind the Sancho fish. 387. At this moment, he shouted with exhaustion. After a while, all rain shinobi jumped to the sides and dodged. Fortunately, because the breath of the Sancho fish is poisonous, the rain shinobi have been hanging far behind. This allowed them, with the buffer time of this distance, to avoid this dazzling new attack. Of course, in fact, the main reason they could avoid the slash was that Zaojian deliberately slowed down the slash. Otherwise, even if someone can hide, it is impossible to hide all of them. Rumble. Successive golden slashes from the heavens and the earth soared straight across the gloomy sky of the country of rain. The ground in the middle of Rain Shinobi's army was also directly torn apart at this moment. A deep ditch, ruthlessly appeared in everyone's eyes. All Rain Shinobi's hearts were filled with fear and horror in an instant. No one is not pale, showing a ghostly appearance. Boom rumble. The slashing roar was 100 meters away, and then it gradually weakened and became smaller, and finally, Acta, disappeared between the heaven and the earth. The noise caused by the slash stopped. The scene also came to a halt at this moment. There was only the sound of pouring rain around, and no one was speaking. Because everyone is growing their mouths, holding their breath unconsciously. Even the Konoha shinobi people behind Zaojian were shocked by Zaojian's actions. Because now, the two sides are not hostile. If someone was buried under Zaojian's hands, then the scene must be difficult to control. Fortunately, Zaojian suppressed his slashing speed, otherwise this wave of borrowing, it is estimated that there is a high probability that other contradictions will evolve. Hey, why did you fight all of a sudden? On the top of the hill where Akatsuki was on, after seeing Konoha shinobi's hands, Yahiko suddenly exclaimed. One is the worry that the country of rain will fall into war. Second, it was shocked by that dazzling slash. And the rest of the members of the Zhongxiao organization, after witnessing the earth-shattering slash, almost all of them had their eyes protruding. A feeling that common sense has been broken is in everyone's hearts. When the slash was lit just now, the dazzling light also illuminated their location. It seems that is the real light of daybreak. Yahiko, don't be nervous, Rain Shinobi did not fight back, it seems that war should not break out. Seeing Yahiko's expression very worried, the head quickly raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder. Feel the comfort of good friends. Yahiko just relieved the inner tension. You? Hanzo glanced at the ditch more than 100 meters long. Turning his head to look at Zaojian again, his tone condensed for a while. Although because he wears a gas mask, people can't see what his expression is now, but his eyes were trembling violently, undoubtedly telling others how shocked and horrified he is now in his heart. There are 19 tricks. Then stretched out the index finger of his left hand and pointed to the ground of Han's lower body. The dazzling light flickered on Zaojian's fingertips. Seeing the golden light on Zaojian's hand, Hanzo, who didn't know why, subconsciously quickly formed a seal. The speed was so fast that both hands became a phantom. Wrong shot of light. Call out. Just at the moment Hanzoyan was made, Zaojian's hand also shot a laser suddenly. Boom. The laser shot at Hanzo's feet and instantly caused a photon explosion. When the aftermath and flames of the explosion collided with Hanzo, his body instantly collapsed and turned into a pool of water stains. At the very moment, Hanzo used the body flicker technique to escape from the scene. Ninja without Magi. Hanzo, who appeared, gasped. I was also shocked, cold sweat all over. At this time, he had already opened a distance of 30 meters from Zaojian. 2 tricks have already passed. Hanzo-sama, don't you choose to make a move? Just as the thoughts in Han Zhang's mind were turning fast, Zaojian's exaggerated words also came over. This guy has such strength. No wonder, he can afford Konoha's coach. I'm so careless, old man. Hearing Zaojian's somewhat shifting voice, Hanzo felt his teeth aching. Although Zaojian has only made 2 shots, there is no doubt that he can already clearly feel that Zaojian is a very tricky strong at the same level. And half of Hanzo's ability as a demigod actually depends on the poison gas of Sancho fish. But at this moment, Sanjiao fish was also directly frightened back. But even if he was not frightened back, Hanzo did not dare to use its poison gas at will. Because now the battle between the two sides is just to learn from each other. Chapter 144 Let the old man tell you the sinister world. Konoha village. It's really full of talents. Hanzo stared at Zaojian for a long time. Then his face solemnly sighed in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly sounded, and he fought against him in World War II, and was given the title of Konoha Sunin by him. But compared with Konoha Sunin at that time, at this moment, the young man in front of him was simply too strong. Report your name, you deserve to be taken seriously by the old man. Looking at Zayajian in the distance, Hanzo said in a solemn voice. At this time, he is no longer despised because Zayajian is young. Instead, he treated Zayajian as a strong person at the same level. Konoha Jonin, Baiyun Zayajian. The faint answer came from Zayajian's mouth, and his voice was rather helpless. Because I am always asked for my name, it is actually quite unpleasant. However, he believed that it would not take long for his name to spread throughout the ninja world. Baiyun Zayajian. Okay, the old man remembers you. Hanzo nodded solemnly, then took possession of Zayajian and charged up. At this moment, he didn't dare to care about the battle at the same level. Let Zayajian do something first. Chain and sickle, second shot. Hanzo held the back end of the chain with his left hand. The right hand swung the sickle like a windmill. He used this trick to defeat the 3 ships of the Iron Kingdom. What? After swiping the sickle to ultimate, with a sudden wave of his right hand, Hanzo directly threw the sickle towards Zayajian. The speed was so fast that the sickle seemed to cut through the air. Clang! Zayajian flicked the lightsaber in his right hand. He immediately knocked Hanzo's sickle into the air. Wow! At this moment, the sound of the chain swinging sounded. The sickle that was knocked into the air was suddenly used to Zayajian again. Oh, can it still be used like this? Seeing the sickle that was knocked into the air by himself, but struck again from another direction, Zayajian was also surprised. With this unexpected attack, it is estimated that a lot of careless people will be directly hit. Clang! Another sound of gold and iron crossed. Zayajian waved the lightsaber again and knocked the sickle away. And this time, he shot the sickle directly towards Hanzo who was rushing out. Hoo-la-la! The sound of swinging the chain sounded again. The chain hit Zayajian directly. The sickle was also pulled by the chain and stopped in front of the half-hidden body. He grabbed it in his hand. Sure enough, every cage-level expert has his own set. After twisting and avoiding the chain from the blow, Zayajian couldn't help but sighed inwardly. This was the case for the Cho I met before, and the same was true for Hanzo at this time. Every cage-level powerhouse has his own very distinctive side. But sighing, Zayajian didn't care at all. After all, he was almost invincible at this time. Seeing Hanzo rushing towards him holding a knife, Zayajian didn't even bother to avoid it. Holding a lightsaber in one hand, he stood on the spot with such a fixed amount. Swordsmanship flashes. Seeing Zayajian standing still, Hanzo frowned. Then suddenly there was an acceleration. He rushed directly to Zayajian. The speed was so fast that a phantom was pulled out behind him. Clang! Nanny! It was still the sound of a collision of gold and iron. Hanzo waved the sickle against Zayajian's abdomen, and was easily blocked by a dazzling lightsaber. Is it really rare to use a sickle to draw a sword? Zayajian's jokes of laughter sounded from Hanzo's bent head, and suddenly Hanzo's hairs were startled to stand up. What? Hanzo increased the strength of the sickle in his hand. Then while Zayajian was also struggling to block, suddenly regaining his strength, he jumped backwards. The experience of fighting, in his hands, was fully expressed in Lingli. I hit you 2 strokes, and you returned my 2 strokes, now it's my turn again. Looking at Hanzo who stopped back, Zayajian smiled. After wiping the non-existent dust on the lightsaber with his left hand, Zayajian stepped on the ground abruptly and shot Hanzo up. Before and after rushing to Hanzo, the lightsaber held high in Zayajian's hand slashed directly at Hanzo. 0, seeking flowers, 0 clang. Nanny is so heavy. The thought in Hanzo's mind just fell. In an instant, Zayajian gave him a knife and he slashed out directly. No special techniques are used. In this blow, Zayajian relied only on the brute force of the whirlpool physique. But even so, Hanzo, who was a little older, couldn't support it. Hanzo, who was smashed into the air, looked like a descent. After a few violent tumbling on the water-stained ground, it gradually stopped. Hanzo-sama, Master Chief, witnessed Hanzo being hit by Zayajian. A burst of exclamation sounds immediately resounded from Rain Shinobi's army. Time passed by every second, but Hanzo still lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, even the Konoha Shinobi cultivators had their hearts picked up. Hey, Hanzo-sama, don't touch me. Seeing Hanzo lying on the ground without moving for a long time, Zayajian's speechless voice suddenly rang. He can clearly perceive that Hanzang Mao has nothing to do, at best it just scratched a bit of skin. How could such a strong person fall so easily? Ha ha ha. Let the old man tell you the sinister world. Just as Zayajian's speechless voice fell, Hanzo's laughter gradually came out. In fact, he deliberately lay on the ground for so long, that is also of ulterior motives. At this moment, it has been done in secret. Rain Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi, after hearing Danzo's voice, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fire-style detonating talisman flame array? Hanzo rising from the ground suddenly shouted. Then his palm slammed on the ground. At this time, the ground under Zayajian's feet suddenly sank a bit. Countless detonating charms also burst out of the ground at this moment. Then he quickly climbed up along his legs. In just 2 breaths, Zayajian's entire lower body was tightly wrapped by the detonation talisman. Talent. Chapter 145. Do you think too much? Ha 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 ha. It seems that he is still an old man, a little better. Seeing Zayajian being wrapped in the detonation talisman, Hanzo burst out laughing. In his opinion, as long as he is willing at this moment, just hook the wire on the finger. Zayajian can be fried to pieces in an instant. Ha ha ha. It's our Hanzo-sama who won, isn't it? I have never seen anyone who can survive the technique of Master Hanzo. After Rain Shinobi saw Zaojian, wrapped in a detonating charm, they also had a joyful discussion. The haze that Hanzo was slashing away just now was swept away from their hearts in an instant. Are you thinking too much? Looking at Hanzo who was smug, Zaojian 387 also laughed. If he wanted to avoid it just now, before the detonation talisman got up, he could speed up and avoid it. As for why, what did not do? It's just that he feels that there is really no need for it. What do you mean? It's all like this, don't you admit defeat? Hearing Zaojian's laughter, Hanzo frowned. Then he raised his hand and gestured, pointing to the steel wire on his head. Look at the man behind you. Then you are looking at the man behind me. Zaojian did not explain to Hanzo, but instead smiled with a pointed smile. Hearing Zaojian's headless words, Hanzo also frowned suspiciously, turning his head and looking back. I saw the Rain Shinobi on my side, they all looked happy. Is this okay? I won, shouldn't my subordinates be happy? Hanzo, who couldn't figure it out, turned his head again. Then he looked at the army on Konoha's side. All the people who saw Konoha looked calm and calm. What exactly is going on? Do you Konoha all want you to die? Hanzo turned his gaze to Zaojian, with suspicious expressions on his face. Because the performance of Konoha's army really seemed too calm and calm. Just let me tell you. Why are they so calm? Zaojian snorted. Then, under Hanzo's puzzled eyes, bend down directly and grab the wire connected to Hanzo's hand. Hey, what are you doing? Hanzo was taken aback by Zaojian's behavior. At this moment, the brow twitched violently. Although he trapped Zaojian with this technique, but he didn't have any plans to kill the other party. After all, Zaojian is Konoha's frontline coach. If he dies in his hands, then it is very likely that it will trigger a war between the two sides. Zaojian ignored Hanzo's twitching face. Rather, it just tore off the steel wire connected to the detonating talisman. As if the lead was ignited. On the detonation talisman, a flame was instantly set off. Zaojian, who straightened his body, violently contracted Hanzo towards his eyes, and showed an unexplained smile. At this time, a violent explosion suddenly resounded. Boom 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 boom. The flames and smoke instantly drowned Zaojian under Hanzo's horrified gaze. The explosion continued to explode continuously, and it lasted more than 10 seconds. At the center of the explosion, Zaojian was completely invisible. The flames and smoke from the explosion spread to a few meters around him. The line of sight has long been completely blocked. Hula la, hula la. The noise and discussion sounded through Rain Shinobi's team. Everyone was confused by Zaojian's actions. I don't understand why he committed suicide. Some people even doubted in their hearts. Is this something Konoha deliberately designed to start a war? Hanzo's eyes stared at the center of the explosion. At this moment, the center of the eyebrows frowned directly into the word Chuan. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a strong feeling that Zaojian was not dead. Because the smile he showed at the end was full of foolishness and self-confidence, and did not show the slightest sign of death. After the explosion stopped completely, the vision in the field was still very unclear. Because of the continuous explosion for half a minute, too much smoke was caused. Papa, Papa, Papa. Just as everyone held their breath and stared at the fading smoke, a golden light flashed in the smoke. Then the sound of footsteps on the ground gradually came out. Whir. Just when everyone is attentive, suddenly a gust of wind blew up in the heavy rain. In an instant, the smoke was blown away completely. The situation in the explosion center was also clear, and everyone's eyes were caught. Zaojian was spotless all over his body, slowly walking out of the big pit formed by the explosion. Nanny. Unscathed. What happened just now? Excited and doubtful voices sounded one after another in Rain Shinobi's army. Hanzo also looked horrified and inexplicable, his eyes widened. At this moment, he has no idea what happened in this situation, but when he turned his gaze to Konoha's army, he saw that everyone looked like this should be. Obviously, they all knew what was going on. Now I know why I said you think too much, because this kind of attack is useless to me. After stepping out of the explosion hole, Zaojian looked directly at Hanzo and said with a dizzy voice. At this moment, Hanzo's eyes were still trembling, which made him feel 3.0 especially comfortable. You are the old guy who has started to go downhill. It's not ashamed to say that I want me to support 20 moves under your hands. Call. What is the problem? After taking a few deep breaths, Hanzo asked suspiciously. At this moment, he almost wanted to break his head. However, he did not expect how Zaojian would be safe and sound, even unharmed, without the slightest defense. Ordinary attacks are not effective to me. Zaojian spread his hands and said with a slow smile. This time he is not hiding it. There is no need to conceal it. Because we waited until the news of Tsunagakure's defeat came. Information about him will also be transmitted from Tsunagakure. The information that he is immune to physical attacks must not be concealed. Chapter 146. Are you sure you want to finish 20 strokes? Normal attacks are invalid. Here's Zaojian's explanation. The doubt on Hanzo's face is not reduced by half. After all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Zaojian was very elemental. Therefore, he naturally didn't know how it was invalid. Moreover, the detonation talisman continued to explode for nearly 10 seconds. Is this still a normal attack? Seeing that Hanzo was still confused, Zaojian didn't bother to explain it to him now, because only a few days later, he will naturally know it clearly. Now, do you still need to go through 20 tricks? Zaojian said, interrupting Hanzo who was lost in thought. If Hanzo still says that if you need to finish 20 strokes, Zaojian is going to finish it immediately. After all, on the front line of the battlefield, time does not wait for anyone. In this country of rain, it has been resting long enough. Hearing Zaojian's words, Hanzo came back to his senses. Looking up at Zaojian, after thinking 02 for a few breaths, Danzo slowly said, "Since you are so anxious, then this discussion will end here." Although the old man has not used his full strength, the old man has recognized your strength. Danzo is not actually talking big. Although he did because of his age, his strength began to gradually enter a decline stage. But he did have many methods that he did not use. For example, if he summoned the Sancho fish again, there was a deadly poisonous mist in his own body. But these are the tactics that he will only use when he fights. In that case, thank you very much. After hearing Hanzo's answer, Zaojian also nodded. It's right that Hanzo didn't use all his strength. But who said that he did his best? If the two sides are really fighting for their lives at this time, Zaojian is even confident that he can kill Hanzo in a short time. Because Hanzo at this time has no knowledge of Zaojian's various abilities. It is not impossible to kill him directly by surprise. Everyone, keep going. Turning around, Zaojian shouted aloud to the men behind him. The original majestic rain, I don't know when, it gradually turned into a drizzle. So the sound spread out very clearly at this moment. Even the line of sight became clear at this time. The whole army keep on marching. After receiving Zaojian's order, the Jonin commanders also shouted to the large group behind them. Papa papa papa? The sound of footsteps on the ground gradually sounded. Konoha's army also started to move again. After the team approached Zaojian, Zaojian nodded again to Hanzo and thanked him. Then directly led the team and ran towards Rain Shinobi's army in strides. At this moment, Hanzo raised his right hand and made a parting gesture. At this time, Rain Shinobi's army quickly moved to the sides, giving way to a wide road. And beside the road, there is a deep ditch. That was Zaojian's previous slash, which destroyed the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the master, I have won the admiration of 1,125 people, and the prestige value increased by 1125 points. Ding! 985 people have a fear of the owner, and the prestige value increases by 985 points. Zaojian led the Konoha people through Rain Shinobi's army. All Rain Shinobi also saw the appearance of Zaojian clearly at this moment. In a moment, Zaojian gained another wave of prestige like mosquito legs. As for the Konoha Shinobi who followed Zaojian, all their heads were raised in excitement at this time. Just a few dozen breaths. Under the leadership of Zaojian, Konoha's team disappeared in the distant rain curtain. Hanzo-sama. Hanzo-sama. After watching Konoha disappear, a group of Jonin from Rain Shinobi also came to Hanzo. Sancho fish is not there at the moment, so there is no poisonous gas here now. Konoha village is really full of talented people, you can't underestimate it. Hanzo was also there, watching Konoha's team leave. Thinking of the few short encounters with Zaojian before, Hanzo couldn't help but sigh again. Although I said before, I didn't exert all my strength. But in fact, only he knows that even if he exerts his full strength, he is not sure that he can beat the opponent. Glancing at the deep ditch on the ground, Hanzo's heart couldn't help trembling slightly again. He used to cross the country of iron, and in that country full of warriors, he had never seen such a terrifying slash. And Hanzo still felt that with this slash, the opponent should have deliberately released the water. Otherwise, whether his summoning beast can run away is really a matter of two. Let's go back to the village first. Suppress the tumbling thoughts in my heart. Hanzo turned around first and ran out to the right. A crowd of Rain Shinobi's Jonin commanders also shouted and ordered the team to return to the village. Then he speeded up and kept up with Hanzo's footsteps. Fortunately, there was no fight. Seeing that there was no war between the two sides, Yahiko also breathed a sigh of relief. 387. On the top of the hill on the left, members of the awareness organization are still staying on the spot at the moment. They were also here, watching Konoha's army all leave. The conductor of Konoha. In terms of age, it doesn't seem to be much older than us. At this moment, Nagato spoke slowly. Before he could not see what the other party looked like. But since the rain became smaller, his pupil strength could clearly see the opponent's appearance. Estimated with Nagato's visual inspection, the age of the other party? It will never be more than 5 years old or older than oneself and others. What? Age is not much different from us. Hearing Nagato's words, the members of the awareness organization were all stunned at the scene. I saw the opponent and Hanzo fought so fiercely before. So they all naturally think that the other party should be at least one person who is running to the third or even the fourth age. After all, the opponent is standing at the front of the team, and his identity should be a Konoha commander. But what no one thought was that the age of the other party was actually the same as that of the others. Chapter 147 The Magical Effect of Adamantine Sealing Chains. When Konoha's army passes through the country of rain. When entering the country of grass, the sky was already dark, and it began to darken. So Zaojian gave an order. The army was ordered to camp overnight on the spot. At this time, after nearly 2 days of marching at full speed, the Konoha team is only close to the battlefield of Iwagakur, less than a day's journey. As the distance to the battlefield gets closer and closer, the mood of the Konoha people is getting heavier. Because they defeated Sand Shinobi. But who can guarantee that they can beat Rock Shinobi again? Can it even survive the war? No one dared to guarantee that. Even Zayajian at this time did not dare to say such big words. After all, there are always places in the Chaos Army that he can't take care of. When the sky is completely dark, a temporary Konoha camp was built. In the center of the camp, inside a tent, Zayajian and Kushina are sitting opposite each other at the moment. It's so simple. Zayajian stared at Kushina dumbfounded, his tone a little unbelievable. At this time, he is consulting Kushina to learn adamantine sealing chains. Yes, it was originally that simple. If your Uzumaki bloodline is pure enough and chakra is large enough, this technique will not be difficult to perform. Looking at Zayajian with a dazed expression, Kushina couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. That's okay, then you can teach me how to make a seal. After getting Kushina's confirmation again, Zayajian couldn't wait to get up. At this time, it was the dead of night, and the two were alone together again, so Zayajian also thought differently. But this place is the center of the faction? If you want to do what you love to do, you have to open a barrier. Okay. Kushina didn't know Zayajian's thoughts, so Xian Zinran truthfully and earnestly taught. A few minutes passed in a flash. Kushina explained the knot printing method and several usages of adamantine sealing chains in detail. And Zayajian once again learned more about adamantine sealing chains. Don't say anything else. Just the enchantment has several different uses. There are those who focus on defense. There are people who focus on blocking the line of sight. There are also cases where the sight and sound are blocked together. There is also the enchantment that Kushina used before, that can see the outside from the inside, but cannot enter from the outside. The various enchantment effects have refreshed Zayajian's new understanding of adamantine sealing chains. Good. Then next, let me try it. Zayajian gave Kushina an unexplained smile. Then both hands began to slowly release according to the Jian she had taught before. Adamantine sealing chains. After printing, Zayajian snorted inwardly. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of dazzling brilliance on his back. Illustration. Several chains condensed by chakra suddenly burst out of his back at this time. Because this is the first time he has used adamantine sealing chains, so the chains seem to be a bit too solid. It seems to be transparent. However, as Zayajian gradually increased chakra delivery, the chain quickly became more and more solid. It's done. Seeing this scene, Zayajian was overjoyed. As soon as his thoughts moved, the chains began to wave in the air according to his thoughts. Adamantine sealing chains, enchantment. Puff, puff, puff. Slightly familiar with the use of adamantine sealing chains, Zayajian patted with both hands. The chain broke away from his back in an instant, and a hemispherical barrier was instantly enveloped in the tent. The chain is the skeleton of this enchantment. It was the moment the barrier was completed. The surrounding movement suddenly became quiet. The wind outside the tent disappeared. The sounds of various mosquitoes and the footsteps of the patrol team suddenly stopped at this moment. Because this is a barrier that blocks sight and sound. I'll just talk about a technique. It's not that difficult, right? Kushina looked around, then smiled at Zayajian. Just when she turned her head, a figure rushed towards her like a hungry wolf. What? Unknown, Kushina suddenly exclaimed. The next day, when the light of daybreak illuminates the earth again, Zayajian stretched lazily, and gradually recovered. Looking down at the beautiful woman in her arms, Zayajian shook his head and smiled. A blanket was taken out of the system and covered her body. Then Zayajian thought, and removed the enchantment that had been opened for a night. The sound of insects and birds screamed into the silent tent in an instant. After a short while, Kushina also slowly woke up. Lord Zayajian. Master Zayajian. After getting dressed, Zayajian and Kushina walked out of the tent. I saw many Konoha shinobi who had already risen early, and they were dismantling their tents at this moment. Yeah, hard. Zayajian, who was in a good mood, nodded and smiled in response. After a while, the Konoha shinobi who said hello felt flattered for a while. Good money, Zhao, not too long. The sky in the east gradually began to glow. At this moment, the Konoha army has also completely cleaned up the camp. After the team regrouped to one place, Zayajian waved his hand. Pada pada pada. The familiar footsteps gradually sounded on the island. The army once again drew towards the battlefield of Iwagakur. But at this time, Kushina used the bamboo dragonfly again. Because she had been yawning all the time, it was obvious that she did not sleep well last night. Chapter 148 The Contradiction of Rock Shinobi's Command. Papa Papa. There were bursts of rapid footsteps, and the sound rang out one after another. The Konoha army led by Zayajian finally crossed the country of grass and entered the border of the country of fire. At this moment, the time has come to the sun and began to shift to the west. Moreover, there is not much distance from the front line that Sarutobi Hiruzen said before. Hey Liu. From now on, the team will be under your full command for the time being. Zayajian, who was running at the front of the team, suddenly opened his eyes, then turned his head and ordered Liu behind him. Just now, he felt it through the eyes of Kagura's heart. A fierce battle is taking place about 40 kilometers ahead, and the side who is defending hard is undoubtedly Konoha's defenders. It's Lord Zayajian. Hearing Zayajian's order, Nara Liu seriously responded. They also learned about Zayajian's range of perception skills from Shi Ri Zhenhong before, so he guessed that Zayajian should have sensed the frontline war. Although Nara Liu is most afraid of trouble, but such a critical period of war, naturally, he would not shirk the orders issued by the superiors. Nation 387, you also follow the big army, come from the rear together. Seeing Naraluyu nodded in response to the order, Zayajian turned to Kushina and confessed. Understood. Kushina responded seriously as well. She had already come down from the bamboo dragonfly. At this moment, they are also running behind Zayajian with a group of Konoha Jonin. After receiving Kushina's answer, Zayajian turned his head to the front of the team again. Crack, click, click, click. There was a very slight turning sound. The moment Zayajian turned his head, directly broke the squid mother's hand and slid to the bottom. The weight of his body was also reduced to a minimum in an instant. Because the ability of fruit teleportation has not been developed yet, so Zayajian's fastest speed at the moment still has to take advantage of the cuttlefish girl's bracelet. Boom. Zayajian, who was running, stepped on the ground vigorously. The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and his figure shot towards the sky in front of him instantly. The speed is so fast, when a group of Konoha Jonin reacted, Zayajian has directly broken through the sound barrier and appeared hundreds of meters away. So fast. Konoha Jonin who reacted, all instinctively exclaimed. After the physique is adjusted to the lightest level, it is actually very difficult to control the inertia brought by speed. Because of this, Zayajian only used his extreme speed once in the war with Sand Shinobi. That's when Kushina and others seized Ebizo. At that time, none of these Konoha Jonin had come to Kikyo Castle yet. So naturally they have never seen Zayajian's speed like breaking through the sound barrier. In the entire Jonin team, only Kushina, who had seen Zayajian's speed, had no change in her face. Illustration. Boom, boom, rumble. In a rectangular trench, hundreds of Konoha shinobi were hiding by the trench. Crushed rocks and rocks in the sky, from the outer air, hit them like raindrops. For a time, all Konoha shinobi thought they were all crushed under the trench and couldn't lift their heads. Everyone, hold on all for me. The information has been sent back to the village for 5 days, and support will come tomorrow at the latest. As the commander-in-chief, Mimura Hameki raised his head and shouted loudly. The sound spread throughout the trench. The situation at this time is very critical. The morale of Konoha shinobi is also very low. Therefore, as a commander, he can only continue to cheer up his companions. Acta, strike back, strike back. Just when the gravel and rocks were somewhat reduced, Mimura Hameki quickly got up and looked out. I saw countless rock shinobi who rushed up like an ant moving quickly. Suddenly, he shouted to the comrades who were still avoiding. When ordered by the commander, Konoha shinobi also watched, so they saw it again. Rock shinobi who are suppressed by a large number of people. Boom. Countless ninjutsu and detonating talisman shuriken, all smashed outwards. The violent blasting sound continued to ring out of the trench. However, the total number of Iwagakuer is as large as 8,000. Although I don't know, why didn't they swarm all over. But even with only 2/10 of people, it is not the Konoha shinobi at this time, who can resist it. So soon, Iwagakuer's ninja rushed into Konoha's trench. The battle suddenly broke out in the trench. I have already said that I will follow my instructions, but what I mean is to reduce the minimum casualties. If you listen to me, send some people to your hands. The Konoha shinobi have been crushed to death. At the back of the battlefield, a group of rock shinobi commanders, all gathered together. Watching that there are already companions rushing into the Konoha trench. 4 Tails Jinchuriki Laoziai, with a proud face, looked at the 5 Tails Jinchuriki class. It's a joke, I've been making trouble, isn't it you? Seeing Laoziai complacent, Ban immediately went back. This time Iwagakuer's Chunin and above, almost all came out. It was originally possible to immediately break through Konoha's line of defense and directly enter the country of fire. However, because the Iwagakuer commanders were at odds within, it was the ninja who let Konoha hold on for 2 days. Seeing Ban retort him, Laoziai gave him a glance, and the two suddenly started to confuse each other. Laoziai's strength was better than the class, but because his relationship with Oniki is at odds, so Oniki gave the commander-in-chief to the 5 Tails squad. This makes Laoziai very upset. So after the war broke out, the contradiction between the two continued. This also led to Rock Shinobi's offensive intermittent, allowing Konoha to persist until now. 2 adults. Now is not the time to argue. Seeing that the two quarreled again. Illustration. Dong Si Ran hurried to the side, trembling to persuade. The other Rock Shinobi Jonin conductors were also very helpless. P.S. The official translation of 5 Tails Jinchuriki is Ban, not Madara of Uchiha. If I think I am wrong, I will change it to Chinese in the game. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button at the bottom right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Illustration. Chapter 150, Swordsman. Are you serious? In case many people admit their mistakes, now change the class to Han. Laoziai and Han all have the strength of cage level. At the same time, it is also the 2 highest combat power in this Rock Shinobi army. However, because of their contradictory relationship, the 2 of them fought for so long in this battle. This made Rock Shinobi's Jonin commanders secretly complained in their hearts. But no way, both of them are a little stubborn. The Jonin of Rock Shinobi couldn't persuade them at all. After several persuasion to no avail. Now, there are only good-tempered Dong's Aaron who continue to persuade him. Report. Report to Sirs. Someone is coming at 3 o'clock, and it's very fast. Just when all Jonin complained, a sensory ninja of Rock Shinobi suddenly ran over from the side. The sudden report also interrupted Han and Lao Ziai who were arguing. 3 o'clock position. Isn't that the direction of the country of rain and the country of grass? These small countries don't want to participate in a great power war, do they? All the rock shinobi conductors were very puzzled. Then collectively looked to the right. How many people are here? Han was wearing a mask and could not see any emotions. However, his exposed eyebrows were also slightly raised at this moment. Currently only one person is detected. But his speed is really very, very fast. Perceive the ninja to answer truthfully. But when it comes to speed, he also specifically emphasized it. Because he has never seen a ninja with such a fast speed. One person. Did you make a mistake? Could it, maybe just passing by? Han hadn't spoken yet, and the rock shinobi were a little questioned. After all, at this moment rock shinobi, almost the entire nation's combat power is arranged here. Who would dare to rush over here alone without having eyesight? You can't make a mistake, the other party is indeed coming straight to the battlefield. The perception ninja replied solemnly. Rock shinobi and Konoha broke out here. Already, 2 days' time. The villages and people in the surrounding areas within 100 miles have also been evacuated long ago. Suddenly someone came straight here at an abnormal speed, and the purpose must be self-evident, coming towards the battlefield. People don't have to worry about it. If it's really an enemy, what kind of waves can he make? Compared to Han, he is more irritable and stubborn. This may be due to his character, or it may be the negative impact of the lava-style chakra attribute of 4 tails. Hearing Lao Ziai's words, all the rock shinobi jonin conductors also nodded. What if the speed of the incoming person is abnormal? Even if it is a cage-level powerhouse. Illustration. They also don't believe that the other party can make waves among the 8,000 troops. But the opponent's speed is really fast, already at the moment. Rumble. The words of Perception Ninja haven't been finished yet. A dazzling golden light suddenly flashed through everyone's eyes. Immediately afterwards, among the teams attacking the Konoha trench, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. The golden flames burst out suddenly. The blue arc was walking around in the flame. The violent movement not only attracted the attention of the rock shinobi conductors, even the rock shinobi who were attacking the Konoha trench couldn't help but cast their sights on the place of the explosion. Ah! The speed is too fast, I can't stop it. The sound of sneer, coming from the flames of the explosion, suddenly became even more curious. Laser beam. Just when rock shinobi were puzzled, a beam of laser suddenly shot out of the flame. In an instant, 7 or 8 rock shinobi were pierced by the laser on the spot. Boom. The laser finally shot at the feet of the 2 rock shinobi. Suddenly another violent explosion occurred. The flame formed by photons instantly enveloped 2 rock shinobi. Ah! At this moment, the pain is transmitted to the brain to replenish nerves. Several rock shinobi who were penetrated by the laser. Then he howled in pain and fell to the ground. Enemy attack. Sumazi yelled, reminding everyone around him. 0, seeking flowers, 0. He attacked the Konoha trench this time, the front commander. Earth-style cracked the soil and turned the palm. After reminding everyone, Sumazai quickly formed a seal with both hands, and one palm was lined up on the ground. The earth shattered instantly. Countless rock fragments are like raindrops. Towards the center of the flame, a random shot was passed. Boom 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 boom. The sound of rocks hitting the ground came from the flames. After a few seconds, the release of earth-style ninjutsu is over. The hurricane caused by the shooting rocks also dissipated the golden flames. And a ninja wearing a samurai costume with Konoha's forehead was also revealed in everyone's eyelids at this time. Nanny. Asterisk, 0. Unharmed? In the end what happened? The surrounding rock shinobi all looked like hell. Sumazi is also full of doubts, and his eyebrows are condensed together. Because of his earth style, the area directly covers all the areas in the flame. Has such a large-scale attack been avoided? I know that guy. At the same time that Zayajian was revealed, the command post at the back of the rock shinobi battlefield also sounded a shocked voice. And the one who spoke out was a jonin with chicken coop hair. Illustration. You know. Hearing the sound of the fire, everyone looked at him. That guy is a very powerful kendo master. And Dashi died in his hands. Huiguang stared at Zayajian closely, and said in a very solemn voice. The 3 of Dashi were chopped into pieces with a single knife. At this moment, it seemed to begin to appear in his heart again. He will never forget the bloody and terrifying picture in his life. Oh, Master of Kendo. Huiguang, are you serious? A young man with a double ponytail haircut. With a look of interest, he drew the shinobi from his back. The look was full of eager excitement. Chapter 149. Then I will pay my respects to. Hey, the devil. Don't mess around, you are definitely not that guy's opponent. Seeing the eyes glowing, as if the magic leeches had found its prey, Huiguang hurriedly spoke to dissuade him. He couldn't be more clear about the strength of Huiguang. Although he is in Iwaigakur, he always thinks that swordsmanship is the first. Usually no one would refute his self-proclaimed title, because his kendo is really extraordinary. But if you compare Huiguang with that Konoha shinobi in kendo, then it is not on the same level at all. Under the siege of more than a dozen people, that guy easily killed 3 people and rescued the powerful companions. From Huiguang's point of view, the opponent's kendo strength is estimated to have reached the level of shadow, and the strength of the magic leeches at the moment is just the elite jonin. Are you underestimating me? 390. I'm the number 1 in Iwaigakur's kendo. Hearing the firelight saying that he was definitely not an opponent, the leeches suddenly frowned slightly in irritation. After dropping a word, he kicked his legs and rushed directly to the forward army. Hey, magic leech! Huiguang wanted to reach out and grab the demon leech, but the demon leeches suddenly rushed out, letting him grab the space. Huiguang, did you make a big fuss? There is only one person on the other side. Looking at the flames on his face a little anxious, Huang Tu said suspiciously on the side. Yes, even if the leeches really can't beat the opponent. But with so many of us here, can't we still save him? Wen Ye also said with a smile. In fact, not only the two of them, but the rest of rock shinobi also felt that the fire was a bit too fussy. So a crowd of rock shinobi began to laugh at him one after another. Sword fighting is different from ninjutsu duel. Life and death are a matter of instant. Huiguang smiled bitterly when he saw so many friends teasing him. Then he quickly told everyone the experience of the battle with Zhejian. After speaking, he ignored the dignified expressions of everyone. Several jumps also rushed forward. Wenya, Dongzedran, you guys also go up to help. Looking at the flames going forward, Han thought about it for a while and ordered the two of them. Yes. Wenya and Dong Siren responded at the same time. Then quickly rushed to the front army. The hurricane blew away the flames. Zhejian also appeared in the eyes of rock shinobi. Being unscathed, Sand shinobi frowned. Since you hit me with a stone, then as a courtesy, I will pay you a respect. I ignored rock shinobi who looked a little confused. After looking around the dense crowd around him, Zhejian suddenly laughed. Because rock shinobi don't know his information yet. So the stations are very dense. If this big move is hit, it is estimated that the prestige value will skyrocket. Bhe Kaing Goyu. He secretly snorted in his heart. Zhejian gathered his hands on his chest. The dazzling golden light, and the flickering arc. The arms began to gather in front of him. Stop him. See Zhejian's actions. Sumazi suddenly yelled instinctively, although he didn't know what Zhejian was doing. But a bad premonition began to fill his heart. Earth-style Tulin dumpling. Earth-style Uazenmito technique. Wind-style technique. After hearing Sumashi's reminder, the surrounding rock shinobi instantly recovered. After that, they set up their hands and began to release their own ninjutsu. Zhejian, who was in the encirclement, was immediately surrounded by ninjutsu in all directions. Yes. Just when ninjutsu was about to hit him, Zhejian stepped on the ground suddenly and rushed straight into the sky. The longer the Bakukshin Gujade is stored, the more light bombs will naturally be emitted. However, the accumulation of power was interrupted, and Zhejian could only be released early. What the hell is going on with this feeling of palpitations? Looking at it like the sun, it rises directly into the sky. Zhejian. For some reason, Suma Ji suddenly felt a little hairy inside. Even the corners of the eyes were violently twitching at this moment. It seemed that the instinct of the body was telling him that it was very dangerous at this moment. Disperse it all to me? With the alarm bell in his heart, Sumazai hurriedly reminded his companions loudly. Although I don't know the specific danger and how it will strike, it is better to separate the teams for the sake of safety. However, I have not yet waited for my companions to understand what Sumashi meant. A brighter light suddenly burst out from the sky. The ground of the entire battlefield was instantly illuminated with a golden glow. Even in Konoha's trenches, the two sides who were fighting at the moment were drawn away by the golden light. Earth-style rock shinobi technique. Seeing that the light bullet was shooting down like raindrops, Sumazi, who was standing upside down with all his hairs, dived into the soil in an instant. At this moment, the dense golden light also hit the ground. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. The golden light continued to explode on the ground. The flickering thunder and lightning also wandered non-stop. No one was killed in the vicinity of the explosion. It was also struck by lightning, paralyzed on the spot, and then drowned by the flame formed by photons. Nanny. Coming from the back, the demon leeches who wanted to fight Zhejian. In an instant, a violent sudden stop stopped on the spot. Then quickly 3.0 jumped back a few times, and hurriedly retreated. If he was faster just now, he would also step into Zhejian's bombing range. Boom 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 boom. Ah! The light bomb lasted for 7 or 8 seconds. The screams of the rock shinobi in the bombing area are also declining. When the last light ejected, Zhejian also fell from the air. At this moment, all the areas around him with a diameter of 100 meters have become pits and pits. With stumps and broken arms and various organs, the wine was all over the floor. There is no gunpowder in the explosion of photons. Therefore, the air at this moment is filled with a strong smell of blood. Chapter 150 It's fair to exchange courtesy? The glittering golden light stopped. The continuous explosions also stopped abruptly. When Zhejian fell to the ground, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. The scene, unusually bloody, with Zhejian as the center, the surrounding area with a diameter of 100 meters was all stained red with blood. Various stumps and broken arms and fragments of corpses scattered all over the bumpy ground in the bombing area. The whole scene is like infinite purgatory. Bloody, horror, even in the air. It seemed to be filled with a light red blood mist. However, due to Zhejian's big move, he didn't have the energy to complete it. The bombing of light bombs did not have the usual number. Therefore, there were still more than a dozen rock shinobi in the field, and luckily survived. At this moment, they all had their faces full of horror. Because although they were not directly killed by the light bomb, they were hit by the wandering thunder, and their bodies were paralyzed on the spot. Laser beam. Shoo, hoo, hoo. Boom boom boom. 02 Zayajian raised his hands, his fingertips flashed with dazzling golden light. Directly in front of everyone on the entire battlefield, take the rock shinobi who survived. They all gave headshots one by one and killed them on the spot. There was no wave of trouble on his face. In terms of action, he did not hesitate. Only a few seconds, before the rock shinobi were stuck in a daze and didn't react. The rock shinobi who survived the bombing area also lost their lives in an instant. The aura of killing and decisiveness gradually diffused from Zayajian's body. This caused the sluggish rock shinobi to react with a chill collectively. Ding! Congratulations to the master, kill 336 enemies and gain 17808 prestige points. Cool. Hearing the system prompt, Zayajian also whispered inwardly. This is the history of his acquisition system. A single attack has gained the most prestige. At this moment, his prestige value reserve has once again broken through the 100,000 mark, reaching a giant of 114,000. It's time for another high-level lottery draw. UBD. Sumazi, who sneaked into the ground, just got out of the ground outside the bombing zone. It was also at this time that he witnessed Zayajian's merciless shooting. However, although his teeth were itchy with hatred, he did not dare to act rashly at this moment. Ah, so it was you. Are you satisfied with my response? Looking at Commander Rock Shinobi, who was gritting his teeth, Zayajian said with a smile. However, his smile in Sumazi's eyes is no different from showing his teeth. Everyone, don't come here, all spread out for me. Zayajian's moves caused a lot of movement, which directly attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. Because of this, more and more rock shinobi who were attacking the Konoha trenches have gradually moved closer to this side. After seeing this scene, Sumazi immediately yelled to stop him. After all, no one knows how many times the opponent can use this large-scale killing trick. The village's support is coming. In the Konoha trench, Mimura Hamaki's voice resounded. Although he does not know Zayajian, the Konoha on top of Zayajian's head is forward protector. Let him know that the other party is indeed Konoha's ninja. At this time, Konoha's ninja came to the battlefield, and it was undoubtedly a supporting reinforcement. So in order to improve morale, Mimura Hamaki immediately roared and shouted, "It's Baiyun Zayajian. The village's support is really here." The other Jonin solved the opponent and quickly looked out. He had seen Zayajian and Uchiha in a battle, so he knew Zayajian naturally, so he also yelled, "Baiyun Zayajian." One after another astonishment sounded in the Konoha trench. Although most people don't know what Zayajian looks like, but it does not prevent them from hearing the name. Isn't that guy the strongman who fought Uchiha and defeated the Sand Shinobi advance team before the war broke out? Now that Baiyun Zayajian is here, it is undoubtedly that the support team has really arrived. The Konoha shinobi who had defended the trenches for 2 days suddenly began to cheer up. The heart that had been depressed for 2 days was released. The combat power immediately rose by 2 or 3 points. What kind of ninjutsu is that golden light? At the Rock Shinobi headquarters behind the battlefield, a group of Rock Shinobi Jonin commanders also recovered from their horror. Just now, all of them had witnessed more than 300 companions, and they were instantly buried under each other's hands. Although 300 people were killed in battle, for them, who had an army of 8,000 at this moment, they could not hurt the slightest fur. But the time of death was only a few seconds. More than 300 people were killed in a few seconds. The meaning is completely different. If the opponent can continue to kill the enemy like this, let alone the 8,000 teams, just double the number of them, and they will also be killed by the other party. Is 390 some S-rank ninjutsu? The Jonin commanders are all speculating. Even Han and Lao Ziai, who had been in conflict for a few days, couldn't help but glance at each other at this moment. With this kind of large-scale killing ninjutsu, we must not leave him. The hunter, the opposite, the dead man, the 3 of you are also going up to help. You must behead this man as soon as possible. Looking down for a moment, Han, as the commander-in-chief, ordered loudly. Yes. Hearing the order, the 3 people responded at the same time. Then he accelerated directly and ran toward the front of the battlefield. How? Are you still dissatisfied with my response? You shot me with a rock, and I bounced back to you with light. It's courtesy, it's fair. Seeing Commander Rock Shinobi, whose face was gloomy and dripping, Zayajian suddenly laughed loudly. The huge amount of prestige is paid in, which makes him feel very good. So he couldn't help but teased. P.S. Today at home and the hospital ran both ends. Many relatives also came to the hospital to visit, thinking that the code word cannot put them aside. I really can't regret you all. After this period of time, I will stay up late and make more compensation. Come out and thank you, GIF. Chapter 153, Rock Shinobi's Kendo. But you? Seeing the other party teasing while walking towards him, Sumazi immediately took a step back subconsciously. Hey Konoha, I heard that your Kendo is very good. Dare you come to a life and death duel with me in the Kendo? Just as Zayajian walked slowly towards Sumazi, a somewhat silly voice rang from the left. Turning to look around, only one head is ponytailed. Rock Shinobi, who holds a shinobi sword in his hand, is watching him with slanted eyes. Oh, you want to compete with me in Kendo? After a daze, Zayajian laughed in surprise. In this shinobi who majored in chakra, his kendo strength is definitely the first well-deserved one. It can even be said that compared with the kendo of the genin world, one's own kendo is a cross-dimensional gap. Unexpectedly, there are still people who want to challenge their kendo? What? Don't you dare. The leeches deliberately showed disdain, wanting to irritate Zayajian. The technique used by Zayajian just now shocked him. If you want to compete with ninjutsu, Mazai thinks that he is inferior to the opponent, but he is still very confident in his kendo. Knowing that Zayajian was also a kendo master, the demon wanted to provoke Zayajian on purpose. I want him to compete purely with himself in kendo. Don't dare. This is really a joke. I've just never seen it before, someone is so anxious to find death. Zayajian sneered at Kaido. Although I don't know the purpose of the other party using the radical method, Zayajian doesn't care. How can the prestige value delivered to the door be accepted without a single cut? In that case, please pull out your knife. Seeing that the other party agreed to fight against himself in the sword, Mazai was delighted in his heart. Judging from the opponent's ninjutsu just now, the strength of the opponent is at least an elite jonin, or even a higher level. However, Mazai is still very confident in his own swordsmanship. Sky Kong Yunjian. Zayajian folded his hands and drew left and right in front of him. A dazzling golden sword, instantly condensed in front of him. Then Zayajian raised his hand, grabbed the hilt of the sword, and held the lightsaber in his hand. Come on. Let me see. Why on earth do you have the confidence to dare to challenge me in kendo? Zayajian sneered and hooked his finger at the enchanted leech. Looking at the lightsaber in Zayajian's hand, the demon leeches slightly frowned, and then pulled out the shinobi on his back. Hey demon leeches, are you sure? Seeing the devil's behavior, Sumaji called out loudly from the other side. In fact, the best choice to meet such a strong at this moment is to wait for the support of the strong to be sent from the rear. But the leeches had already walked up, so he couldn't stop it. Do not worry. I am Iwagakur, the #1 master of kendo. The leeches stepped on the blood all over the floor and walked towards Zayajian. The blade was slowly unsheathed, and his expression began to concentrate. Except Rock Shinobi who was still fighting in the Konoha trench at this time. Almost all of the surrounding people projected their gazes towards the two of them. Zayajian held a lightsaber in his hand and stood casually in place. The devil leeches slowly drew his sword, and his momentum was steadily improving. Judging from the appearance and aura, the leeches crushed Zayajian by more than 1 or 2. But in this ninja world, no one knows the realm of the unity of humans and swords. In Zayajian's body, this kind of aura is nothing but a thing that can be easily retracted and retracted. Bang! Rock Shinobi stream slash. Demon Leech's ninja sword was slowly pulled out, and its momentum rose higher and higher. When the distance from Zayajian was 10 meters, the knife was completely pulled out. And his aura has reached its peak at this moment. Relying on the best condition at this time, the magic leech stepped on the blood-stained ground. The body turned into a black shadow and shot out at Zayajian in an instant. Fancy bells and whistles. Just when the opponent rushed, Zayajian also stepped on the ground and greeted him. At the same time, the lightsaber in his hand was raised high. Ns. There was a slight collision of gold and iron. Zayajian and Sumazi staggered each other's bodies. All the sights of Rock Shinobi were on the two of them instantly, and they kept shooting and watching, trying to see who was hurt in the end. But what made them frown was that neither of them seemed to have the slightest trace of blood stains on their bodies. This makes it difficult for them to judge what is going on between the two at this time. Rock Shinobi streamed in kendo, but you're... Dang? Puff. Just the moment Zayajian's voice fell, the ninja sword held by the demon leeches in front of him suddenly snapped, and on his entire waistline, red blood burst out suddenly. Immediately after his upper body, followed by the broken shinobi, he collapsed forward suddenly. Only the body below the waist was left, and he stood still on the spot. Carrot, magic leech. Magic leech. 2 horrified exclamations suddenly exploded, and the two who made a sound. One is Sumazi standing not far away. The other person was the light of fire that had just arrived from behind. The surrounding rock shinobi all had their pupils widened, and there was an uproar in an instant. No one can imagine that the battle will be solved with a single blow. The loser was Jonin, the #1 swordsman in their village. A big mouthful of blood came out of the fallen demon leeches. Zayajian's knife was very fast, so he did not die immediately. But at this moment, he can no longer feel the existence of the lower body. How can it be so fast? Demon Leech's eyes widened unbelievably. While staring at the shattered shinobi in his hand, he was still coughing up blood. He didn't completely swipe his knife just now, and he felt as if he had been hit. What shocked him even more was that even the weapon was cut off, and it was only then broken. So how fast can this cut be? Back. Magic Leech, don't mess around, you are definitely not that guy's opponent. As he was dying, the ears of the devil seemed to sound a warning from his companions. But at this time, his pupils had already begun to fade away. The various exclamations in his ears also gradually disappeared in his ears at this moment. Chapter 151 I'm so persuasive? Magic. The fire hissed and burst into the lungs. His two best friends in Iwagakur. One is Dashi, and the other is a leech's. Unexpectedly, these two best friends died in the hands of the same person before and after. The anger hits the forehead from the solace of the feet. The nameless fire burst out in my heart. Just as the firelight tried to rush up directly, a figure suddenly fell in front of him, blocking the road in front of him. Hey, Huiguang, do you want to rush to die? Suma's eye pressed on Huiguang's shoulder tightly, his expression extremely solemn. The situation at the moment also made him very embarrassed. The opponent is not only very powerful alone, and also has a large area of killing tactics. This made him dare not arbitrarily, and sent a large army forward to encircle and suppress. So I can only wait for the rear command to send masters to support it. However, although Sumazi's abacus was well played, Zayajian would not wait dryly. Just when Sumazi stopped the fire and turned his back to Zayajian, Zayajian directly raised his left hand, and a laser was directed at the back of his head, lasing directly. Get out of the way. The moment the golden light lit up, it immediately attracted the attention of the fire light. 390 so he quickly raised his hand and pushed Sumazi's head away. Boom. Ah. The sharp sound of the laser rang in Sumazi's ears. Although he was pushed aside by the fire, he escaped a catastrophe. However, in order to save him, Huiguang was directly shot off 2 fingers by the laser on his right palm. Blood splashed on the edge of his face, and Sumazi's left face was instantly blushed. Fire. Sumazi, who was pushed to the ground, was shocked. Just when he was about to stand up, the back of him glowed with golden light again. Earth-style earth flow wall. Rumble. A loud shout resounded. It's just a matter of time. An earth wall suddenly rises behind Sumazi, blocking the laser dangerously. However, the aftermath of the laser explosion also lifted both Sumazi and Huiguang away in an instant. Boom boom. Alala, what a pity. Just when the two fell to the ground, Zayajian's slightly regretful voice, Acta, also rang. His attack just now almost killed 2 Jonin directly. Hey, are you alright? Wenya and Dong Xiren, who came from the back, quickly helped Sumazi and Huiguang up. The earth wall just now was released by one of them. I'm fine, but the fire is hurt. Sumashi, who got up, looked at the flames anxiously. I saw that the little finger and ring finger of the latter's right hand had been blown up. Neither did I. Tear. The firelight being held up reluctantly tore a piece of cloth from the corner of his clothes, and wrapped his injured right palm directly. This guy is very strong, we have to go together. Wrapped the wound indiscriminately, Huiguang said with gritted teeth. The other 3 also nodded solemnly. Although Zayajian has only moved his hands a few times since he appeared, but there is no doubt that the strength he showed has put a lot of pressure on everyone. Xiao Hiyi is here too. At this moment, I heard the broken teeth behind him, quickly turned his head and glanced back, and then laughed. 4 Jonin face cage level at the same time. To be honest, they are not sure of victory. But at this moment 2 people came to support, and they immediately became more relaxed. What? Papa? Papa? Only 2 breaths in time. The 2 people who rushed from behind also rushed to the 4 of them. Fire? Nothing serious, right? He glanced at his right palm, where the flame was still dripping blood, and Hu raised his brow slightly. Among this group of Jonin at this time, his strength is the strongest. Well, there is nothing serious about my injury. But pay more attention to Konoha's ninja, that guy seems to be in control of Muji ninjutsu. After taking a deep breath, Huiguang said solemnly, 6 Jonin, they are really scary. Zayajian also naturally saw the 2 people who rushed over, so he pretended to be exaggerated. But in the tone, there was no fear at all, instead it was full of teasing. In fact, Zayajian was basically invincible after obtaining the lightning fruit. So don't say it is facing 6 Jonin, even facing 6 cage level powerhouses. He will not show any fear, because just elementalizing an ability, it almost makes him invincible. How? Listening to your tone, don't you put the 6 of us in your eyes. Hearing Zayajian's weird accent, Xiao frowned and looked over. The other 5 Jonin also gritted their teeth secretly. After all, Zayajian's words are full of naked contempt. 6 Jonins dealt with a cage level. In their view, the odds of winning were on their side. Yes, you should call the 2 Jinchuriki together. In this case, you can at least escape. Hearing Xiao's rhetorical question, Zayajian did not deny it, but said with a smile. In fact, on the way here, he felt 2 abnormal chakras. And the chakra is full of coldness and hatred. This feeling, Zayajian had seen in Kushina before. So he immediately knew that the 2 Jinchuriki from Uegakur had also been dispatched to the battlefield. You are really not ashamed. Don't say it's you, even if your Hokage is here, he wouldn't dare to say such arrogant things. Hearing Zayajian's remarks, Dong Xiren immediately counterattacked unceremoniously. The rest of the rock shinobi, who were far around, heard Zayajian's crazy words, they also yelled in the same angrily. Of course, their curses were automatically filtered by Zayajian. I'm so kind to persuade me. Since you don't listen, please come up and try. In the instant that he lifted his hand and opened it, the lightsaber that had dispersed before was once again condensed by Zayajian in his hand. Chapter 152 Under the High Wall Jonin shivering? Since you don't listen to persuasion, come up and try it yourself. Zayajian held the Tiankanjayun sword in one hand, his eyes and temperamental rock shinobi Jonin go together. Seeing Zayajian's arrogant appearance, the hunter shouted and took the lead to take the lead and rush up. The other 5 rock shinobi also accelerated and followed his footsteps. As a Jonin level in a village, their fighting consciousness is naturally not comparable to Chunin. So naturally there is no need to draw up any combat plans in advance. Everything only needs to be played according to one's own strengths. Earth-style Tuliying meatballs. Dong Zadrin, who was running in the line, suddenly swiftly Jiyan He lifted a huge boulder directly from the ground and smashed it towards Zayajian from the back of a few people far away. Boom! Suddenly a laser shot came, and the boulder was in the air, directly smashed by Zayajian. The exploded rocks and clods fell from the sky in an instant and smashed them down towards Rock Shinobi, who was running towards them. Whoops, 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 whoops. The sound of the wind sounded one after another, and the Rock Shinobi Jonin instantly accelerated, avoiding the falling rock fragments. At this moment, the distance between the two sides has been stretched to about 30 meters. Earth-style, crack the soil and turn the palm. Boom rumble. Sumazi, who was running, suddenly accelerated to the front of the team. Immediately after a sudden stop, Chakra's palms were condensed, and they slammed on the ground. The earth shattered instantly. Countless rock fragments shot at Zayajian like raindrops. Since this ninjutsu was used before, but it did not cause any harm to Zayajian, so this time Sumazi also increased the chakra delivery. As a result, the power and attack area caused by it has also increased by 1 level compared to before. Chang. Boom. Facing the gravel that was overwhelming and blocking his vision, Zayajian held the lightsaber in both hands and swung a knife forward. A slash that was 5 or 6 high and 20 meters long. The plow opened the ground in an instant and roared out like a rolling wave. The crushed stones that hit the sky overwhelmingly were all swallowed by the slashes, and they rushed out towards the Rock Shinobi at an unabated speed. Nanny. Facing this unprecedented exaggerated slash, the Rock Shinobi Jonin all stopped anxiously. Everyone, including the Rock Shinobi onlookers, was stunned at this moment. Only then did they realize that the fire that died under Zayajian's hand before was not injustice at all. Immediately swiped this kind of slash that broke common sense. In the realm of Kendo, it has already crossed the firelight and I don't know how many levels. Earth-style Turyu City Wall. At this time, it's the opposite of being prepared for defense long ago. He directly hit the ground with a heavy palm. An earth wall 10 meters high and 7 or 8 meters wide rose from the ground in an instant. In an instant, it was blocked in front of Slash and the Rock Shinobi. Rumble, however, the seemingly indestructible walls. Under the roar of slashing, just like the Tofu Residue project. From the bottom of the city wall, it was cut open in an instant. Then the slash that broke through the city wall, with unstoppable power, rushed out to the crowds of Rock Shinobi again. Hurry up. The moment the city wall was slashed and breached, the hunter running at the front of the team also screamed in horror. Then he took the lead in bending and kicking the ground, and suddenly jumped up. The others jumped up following their footsteps when they were prompted. Rumble. The terrifying cloth slash that came roaring. With great power, it passed through the ground below them. The hurricane blew everyone from underneath, making their scalp numb with fright. What a pity. Zayajian sighed helplessly. He could perceive that the 6 Jonin from Rock Shinobi all jumped together. At this moment, they are in the air and have nowhere to borrow. It is definitely a good time to kill the enemy. However, although the high wall with the rung in front of the two sides was cut off by a chop, it did not go down directly. The high wall of more than 10 meters was cut off at a height of 5 or 6 meters and fell down. There was still a height of nearly 10 meters left, and Renly was in front of the two sides, blocking his opportunity to kill the enemy. 0, seeking flowers, 0, buzzing. However, while this high wall blocked Zayajian's opportunity to kill the enemy, it also blocked the sight of Rock Shinobi Jonin, so Zayajian folded his hands in front of him and quickly gathered his strength. Whirring. This kind of slash, is it really possible for Kendo? At this time, the Rock Shinobi who had just landed in the air were all gasping for breath. Their backs were all wet with cold sweat. Looking at each other, everyone's eyes trembled slightly. It shows that their hearts have been greatly shaken and disturbed. Go, get closer. Hunter gasped for a while, and then rushed out again. 0. Between a few jumps, with the companions who followed up. Stepping directly on the huge wall standing in front of him, he rushed upwards in strides. Papa papa papa. The footsteps kept ringing. Just when the Rock Shinobi just climbed onto the high wall, suddenly there was a dazzling golden light, which rose directly to the sky. Bhe Kaing Goyu. Zayajian, who rushed to the sky, suddenly opened his hip arms. Countless light bullets poured down from his body in an instant like raindrops. Back, fast back. The hunter who rushed to the high wall first screamed again, and then he turned back and jumped off the wall. The move in front of him had only killed more than 300 of their companions in seconds, so they have fresh memories of this move. The rest of the Jonin who had just exposed their heads on the wall were also so scared that their souls jumped back. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, the light bomb bombarded indiscriminately. The circumference of 100 meters in diameter is all shrouded in it. Under Zayajian's prepared power, the terrain was blown up with soars, and the terrain was directly changed. Even the high wall standing in front, nearly 10 meters high and 7 or 8 meters wide, was constantly being defeated under the frenzied bombardment. Chapter 153. But that's it. The light bullet kept shooting. The sound of blasting is endless. The ground was plowed over and over again. Because of this big move, no one hindered Zayajian's energy accumulation. Therefore, the number of light bombs and battery life are not at the same level as the previous big move. At this time, the light bomb had been bombing continuously for nearly 10 seconds, and there was no sign of stopping. Reverse. Explosion-style hunter shouted anxiously. At this time, the high wall was rapidly collapsing and becoming shorter under the bombardment of the light bomb. According to the current situation, if you sit and wait for death at this time, in just a few seconds, the high wall will be completely defeated, and they will be dead. Earth-style Earth Dynamic Core. Boom rumble. As soon as the shouting of the hunter fell, the 390 was just finished. Under the blast of chakra, both palms slammed on the ground. Suddenly, the surrounding mountains shook. The ground where everyone was on instantly formed a square hole, which quickly collapsed directly below, and the depth of the collapse is as high as tens of meters. It's quite capable. I sensed that the ground where Rock Shinobi was located had sunk tens of meters. I had no choice but to retreat and fell from above the sky. With such a deep hole, let alone the end of one's big move, even if the battery life of the big move is doubled, it is estimated that it will not hurt them at all. Whirring. Stop. After hearing the explosion, the Rock Shinobi Jonin in the pit all felt fearful for a while. If it was a second or two slower just now, it is estimated that they would all be screened. Unexpectedly, that guy is actually so powerful. Explosion-style hunter turned his head and glanced at everyone around him, and said with an unusually solemn expression. And hearing his words, the faces of the other 5 people were also very ugly. It hasn't gotten close to the opponent yet, and his side has been beaten to the point where he can only defend and dodge. If it is a single encounter with each other, then it is almost undoubtedly killed by a spike. It is estimated that it is not much different from the fire that was killed before. What the hell should I do now? The opponent's strength is obviously beyond expectation. Wen Yai also glanced at everyone and asked a question that made everyone very distressed. Before, they all thought that even if the opponent is a cage level strong. However, under the siege of 6 Jonin and even the elite Jonin, the result was definitely only a slaughter. However, the situation at this time surpassed everyone's expectations. The opponent is obviously not an ordinary cage level, because he is not only Kendo Wushuan, even ninjutsu is equally powerful and unmatched. At this time, they finally understood why the other party dared to speak so arrogantly before the battle. Because this guy really has such a powerful strength as an iron strike. The rest will be discussed later. On the contrary, hurry up and raise the ground. Hunter interrupted the people who were preparing to think about the countermeasures, and then reminded them to the back with their hands still pressed on the ground. At this moment, the other party has already accepted the move. If it does not immediately rise up now, the other party will be condescending and face yourself and others. At that time, one's own side will fall into a disadvantaged position. No one knows, will anything else happen at that time? After all, they are in a state of ignorance of Zayajian's abilities and intelligence, except for those previously shown. Boom rumble. Hearing the words of hunting, the chakra delivery was increased again. The ground looked like an elevator, and it rose back up quickly. The brief exchanges are only between a few breaths. When everyone was parallel to the ground again, Zayajian had just risen from a high altitude, and it didn't take long for him to fall to the ground. Otherwise, he would have rushed over, directly above the huge crater, and once again came to wash the ground. It seems that I underestimated you before. To survive my attack, you do have 2 brushes. After pulling out the sky cloud sword again, Zayajian joked while walking towards the Rock Shinobi. However, his words, heard in the ears of a crowd of Rock Shinobi, are unusually harsh. Once upon a time, Jonin was even the strength of elite Jonin. In the mouth of others, has it become the existence of only 2 brushes? As Jonin, they are in the village, but the mainstay is good. Didn't you expect that in the eyes of the other party, you and others would be so worthless? Just think you are complimenting us. Explosion-style hunter took a step forward and responded to Zayajian's words. At the same time, with his right hand behind him, he made a quiet gesture. Seeing his movements, the rest of Rock Shinobi glanced at each other, and then began to form seals in secret. But what they didn't know was that in fact, under Zayajian's perception, all their actions were invisible, but Zayajian didn't bother to pay attention to it. It is indeed a compliment. But it's just, nothing more. The distance between the 2 sides has narrowed to 10 meters. The moment Zayajian's voice fell, he slammed on the ground and shot out. This group of Rock Shinobi's defense and dodge are quite good, so he decided to solve the battle with melee combat. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. At this moment, 2 earth walls rose at the same time. While standing in front of the hunter, blocking the back road of hunting, he happened to be double-teamed in the center. When Zayajian was puzzled at 3.0, the hunter under perception suddenly took out a stack of detonation charms and stuck them on the wall in front of him. Then his legs slammed on the ground, and he jumped up all of a sudden. Earth-style rock missile. Boom. A loud noise suddenly came out. Behind the second earth wall, the teeth are already ready. The moment Hunter jumped up, he directly smashed the second earth wall with a palm. Under his great power, the earth wall smashed by him impacted on the earth wall with detonation talisman in front. Then the detonation talisman that was hit hard immediately caused a bigger explosion, forming a huge shock wave. Countless rubble and mud, under the shock wave, directly turned into a fan-shaped Zayajian, and suddenly burst out and shot out. Chapter 154 Crushing Gesture. You are really chicken thieves. Perceiving the action of Shaoxi sticking the detonation talisman on the wall, perceiving Wenya again, he smashed the earth wall behind with a palm. So Zayajian understood in an instant the puzzling behavior of this group of rock shinobi. These guys really made a good calculation. First resort to defensive ninjutsu and let yourself be taken lightly. Then the hunter trapped in the wall secretly posted the detonation talisman to bury the deadliest move. Then he jumped up suddenly from behind the earth wall, attracting his attention. Finally, Wen Ye, who had been waiting for a long time, smashed the back wall with one palm, triggering the detonation talisman on the front dirt wall. The original simple defensive soil wall has been directly turned into an unexpected attack. This series of tricks come down. If you don't perceive ninjutsu, or if your brain's response is not bright enough, I will definitely be hit 100% directly. The shock waves and gravel generated by the explosion directly sifted the spot. However, what they faced was Zayajian 02. Chang. Boom. The moment the earth wall was detonated, Zayajian swung the lightsaber in his hand suddenly. A golden slash that was 7 or 8 meters high and 2 or 3 meters wide was swung out by him in an instant. Shock waves and gravel from the explosion of the earth wall. In an instant, all was annihilated under his slash. Then the slash with an unpredictable power, rushed towards the hunter in midair and the Wenya below. Nanny. Seeing the oncoming slash, explosion-style hunter suddenly exclaimed. He didn't expect that the perfect cooperation of himself and others would be broken so easily, nor did he expect that the opponent's counterattack would come so quickly. Explosion-style mind fist. The hunter who could not hide, clenched a fist with one hand, and smashed it directly towards the golden slash. His explosion style, no matter what it hits, it will instantly explode. Boom. Ah. The upper half of the golden slash directly exploded under the boundaries of Hunter's bloodline, and he himself, because of the explosion and impact caused by the slash, was directly lifted out. Hunting. Wenya, who had avoided the beheading on the ground, quickly raised his head and glanced after hearing the screams of the hunter. Xiao Xiao sprinkled a row of blood in the air, and his body flew backwards. There is a flaw. At this moment, Zayajian, who rushed from behind the slash, appeared in front of Wenya, who raised his head. The lightsaber held high in his hand was cut down in an instant. Asterisk clang. There was a sound of golden and iron fighting. A pair of arms blocked Zayajian's lightsaber. On the arm, 2 silver-white hidden blades were also tied. Don't think about it so easily. Huiguang crossed his hands in front of him, holding Zayajian's lightsaber. His expression was a bit distorted and hideous. Wenya, who was saved, was startled in a cold sweat. After reacting, he slammed into the ground and jumped out to the rear. At the same time, while he was in the air, he began to nod up quickly. Illustration. Is my attack so good? Zayajian held the sword in one hand, and while speaking, he suddenly increased the strength in his hand. Relying on the inherent strength of the vortex physique, with a direct boom, the firelight was suppressed and knelt on the ground. Kneeling on the ground with his feet on the fire, he grinned with pain. The cold sweat on his forehead disappeared instantly. Fire, fire. At this moment, the other 3 talents suddenly awakened from the sudden change, and then quickly took possession of them and rushed up. Reaction too slow. Zayajian yelled loudly. Armament haki instantly covered the sky cloud sword. Then the intensity in his hands was increased again, and the lightsaber was suddenly pressed down. Puff. Ah. Heart-piercing screams sounded, and the lightsaber plunged directly into the firelight's right shoulder. The red blood spread from his shoulder in an instant. At the moment when he was injured in severe pain, Zayajian suddenly regained his strength, and then suddenly exerted his strength again. The lightsaber slashed his collarbone along the firelight's shoulder, and immediately sank into his belly. The screaming voice stopped abruptly. Huiguang lost his eyes, and fell on his back to the ground. The brief confrontation and collision only happened in a moment. Under the pressure of Zayajian's strength, the other rock shinobi were too late to rescue, and the fire was beheaded to the scene. Earth-style stalagmites. Wenya, who jumped back, fell to the ground at this time. After an angry shout, the palms that had finished Juyin slammed on the ground. 4 sharp rock spears, front, back, left, and right stab Zayajian at the same time from all directions. Chang. Boom, 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 boom. However, Zayajian was just a simple swing of a knife. The 4 rock spears that struck him were cut into several segments in an instant and scattered on the ground. Earth-style rock fist technique. At this moment, the Eastern Dead had rushed to Zayajian's face 390. Raising his petrified right fist, he slammed directly at Zayajian's front door. Boom. Zayajian held the hilt in one hand and pressed the other hand on the blade, blocking the rock fist in front of him. However, the heavy power came from the sword, and he was overwhelmed to take a step back. It's commendable courage to rush forward. Zayajian suddenly exerted his strength and pushed the Dongzadran, who had exhausted his strength, directly into the air. Then quickly raised his left hand and shot a laser at him. Boom. The moment the light shines, Dongzadran looked terrified, and clanged the rock fist in front. The laser shot on the rock fist, causing a violent photon explosion in an instant, and his figure, flying upside down, as if hit by a truck, immediately accelerated and flew out. East death. Wenya, who was preparing to fight back in Juyin, yelled in horror. In a short battle, 6 jonin from Uegakur. 1 person was injured, 1 person died, and 1 person was shot into the air. Illustration. Time happened so fast, Zayajian's powerful feeling was overwhelmed. Let Wenya feel an unusually heavy heart. Chapter 155. Having said that, this kind of thing is useless. Master Hunter. Master Fire. Lord Dongzadran. A series of exclamations came from the Rock Shinobi army watching the game. None of Rock Shinobi expected that this would be the result after the battle between the two sides. Or it should be said that no one could have expected Zayajian to be so powerful. With almost a crushing posture, he instantly defeated the 3 Jonin who defeated Uegakuer. The powerful strength, in the comparison between the two sides, appears to be exceptional. That is simply not a level of power. It seemed like Jonin was playing against Genin. There is also a moat and mountain that cannot be crossed in the middle. Lois, the command is under your command. After Han and Lao Ziyi looked at each other, they rushed to the battlefield at the same time. For the first time in the past few days of conflict, the two of them seemed to be in such a tacit understanding. Don't worry, leave it to me. Huang Tu's face was dignified and shouted at the back of the two. At this moment, he is just a Jonin. It has not yet reached the cage level strength in the original work during the Fourth World War. So although he also wanted to help, but he was powerless. After all, judging from the battle just now, if Jonin joins the battle at this time, it will not turn the situation around at all. On the contrary, it may also hold back his own cage level. Wow, wow, wow. Various exclamations spread to Konoha's trenches. Both Konoha and Rock Shinobi, who were fighting, separated quickly in doubt. At this time, most of Rock Shinobi, who was attacking the Konoha trench, all went to watch the fiercest battle in the center of the battlefield. So the other Rock Shinobi in the trenches, without support, some got stuck in a deadlock. Therefore, after the two sides separated, they also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly retreat back. What's going on? Mimura Hameki was also puzzled. Then he jumped out of the trench and looked towards the place with the greatest momentum. I saw that Baiyun Zayajian was fighting with several Rock Shinobi Jonin as an enemy, and he was still in an absolute advantage. The strength of Baiyun Zayajian is so strong? Yes, no wonder he was able to defeat Tsunagakure's advanced troops alone before. After the Rock Shinobi retreated, Konoha's people all lay on the edge of the trench to watch the battle. The geographical location where their trenches are located is already on the high side. So their vision is also very good. You can clearly see the battle between Zayajian and Rock Shinobi Jonin in the battlefield. Captain Yameki. There are 2 more people behind Rock Shinobi. Do we need to support Baiyun Zayajian? At this moment, a Konoha Jonin saw 2 people rushing from behind Rock Shinobi, so he turned his head and asked Mimura Hameki on the edge of the trench. Hearing what he said, Mimura Hameki looked at him intently. I saw a man with a beard and a man in red, rushing out of Rock Shinobi's camp at the same time. Don't go, those 2 are Jinchuriki from Uegakuer. We go up to help, and we can only add chaos to Baiyun Zayajian. Seeing Lao Ziyi and Han's face clearly, Mimura Hameki dignifiedly stopped. As the commander-in-chief against the Rock Shinobi battlefield, how can he not know the intelligence of the 2? Jinchuriki. Jonin exclaimed every time Yameki said. Unexpectedly, Uegakuer actually dropped Jinchuriki on the battlefield. Perception ninja. Quickly check it out for me, where the support team is. Seeing Han and Lao Ziyi rushing to the battlefield, Hameki Mimura was also a little anxious. After all, they don't have many people now. If they continue to support Baiyun Zayajian, they are likely to have nothing to go back. Therefore, I can only deposit hope to the upcoming support team. Captain Yameki. No support team was sensed. After receiving Mimura Hameki's order, a nearby perceiver quickly closed his eyes and radiated his perceptual power to the rear. But when he expanded his perception to the limit, he was horrified to discover the support team previously thought to be coming actually didn't even have a trace of it. What? Could it be that the support team hasn't arrived yet? Is this only Baiyun Zayajian alone? Hearing the report of the perception ninja, Mimura Hameki's face was solemn. The faces of the surrounding Konoha Jonin looked very ugly after looking at each other. After all, if there are no reinforcements, how can they go to support? Do you want to take the life of your companion and risk it? At the scene, there was an audible silence for a while. Time back to 2 minutes ago. When Zayajian fired a laser and knocked the Dongdead out, Shikaze Suma rushed up. Earth-style Earth Dragon Technique. Earth-style Earth Dragon Technique. At the same time the 2 loud shouts rang. 2 Earth Dragons soared into the sky from the left and right of Zayajian. After hovering and roaring in the air and increasing the momentum, the Earth Dragon directly turned and swooped down towards Zayajian. Chiang! Chiang! Boom boom boom. Zayajian raised the Sky Cloud sword in his hand. To the left and right, each swiped a 3 to 4 meter long golden slash. The huge Earth Dragon was in midair and collapsed in midair. The huge dragon body slammed on the ground, and also raised a lot of dust. This kind of attack is completely useless. Zayajian raised his left hand, slapped the dust in front of him, and smiled at the 3 rock shinobi in front of him. Firelight was beheaded. As for the hunter and Dongsiren, Zayajian was knocked out. Therefore, in front of Zayajian, there were only 3 people, Wenya, Samaji, and Yi Antai. After hearing Zayajian's words, none of the 3 responded, but their expressions were extremely heavy. In this battle, the opponent's strength has exceeded their scope of response. Not to mention the others, just that hand, freely swinging the slashing sword. It's not something they can handle easily. My face is so dignified, why, now I know I'm afraid. But it's too late. Seeing the 3 people facing the enemy, Zayajian sneered, slammed on the ground and rushed out again. Good promise. Earth-style Tulong gun. Zayajian slapped the stamped teeth, bowed and slapped his palms on the ground. Choke, 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 choke. Countless sharp soil guns emerged from the ground like bamboo shoots. It is densely packed, growing on the only way in front of Zayajian, trying to stop him. I have said it, this kind of thing is useless. Zayajian, who galloped out, suddenly waved the sky cloud sword in his hand. A 7-8 meter long golden slash, forward again, and the horizontal side roared out. The densely packed soil guns standing in front of him, like paper, were instantly submerged under the slash. Flee, then? Wenya roared, and rushed out to the left. But Sumazai suddenly jumped up high. Ah, another flaw is exposed. Zayajian thrust forward and raised his left hand. A laser beam shot at Sumazai above the sky. Chapter 156 Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Sumazai, who is at high altitude and has nowhere to borrow. I was shot directly in the head by the laser. Just when Zayajian thought that blood would explode like fireworks, Sumazai's body gradually turned into mud. Earth-style clone? When? Zayajian was slightly surprised. The previous 3 rock shinobi were all under their noses. If they Juyin, it should be that they can't hide it from themselves, right? But this time, I didn't find them Juyin? Could it be? When you swipe a slash and your vision is blocked. Just as Zayajian was guessing in his heart, Kagura suddenly sensed a figure in his heart. From below the ground, he gradually approached him. It was before that, Sumashi who shot the clone by himself. It turned out to be underground. Zayajian slowed down a little, and secretly held the sky cloud sword in his backhand. Then, pretending to be ignorant, he continued to move forward. Earth-style heart beheading technique. A muffled shout came from the ground 393 under Zayajian's feet. Immediately afterwards, a pair of arms broke through the ground and grabbed Zayajian's ankles, trying to drag him into the ground. Chang. Puff. At this moment, Zayajian suddenly bowed and pierced the lightsaber directly into the ground. The tearing sound of Jinzeo sounded, and a stream of blood spewed up from the ground along Zayajian's lightsaber. Samashi. Wenyai and Yi, who had avoided the slash to the left, roared with tears. Looking at the amount of blood gushing from the ground, Sumazi must have been stabbed in a large artery. This time, he is definitely not lucky. In the face of absolute strength, your little cleverness is equally useless. Zayajian vowed to speak frankly. He pulled out the Sky Kong Yun sword. The blood spewing out gradually stopped. This sword. It was pierced directly from Sumazi's neck, so he was already dead at this time. Earth-style Meyer Marsh. At this time, Wenya's palms patted on the ground again. The ground under Zayajian's feet suddenly softened quickly. How can this kind of attack be effective? Zayajian snorted and was about to speed up to leave here. However, he was shocked to find that Sumazi, who was already dead, was still pulling his toes tightly. In this short moment, a large area of ground around Zayajian instantly turned into a swamp. And he, who had nowhere to borrow, began to sink into the swamp. I'll go, I want to drag me when I die. Zayajian cursed secretly, and squeezed his feet vigorously. However, the foot didn't pull out, but it made the sinking speed faster. Earth-style Earth Dynamic Core. Another burst of anger came. The flipped palm slapped violently on the ground. Under the chakra burst all over, the ground around Zayajian, including the swamp, suddenly sank more than 10 meters in all directions. I'll go, I won't capsize in the gutter. The harder Zayajian is, the faster he sinks. At this moment, the swamp had been submerged on his chest, and he did not dare to move randomly now. Have you trapped him? Nice job. At this moment, the hunter and Dong Siren, who were shot into the air by Zayajian, also rushed back. However, both of them are abnormal wolf foxes. The whole forearm of the hunter was dripping with blood, and Dong Siren's right hand was also broken and twisted to one side. The 4 quickly came to the side of the pit, and saw Zayajian being stuck in the quagmire, frowning. Go and give Summa, let's be buried with she. Earth-style Acticlay. Earth-style rock house collapsed. Boom. After yelling at Zayajian, Wenya and Yitan both sealed their seals at the same time and pressed them on the ground. The wall around the cave collapsed quickly. Rock fragments, mixed with paste-like clay, poured down from the top of Zayajian's head. What? At this critical moment, Zayajian's body suddenly burst into golden light. The body instantly collapsed and turned into a dazzling photon. The sun got out of the swamp, and flew up from the cracks in the skiats fast. At the moment the golden light flashed, Zayajian has appeared in the sky. Even the 4 rock shinobi beside the big pit did not realize that Zayajian had escaped from the swamp. It turns out that the fruit teleport is used like this. Zayajian suddenly realized in his heart, he had never actively used elementalization before. Therefore, it has not been able to develop the ability of fruit teleportation. Originally thought, this skill is difficult to develop. Unexpectedly, the so-called teleportation is actually active elementalization, and then it becomes a photon to move. This is too simple and rude, right? There was also a wry smile in Zayajian's heart. If it was not about to be buried just now, then subconsciously, the elementalization was actively used. He didn't know how long he would be circumvented in the misunderstanding. You guys really helped a lot. As a thank you, I will let you die under this trick. Looking down, the 4 rock shinobi and Zayajian who were still looking at the caves laughed comfortably. The sound spread to the bottom, and they were all startled at once. Nanny, when did you get out of the swamp? Wenyai and the other 4 followed the sound and quickly raised their heads. Everyone was terrified. If Zayajian shoots down with a flash of light at this time, they will all die with no corpses. Earth-style Iron Cannonball. Earth-style rock Senbon. After reacting, Wen Yahe Yufan quickly retorted. Since the opponent did not launch an attack, then at this moment, it is an opportunity for one's own side. Because the opponent at this time is in the air with nowhere to hide. Countless rock fragments, after finishing writing the teeth and the seal, all shot at Zayajian in the sky. The dense number directly covers the path of Zayajian's fall. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Ignoring the rubble and rocks coming from the face, Zayajian suddenly smiled at the rock shinobi. Chapter 157 Powerful, shocking the audience? Speed is weight? Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? As soon as Zayajian's voice fell, his body instantly turned into a photon. Directly from the attack of the rock fragments, straight across come over. Almost in the blink of an eye, I came to the rock shinobi's side below recondensed the human form. Kick at the speed of light. Zayajian, who condensed and formed, lifted up the golden calf. He kicked him directly and kicked his side. The four rock shinobi at this time are still looking up at the sky, keeping the previous action of looking at Zayajian. Unconsciously, the latter had crossed the distance between the two sides and appeared beside them. Boom. A violent collision sounded. On the contrary, he was hit by Zayajian with a heavy kick on his head and kicked out directly. And at the speed of breaking through the sound barrier, he smashed into the rock shinobi army watching from a distance. Boom. A louder noise came from rock shinobi's army. After being kicked upside down, he not only killed two people, but also smashed the ground out of a big hole. And his head was also dented by kicking. Obviously, he was also killed directly. Until this time, the remaining three rock shinobi turned their heads in response. I saw Zayajian standing beside them with his shiny right leg. The cold sweat burst out. The hair stood upside down in an instant. Horror, unbelievable, and horrified emotions immediately filled the hearts of the three of them. Oh, you can't wear samurai uniforms anymore. This dress is too loose, it seems that my legs are not long enough. Zayajian's slightly playful voice sounded beside the three rock shinobi. Suddenly, they woke them up from the panic. Run! Xiao shouted in horror. The three of them shot in three different directions in an instant. At this point they finally realized that they had no hope of victory. If you don't run now, it will be no different from suicide. Want to go now? It's too late. Zayajian did not rush to pursue, but said with a slight regret. As soon as he thought, the photons began to accumulate on his calf. In an instant, a flickering cross light condensed under Zayajian's feet. Kick at the speed of light. Zayajian gave a secret cry in his heart. The photons accumulated on his calf were kicked and shot out by him. The laser, which was as thick as the mouth of a bull, instantly hit the path where Dongxiren escaped. Rumble. The golden mushroom, the cloud rises into the sky. The violent photon explosion enveloped a range of tens of meters. The Dongxiren who fled was also swallowed under the flames of the explosion. He didn't even make a sound of panic, and he was killed instantly. East death. Xiao Mupai was about to crack and roar. Hearing the loud noise, he quickly glanced back. I just saw Dongxiren, who was submerged by the explosion of golden light. Alala, are you enjoying the fireworks? The joking sound rang in Hunter's ears, causing his scalp to explode. Just as he turned his head back in horror, he saw a dazzling golden light flashing before his eyes. Puff. A huge head detached directly from the neck and rose into the sky. In a daze, the hunter saw a headless body, running quickly on the ground. He knew that it was his body. Before his consciousness disappeared, Hunter's heart was full of unwillingness. As an elite jonin, he is also the owner of an explosive succession. His strongest strength is undoubtedly the melee attack. But since the fighting broke out between the two sides, after the first collision, he was directly knocked out. After the entire battle, his only shot was actually a punch and a half-cut slash. This can't even hurt a single hair of the other party. How can this make him willing? Earth-style rock shinobi technique. Wenya, who was also attracted by the explosion, was so frightened that he quickly got into the ground and sneaked into the ground. At this time, on the ground, he can no longer feel safe. Alala, it's really troublesome. I should have solved you first. After the sword killed the hunter, Zayajian teleported over immediately without stopping. But it was still a step too late, letting Wenya sneak into the ground. This made Zayajian also slightly regretted. In the end, the three rock shinobi jonin, the other two were injured in their arms and couldn't get the seal, only the teeth were intact. But he didn't think about it well and kept him till the end, instead letting him escape. An anti-sama. Master Dongsad. Master Hunter. Shouts of horror were heard one after another among the onlookers rock shinobi. The situation of the battle was too violent, and it happened too fast. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Until now, the rock shinobi crowd onlookers realized this. With their eyesight, in fact, they couldn't see exactly what happened in the field. They didn't realize what was going on until they were kicked over by Zayajian. They were stupefied for a moment. Then they saw golden lights flickering in the field. Then he was buried in the sea of flames, and the hunter was separated by the corpse. 6 jonin and elite jonin besieged and killed 1 person, but the enemy was beheaded and killed 5 people. Only 1 person escaped by sneaking. This made the rock shinobi who watched the game feel as if they were dreaming, so illusory and unreal. Ha 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 ha, it's so happy. Yes, Zayajian-sama is really too powerful. Unlike the rock shinobi, everyone cheered in the Konoha trench. The power of Zayajian also shocked everyone in Konoha. Their vision is slightly better than that of rock shinobi, so they can roughly see the process of Zayajian slaying the enemy. That guy is simply so powerful that it makes no sense. During the whole battle, only when Zaojian was trapped in the quagmire, they couldn't see it. For the rest of the whole process, they all saw a rough idea. That is, Zaojian was in the advantage throughout the whole process, and at the end, he also powerfully killed several Jonin from Iwagakure. Even the last rock shinobi was almost doomed. The result of this battle made the Konoha shinobi all very excited. For the past few days, they have been worried every day. When did they feel so happy? Captain Yamaki, we don't need to support it now. That guy, even if he really can't beat Jinchuriki, but if he wants to leave, no one can stop him, right? Several Konoha Jonin also gathered together and laughed happily. Before they were worried about Zaojian. But I didn't expect that the guy was so powerful. It seems that my worries before waiting for others are completely unnecessary. Yeah, this is really too strong. Hear the words of my companion. Mimura Hameki was also dumbfounded. After experiencing World War II, he naturally met many cage-level powerhouses. A cage-level expert who fought against several Jonin, he has also seen it several times. But like Zaojian, who can crush or even kill in seconds, he is really the first to see. Chapter 158 Because you are not my opponent at all? I want to see, how long can you hold your breath in the soil? Zaojian walked slowly, and the cross light on his fingertips kept spinning. The perception of Kagura's heart's eyes has also been locked in the when you moving under the ground. Although Earth-style ninjutsu can move underground, that's right. But you can't change your breath in the ground, so people naturally can't, and they always hide under the ground. As long as Wenya dared to get close to the ground, Zaojian would explode his head with a laser. And if he dare not come out, then Zaojian is ready to suffocate him alive. Anyway, before they wanted to bury themselves. Jet feet. Just when Zaojian's attention was locked to follow Wenya's movement, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a red figure burst through the air. A pair of big feet kicked directly towards Zaojian's face. On the back of the red figure, 393 brought a long string of white smoke. What? Looking at the big feet close at hand, Zaojian frowned and turned into a photon and teleported to the side. Although he didn't hide, he was completely fine. But even if it's okay, he can't take it safely. Without kicking Zaojian's figure, he kicked the air and flew directly to the rear. So it's you. Why, now I feel heartache Jonin, do you want to do it yourself? The photons regrouped not far away. In the blink of an eye, Zaojian returned to its original state. Seeing the two big men who were about to double-team him, Zaojian instantly understood their identities. Before, his perception was all concentrated on the body of the lower teeth on the ground, which made him not notice that someone was approaching him. After regaining their perception at this time, the identity of the two of them is also ready to be revealed. Because they all exude the smell of tail beasts. There is no doubt that the two are the 4-5 tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure. At a young age, I have the strength of cage level. I have to say that the country of fire is really a treasure place for educating people. The man who kicked the air, a jet, forcibly stopped not far away. Hearing Zaojian's ridicule, he did not choose to answer. But with a solemn expression, he shifted the topic to other directions. On the battlefield, it is normal for both sides to fight each other. So although he was indignant in his heart, he didn't want to express this emotion. Cage-level powerhouses utter ruthless talks with each other, but they will make themselves look very low. Why, do you who provoked the war like to say this kind of thing? Hearing what Han said, Zaojian was rather speechless. On the battlefield of Sunagakure before, the old fellow Cho seemed to have said the same thing. Oh, has anyone else said the same thing? By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. With a strength like you, Konoha can't be an unnamed person, right? Seeing that Lao Ziai hadn't fully arrived yet, Han could only postpone the time. Although he is known as a steam ninja, with the help of armored thrusters, his speed and power are extremely fast. But after his sneak attack just now, he knew he couldn't take Zaojian alone. The difference between the speed of the two is not even a bit. Therefore, he can only hack into his arms and wait for Lao Ziai to arrive as soon as possible. The last person who said this was Sunagakure's Cho, but she is dead. Zaojian said with a smile. But when someone asked his name again, he was too lazy to answer. How many times has this been asked since the war began? The feeling of reporting my name every time is really very lacking. Illustration. What, Cho is dead? Hearing what Zaojian said, Han was a little shocked. Although he has never had an intersection with Sand Shinobi's Cho, but the information of cage-level personnel in each village actually knows each other. And Cho's strength, in the cage level of each village, it can be regarded as a top-notch existence. Died. Although I didn't die directly on the battlefield, but it was also very cool. Zaojian joked with a smile. Seeing Lao Ziai getting closer and closer, he probably guessed what Han was paying attention to. But Zaojian didn't care. With elementalization, he is already invincible. After taking control of the teleporting ability at this moment, he was not shy at hitting two Jinchuriki. The two chatted with each other without saying a word. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became a little weird. It seems that this is not on the battlefield, and the relationship between the two is not hostile. This made both Rock Shinobi and Konoha who were watching from a distance felt a weird feeling. Papa. At this moment, Lao Ziai finally rushed to the scene. The two finally formed a double team against Zaojian. What Sunagakure has been defeated. Han was delaying time, and he asked Zaojian for information. Hearing that Sunagakure had signed a defeat agreement more than 2 days ago, Hanton was shocked again. Lao Ziyi, who had just caught up, frowned in confusion when he heard Han's exclamation. Are you serious? After the shock, Han looked at Zayajian suspiciously. After all, they belong to one of the 5 major countries. Although the strength of each village is different from each other, it has not reached the level of crushing Sunagakur. How could it be defeated so quickly? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Zayajian shrugged and answered with a smile. The arrival of Lao Ziyi did not cause him the slightest fluctuation. As for this information, it will be delivered tomorrow at the latest, so there is no need to hide it at all. Seeing Zayajian's casual appearance, Han's expression was a little heavy. Before thinking of the other party, he really came from the direction of the country of rain, and he believed in his heart. Okay, let's stop here for small talk. Your purpose of delaying time on purpose is not to wait for this guy. Zayajian pointed to Lao Ziyi, who had just arrived, and directly debunked Han's previous purpose. Since you know that I am delaying time, then why do you want to get in the way? Hearing Zayajian's words, Han's brows also frowned at this time. Because of you. It's not my opponent at all. Zayajian's voice suddenly became contemptuous. After merging his hands in front of him, he suddenly slashed to the left and right. A big sword shining with golden light was instantly held in his hand. What nonsense with him? Do it directly. Seeing Han hesitated to speak and stopped, as if he wanted to say something, the grumpy Lao Ziyi suddenly scolded. After a squat, chakra burst out of him. The billowing magma also instantly covered the surface of his body. The strength of Zayajian was already obvious to all when the two arrived. Therefore, Lao Ziyi didn't care about it in the slightest, but directly opened the lava-style chakra mode. P.S. I said before that lava-style chakra's relationship with 4 tails, so lava-style chakra, so my temper is a bit grumpy. Here is what I said wrong. I checked the information and found that lava-style itself has lava-style. Chapter 159 Beat Jinchuriki. Everyone don't watch. Retreat all to me. Wenya, who had already drilled out of the ground, saw Rock Shinobi's army still onlookers, and immediately shouted orders. The cage-level battle at this time was already a far cry from their previous battles. And among them, there are 2 Jinchuriki. If you accidentally shoot a tailed beast bomb during the battle, for the Rock Shinobi army, it was a disaster. And when I heard Wenya, Rock Shinobi felt very unwilling. 5 Jonin were beheaded, and 2 cage-level powerhouses were stunned. They originally wanted to watch the battle carefully, hoping that the cage-level powerhouses would find their way back. But now that Wenya had given the order, they had no choice but to retreat backwards obediently. Captain Yamaki, Rock Shinobi's army retreated back. In the Konoha trench, a ninja said to Mimura Hamaki with a smile. Rock Shinobi, who retreated like a tide in 02, let all of them unconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. Mimura Hamaki nodded. He naturally knew why Rock Shinobi had to withdraw. However, Konoha's trench is located high, so there is no need to worry about being affected by the battle. Puff hiss, puff. Seeing that Lao Ziyi has entered a state of combat. On the back of Han's armor, 2 white steam burst suddenly. Before entering the tail beastization, most of his combat power came from this armor. Using his own boil style as the energy source and driving the armor's thrusters, he can have one of the best power and speed, officially, in the ninja world. Come on, let me see. As Jinchuriki, what kind of ability can you have? Zayajian waved the sky cloud sword and opened his hands openly. In his expression, he didn't pay any attention to the 2 of them. Lava-style burning river rock technique. The grumpy Lao Ziyi, seeing Zayajian so arrogant, took the lead in angrily shot. The moment the knot printing of both hands is completed, he opened his mouth and spit out more than a dozen magma fireballs towards Zayajian. On the way the magma fireball hits, drops of red liquid continued to fall down, and the ground was instantly burned, making a pippy sound. Wind-style vacuum sword, Zayajian turned his lightsaber upside down and swiped his backhand to the right. A huge wind wall instantly released its hands and whizzed out to the magma ball. Boom! The ninjutsu of the 2 sides collided violently with each other. Like fireworks, the magma ball burst open in the air, and was swept towards Shishu Lao Ziyi. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the magma balls that continued to hit the rear all smashed against the wind wall. In an instant, the wind wall was burned through, and the magma ball burned towards Zayajian again. I almost forgot, fire style can restrain wind style. Zayajian spoke casually, but in his expression, he didn't even feel nervous at all. Then try it, can you burn through the slash as well? Rumble. After the voice fell, Zayajian swung the lightsaber suddenly again. A golden slash that was more than 20 meters high, roared out in succession. When the magma and the slash collided, they were instantly submerged by the slash. Illustration. Afterwards, he slashed and castrated, and roared directly at Lao Ziyi. The Jet Mountain strikes. Just when Zayajian looked at Lao Ziyi, I want to see how he coped with the slash. A loud shout suddenly sounded from the top of Zayajian's head. I saw Hen raised his right leg high, and pulled out 2 long white smoke behind him, and with a force of breaking through the air, it fell directly towards Zayajian. The speed was so fast that there was even a sonic boom on the legs. What? Perceiving Han's leg, he is about to kick himself. When Zayajian thought, it turned into light particles and moved to the side in an instant. Rumble. Another time kicked the empty man and hit the ground with a heavy kick. The ground suddenly broke apart, and the aftermath and dust of the attack spread out in all directions. With this simple blow, the damage caused is greater than the power of a landmine. Oh, it's terrible. Your speed is almost breaking the sound barrier, right? Zayajian, who was recondensed, gave a generous compliment. If it weren't for the fortunately controlling teleport before, just this kick can kick him directly on the spot. Of course, he, who is passively elemental, also has nothing to do. What's the matter with your speed? However, Han was not at all happy when he heard Zayajian's praise. The 2 consecutive attacks were about to hit the opponent, and they were kicked in an instant. This made his heart full of incomprehension and dignity. I am not speed, I am teleporting. Zayajian smiled faintly, and stretched his hands left and right, holding the Sky Cloud sword in his hand again. He really didn't lie. When the light particles were moving, he could no longer be called speed, so it had to be called teleport to be appropriate. Rumble. After the voice fell, the lightsaber in Zayajian's hand also swung out suddenly. The golden slash roared out of his hand again. Puff his puff. 2 steams spouted from Han's back. The thruster of the armor directly pushed him out. Kick at the speed of light. Just as Han dodged the slash, the light in front of him suddenly brightened. Immediately afterwards, a thigh filled with golden light quickly enlarged in his pupils. Nanny. The man who was too late to dodge could only raise his hand to protect his face quickly. The armor under his arm expelled 2 steams, speeding up his movements. As soon as his hands touched his face, Zayajian's solace of feet also drew towards his face. Boom. Dang. The loud bang of the heavy blow was accompanied by a strange cracking sound. The Han who was kicked by Zayajian flew directly backwards at the same speed. It smashed 2 huge boulders in the middle, and then drew a distance on the ground before it stopped. Chapter 160 The tail is beastly, it can't be beaten by mistake. Wow. After sliding on the ground for a certain distance, Han finally stopped. Just when he was about to get up, he suddenly felt abnormally bored in his chest, so he opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. The armor that originally wrapped his arm had been completely shattered at this time. Moreover, his arms were still swelling rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In order to avoid Zayajian's slash, he was originally in a forward state. And Zayajian kicked from his front. It was almost 2 forces colliding with each other. If it wasn't for his armor, it was hard enough. At this moment, let alone his arms, the moment he hit 2 boulders, he was already killed on the spot. Alala. Your life is so hard, is it alright? Seeing the Han who staggered to stand up after vomiting a mouthful of blood, Zayajian couldn't help being a little surprised. After all, this is a high offense and low imitation, majoring in the world of chakra. In his cognition of the world, a person who can be safe and sound after breaking 2 rocks. That is really rare. It's okay for you to call this? Both labor and management were seriously injured and vomited blood, okay? The man who was struggling to get up, forcibly endured the sharp pain in his arm, and was speechless in his heart. He felt that in his arms, he seemed to have broken bones. However, he, who has a more stable temperament, just didn't dare to show it at will. Han, are you okay? Until now, Laozuke overcame Zayajian's previous slash and rushed to Zayajian. He and Han are 2 different types of ninjas. The strongest thing about Han is his speed and strength. And Lao Zi's most powerful is his attack and defense. Speed is not the advantage he is good at. So before Zayajian and Han's brief confrontation, he was also unable to keep up with the speed, so he could only watch Han get kicked. I'm fine. Seeing Lao Zi rushing towards Zayajian, Han replied loudly. Then, enduring the severe pain, his hands merged in front of him with a sound of bang. A beam of red light burst into the sky, and chakra burst out of his body directly. Oh, is this tail animalization? Seeing the Han wearing a black and red chakra coat and growing a tail behind him, Zayajian looked with interest. In fact, if he wanted to stop it just now, he could teleport over immediately and kick Han away again. But Zayajian did not do so, because he has never seen the appearance of a tail beast after traveling through so many years, so he is naturally very curious. This can be regarded as deliberately giving Han a chance to perform lava-style submarine needle. Just as Zayajian looked interested and looked at the beastization of Hanwei, Lao Zi also rushed to his side. With a burst of drink, the lava in the whole body quickly concentrated on the right fist, and then struck Zayajian suddenly. Under the intense high temperature, where the right fist passed, the surrounding space was burned and distorted by the magma fist. Kick at the speed of light. With a thought, Zayajian moved 1 meter to the side. Then he rotated on the spot, raised his foot to Lao Zi beside him, and kicked it directly. Lava style, granite. Lao Zi, who missed a single hit, quickly spread magma all over his body. Illustration. And the color of the magma quickly became dark and hard. At this time, Zayajian's spinning kick also kicked Lao Zi's back. In an instant, he kicked Lao Zi and the man who was facing him. Boom. The Han who rushed to the tail beast turned into a beast, and Lao Zi, who was shot out, smashed directly together. The 2 rolled to each other on the ground and slid backward again. A straight line of smoke and dust was also lifted up because the 2 of them were sliding on the ground. My dear, you are so hard. Zayajian frowned and murmured. Then he slowly retracted the raised right leg. Gang kicked Lao Zi's body. It felt like iron had reached the iron body. The hardness was almost a few levels higher than that of Han's armor. No wonder he was able to resist Naruto's Raise-Non unscathed in the original book. Rumble. Just when Zayajian's legs were just put down, Lao Zi and Han also hit a large rock. The rock burst instantly and a big hole was smashed. and the two figures of Han and Lao Ziyi plunged directly into the pit of the boulder. Countless pieces of gravel fell from above. In an instant, they buried the two of them. Master Zayajian. Master Zayajian has cheated. This is too strong, right? The two opponents are also cage-level powerhouses. Yeah, I didn't expect the cage-level powerhouse to be knocked into the air so easily. Shocked words and voices of cold breath continued to ring in the Konoha trenches. Although they couldn't see the details of the battle between the three in the field. But when Zayajian closed his legs, they could still see very clearly. Undoubtedly, Zayajian kicked the opponent's two cage-level players by himself. Seeing the dust set off in the field and the boulders being constantly broken, the Konoha shinobi people all sighed the power of Zayajian. At this time, they had already unconsciously used the honorific name for Zayajian. This is the respect and look up to our own strong people. 64. The boulder burst again. Rock fragments splashed out all around. The two people who were hit by Zayajian appeared again. Ah la la, it's really surprising. The defenses of both of you are terribly high. After the smoke dissipated, Zayajian pretended to exaggerate. Han and Lao Ziyi didn't suffer much injury except that they were a little embarrassed at this time. It seemed that a simple attack could not break the defense of the two of them, especially the old purple granite. That's really hard 1 or 4. Han, what should I do now? The situation is a bit bad, Hao Niuzhao. Looking at Zayajian standing in front of him, Lao Ziyi asked with a solemn expression. Because of the opponent's speed, it was too fast. It can be said that they are already invincible. Roar. Hearing Lao Ziyi's question, Han let out a low growl. He had already entered the tail beastization, and he couldn't speak at this time. Illustration. Can only make a sound like a beast roar. I understand, it seems that it can only be so. After a few breaths of silence, Lao Ziyi nodded Zhu with a heavy face. What do you know? You still have to eat my flash first. Just when Lao Ziyi was silent, Zayajian suddenly photonized into the sky. Bhe Kaing Goyu. With both hands gathered in front of him, they opened quickly, and densely packed light bullets poured out, hitting Han and Lao Ziyi overwhelmingly. Although their defenses are very strong, Zayajian still wants to try whether they can withstand the continuous bombardment. Chapter 161 You have discovered the secret? Boom 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 boom. The light bullets are constantly bombing down from the sky, the earth uttered screams. The golden flames are also constantly raging on the ground. And Han and Lao Ziyi were shrouded in the center of the explosion. However, the moment the light hit the ground, Zayajian saw Lao Ziyi spit out the magma from his mouth, forming a large semicircular bowl, enveloping both of them. The continuous bombardment of the light bomb on the big bowl made the big bowl tremble constantly, but it could not break the defense of the big bowl. Is this the same granite trick from before? Seeing this scene, Zayajian frowned. Then he settled down and landed from the sky. The ground at this time has long been beaten with pits and sores, but there are no cracks in the big bowl, and the strength of the defense can be seen by Madara. Star. Boom. Just after Zayajian accepted the recruitment, the big bowl was suddenly lifted off. The red light formed by the two chakras shot directly into the sky and penetrated the clouds. I saw that Lao Ziyi, like Han, entered the tail beastization mode. And at this time, behind the two of them 397, two long tails were stretched out. The chakra of the tail beast is really huge. But after entering the state of being a tail beast, you shouldn't be able to use ninjutsu, right? As Zayajian fell from the air, he carefully observed the two of them. Although the beast-like coat has a very strong defense force, it is by no means inferior to the old purple granite. At this time, he abandoned ninjutsu and started the tail beast state. In Zayajian's view, it was a fatal flaw. Roar. Boom, boom. Han and Lao Ziyi were on all fours. Raising his head to face the falling Zayajian, he roared and roared. Immediately afterwards, the four claws slammed the ground and shot directly at Zayajian. The speed was so fast that he broke the sound barrier in an instant, and pulled out a long white gas behind him, abandoning ninjutsu and defense, just to increase speed. But you are still far behind me in terms of speed. Zayajian turned into a photon again, and easily passed the attack of the two. Under the light particles, although, Acta, can only move in a straight line, the speed is not comparable to supersonic speed. Bump bump. After the two people who hit the air fell to the ground, they twisted again from the ground and rushed towards Zayajian. The four claws stepped on the ground and ran, which also caused a burst of rumbling sounds. Sky Kong Yunjian. Zayajian opened his hands and held the lightsaber in his hands. Since they chose to attack in close combat, Zayajian naturally chose to stay with him to the end. After all, as a master of kendo, close combat is also a strong point for him. Papa. After the feet fell to the ground, Zayajian squatted slightly and made a knife-drawing motion. At this moment, Han and Lao Ziyi also burst in front of him. Iai Zan. Zayajian trampled on the ground suddenly, and his body dived forward. Although he did not enter the state of photonization, his speed was not as fast as the two beastly-tailed. But the lightsaber in his hand is not slow in the slightest. Even faster than the two who broke through the sound barrier, they made 3 points faster. After all, the most powerful part of Atomic Samurai's kendo lies in the speed of slashing. Puff. The golden light flashed by Zayajian and the two beastly tails. At this time, they staggered out of the opponent's back. An arm wrapped in dark red chakra flew up into the sky, and Zayajian's right rib was also hit with a big golden hole. But he had a thought. The golden light had not spread out, and instantly gathered back on his wounds. Roar, roar, roar. A painful roar sounded from behind Zayajian. Just like when a beast was injured, it was angry and roaring. It's so fast to hide fast. My knife was obviously cut at the neck. Does it still inherit the instincts of wild beasts after the tail is transformed into a beast? Zayajian's slightly regretful voice sounded leisurely. Suddenly, Han and Lao Ziyi, who had been beheaded, turned their heads quickly in horror. Ho ho ho. Nanny, didn't I penetrate his chest? See Zayajian standing unscathed. In Han's heart, he was very shocked and puzzled. But the puzzled sound he made was a roar like a beast. Lao Ziyi, who had a broken arm, was also full of question marks. It stands to reason that Zayajian passed between the two of them, and one of them would always hit Zayajian. But at this time, he didn't have any A, which is very puzzling. Kick at the speed of light. At the moment when the two of them were puzzled and stunned, Zayajian directly photonized and teleported to their side. Then lift a leg. Heavy kick on Han's body. Boom. Under the violent collision, the dark red tail beast's coat ruptured, revealing the red armor that Han wore. And Han was also given a kick by Zayajian and kicked directly into the distance. Double defense. Zayajian frowned. Although this kick kicked Chakra's coat loose, but it didn't break the armor on Han. So the damage caused by this blow is really a bit unsatisfactory. Roar. Lao Ziyi who reacted. Waving his right arm intact, he twisted and hit Zayajian. However, Zayajian did not hide, and let him hit his chest with a punch. Boom. Zayajian's chest exploded. The golden light filled the sky behind him, and his smashed chest was also exuding the light of xenon chlorine. Nanny. Lao Ziyi let out a roar. The voice was full of confusion and confusion. During this battle with Rock Shinobi, Zayajian never used passive elementalization from beginning to end. So this is also the first time that it was revealed in Lao Ziyi's eyes. Ah. You found out one of my information. Zayajian had a big smile on his face. As soon as the thought moved, the golden light that was shot out of the sky flew back to his shattered chest in an instant. Then the golden light flashed, and the wound returned to its original shape in the blink of an eye. Chapter 162 You are the only one left. What are you going to do? Sky Kong Yunjian. Seeing Lao Ziyi staring at his chest unbelievably, Zayajian smiled, then merged his hands and pulled out the lightsaber abruptly. Danger. Lao Ziyi's heart was tight, and he wanted to speed up his escape. From the lightsaber in Zayajian's hand, he smelled a very dangerous breath. At this moment, he is in a state of tail beastization and cannot use granite for defense. Or it should be said that he, who broke his arm, can no longer seal the seal at this moment. So when he saw Zayajian pull out the lightsaber, his first reaction was to dodge. However, when he just jumped back, Zayajian's lightsaber also waved down at him. Chang. Rumble. A golden slash that was more than 20 meters high and 6 or 7 meters wide roared out of Zayajian's hand. Lao Ziyi, who had just jumped to the rear, was immediately submerged by the slash. Then he was severely slashed, crushed to the ground, and pressed all the way towards the distance. Ho 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 ho. The beast was wounded and horrified, which roared from Lao Ziyi's mouth. Although he wanted to resist desperately, he wanted to escape the oppression of the new attack. But since he was severely injured by a severed arm, he couldn't resist such a huge slash at all. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the golden light passed, whether rock or mud, all were split in half in the middle. The slash glide on the ground hundreds of meters away. On the battlefield, a ditch of hundreds of meters in the sky was also cut out. And Lao Ziyi, who was crushed by the slash, didn't know how many rocks had been crushed along the way. When the slashing gradually diminished and disappeared, he was already severely injured and unconscious. This is thanks to his being Jinchuriki and possessing a huge chakra. Old Master Ziyi. Old Master Ziyi. Behind the Uegakuer position, a group of Jonin stood together. Witnessing that Lao Ziyi was submerged by the slash, and finally lay motionless on the ground, everyone's eyes were cracked and roared. No one can think of it. 2 cage levels of one side shot at the same time, and they couldn't beat the other one. In everyone's hearts, they felt deathly depressed. The body seemed to be crushed by a mountain, so that they couldn't breathe. 2 cage level strong players can't beat each other? After that, who else can stop the opponent on the battlefield? Lois, hurry up and order the army to rescue. A Jonin looked at the Lois and said anxiously. After watching the battle for so long, they have a full understanding of Zayajian's strength. If you just rely on them like Jonin to go there, it's probably just a direct delivery of food. So if you want to rescue Lao Ziyi, you have to lead an army to crush it together. Whirring. No, the opponent's attack range is too wide. Leading the army to rescue will only increase your casualties indefinitely. Hearing the words of his companion, Huang Tu gasped like a cow's answer. Han handed over the army to him, and he could only put the army's life first. No one knows how much pressure he has endured in his heart, so he made this decision cruelly. Are we going to watch the old Master Ziyi fight to death on the battlefield? Jonin turned his head and looked at the Lois in disbelief. He didn't expect Huang Tu, but he didn't plan to go to rescue Lao Ziyi. Illustration. Leave everything to Master Han, and Master Han will rescue him. Huang Tu gritted his teeth and replied very hard. At this moment, he can only deposit hope to Han, who is also on the battlefield, although it seems that hope is really very slim at this moment. When the other Jonin heard what Huang Tu said, they all fell silent. Quickly feel the ninja. Quickly give me a feel for the opponent's cage level powerhouse, and see what his situation is now. In the Konoha trench, after seeing Lao Ziyi not getting up, Mimura Hameki suddenly shouted in excitement. After all, the tail beast is a symbol of strength for the villages, and the big villages have been competing with each other all the year round. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. If this time, Iwagakuer Jinchuriki can be captured, then the bargaining chip in post-war negotiations will surely turn up a few times. Report to Lord Yameki, the other party's breath is very weak, and it should have been severely injured. A perceiving ninja took a closer look, and then reported with an excited expression. His thoughts were not as much as Mimura Hameki's consideration, but the enemy fell a cage level, which was enough to excite everyone. After all, cage level strength is the top combat power of their respective villages. K9 Ja, now give you an order, immediately go and bring back the other party's cage level. Hearing the words of the perception ninja, Mimura Hameki suddenly gave orders in a passionate voice. Understood. A puffy response sounded. A man with red stripes on his face rushed down the trench on a big yellow dog. Although going to the battlefield of cage-level confrontation at this time, there are some dangers. But compared with Jinchuriki, who captured the other side, this risk is worth his risk. Roar. Old Zi. Han let out an angry roar. He was kicked into the air by Zaojian and just got up. I happened to witness Lao Zi being slashed out of hundreds of meters. With Lao Zi already severely injured, he was not sure whether Lao Zi was alive or dead. Now you are left. So, what are you going to do? Zaojian first used Kagura's eyes to perceive Lao Zi's state, then smiled and turned his head to the roaring man. If Lao Zi did not enter the tail animalization, but used granite for defense, then he can still give Zaojian a little trouble. But in order to catch up with Zaojian's speed, he took the initiative to give up the powerful defense. For him, this was a fatal flaw, because even if he reached the supersonic level, he couldn't keep up with Zaojian in speed. Chapter 163 Nuclear Bomb Level, Big Bang, Roar, Roar. Hearing Zaojian's jokes, Han's white beast pupils were trembling. At this moment, he already understood the gap between the two sides. He and Lao Zi joined forces at the same time, and they were both crushed and defeated. Now he is the only one left, so he has almost no chance of winning. Roar. Seeing that Zaojian did not attack, but standing on the spot, waiting for one's own move. So Han hesitated for a while, and suddenly roared. Chakra was under the surge, and a red tail grew again behind him. After the state of three tails was turned on, waves of malice and evil thoughts washed through his will, making his mind almost lost. Although the tail beastization has more tails, the strength can be increased by 1 level. But this is also 397, accompanied by huge risks. Because while gaining strong power, it is also easier to be corroded and confused by the tail beast's will. Thereby, the seal was unlocked and the tail beast was released. At that time, it is no longer him who dominates the body, but a beast that hates his own village. And the state of the three tails is also the highest limit for Han to maintain his sanity. Pippi. After a long and deep exhalation, Han opened his mouth and exhaled a white muddy breath. Then he glanced at Zaojian again, and then closed the three tails in front of his forehead. A large amount of red chakra and blue chakra, like water droplets, slowly condensed on his forehead. It didn't take long for a high concentration chakra ball to gradually take shape. Tailed beast bomb. Just let me see it too. Zaojian raised his right leg. Jingguang also began to accumulate quickly on the calf. Suddenly, a flashing cross light, just under his feet, kept spinning. Wow Wang, the big yellow dog, who was carrying the dog's forehead from the Konoha trench, suddenly stopped in place. The animal's instinctive perception of danger makes it too scared to move on at this moment. Some puzzled dog's jaws kept stroking the big yellow dog's neck. However, the big yellow dog kept howling, hooping, shaking his limbs and shaking, and refused to walk forward. Feel the fear of his ninja beast. While comforting it, the dog's jaw raised his head and looked into the field. I saw Zaojian and Han who were accumulating their energy at a distance of several hundred meters. Obviously, both sides were preparing big moves. Moreover, the stones on the ground around the two of them began to move constantly under the power of the two of them. Huangwan, go back quickly. After seeing the status of the two people in the field, Inujiaden hurriedly shouted to his pet dog. This attack hasn't been hit yet, and the power has already caused a lot of vision. He really couldn't imagine how terrifying the two following attacks would be. After hearing what the dog's jaw said, the big yellow dog quickly twisted around and withdrew back to a distance of tens of meters. It didn't stop on the spot until it felt safe. You tailed beast bomb, it seems a little impractical. Zaojian raised the cross golden calf and said silently to the Han who was still accumulating energy. I don't know if it's because of Han, who is not familiar with tailed beast bomb. He has charged his energy to the limit and waited for a while. But Han actually hasn't condensed yet. Illustration. If he attacked the past at this time, Han had absolutely no room to fight back. Boom. Not long after Zaojian's voice fell, Han finally finished with his strength. After the tailed beast bomb became a whole black ball, the space around him seemed unable to bear the weight, and the ground was instantly crushed to a depth of several centimeters. The momentum is extremely vast. Come on, I've been waiting for you for a long time, don't let me down. Zaojian raised his calf high and pointed it at the man who was also ready to go. If you didn't want to try the power of tailed beast bomb, Zaojian had already shot out a laser before. How can he keep his energy safe and sound for so long? Boom. Han did not tremble when he heard Zaojian's words. After lowering his head and aiming at Zayajian, he violently shot the tailed beast bomb 0. The speed is so fast that it directly broke through the two-layer sound barrier. Where the tailed beast bomb passed, the ground was covered by wind and waves, plowing a straight channel. Kick at the speed of light. When Han shot the tailed beast bomb, Zayajian kicked his calf straight. A beam of laser with a thick bowl mouth, emitting a dazzling light, lost straight at the tailed beast bomb. The speed is faster than tailed beast bomb, and the ground is also affected by wind and waves, forming a deep trench. Buzzing. It was almost in the blink of an eye. The attack of the two people spanned hundreds of meters, and they collided fiercely. The entire battlefield fell into an abnormal silence in an instant. Countless white rays of light, like stars, constantly flicker around the collision of the attack. It indicates that the next thing will never be so simple. Everyone in the battlefield camp on both sides held their breath at this moment, watching the position that was constantly shining with white light. Rumble. After 2 seconds, the abnormal silence disappeared. The violent explosion sounded violently. The orange-red flames and the golden-yellow flames bite each other in the center of the explosion. A huge mushroom cloud with a diameter of several hundred meters directly broke through the clouds and rushed into the sky. Under the aftermath of the explosion, the rocks and soil on the ground were directly pushed in all directions. A strong wind of dozens of levels, 3.0 also spread out from the center of the explosion in all directions. The trees within 100 meters of the explosion range were all uplifted by the violent wind. Lao Ziyi, who fell unconscious on the ground, was even blown out by the strong wind. Huangwan, quickly use Yatong Ya. The dog's jaw hissed and his lungs screamed. He thought he had retreated tens of meters and was already in a safe position. But the sight of natural disasters in front of him still frightened him incomparably. After ordering the big yellow dog to drill a hole on the ground, he disregarded his image and even crawled into the hole. At this time, a violent gust of wind whizzed past the ground. One person and one dog survived the danger and danger. Chapter 164 Under the broad sky, the sky is bright, and the wolf is actually going to be destroyed. Everyone, return them all to me in the trenches. On the position of Konoha village, because Zayajian was already in sight, everyone climbed out of the trenches to watch the battle. Seeing the squally wind coming, Mimura Hameki suddenly roared and ordered. Although the strong wind blows from the center of the explosion to the Konoha position, it has been weakened a lot. But there is also the power of the 7th or 8th gale. Under this mighty wind, if people are not careful, they will also be blown down and injured. So the safest thing to do is to retreat to the trenches to avoid the wind. Hearing Mimura Hameki's words, all the Konoha shinobi spectators jumped back into the trenches. At this moment, everyone's heart is full of shock. When have they seen such an exaggerated ninjutsu confrontation? This simply refreshed their knowledge of cage-level powerhouses. Get down, get down. Everyone get down. On Rock Shinobi's position, the Lois was also hissing and roaring. There are no trenches in their positions. So either lie on the ground and resist the wind, or use the earth style to defend. And Lois undoubtedly chose the first method. Because the position they are in is not like Konoha in the high ground. They are on a parallel line with the center of the explosion in the front battlefield. Therefore, the violent wind brought out by the aftermath of the explosion was roaring at them almost at the speed of sound. Under the impact of this kind of speed, if they wanted to set up a defense, it seemed a bit in time not enough. So lying directly on the ground is the best way at the moment. Boom boom. Ah. Ah. However, as soon as Lois's order was issued, the gust of wind had already screamed. Jonin who reacted fast enough, and a small number of Chunin all slumped down. The rest of the Rock Shinobi army were all turned over by the strong wind, and fell to the ground one after another. Fortunately, their distance from the explosion center was slightly farther than Konoha. When the strong wind blows to their place, it has been weakened to about level 6 or 7. So although many people were injured, most of them were just minor abrasions from a fall. Rumble. A giant mushroom cloud soared into the sky. The first aftermath of the explosion shattered all nearby rocks and mud directly. A huge pit with a diameter of 500 or 600 meters was exposed under the mushroom cloud. The raging fire is still biting each other on the huge pit. Just like two ferocious beasts fighting fiercely for their lives, the scene seemed extremely shocking. Ah. After several consecutive photonized teleports, Zayajian appeared. At this moment, he is at an altitude of several hundred meters. The shock wave generated by the previous explosion, at the moment he hit him, he took the initiative to element and avoid it. And he himself did not expect that after the two attacks collided together, it would cause a big explosion covering a range of hundreds of meters. According to Zayajian's previous estimation, he has charged up to the limit of the speed of light kick. At most, it can only cause an explosion in an area of about 150 meters in diameter. Unexpectedly, the big move of the two people will produce the effect of 1 + 1 = 3 under the collision of 1 point. As for why one would say 1 + 1? Because at the moment, the mushroom cloud in the center of the explosion was half orange-red flames and half golden-yellow flames. Both sides occupied half of the sky, so Zayajian guessed that the power of Han-tailed beast bomb is probably the same as the power of his own light kick. Han. That guy, wouldn't he die under the impact of the explosion, right? Zayajian descended slowly from the air. The line of sight has also been scanning around below. Because of the flames produced by the violent explosion, the space below was burned to be distorted and deformed. This caused Zayajian's perception to be extremely severely disturbed and affected below. So now he has completely lost the trace of Han. However, according to his guess, judging by the shock wave that almost hit him before, Han should have been directly hit by the shock wave. So, maybe he really died. Papa. Zayajian has been floating in the air. Whenever it drops to a certain distance, he was photonized again and flew high into the sky. At this time, the aftermath of the explosion is still continuing, and the flames have been burning below. So at this time, it is not suitable for landing on the ground. Zayajian chose to land from the air until dozens of breaths of time passed and the aftermath and flames of the explosion were extinguished. However, in the current battlefield, there was still thick smoke and dust everywhere, which greatly hindered his vision boom. At this moment, Zayajian suddenly heard a strange sound in the distance. Turning his head to look at the sound source, faintly, he could still see a naked fruit man running quickly in the dust of the sky. Damn, who is this Tamer? Under the broad daylight, under the bright sky, are you actually doing the act of destroying the wolf? The picture of spicy eyes caused Zayajian to quickly turn his head away, and in my heart, he strongly condemned this exhibitionist behavior. But as soon as he finished cursing, Zayajian reacted immediately. At this moment, besides himself, those who are at the center of the explosion are the only ones left with Han? What? Zayajian thought. The body suddenly turned into light particles. In the direction of Guonan just now, he moved in an instant. I saw that there was a huge human-shaped hole in the place where Guonan had been seen before. 397 and in the hole, there are scattered red shards. These red fragments are undoubtedly the armor that Han wore before. Kagura's eyes. At this time, without the interference of the flame, Kagura's heart and eyes were liberated. The moment Zayajian closed his eyes, his perception quickly radiated to the surroundings. I saw a group of fruit men who looked exactly the same, rushing outwards in the smoke and dust of the explosion. Han naked the exposed body may be due to long time wearing armor, and it also looks extraordinarily fair and dazzling. Shadow clone technique. Zayajian frowned and muttered to himself. Although Kagura's mind is very perceptive, it also can't distinguish the body of shadow clone. In desperation, he had no choice but to give up. Anyway, I also arrived at the battlefield here. Anyway, I will only be in Japan. Thinking of this, Zayajian shook his head and walked towards the Konoha trench. He had already sensed that a Konoha shinobi riding a big dog had captured Lao Ziai who was seriously injured and dying. So he didn't need him, and he personally went to bring Lao Ziai back to Konoha's position. Although this battle was run away by Han, it made people a little bit regretful. But the one who killed Rock Shinobi, more than 300 Shinin and 5 Jonin, captured one of them, Jinchuriki, which is a huge gain. Chapter 165 Next, I will be given full command. Master Zayajian. Master Zayajian. When Zayajian came to Konoha position, he was greeted by the madness and cheers of all Konoha shinobi. The scene was just like the fans he had seen in his previous life, those fans who greeted his idol at the airport. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and admiration that could not be concealed. I just stuck my face directly and asked Zayajian for an autograph. The guards these days, everyone has worked hard. Zayajian waved his hand in a decent way, and responded to all the Konoha shinobi who came up. After a while, everyone cheered with excitement. Although everyone is not very familiar with Zayajian, but for Zayajian's response, they were still excited. After all, this is a strong man who crushed 2 Jinchuriki strongly. Since you all know me, then I don't need to introduce myself anymore. I am the commander of the support team sent by the village. The next battlefield will be under my full command. Zayajian raised his hand to suppress the cheers around him, and then slowly said to everyone. Since the village leaders appointed themselves as the commander-in-chief, Zayajian naturally did his part. After all, if you can be the commander who gives orders, who would be willing to be the soldier who executes the orders? It's a human being who has to climb up high. Master Zayajian, hello, hello. Hearing Zayajian's words, Mimura Hameki suddenly stood up. He was worried about how to call Zayajian. At this time, I heard that Zayajian was the commander-in-chief sent by the village, and he immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Are you Senior Hamanaki? Seeing Mimura Hameki who stood up, Zayajian also recognized him. Although Mimura Hameki is not very famous in Hokage's original work, he is just a character like a passerby. But anyway, he is also an elite jonin who has experienced World War II. So in Konoha village, he is actually a small famous person. Don't dare to be, don't dare to be. By the way, Lord Zayajian, didn't the support team come with you? Hearing Zayajian calling himself a senior, Hameki Mimura waved his hand humbly, and then asked suspiciously. Since Zayajian has become the commander-in-chief of the battlefield, he is now a subordinate of Zayajian. Come here together. But after I sensed that you were in danger, I took the lead to speed up and come to support. Hearing Mimura Hameki's question, Zayajian replied with a smile. Come with the support team. Mimura Hameki turned her head and looked in Konoha's direction, and her head became even more confused. He asked the sensing ninja to perceive it before, but the sensing ninja clearly said that there is no trace of the support team. Yes, but we didn't come from the direction of the village. We drove over from the battlefield of Tsunagakur directly through the country of rain. Seeing Mimura Hamaneki's actions looking back, Zayajian knew why he looked confused. So he directly said that Tsunagakur was defeated, forced to sign a defeat agreement and so on. Of course, it's just a general content. Because there is no need to explain the process in detail with them. Nani, Tsunagakur has been defeated. As soon as Zayajian finished speaking, all the Konoha shinobi around him suddenly exclaimed. After all, everyone went out from Konoha at the same time. Moreover, this war broke out in less than half a month. Was this Tsunagakur defeated? Is this too fast? Yes, Tsunagakur has signed the defeat treaty. Zayajian nodded and said with a smile. The Konoha shinobi who were confirmed again, all looked at each other. Zayajian didn't look like he was joking at all. But this is too incredible, right? After the war broke out for more than 10 days, you have already decided the winner and defeated the opponent? This is something that has never happened since the village was founded. The support team has also arrived. When everyone was unbelievable, Zayajian suddenly opened his mouth. So everyone followed his sight. I saw countless small black spots, rushing over quickly from the ground line on the right side of the battlefield. Papa papa papa. The sound of footsteps is getting closer. Not too long. All the support from the Tsunagakur battlefield also reached the Konoha camp. Master Zayajian. Master Zayajian. After the team arrived, a group of jonin, headed by Naruto, gathered. Before they were a few kilometers away, after seeing the mushroom cloud rising to the sky, they thought that Zayajian might have encountered a powerful enemy. Because of that mushroom cloud, half is golden flame, half is orange flame. They naturally recognize the golden flame, because it is Zayajian's ability. And the orange flame is undoubtedly the enemy powerhouse fighting Zayajian. So they take it for granted that the two sides should be evenly matched. This also made them worry about Zayajian in their hearts for a while. But at this moment, after seeing Zayajian intact, all of them were also relieved. There were no accidents in the middle, right? Zayajian first glanced at Kushina, then turned his head to the headed Liu and asked. It was very normal along the way, and no accidents happened. Hearing Zayajian's question, Nara Liu seriously answered. Zayajian handed over the team to him, so he was very careful along the way. That's okay. You go and arrange camp for the team first. Zayajian nodded, and then gave orders to Jonin. After all, Konoha's trench could not accommodate more than 1,000 people, so he had to leave the camp again. Yes, Zu. After hearing Zayajian's order, all Jonins in the support team took their orders and retreated. Only Kushina remained, and the original Jonins here. You all get back, and when the team is set up, we will have another frontline meeting. Looking at the remaining Jonins, Zayajian also ordered. Yes, then we will clean the battlefield first. After hearing Zayajian's words, Mimura Hameki and other Jonin immediately entered the state. Chapter 166 The shock in the Hokage building? The borderline of the country of Sichuan. A 5,000-man brigade is advancing quickly. They are Kirigakur, the only water country among the 5 great nations that has not yet participated in the war. What the hell does third-generation lord mean? Didn't we say that we are going to attack Tsunagakur, which has a lower military power? This is about to reach the country of wind. Why suddenly I have to wait to change my route to attack the country of fire? The watermelon puffer ghost running in front of the team turned to ask Yagura while running. The other 6 ninja sevens also turned their heads to look at Yagura. Because 3rd Mizukage had previously stated clearly that they would attack Tsunagakur, which has a lower military power. But just as they were about to arrive in the Kingdom of Wind, Yagura suddenly arrived with 3rd Mizukage's latest order. And the order also asked them to change their routes and directly attack the country of fire. This makes them all very puzzled. After all, if they want to hit the country of fire, do they need to go so far? Isn't this a waste of our own military resources? I don't know, but I guess. Master 3rd generation, I guess you wanted to catch Konoha by surprise, right? Yagura shook her head. After a while, Shanshan replied. In fact, after receiving the order of 3rd generation 400 Mizukage, Yagura was also confused. But then he himself gave himself a reasonable reason. That is the real purpose of Master 3rd generation. In fact, it may be to make a noise. When everyone thought that Kirigakur would go to attack Tsunagakur, Konoha village also had the same idea. At that time, if they unexpectedly took a detour and attacked, it was very likely that they would hit Konoha by surprise. I see. This is indeed a cover-up strategy. But for this kind of thing, is it necessary even for the 7 ninja swordsmen to hide it? After hearing Yagura's explanation, Loquat Juzo nodded, and then said with a slightly displeased frown. The other 6 people have almost the same expressions. Although their single-player strength, only Jonin reaches the realm of elite Jonin. But when they merged with the 7 ninja swords, even the strong cage level would have to avoid the existence of 3 points. Therefore, the 7 of them also have their own pride. However, even they have to conceal such important information? This naturally made them feel very dissatisfied in their hearts. Maybe 3rd generation lord, he was a little more cautious. Seeing the 7 ninja swords all looking at him with questioning eyes, Yagura frowned and said leisurely. These guys usually rely on their own strength and domineering in Kirigakur, which has long made Yagura feel very dissatisfied. At this time, seeing them questioning 3rd generation's order, Yagura's heart became even more indignant. In terms of personal strength, he can say that he crushed any one of the 7 of them. But when the 7 of them merged together, Yagura was no longer an opponent. After all, at this time, he has not yet become 3 Tails Jinchuriki. So the strength is only the elite Jonin. Because of this, although he was unhappy in his heart, he could only endure it silently at this time. When the Ninja 7 saw Yagura frowned, they knew that he was unhappy with himself and others, so they fell silent after looking at each other. However, what none of them knew was that at this time their third Mizu cage had been controlled by Uchiha Madara. The strategy of attacking Konoha village by Dieter was actually an order issued by Uchiha Madara. In the meeting room of the Hokage building, Mikoto was lying on the table boringly, staring at the phone worm close at hand in a daze. Because the phone worm was given to her by Zaojian, it was temporarily requisitioned by third generation. But third generation also gave her the right to answer the phone worm and gave her the answering management. Illustration. She hadn't received a call from Zaojian for 3 days, and she seemed a bit listless at this time. After seeing Mikoto's status, everyone in the conference room ignored it. Because this girl is obviously guilty of lovesickness. Brew 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 brew. Just when Mikoto was wandering around the world, the phone worm suddenly rang, acta, which shocked her. But after recovering, the color of joy crawled on her cheek in an instant. Blue blue taste? Moses, is it Zaojian-kun? The phone worm rang the second time, and Mikoto immediately answered the call excitedly. Although every time the phone worm calls, she can only say hello to Zaojian. But in her heart, she can also be happy for a while. The high-level people in the conference room immediately stopped their communication after hearing the voice of the phone bug. They all looked at Mikoto and listened quietly. Mikoto, it's me? Are the village leaders in the meeting room? Zaojian controlled his voice and asked in a gentle voice. Because before, when everyone was raging and re-establishing Konoha positions, on a whim, Zaojian took Kushina to do what the two loved to do. So Kushina was resting in their camp at the moment, and did not come to participate in this meeting. Without her, Zaojian naturally had no worries. As for the Jonin in the conference room, Zaojian ignored them. And he also believes that no one will be ignorant. Go and make a small report with Kushina. Yes, Zaojian-kun, wait a moment. Hearing Zaojian's voice was softer than before, Mikoto seemed to have honey in his heart. The voice was also gentle. After responding to Zaojian, she was a little bit reluctant, and passed the phone worm to third generation. Ahem. Seeing Mikoto looking at him with a bit of resentment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly coughed in embarrassment. Originally, Zaojian's phone worm was talking to Mikoto to solve their lovesickness. But he can't help it. This kind of communication tool is really important on the battlefield. He could only use his old face with a cheeky and temporarily requisition it. Zaojian, the old man is here, what's the matter? After receiving the phone worm from Mikoto, third generation said. We have arrived at the battlefield against rock shinobi from the Kingdom of Wind, so we will report to you. Seeing the phone worm imitating the appearance of third generation, Zaojian also said straightforwardly. Nanny, how can it be so fast? Zaojian's voice fell, and other high-level voices suddenly sounded in the Hokage conference room. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression is also a little confused. Because according to the itinerary of Zaojian and others, the support should arrive tomorrow. We borrowed directly from the country of rain, so we saved a lot of time halfway. Hearing some doubts, Zaojian gave them a truthful explanation. What? Land of rain? Han Hanzo didn't find you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked to hear that the army borrowed the way from the country of rain. Because this is a war period, if you step into another country at will, it is easy to cause conflicts between the two sides. Chapter 167 Super Big Bargaining Chip, High-Level Estimate? I found it, and came out to stop it. But after Hanzo fought with me, he let us take the initiative. Seeing the phone worm imitating the expression of third generation, Zaojian smiled and explained to the high-level people. Thinking of Hanzo's words that he wanted to survive 20 strokes under his hands, Zaojian still had some teasing at this time. What? You had a fight with Hanzo? Hanzo took the initiative to give way to you. After Zaojian had finished speaking, there was a burst of surprise in the Hokage building. The guy Hanzo is in the country of rain, but he is a dictator-like character. Is he so easy to talk? If he was so easy to talk about, the Kingdom of Rain would not be at war with the three big nations at the same time during World War II. Then what is your victory or defeat? Hearing that Hanzo took the initiative to give way did not arouse conflicts between the two sides. Sarutobi Hiruzen then raised his palm, suppressed the voice in the meeting room, and then asked Zaojian with some doubts. Judging from Zaojian's performance on the Tsunagakur battlefield, his strength has undoubtedly reached cage level, and he is still a very strong cage level. And Hanzo is also a cage level strength, and has the title of Ninja Demigod. So third generation is naturally very curious about their victory and defeat. After hearing the questions asked by third generation, all the high levels in the Hokage building all pricked their ears and listened quietly, because they are also curious about how strong Zaojian is. And this question asked by third generation at this time can undoubtedly give them a general understanding of Zaojian's strength. We didn't tell the winner, but that guy's strength is just average. Seeing the phone worm imitating the curiosity of third generation, Zaojian also smiled and replied to everyone. If he had another fight with Hanzo at this time, Zaojian, who had already controlled the teleportation, could completely crush Hanzo's actual strength. Hanzo's strength is average. Hear Zaojian's words, the black line at the end of third generation. He didn't know if Zaojian was too self-confident, or Hanzang deliberately hid himself in front of Zaojian. Hanzo, who is known as the demigod of the ninja world, is just average in strength. Who can believe this? The other Konoha executives also looked at each other and were a little confused. Correct. There is one more thing to tell you. When I first arrived on the battlefield, I fought 2 Jinchuriki from Rock Shinobi. The other party's 4 Tails Jinchuriki has now been seriously injured and captured, and 5 Tails Jinchuriki was run away by him. Ignoring the emotions of 3rd generation and others, Zayajian spoke again and threw a blockbuster at them. Nanny, have you played against Uegakur? I also captured the other party's 4 Tails Jinchuriki Old Purple. Ha ha ha, this guy Oyemu, I guess he's going crazy. Zayajian, I know that you called here specifically. It will definitely not be a simple matter of reporting that you have arrived on the battlefield. As soon as Zayajian finished speaking, the Hokage building on the phone worm's side immediately exploded. All kinds of shocks and incredible exclamation sounds all passed from the phone bug to the frontline headquarters. After all, he captured the opponent's Jinchuriki. This value is really too great. This is not as simple as Ebizo who captured Tsunagakur. Because of the importance of the tail beast to each village, there is no doubt that it exists. If during the post-war negotiations, the 2 sides broke down, or the other side was not satisfied with the bargaining chip given by the other side, then one can take 4 tails as one's own, and let the other's village lose a powerful war weapon. And if they want to get Jinchuriki back, they have to pay Konoha for the bleeding. As for how much compensation is needed, it depends on Konoha's mood. It can be said that Konoha village at this moment, already in the post-war negotiations, the party was in absolute advantage. Zayajian, what is the specific situation? Sarutobi Hiruzan's face is also very pleasantly surprised. However, he tried to restrain himself and asked about the detailed process. It's like this. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Hearing 3rd generation's inquiry, Zayajian also smiled and said NIMO. He rushed to the battlefield by himself and killed 300 rock shinobi with a big move. When he talked about how he had killed 6 well-known Uegakur Jonin by himself, everyone in the Hokage building was already shocked and speechless. Finally, it was mentioned that he was facing 2 opponents Jinchuriki at the same time. And when he defeated 4 Tails Lao Zi strongly, and frightened the 5 Tails Han and fled, the entire meeting room of the Hokage building has already fallen into a situation where needles can be heard. It was only at this moment that the high-level villagers really had a general understanding of Zayajian's strength. That is one of the few people in the ninja cage level that is truly the pinnacle. 00. It is estimated to be about the same level as Cloud Shinobi Village 3rd Raikage, or Uegakur Onoji. Of course, this is only their own guess. Zayajian's strength is only known to him. Just when Konoha had established a position and a meeting was going on, in the headquarters of the Uegakur position, a post-war meeting was also being held. However, compared with Konoha's active atmosphere, Uegakur fell into a deathly silence. In this battle they not only killed hundreds of people, but also killed 6 Jonin. More importantly, Lao Zi, who is 5 Tails Jinchuriki, was captured by the opponent without knowing his life or death. This battle, for them with an army of 8,000, although the casualties were not small, but the high-end combat power was suddenly reduced by nearly half. Therefore, at this time, they have suffered heavy losses as an alternative. Master Han, what should we do now? Wen Yai asked Han with a bitter expression. 6 Jonin surrounded Zayajian, but they were killed by the other 5. Only he escaped back alone. So at this time, Wen Ya's heart also felt sorrow. This is still because he responded promptly enough, and because Han and Lao Zi rushed to the battlefield, he could escape back. Otherwise, he is also a wisp of dead soul in the opponent's hand. Talent Chapter 168. That kind of guy is no longer a level that has flaws and can be dealt with. Report. Just when Han didn't know how to answer Wen Ya, a long report suddenly came in from outside the headquarters. Then a rock shinobi, with a man in casual clothes, walked quickly into the command post. Report to Master Han, sirs. This person claims to be our Uegakur intelligence officer. It is said that there is information brought out from Konoha village, and it needs to be reported to us. Rock Shinobi, who entered the command post, first saluted Han and the Rock Shinobi Jonin, then pointed to the man next to him and said, "Information from Konoha village. Let's talk about it. What kind of information is it?" Han glanced at the man first, and then waved his hand to beckon him to speak. In the previous battle, his armor was directly shattered by the shockwave of the explosion. So what he is wearing now is just an ordinary piece of clothing. Therefore, Han seemed to be much easier going than usual when he had his armor masked. Yes. After getting Han's permission, the man bowed and said directly to everyone. 3 days ago, Konoha was in the village suddenly, spreading the news. Said that Tsunagakur has been defeated, and we signed the defeat treaty. Judging from the extent of their posting announcements and spreading them everywhere, the intelligence is very likely to be true. The expression of the intelligence personnel was very serious. However, when he just finished saying these words of intelligence, immediately, he was interrupted by the group of Rock Shinobi Jonin who had been silent. "Nanny, Tsunagakur is defeated, how is this possible?" "That's right, how long has the war broke out, how can Tsunagakur be defeated so fast?" This is not the false information that Konoha deliberately spread to disturb the military spirit of all parties. In Rock Shinobi's command post, there was a voice of disbelief and surprise. After all, since the establishment of the 5 major villages, it seems that this kind of thing that ended the war in more than 10 days has never happened before. Therefore, at the first time, they naturally thought that Konoha had deliberately released false information that disturbed the military's minds of all parties. This matter is very likely to be true. While the Jonins were chattering about the truth and falsehood of the information, Han suddenly sighed and interrupted them. After hearing his words, the rest of Jonin all gathered their puzzled eyes. Baiyun Zaojian, who fought with us on the battlefield before. He claimed to have come to support from the Kingdom of the Wind after defeating Tsunagakur. Seeing everyone's puzzled eyes, Han sighed again, and then Yui explained. He naturally hoped that this matter was false information. But at this moment, it seems that this information is true. Nanny. He came from the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. So, Tsunagakur was really defeated. So that's the case. No wonder when we retreated before, a team of 1,000 people came from the left. So they are the Konoha team that came directly from the Tsunagakur battlefield to support? Hearing Han's explanation, all Jonin contacted Zaojian's direction when they came, and they all suddenly realized. But after confirming the news of Sand Shinobi's defeat, a heavier atmosphere gradually permeated the headquarters. Because Tsunagakur surrendered at this moment, then the force Konoha was pinned down would be liberated. The other villages that are still fighting will naturally face Konoha's more combat power. Wait a moment. You mean, Baiyun Zaojian has brought support here? Just when the command post fell into a solemn atmosphere, the intelligence personnel suddenly asked in confusion. Because he suddenly noticed that time seemed to be a little abnormal. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Seeing the intelligence personnel frowning, Huang Tu also asked suspiciously. Well, it's something strange. Konoha announced that Tsunagakur was defeated and surrendered 3 days ago. But at this time, the Konoha team that was supposed to be in the Kingdom of Wind has just arrived here. According to the battlefield where Konoha and Tsunagakur are located, it will take about 3 days for them to come here. Does this seem a bit too coincidental? The intelligence ninja first bowed his head and meditated for a while, then looked up at the crowd and said 0. You mean? Konoha village announced the time of Sand Shinobi's surrender. It's the same time as the support team came to support from the Kingdom of Wind. After thinking about it for a little bit, Huang Tu understood what the intelligence personnel were saying. How is this kind of thing possible? Could it be that Konoha has any way to instantly transmit information? After Huang Tu finished speaking, there was another voice of doubt in the command center. Well, don't discuss each other's time for now, it's coincidence or not. Han knocked on the table and interrupted everyone's somewhat off topic. Then he said to the intelligence personnel, is there any other information? It is said that Baiyun Zaojian was the biggest contributor to Tsunagakur's surrender. Seeing Han questioning himself, the intelligence personnel answered truthfully. Yes, is there any combat information about him? At this moment, Wen Ya, who was silent for a long time, suddenly looked at the intelligence personnel with hope. But after hearing what he said, the intelligence personnel shook his head. Konoha is the hero of this battle, so it is correct to announce it. But how is it possible that people will also publish the combat information of their own strong? Isn't this deliberately exposing the weakness of one's own strong? This kind of question doesn't need to be asked anymore. Because the 3.0 guys are no longer able to find the flaws, they can have a way to deal with the defeated level. When Wen Ya regretted, Han sighed again. After all, Zaojian's strength and speed are already too strong. Then how should we fight this war? Wen Ya felt bitter in his heart when he heard Han's words. And the other Jonins in the command center fell into solemn silence again. Tomorrow morning, the army will temporarily retreat back 30 miles. Then send the information about this battle back to the village, and let the village leaders decide. Han sighed and gave orders to everyone. At this time, he had no armor to defend him. If he was fighting against Zaojian, he would not even be sure of his life. Chapter 169 The second high-level draw, the Hexagon Warrior is born, in the headquarters of Konoha position. After the meeting, Zaojian announced that he would let the army trim for a day. Because after 3 days of continuous rushing, the reinforcements are very tired at this time. And the defenders who have been guarding here for several days, let alone. Not only are they physically tired, they are also very sleepy mentally. So in order for them to have a better state to fight, at this time, the army must be recharged and renewed. System, I want to draw a lottery. After the meeting ended, the sky had already entered the dark night. When Zaojian returned to the camp where he and Kushina were staying, Kushina was still lying on the couch to rest. After taking off his robe, Zaojian also lay down beside Kushina. When he sensed Zaojian's return, Kushina arched into Zaojian's arms. Master, please choose the level of the lottery. Premium lottery? 02. Zaojian uses thoughts to communicate with the system in his mind. In the previous battle with Rock Shinobi, back and forth. Add Rock Shinobi's panic value and the worship value of the Konoha people. At this time, Zaojian's prestige value reserve has reached 122,000 points. So he can already do a high-level lottery again. Okay, master. Ding. After deducting 100,000 points of prestige, the balance is 22,09 points. Premium lottery draw, in progress. Congratulations to the master for obtaining, Wukongshu, purple, real clone, purple, soul gem, gold. After the various sundries were extracted, 3 rewards with grade colors appeared in Zaojian's eyes. Nanny, mind gem. Isn't this one of the infinite gems in the Marvel universe? After the guaranteed bonus was drawn out, Zaojian was shocked and stunned. This thing is one of the 6 singularities in the Marvel world. It can not only enhance the user's mental strength and spiritual ability, it can also invade and control the thinking of others, and even transfer memories and illusions into the target brain. This is simply super illusion and control ability. Congratulations to the host. The host's luck is very good. Infinite gems are among the top prizes in the premium prize pool. Feeling the excitement of Zayajian, the system also celebrated in his mind. Ha ha ha. Zayajian's heart was refreshed. Although this high-level lottery did not draw anything that directly enhances the attack power, however, his own strength tends to be more perfect, because this wave of lottery not only solved his weakness in illusion, and also gained dancing from the sky, the flying ability in this 7 Dragon Ball. Speed strength attack defense can be an illusion. Zayajian at this time can even be said, become a true hexagonal warrior among the cage-level powerhouses. Excuse me, I would like to ask if you need to fuse mind gems, or use mind gems. Just after Zayajian was excited for a while, the voice of the system asked questions in his mind. Is there any difference between fusion and use? Hearing the system's inquiry, Zayajian also asked a little strangely. After the fusion, the soul gem will become the master's ability, but the real thing will disappear. On the contrary, the master can also use the ability of the soul gem, and even lend it to others to use it, but it will then be an item of equipment. I see. But well, let's merge it. After listening to the systematic explanation, Zayajian suddenly realized. But after thinking about it for a while, he still decided to choose fusion. Because the power of the soul gem is too powerful, I will not lend it to others. Ding! Mind gems are being merged. The time for complete fusion, 10 hours. After Zayajian made his choice, the card showing the soul gem flew into his head. In Zayajian's invisible head, bursts of faint brilliance began to glow from his brain. Is the fusion completed in 10 hours? After Zayajian nodded, he looked at the other 2 purple cards. He knew Wukongsha naturally, so he merged directly without hesitation. Because this air dance is a skill type item, so it is melted immediately. Zayajian immediately comprehended the skill of flying. System, what is this real clone? After moving his gaze to the last card, Zayajian asked suspiciously. Since this card is also a reward of the purple grade, he estimated that it should also be a good thing. But he has never heard of this skill. It's like a clone, one of the abilities of Meliodas in the world of the 7 deadly sins. Similar to the shadow clone technique in this world. But the difference is that the real clone will not disappear when it is hurt, unless it is fatally hurt. Furthermore, it looks like an avatar. Only 4 avatars can be separated at most. In the case of a clone of 400, the clone will have half the strength of the owner. In the case of 2 clones, the clones will have a quarter of the master's strength. And when there are 4 clones, the strength of each clone will drop sharply again, only 1/8 of the master's strength. I see. In other words, as long as one's strength is stronger, the clone's strength is also stronger. After listening carefully to the introduction of the chase system, Zayajian was speechless. Unexpectedly, this is actually a growing shadow clone technique. But the difference is that he does not have chakra restrictions, and he will not disappear because chakra is exhausted or injured. Yes, the strength of the clone, in view of the strength of the main body. Then fuse. Anyway, don't press down on your skills. After understanding the characteristics of this skill, Zayajian told the system. Estimating based on your own strength at this time, if you only split one clone, then the strength of the clone is at least as good as that of the elite Jonin. A clone of the elite Jonin's strength can also do many things on his behalf. Ding! We are fusing the real clone. Ding! The real image clones have been merged. In degrading eyes, Zayajian once again took control of a purple skill. Chapter 170 The honor given by the village? Early the next morning, Zayajian woke up leisurely, feeling a little itching in his nose. After opening her eyes, she realized that Kushina was smiling, holding a strand of hair and tickling her face. You fellow, you are really getting more and more presumptuous. Look at how I should clean up today. Zayajian stayed upstairs in Kushina, in her exclamation. With a move, the hungry tiger pounced on its food and instantly stood up. Between the knots of both hands, when he was about to open the barrier, he suddenly felt that someone was rushing to his camp. Without any choice, Zayajian can only sigh and give up. I temporarily let go of the proud Kushina. Master Zayajian, are you awake? The support team from the village has arrived at the position. As Zayajian got up and put on his clothes, the call of people also sounded outside the tent. Because I know why Zayajian and Kushina live together. So the visitor was also very acquainted, and stopped 10 meters away. I see, I'll be here soon. After answering the call, Zayajian increased the speed of dressing. When Kushina heard that people were coming from the village, she immediately got up. The village leaders said before that they would give Zayajian, the greatest contributor to Tsunagakur, a special honor. Therefore, Kushina is also very curious, what kind of honor the village will give Zayajian. After all, Zayajian is his man at this time. Therefore, she is naturally very concerned about Zayajian. In front of the gate of Konoha camp, all the Jonin commanders gathered here. And right in front of them, a team of about 1,000 people was also neatly lined up here. They are another team that came to support from Konoha village. In fact, there are 2 other teams of this 1,000-man brigade. They were also dispatched to the battlefields of Cloud Shinobi village and Kirigakura respectively, in order to make up these 3,000 support teams. It took a few days for the high-level villagers to assemble all the ninjas who were performing their missions. Only then barely managed to get out of these 3,000-person teams. In the Konoha village at this time, it can even be said that, except for the Uchiha clan and a few Umbu roots, all other ninjas above Chunin were dispatched to the battlefield. Since then, Konoha has 9,000 people thrown into the war. The vitality in the village can be said to have been directly hollowed out. What the hell is going on in that big pit in the battlefield? Suspicious voice. Could it be that a meteorite fell to the ground and was smashed out of the hole? Guest voice. What kind of meteorite fell to the ground? That was the destruction of the battle during the battle between Lord Zaojian and Uegakuer Jinchuriki yesterday. Don't say you just saw it. Even when we see it now, we still feel that our heart is shaking. Yes, the scene of the Big Bang yesterday. I guess I won't forget it for the rest of my life. Ha ha ha, I just wanted to say this. I was preempted by you. You came late and didn't see the scene yesterday. It's simply a great regret in your life. The mushroom cloud exploded, but it broke through the clouds directly. Nanny? Is this the destruction caused by the battle? This is too exaggerated, right? That's right, even if you are a cage-level expert, you shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Hey, stop talking, Lord Zaojian is already here. Both Zaojian and Kushina had not yet approached the gate of Konoha position. A burst of exclamation from the Konoha shinobi practitioners came into their ears, and what they discussed in the heat, undoubtedly all revolved around Zaojian yesterday's battle. Master Zaojian. Master Zaojian. Zaojian walked to the gate of the position, everyone including the ninja who had just arrived from the village, all shouted in excitement. Although Zaojian was only about 18 years old at this time, but the height of his strength has been beyond the reach of everyone in his entire life. So naturally no one calls Zaojian as an elder or a senior based on age, but all are very respectful, using the honorific title of an adult for Zaojian. Everyone has worked hard. Zaojian raised his hand and suppressed the emotional crowd. It may be because of the strong strength, so at this time Zaojian's body naturally exudes the unique aura of the strong. In terms of temperament, he also appeared to stand out from the crowd before the army of thousands of people. After suppressing the cheers of the crowd, Zaojian discovered that there was still a high-level villager in the team coming from Konoha to support. That is the village consultant, Mitokado Homura. Behind Mitokado Homura, Abarame Jiwei and Hyaga Hizashi, etc., came to support Jonin. Zaojian, you are really young and promising, and the future generations are terrifying. Just when Zaojian was about to step forward to greet Mitokado Homura, he took the lead in walking towards Zaojian. Moreover, he grabbed Zaojian's hand, which was a warm compliment. Mito-sama, too much reputation. Zaojian responded politely, and then secretly pulled his hands out. Anyone who is holding his hands by an unfamiliar old man will feel a little uncomfortable. You are too modest. Konoha village has your kind of epigenetic existence. We old guys, we can live a lot of peace. Mitokado Homura laughed loudly and praised Zaojian again. Although he was suspected of flattering, Zaojian responded. Let's go, Mito-sama, let's talk more at the Advanced Command Center. Although Zaojian had no feelings for Mitokado Homura, the so-called not to hit the smiley with his hands, Mitokado Homura was so polite to him, Zaojian naturally could not leave others in the cold. So I was very enthusiastic and prepared to welcome Mitokado Homura into the battlefield. No. My old bones are here this time, mainly to give you honors on behalf of the village. After sending it, I have to go back to the village and resume my life, so I won't enter the battlefield. Seeing Zaojian greeting himself enthusiastically, Mitokado Homura also smiled and declined. Chapter 171 The Beauty of the Konoha People. I see. Hearing Mitokado Homura's words, Zaojian also nodded. In fact, this is quite good, if the high-level villagers have appointed themselves as the commander-in-chief. As a result, another village advisor was sent to the front line to supervise the battle, which would be a hindrance to the army and himself. But since it's just for awarding honors, then just feel free. It does not matter where it is issued. Send it up. After refusing Zaojian's invitation, Mitokado Homura beckoned behind him. Then two masked Umbu members walked up with a brocade box carefully in both hands. Obviously it is a small box, but it needs two people to hold it together. This made the surrounding Konoha people couldn't help but cast their gazes curiously. This is the honor the village decided to give you. Although it has no practical use, it is not small, I hope you can cherish it. Taking the brocade box from Umbu, Mitokado Homura slowly opened it, and said solemnly to Zaojian. Understood. Seeing Mitokado Homura's solemn face, Zaojian nodded seriously. To be honest, he was also very curious about the honor given by the senior management. Keep it away. This is all the high levels of the village, for your unanimous affirmation of your presence on the battlefield of Sand Shinobi. It was not until the brocade box was completely opened that Mitokado Homura smiled and handed the brocade box to Zaojian. It turned out to be this thing. Looking at the objects in the brocade box, Zaojian suddenly realized. I saw two sleeves in the brocade box. On the edge of the cuffs, flame-like lines were embroidered with red thread. The overall design style is exactly the same as the royal robe of Hokage in the past. But the difference is that it is just a pair of sleeves. Zaojian was a little bit dumbfounded in his heart. The high levels of the village made them so mysterious, and Mitokado Homura was so solemn, so that he was a little inexplicably looking forward to it. I didn't expect it to be this thing. But think about it. The executives said before that it was an honor award. There is really nothing that can show honor more than the double-sleeved imperial robe. And as far as he knows, since Konoha's white Fanja has obtained this thing since Konoha's establishment of the village, and he has obtained half sleeves. My own sleeves are indeed full, Acta. Thinking of this, Zayajian straightened his face and took the brocade box from Mitokado Homura. What is that? Why is it so familiar? Me too, always feel like I have seen it somewhere. Do you feel that way too? As Zayajian closed the brocade box, whispering doubts came out from the surroundings. Everyone felt as if they had seen it before, but they couldn't remember it for a while. That's a half-sleeved imperial god. No, that's a double-sleeved imperial robe. Village leaders, bestow the highest honor on Zayajian. At this moment, an older ninja explained to the puzzled people with a fiery expression. He had seen this thing on Heitake Shimo, so he recognized it at a glance. But the difference is that Heitake has only half sleeves, while Zayajian has double sleeves. When the people around Konoha heard the words Goshin robe, they suddenly realized where they had seen this thing. Because of that, isn't it the same style as the robe worn by Third Hokage? Everyone looked at Zayajian with enthusiasm and excitement. Unexpectedly, the high level of the village gave him such an honor. The robe of the gods is the thing that Hokage of the past is qualified to wear. Even if there are only 2 sleeves, it is very, very envious. Kakashi, in the crowd of onlookers, could not see the objects in the brocade box because of his young age and short stature. But when the surrounding voices came out, he was also stunned. However, he was not envious, he was just a little surprised. Unexpectedly, both my father and teacher won the same honor. Okay, now that the things have been given to you, then the old man, this old bone, also has to go back to the village. After seeing Zayajian accept the brocade box, Mitokado Homura also smiled and prepared to leave. His mission on this trip is to bring honor to Zayajian. As for why it is necessary for a high-level executive to deliver it in person instead of directly bringing it to the army, that is of course because it was brought by the high-level officials to show that the high-level villagers attached great importance to Zayajian. Master Mito, wait a minute. Just when Mitokado Homura was about to turn around, Zayajian called him in time. We captured 4 tails Jinchuriki from Iwagakure yesterday. Since Mito-sama, you want to return to the village, then escort him back by the way. After handing the brocade box to Kushina behind him, Zayajian turned around again and said with a smile, Nani, you caught 4 tails Jinchuriki. Hearing Zayajian's words, Mitokado Homura's eyes almost protruded from their sockets. But after recovering, he was suddenly surprised. As one of the village leaders, he naturally knows the importance of tail beasts to the villages. Yes, I caught it yesterday. Because Mitokado Homura was in the support team yesterday, he naturally did not know the information. So Zayajian smiled again and explained it to him. Ha ha ha, good. Bring him out, the old man will escort him back to the village. After listening to Zayajian's words, Mitokado Homura's old face was full of joy. He even imagined how to make things difficult for Iwagakure after the war, and how to cut their flesh severely. Senior Yamaki, I trouble you to take a trip. Yes, I'm going to bring 4 tails here. Zayajian smiled and gave orders to Mimura Hameki behind him. The latter also immediately took his command and quickly disappeared on the spot. It didn't take long for Laozi to be carried over by him himself. Jinchuriki's recovery speed is really terrifying. Seeing Laozi who was thrown into a coma by Mimura Hamanaki on the ground, Zayajian couldn't help but sigh. When this guy was yesterday, his life was still hanging by a thread. Unexpectedly, after only 1 night passed, his breath gradually began to calm down. Kushina, is there any sealing technique that can completely seal 4 tails temporarily? After carefully perceiving Laozi's state, Zayajian turned his head and asked Kushina. After all, if Laozi is allowed to use the tail beast's resilience, it is estimated that Laozi will have woken up before they return to Konoha. At that time, Mitokado Homura and others couldn't control it, and it would be a pity if he let him run away. Give it to me. After hearing Zayajian's words, Kushina walked up confidently. The Uzumaki family is best at sealing technique, so it's simple to leave this kind of thing to her. Chapter 172 An earth-shaking sublimation? Report. Enjoy Lord Zayajian, Rock Shinobi's army has pulled out and retreated. As soon as Zayajian sent Mitokado Homura away, a perception ninja ran over panting. What? Rock Shinobi's army retreated? Aren't they going to try to rescue 4 tails Laozi? Zayajian looked reluctant, and there were countless question marks hanging on his head. He was worried about the Rock Shinobi's army coming. That's why Mitokado Homura and others moved 4 tails back to the village first. But as soon as they walked on their front foot, the Rock Shinobi on the back foot led their troops to retreat, which made Zayajian a little unintelligible. Did the Rock Shinobi plan to give up 4 tails Jinchuriki? Luju, can you see what the hell Iwagakure is playing? Pay attention. Zayajian, who couldn't understand for a long time, looked at Nara Luyu, who had the highest IQ, and hoped that he could clarify the confusion. However, he found that he was also bowing his head thoughtfully. I don't seem to understand what Rock Shinobi village is paying attention to. I'm not so sure either. Nara Luyu raised his head and smiled bitterly, and then said, but don't worry, Lord Zayajian, your decision to transfer 4 tails back to the village can't be wrong. Let's do it, then follow yesterday's plan, and today Amaterasu will fix it for 1 day. Seeing Luju can't think of it, Zayajian can only decide like this. It just so happened that the support team that had just arrived from the village can also be repaired together today. Everyone is gone, right? Today, Amaterasu often fixes one day. For the new team, set up their respective camps as soon as possible. Luju, you went to inform the perception team and let them step up their guard today. After an order was given, Zaejian and Kushina turned back and entered the position. The onlookers around here also all left the scene and went to rest. After all, in the battlefield, no one knows when the battle will occur, so it is very important to recharge your energy. This is related to whether you can better exert your strength in the future. It is also related to the survival of each on the battlefield. So naturally no one dares to underestimate the importance of restoring energy and rest. Is this the imperial robe that countless Konoha shinobi practitioners dream of? This workmanship is really exquisite. After returning to the camp, Kushina immediately opened the brocade box and stroked the Yushin robe. Her dream is the first female Hokage. So this thing is naturally something she is fascinated by. What she didn't expect was that when she first touched the royal god robe, it actually belonged to her own man. What kind of imperial robe is this? The royal robe represents rights. These two sleeves are at best a symbol of honor. Seeing Kushina's reluctant play, Zaejian couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. This thing is indeed like what he said. Although it has the title of royal god robe, its effect is far from the real royal god robe. If you say this, if you let other people hear it, wouldn't it be maddening? What so many people dream of and can't get, isn't it actually a royal robe in your hands? Kushina turned to Zaejian and flipped Byakugan. For a time, it really has a special flavor. If it's not the time it's almost noon, some are not suitable. Zaejian must do something hilarious with her. Illustration. You take off the vest, and I will help you sew up the sleeves of the imperial robe. Just when Zaejian stared at Kushina and was slightly startled, Kushina's voice suddenly rang. Oh my Kushina, will he still be a female worker? In my impression, you can only wave your fists. Hearing Kushina's words, Zaejian regained his senses and immediately laughed and joked. But jokingly, he took off his vest. When I wore samurai clothes before, my legs were not long enough when I kicked at the speed of light because the clothes were too loose. So this morning, Zaejian had already changed back to Jonin vest. What does it mean that I can only swing my fists? That just proves that you don't understand me enough, okay? Hearing Zaejian joking about herself, Kushina was immediately annoyed and wanted to refute. But as soon as she finished speaking, she choked and her face flushed. Speaking of it, apart from the childhood of the ninja school, the time when the two people really met is really not long. Therefore, they did not know each other too much. However, the relationship between the two of them progressed as quickly as a rocket. This is something Kushina never thought of. Realizing this problem at this time, she also became a little blushing and shameful. Thinking that when Juzin Miai lost her body to Minato, she still hated Juzin Miai for iron and steel, and even beat Minato directly. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he was confused, so he confessed to Zaejian. Hi Kushina, what are you thinking about? Seeing that Kushina was in a daze, and her face was still changing, Zaejian asked a little curiously. Suddenly, Kushina woke up with a guilty conscience. No, nothing. Kushina grabbed the vest in Zaejian's hand. He took out the needle and thread from the ninja bag and immediately buried his head in suture. With his head drooping on his chest, he did not dare to raise his head anyway. Ding! The fusion of the soul gems is complete. Just when Zaejian felt a little strange about Kushina's behavior, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. At this moment, Zaejian felt that his mind suddenly became abnormally clear. Just like the whole person, sublimated in a flash. The whole world seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes in his perception. Is this the effect of merging the soul gems? Zaejian secretly took a breath. With a thought, he opened the personal panel that he hadn't used for a long time. I saw that my mental value increased from more than 300 points to more than 3,000 points, which directly increased tenfold. And his originally balanced mental value and physical fitness value also formed a strong contrast ratio at this time. Talent. Chapter 173. What? Is there a spy in the team? In Zaejian's head out of sight. At this moment, his brain is glowing with the light of xenon hydrogen. Just like the inside of the brain, there is a yellowish incandescent lamp. Call. After thinking about it, close the interface of the system. Zaejian closed his eyes and felt his own changes. The body strength did not increase, so the amount of chakra did not increase. However, the skyrocketing mental value has allowed him to control chakra, achieving a hair-like fine control. If at this time, he wants to learn some medical ninjutsu, it is estimated that he will be able to control the Grandmaster in an instant. Kagura's eyes. With a secret voice in his heart, Zaejian's perception also radiated out. 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 50 kilometers in 4, 3, 3. Almost instantly, Zaejian's range of perception broke through his previous limit. In the end, the sensing range, after breaking through 100 kilometers in diameter, gradually reached saturation. And more importantly, under such a wide range of perception, I didn't make myself feel tired or headache. It's just that chakra adds some consumption. This is really a big improvement. Zaejian secretly said, feeling very happy in his heart. Let alone the ability of the soul gem itself, just its various gains to itself are already very huge. What is this? Just when Zaejian was in a good mood and gradually gathered his perception back, suddenly felt that there were more than a dozen people in Konoha's camp, all exuding a very strange aura. Because the vitality in them is not only many times larger than ordinary people, even chakra is exactly the same. It's as if they were carved out of a mold. Is this shadow clone technique and transformation technique? Unexpectedly, there are people who have been hiding under my eyelids. Zayajian calmly retracted all his perceptions into his body, and then gradually opened his eyes. Okay, it's stitched up. With the double sleeves of the royal god robe, the Jonin vest has become much better. Just when Zayajian fell into deep thought, guessing who the other party would be, Kushina's joyous voice suddenly rang. Go out with me. After taking the vest from Kushina and putting it on casually, Zayajian got up and walked out of the camp. He can't guess who the other party is, but it doesn't matter anymore. Since the other party dared to hide under his own hands, then go and meet the other party directly. Did something happen? Seeing Zayajian walking outside, Kushina immediately followed the pace curiously. The two of them have been together almost all the time. So what is unusual about Zayajian? She naturally saw it at a glance. Someone has been lurking in our Konoha army all the time. Zayajian whispered back to Kushina, opened the curtain of the camp and stepped out first. What? Are there spies in the enemy village? Hearing Zayajian's answer, Kushina also exclaimed. This is no small matter. If combat intelligence is leaked out at a critical moment, it is very likely that it will influence the outcome of a war. After walking out of their camp, Zayajian rushed straight, walking from the support team he had brought from the Kingdom of Wind. Because the dozen or so hidden people are all concentrated in this camp. Illustration. So there is no doubt that they have been lurking for a while. Master Zayajian. Master Kushina. Seeing the arrival of Zayajian and Kushina, the Konoha people who were resting immediately all greeted with excitement, and their eyes moved closer. Because at this time Zayajian's shoulders were wearing a double-sleeved imperial robe. This made the Konoha people envy for a while. Go ahead and all the army will be called up and say I have something to announce. Zayajian raised his hand and gestured to the excited crowd, and then told them. Because he didn't know the details of the other party, it was too frightening to let the other party escape. So Zayajian decided to gather the team, and then give them to a pot, so as not to miss any fish in the net. It's Lord Zayajian. Hearing Zayajian's order, the crowd was a little curious, but they went down to gather the team. After all, military orders are like mountains, and Zayajian is still their commander-in-chief. After a few minutes passed, the people resting in their respective camps all walked out and gathered. Thousands of people slowly gathered in one place, and the dozen or so lurking people were also hidden among them. But they were very cunning. They all scattered and did not gather together. Master Zayajian, has something happened? Nara Liu asked suspiciously. A group of Jonin commanders walked out of the camp. They all gathered to Zayajian and Kushina. Hearing Nara Liu's question, they also looked at Zayajian curiously. After all, Zayajian had just given the order to rest the army. Now that the army is called up again, it really feels a bit strange. In our team, there are a dozen unidentified people hidden. And looking at them, the latency time is not short. There is no one lurking among the Jonin commanders, so Zayajian whispered to the truth. He didn't mean to blame anyone. After all, if there is no 3.0 that integrates the soul gem, he can't perceive the existence of the other party. It can only be said that the other party is too good at lurking. Nanny. Unidentified person. Upon hearing Zayajian's words, all Jonin exclaimed in a low voice. Then he looked at each other with some doubts. After all, they brought the team back from the village, so there should be no mistakes. Although they all keep their own chakra, they hide it very well. But my perception will never go wrong. Seeing that everyone had some doubts, Zayajian did not explain too much. After pulling out the opponent, he uses the power of the soul gem to directly invade the opponent's memory. At that time, all of them will be exposed. Chapter 174 Tsunagakure's exaggerated command? The country of wind. Because the desert is more difficult to navigate, and the team is defeated, the battlefield needs to be cleaned up and so on. It was not until last night that Luo Xia led the defeated and surrendered team back to Tsunagakure. After a night's rest, when the sky was just getting light the next day, he went straight to the famous mansion. What? You are defeated? This is an antique hall that looks a little different in the Kingdom of Wind. The great name of the Kingdom of Wind, sitting at the top of the hall, looked at Luo Xia who was half kneeling on the ground with an incredulous expression. The ministers of the famous palace on both sides of the main hall also had stunned expressions. They were still discussing yesterday, guessing that the war will last for a few months. Unexpectedly, now Luosha would actually say that Tsunagakure has been defeated? This is really big, beyond everyone's expectations. It also made everyone feel overwhelmed for a while. Yes, it has been defeated. Luosha answered the daimyo bitterly. Originally, after the defeat, it was supposed to report to the daimyo by the shadow of one village. At this time, Tsunagakure has no wind shadow, so the high-level elders of the village should report. 02. But just after the news of the defeat last night spread in the village, the high-level elders of the village seemed like human beings, and all of them couldn't get sick. In desperation, Luo Xia could only be pushed up under pressure. After all, the coordination of the war's compensation and other things, in the end, the Daming Mansion had to pay for it. Otherwise, with Tsunagakure alone, they would not be able to afford the compensation for a defeat. For this troublesome thing, Luo Xia failed to close his eyes last night or even overnight. How can you lose so fast? Are there thousands of generations? Why didn't she come to me to report in person? How did she promise me when the war started? After receiving Rasha's confirmation again, the anger of the daimyo also began to surge. On his already fat cheeks, he was trembling slightly with anger at this moment. The ministers on both sides of the hall, after feeling the anger of the daimyo, were all quiet. At this moment, no one dared to speak for Luo Sha to offend Da Ming's mold. After all, they are the lord of a country in the country of wind. Master Cho has been killed in battle. After hearing the daimyo questioning herself, Luo Sha took a deep breath and said slowly and heavily. The moment the voice fell, in the hall, it became silent in an instant. Even the big name who was full of anger in his chest and wanted to yell at him, after a while, gradually became silent. Since the disappearance of third Kaze cage, Cho is undoubtedly the real number one person in Tsunagakur. Regardless of strength and fame, she is second to none. It is precisely because of this that after third Kazecage's disappearance, the daimyo asked her to take the post of Fengying temporarily. But what I never expected was that even she was sacrificed in this war. Error. Since Cho has sacrificed, then I won't be held accountable. You can withdraw first. After I have discussed with the ministers, I will give you an answer. After a long period of silence in the hall, the daimyo sighed and waved to Luo Sha. Although he is the name of the country of wind, many things have to rely on the power of ninja, so he dare not be too evil Tsunagakur. At this time, he did not directly reject Luo Sha, which meant he was willing to help afterwards. Thank you, Master Daming. After hearing the words of Da Ming, Luo Sha was overjoyed. He was all ready to get a scolding. Unexpectedly, things suddenly took a turn for the worse, and it was actually completed like this. While this made him relieved, his fearful heart was finally realized on the ground. After returning from the daimyo palace, after returning to Tsunagakur, Luo Sha saw from a distance the group of high-level elders who could not pretend to be sick before. At this moment, they all gathered at the entrance of the village, obviously waiting for their news. Thinking that they had shied away from each other before, no one was willing to go to the famous mansion to be scolded. Luo Sha suddenly became angry. However, after the high levels licked up cheeky, Luo Sha finally had no choice but to tell everyone the news. So the Sand Shinobi seniors all heaved a sigh of relief. A group of people went to the Fengying building. After an hour-long meeting, several orders were issued from the Fengying building. And among them, the most meaningful command is, in the process of performing tasks in the future, as long as you encounter Baiyun Zayajian, no matter how many people there are on your side, you are allowed to abandon the task and escape directly, and you will not be punished by the village. Such an exaggerated order was issued. The intelligence personnel in the villages who were hiding in Tsunagakur were all stunned. Afterwards, the various abilities of Zayajian were also heard from the rock shinobi who had returned from the defeat. One person becomes a roe, and three becomes a tiger. Under the spread of more and more people. 437. Zayajian's strength has also been boasted more and more exaggerated. So the whole Tsunagakur, in the next period of time. As long as you hear the name of Baiyun Zayajian, you will instinctively enter the realm where the grass and trees are all soldiers, and the babies stop crying. Of course, this is only an afterthought. Time moves forward a few minutes. Just when Tsunagakur issued several orders. On the position of Konoha village, the team ordered by Zayajian to be assembled was also all assembled. Everyone listen to me. Zayajian used the dance technique he had just pumped yesterday, and his body flew directly into the sky. As for the Konoha shinobi, when they saw Zayajian flying up, they suddenly uttered a burst of exclamation and noise. But soon, it was suppressed by Zayajian's voice. Everyone, according to your lineup, spread out to me. Keep a distance of more than 2 meters with your companions, front, back, left, and right. Zayajian's voice came from high above, and passed into everyone's ears clearly and unimpeded. The Konoha shinobi people below felt strangely strange to Zayajian's order. But since Zayajian personally gave the order, they also did it. Chapter 178, The Power of Mind Gems. Papa papa papa. There were waves of footsteps. After a while, the Konoha people all dispersed according to Zayajian's request. Now listen to me carefully. Zayajian nodded with satisfaction in the sky, and then said loudly. At this moment, everyone is standing on the ground and don't move rashly. At the same time give me a good, pay attention to the companions around me. Without my order, if anyone dares to act rashly, a few people in your vicinity will arrest him directly to me. Zayajian's voice spread. Everyone in Konoha felt puzzled and uproar. But at this moment, they dare not act rashly. Because no one of them knew what Zayajian was doing except the Jonin commanders. In our team, more than a dozen spies from the enemy village were sneaked into. At this time, the other party has already used the transformation technique to become our companion. So as not to be hurriedly jumped over the wall by him, and take you as hostages, so they all give me attention. Zayajian's voice spread again, causing even greater commotion. After that, the people who lined up in the line were all cautiously looking at the companions around them. No one questioned what Zayajian said, because they believed it. A strong man like Zayajian will never aimlessly. Remember my words, as long as anyone dares to move rashly, catch him for me. The distance of the team dispersion is a bit far. So Zayajian shouted a warning again. After speaking, he flew down from the air to the army. Soon he landed at the front of the team, in front of a Konoha shinobi in the first row. Lord Zayajian, you don't doubt me, are you? Seeing Zayajian looking at himself up and down, Yuta Yukawa immediately waved his hands and shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he pretended to be very good, Zayajian ignored it, thinking invasion. The moment the two looked at each other, Zayajian immediately activated one of the abilities of the soul gem, and he also gave this ability a straightforward name. What? The eyes are the skylight of the soul. At the moment when Zayajian activated his power, his consciousness followed Yuta Yukawa's eyes and directly invaded the memory of the latter's brain. A deep black cave appeared in his field of vision. The elderly man, is he a civilian ninja? It's a civilian ninja, but his abilities are really cool, Lord Madara. Elderly man, you usually pay more attention to his information. Master Madara, don't worry, I've left several spore clones in Konoha camp. Elderly man, send more manpower to me. Well, Lord Madara, you are too cautious. Black liquid, hey, what did Master White Zetsu, Madara say? Just do it, can you stop talking nonsense? Okay, I see. Black Zetsu, you really don't mean anything. Invading into the memory of Kamikawa Yuta, Zayajian went through all his past life in an instant in a first-person situation. This is one of several powerful abilities among the gems of the soul. In front of this ability, as long as Zayajian wants to see, other people will have no secrets in his eyes. Black Zetsu White Zetsu? Uchiha Madara. I see. Whose disguise technique is so good, I said. It turned out to be White Zetsu's spore technique and bartering change. Zayajian suddenly realized in his heart. Just by looking at each other, he had searched all the memories of Yuta Yukawa. It shouldn't be said to be the memory of this clone of White Zetsu. Zayajian, what have you done? Yukawa Yuta looked at Zayajian with a smile on his face, and asked pretendingly. The moment he met Zayajian, he seemed to have been completely seen through. This made him feel a little hairy in his heart. Haha, do you want to know what poop means? Seeing White Zetsu who was still loading garlic, Zayajian suddenly laughed. Then I saw Yuta Kamikawa, Kaido with bright eyes suddenly, you are willing to tell. Smack. Before White Zetsu finished speaking, he realized that he had missed his mouth. At this moment, a big hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed his neck. Let me tell you, what do you mean? Zayajian said to White Zetsu full of evil taste. Immediately after using the dance technique, he flew directly to the high altitude and slowly. On the other hand, White Zetsu started to struggle violently because of Zayajian's neck being pinched and his feet not touching the ground. The process may seem long, but in fact it is very short. That is the time when Zayajian flew down from the sky and talked with Yuta Kamikawa Chuan for a few words. When the people reacted, Zayajian had pinched Kamikawa Yuta's neck and flew into the sky. Everyone, give me attention. These things are not our companions. Zayajian ignored White Zetsu's struggle and dragged him into the air. I reminded the army again, and then in front of them, he snapped White Zetsu's neck. White Zetsu was struggling violently, and suddenly his limbs fell limp. Everyone off the court, Hao Zhao, exclaimed instinctively. However, they hadn't waited for them to react from Zayajian's sharp means. I saw Yuta Yukawa in Zayajian's hands suddenly changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, Kamikawa Yuta became a white humanoid creature. Then what is that? Is that guy a human? I don't know, I have never seen such a thing before. Whispers came from the army, and after witnessing the humanoid creature in Zayajian's hand, everyone was more alert to the surroundings. Okay, now listen to my call. Whoever I pointed out, you are the 4 people nearby, so you just grab him directly to me. Seeing that the people were not flustered, Zayajian nodded in satisfaction. Then let go of his palm, and White Zetsu, already exasperated, fell from the air with a bang. Chapter 175 Konoha Shinobi, really ruthless? The 16th in the 3rd row. Zayajian's voice spread from the air, and the crowd suddenly stunned, and then began to check their own positions. The 4 people around the 16th in the 3rd row also reacted and quickly swarmed. He escorted a seemingly innocent companion directly to the ground. The 6th row, the 4th and the 12th person. Zayajian's voice fell from the sky. Whenever he clicked a person, the surrounding Konoha shinobi immediately swarmed up, and instantly grabbed the clone of White Zetsu. The rest of the White Zetsu who had not been named, all panicked immediately. If they don't move at this moment, Zayajian will come out one by one. And if you want to move rashly, the Konoha people around you are obviously not jealous. So at this time they are undoubtedly caught in a dilemma of quick choice. 11th row, 7th person. Run. Just when Zayajian pointed out one more person, the remaining White Zetsu finally couldn't sit still. After a loud shout came out, the remaining nearly 10 people took the fluke and all acted collectively. However, the scene was the same as they had previously expected. As soon as they moved, the surrounding Konoha shinobi immediately swarmed. In a short instant, all White Zetsu was captured on the spot. Even White Zetsu, who wanted to sneak into the ground, was pulled out by the quick-wit Konoha shinobi. 437 Zayajian is not a clever way to disperse the team, but the effect is indeed very significant. Therefore, none of the dozen White Zetsu in the field can escape. All bet to the front. Taking a glance at the fish that did not slip through the net, Zayajian ordered loudly. Then a dozen White Zetsu were all lifted up in front of the army with their hands and feet twisted. Master Zayajian, what is this guy? After Zayajian floated down from the air, a group of Konoha Jonin commanders asked suspiciously. At this moment, all of them gathered around White Zetsu who was strangled to death by Zayajian. Looking at White Zetsu's pale body, everyone felt a rash in their hearts. Because White Zetsu looks like a human, but many of his body structures are already different from human beings and normal people, for unknown creatures. In my heart, there is always a little fear of the unknown. I do not know either. Zayajian, who landed on the ground, shook his head to hide from everyone. He did not intend to explain the origins of White Zetsu to everyone, and he didn't want to expose his ability to invade other people's memory. Because of this ability, whether it is for the enemy or the companion, it is considered a very taboo ability. No one is willing to face a guy who can see his memory at will. After all, who doesn't have some privacy in his heart? Hearing that Zayajian was also not clear, the Jonin commanders were a little bit regretful. At this moment, more than a dozen White Zetsu were all taken up. You guys, who are you guys? Why lurking in our Konoha army? Since it is not clear where these guys came from, a group of Jonin commanders directly confronted the White Zetsu and pressed questions. Since it's exposed, there is no way. But I am very curious, how did you find us? Our transformation technique is exactly the same that even Chakra can imitate. White Zetsu didn't answer the Konoha Jonin who were pressing questions, but looked at Zayajian curiously. At the same time, their bodies, under the full view of everyone, gradually turned into pale colors, just like the corpse of White Zetsu on the ground. It seems that they are not ready to answer. If this is the case, then take them all back to the village and let the torture department conduct interrogation. Seeing that White Zetsu didn't mean to answer, but wanted information from the routine Zayajian, Nara Shikagio stood up and suggested. There is a specialization in the art industry, and for such enemies who are unwilling to explain honestly, handing over to the torture department is the best way. You Konoha shinobi, you are really unfeeling. We helped you kill many enemies on the battlefield of Tsunagakur. Unexpectedly, as soon as Akta turned his head, you arrested us and wanted to torture us and extract a confession. That's right, Konoha shinobi is really dammit. A group of White Zetsu kneeling on the ground, pretending to be miserable, chirped accusingly. However, there was no trace of fear on their faces. Because they are not the main body of White Zetsu, they are just a group of clones used to spy on intelligence. So even if they are killed, they are not worried. The only regret is that after they died, they could not pass back Zayajian's information over the past few days. Say we are ruthless, dammit? You guys are really ridiculous. You are lurking in our Konoha army, those compatriots who have been replaced by you. It is estimated that all of you have been poisoned by you. Tell them what are you doing so much, tie them up and let them taste the power of the torture department. Hearing what the White Zetsu said, Konoha Jonin suddenly became angry. Unexpectedly, these guys, lurking in the team of himself and others, do not say that they are so arrogant and improper. No. We didn't touch those guys. They just died in the battle and we borrowed their identities. Seeing the anger of the Konoha people, the White Zetsu all said with a smile. After the voice fell, their heads quickly swelled collectively. Back. Quickly disperse. Seeing this weird scene, a group of Konoha Jonin hurriedly shouted. The Chunin who escorted White Zetsu also let go in shock and quickly retreated. Boom 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 boom. Like a watermelon bursting, the heads of a dozen White Zetsu all burst open in an instant. However, the power and scope of the impact were not large, and it only achieved the goal of self-decision. And Zayajian didn't stop watching from the sidelines. These guys are all clones, and they won't increase their prestige value even if they are killed. So since the White Zetsu took the initiative to decree themselves, it also saves them from taking action in person. As for what they cannot be sent back to the village for torture, Zayajian doesn't care. Because he had already used the power of the spiritual gem to know all the memories of these clones. Unexpectedly, these guys actually chose to self-judgment in order to keep the intelligence. Master Zayajian, what should I do now? Seeing dozens of headless bodies collapsed weakly, a crowd of Konoha Jonin also surrounded once again. Seal all their bodies and take them back to the village after the war is over. Looking at the body of White Zetsu, Zayajian thought for a while, and then told everyone. Although White Zetsu is dead, there is still a lot of vitality on his corpse. Maybe he can use it later. Chapter 176 Uchiha Madara's Worries? After uncovering White Zetsu who was lurking in the army, Zayajian ordered the team to be disbanded. Then it soared into the sky and flew directly out of the Konoha camp. From the memory of the White Zetsu avatar, he saw Uchiha Madara, and his location was not far away from here. Since Uchiha Madara paid attention to herself, she even dispatched White Zetsu to watch. So Zayajian also plans to meet the real villain behind the scenes in Hokage. What? The wind whizzed in Zayajian's ears. He is high above the sky, flying fast at a speed of about 350 km per hour. In just a few minutes, he reached the hidden location of Uchiha Madara in White Zetsu's memory. Kagura's eyes. Zayajian, who was suspended in the air at a height of 100 meters, closed his eyes and his perception quickly radiated downwards. The ground was stripped layer by layer in his consciousness, and his perception quickly swept into the depths of the earth. A huge empty cave appeared in his vision like a palace. But after sweeping the entire palace inside and out, Zayajian didn't even notice the breath of a single figure. Not there. Is it out? Zayajian frowned, then radiated Kagura's eyes around him, centering on himself. However, the perceptual power has expanded to a limit distance of more than 100 kilometers. However, Uchiha Madara or even Black Zetsu White Zetsu were still not found. Could it be that you have already left this place? Muttered to himself in his early years, with a thoughtful look. From the memory of the White Zetsu avatar, he clearly saw Uchiha Madara was still here a week ago. and with his old and decayed body, it must be impossible to walk around at will. So he is not here at the moment. It can only prove that he has left early. I wish you luck. Zaojian sighed with regret. Then he turned around and flew back to Konoha's position. He originally wanted to come to see this rose on the battlefield in the ninja world. Even, if you can, I don't mind sending each other a ride in person. But what I didn't expect was that the luck was so bad that he threw himself into the air. The country of water, Kirigakur. In a dark, deep, and moist cave. Uchiha Madara, who is missed by Zaojian at the moment, is in the cave. Because of the exhaustion of his power, he also gave summoning the Gadu statue here. At this moment, he was sitting on a stone bench, absorbing the power of the Gadu statue, maintaining his decayed body. It's really old, and time is not forgiving. Opened his eyes and glanced at the withered arm. Uchiha Madara sighed, feeling a bit of a heroic twilight. Whenever he thinks of the grandeur of his time in the war with Hashirama, he feels a little nostalgic. But nostalgia, his dream is not over yet, so he can't stop at this moment. Madara-sama, it's not good, the big thing is not good. Just as Madara lamented the years, the strange sound of White Zetsu's scorching anger came from outside the cave. After a while, I saw him jumping into the cave. It's alive, like a monkey. White Zetsu, can't you speak well? Looking at the frivolous White Zetsu, Black Zetsu couldn't help but get out of Madara's shadow. This White Zetsu is okay, but just behaves frivolously. And from time to time, there are some breathtaking operations that make people feel that Yamato is speechless for a while. Let's talk. What happened? Is Tsunagaku already defeated? Hearing a little anxiety in White Zetsu's voice, Madara also raised her eyes and asked him. However, I saw White Zetsu shook his head and replied, it's not Tsunagaku's business, but my clone. Your clone? What happened to your clone? Ben looked at White Zetsu suspiciously, frowned and asked in a puzzled way. Master Ban, didn't you ask me to send more people to monitor Baiyun Zaojian? So I dispatched more than a dozen clones and lurked in Konoha's army. But just now, my feelings with them disappeared all at once. Obviously they have died collectively. Speaking of the disappearance of his feelings for the clone, White Zetsu's face was rarely silent. Because no one knows better than him, his own strength in hiding. And the induction of the clones disappeared collectively, there is only one possibility. That is, they were all killed, and none of them could escape. What did your clone die collectively? You guy, wouldn't you be involved in the war and was directly destroyed by some large-scale trick? Black Zetsu also exclaimed, but he groaned for a while and asked suspiciously. He also knows the characteristics of the White Zetsu spore clone. Although the strength of those clones is generally not high, but in terms of concealment, in his opinion, it is second to none in the ninja world. So he wondered whether it was the clones of the fellow White Zetsu who recklessly broke into the war and was destroyed by the Big Move group. Is that right? Hearing Black Zetsu's guess, Uchiha Madara turned to look at White Zetsu again. Master Madara, don't listen to Black Zetsu nonsense. Although my character is indeed a little bit frivolous, but I will never rashly break into the most dangerous place on the battlefield. White Zetsu waved his hand repeatedly and denied. After speaking, I was still a little speechless, and glanced at Black Zetsu in Madara's shadow. Then, your clone was discovered. They won't reveal our existence, right? After a long silence, Madara questioned White Zetsu suspiciously. After planning for so long, if he is exposed because of a mistake by White Zetsu, then the matter is really big. Because he doesn't have much time to make a new plan. Talent Chapter 177 The God of Cookery Zaojian? Forward. Master Madara, you can rest assured. If there is a situation where information may be leaked, my clone will be sever. Seeing the questioning in Madara's eyes, White Zetsu quickly explained. However, what he didn't know was that Zaojian, who was a traverser, had always known their existence. And just now, the other party invaded the memory of White Zetsu clone and found where Madara was originally hiding. If that's the case, what are you saying that something is bad? Madara breathed a sigh of relief and shook her head speechlessly. As long as he is not exposed, he doesn't care much about everything. Is it not a major event if my clone is exposed? Upon hearing Madara's words, White Zetsu tilted his head in confusion. Then he showed that he was very injured. It's really not a trivial matter. But how did you expose your clone? Black Zetsu asked White Zetsu suspiciously. After all, there are only 3 of them now, and all sources of intelligence have to rely on White Zetsu's clone. If White Zetsu's clone is restricted, 437. It will also be a huge blow to their future intelligence. How can I know this? Mine is a robe clone, not a shadow clone technique. So what was the situation of the clone at the time? I don't know. White Zetsu spread his hands helplessly at Black Zetsu. Because his clone was not made by chakra, but a spore separated from the main body. Therefore, when the clone dies, it will not directly bring the intelligence back to the body like the shadow clone technique. So, you don't even know how to expose yourself. Black Zetsu muttered silently, and his voice gradually fell silent. Knowing nothing is the most troublesome thing. It's not completely impossible to know. As long as the body of my clone can be found, then I can reabsorb them and obtain their individual memories. When talking about this, White Zetsu became proud again. Suddenly, he changed back to the frivolous personality again. If this is the case, then you should hurry up and check it out to see what happened. Upon hearing White Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara spoke lightly. He felt a little uncomfortable with this feeling of being out of control. Okay, Lord Madara, then I will go to investigate. After White Zetsu responded to Madara, he turned around and jumped out and walked out. Correct. You don't have to come back here then, just go to the battlefield of Mist Shinobi and Konoha. We are also ready to go there. At this moment, Madara's voice was conveyed from behind him again. At this moment, the plan is about to reach a new node. So Madara also intends to go to the front line to check on her own. I see, Lord Madara. White Zetsu turned around, beckoned, and disappeared outside the cave. The other side. Zayajian of Uchiha Madara and others were not found. After spending a few minutes, he flew back to Konoha position again. He who fell from the sky made all the Konoha shinobi people feel a burst of envy, because flying is undoubtedly one of everyone's dreams. Zayajian's strength and achievements have already made people feel that they are looking up and out of reach. However, at this time, he used another ability that everyone wanted to possess. How can this not make people feel envious? Not to mention them, even Kushina stared at Zayajian with bright eyes. Because although she can also fly, it is only with the help of the external force of the bamboo dragonfly. Flying directly like Zayajian is considered flying in the true sense. Where did you go? Seeing Zayajian landing, Kushina asked suspiciously. The Jonin commanders also looked at Zayajian curiously. After Zayajian ordered the team to disband, they flew away without saying a word, which made everyone confused. So after sealing the body of White Zetsu, they have not dispersed. I noticed something abnormal over there just now, so I flew over and checked it. But I'm worrying too much, there is nothing over there. Zayajian smiled casually and dealt with it. Of course he couldn't tell everyone that he had gone to Uchiha Madara to trouble this kind of thing before. After all, for them, maybe the name Uchiha Madara has been forgotten in the dust. And many of the secrets involved in it were temporarily unavailable to them, so Zayajian naturally concealed it. When the people heard Zayajian's words, they all had a suddenly realized expression, and no one had any doubts about his words. Because everyone is a companion, they feel that Zayajian should not hide from them if there is anything. Right, Senior Daihi? What ingredients did you prepare for logistics today? When Zayajian was about to wave his hand to make everyone retreat, he suddenly asked again. At this time it was approaching noon, and it was almost time for the army to start a meal. So he wants to do it himself and improve the food for himself and Kushina. Because he has the cooking skills of the god of cookery, he always feels a little dull every day when he eats the team's big pot of rice. If you use one sentence to comment, it is failure in failure. Is there today's food? It's pretty rich today. Because the support team from the village brought a lot of fresh chicken, duck, and fish, so the army can have a good meal today. Hearing Zayajian's question, Daihi answered with a smile. He is Jonin who manages the logistics department, so he knows more about logistics food than anyone else. What have fresh ingredients? Walk around, I'm going to make a small stove for myself today. Hearing Daihi's words, Zayajian was suddenly surprised. Then he invited Daihi on the shoulder and walked towards the logistics department with him. Daihi felt flattered by Zayajian's shoulder to shoulder so kindly. Master Zayajian wants to open a small stove by himself. Is it possible that Master Zayajian's cooking skills are better than the logistics department? Looking at the two people who were invited, Akamika Dingza looked curious. And the rest of the Konoha Jonin have almost the same expressions. The cooking skills are quite good because he can take charge of the food in the logistics team. But Zayajian still wants to improve his food. That makes them a little puzzled. Isn't he still not satisfied with the food provided by the logistics department? Of course. Zayajian's cooking skills are definitely the best in Konoha village. Upon hearing Akamika's words, Kushina raised her head proudly. Then he swallowed unconsciously and hurried to Zayajian quickly. She is the only person who has tasted Zayajian's cooking skills, so she is the only one who knows the skill of Zayajian's cooking skills best. Nani? Konoha's best cooking skill. I don't believe it, I'm going to see it. Hearing Kushina's words, Akamika Tioza exclaimed. The eyes rolled a few times on the fat face, and then immediately ran to the logistics department. Ahem. I don't believe it either. Nara Luyu blushed and coughed, and then followed. Do you believe it? I do not believe. We don't believe it either. A group of Jonin commanders glanced at each other. Then they shook their heads and smirked, following Nara Luyu's pace. Zayajian came to the logistics department and chose enough ingredients for 2 people to eat, and a group of Jonin all swarmed over. Hearing that it was Kushina showing off his cooking skills, so a group of people under the pretense of wanting to eat together, Zayajian immediately made it difficult to laugh or cry. But now that everyone was here, Zayajian didn't refuse after smiling bitterly. So a small stove originally prepared for the 2 of them turned into a dinner for the Jonin conductors. Borrowing a stove in the logistics department 3.0, Zayajian began to show off his cooking skills. With a fierce operation, all the Jonin who were originally just babes were shocked and dumbfounded. They almost swallowed their tongues when the tempting fragrance came out of the pot. When a table of food enough for everyone to eat was about to be completed, Zayajian asked Kushina to call Kakashi over. Since it's not alone with Kushina, it doesn't hurt to call Kaka over to get together. Naturally, people didn't have the slightest opinion on Zayajian's actions. After all, Kakashi is Zayajian's apprentice. But when Kushina returned, Zayajian was slightly surprised. Because Takuno, who hadn't seen him for more than 10 days, actually followed Kushina with Kakashi. After inquiring, I learned that after he originally sent the mission back to the village, he was ordered by 3rd generation to interrupt the ninjas who were performing the mission, so he didn't come to the battlefield to meet in time. After asking Tekuno, the last meal was just finished. So a special dinner started in full swing. For the first time, Zaojian's cooking skills like the god of cookery were revealed to the public. Chapter 178 The Envious Tekuno? It's over. The food for the future team will not be good. After the dinner, Akamai Dingze had a big belly, leaning back on the back of the seat. His face was full of wry smiles without tears. The other Jonin commanders also had a sense of identification, because they have never eaten such delicious food. In their hearts, this can't even be regarded as good food. It can be called art? Even Kushina, who tasted Zaojian's cooking skills for the second time, also felt an endless aftertaste at this moment. But she didn't have the same troubles as everyone else, because she is Zaojian's woman. As long as she wants to eat, Zaojian will definitely not refuse her. I didn't expect the captain to have such cooking skills. Kakashi, how many times have you enjoyed this kind of food? Tekuno, who was sitting with Kakashi, said with resentment while licking the plate on his hand. He regrets it very much now, and returned to the village to report on the task. Because compared with this kind of food, what is the task? I also ate it for the first time. Seeing Hisano who was licking the plate, Kakashi also swallowed secretly. 02. Although he also wanted to lick the plate at the table, but in front of so many people, he was really a little bit embarrassed. So I could only watch Tekuno and took away all the plates on his table in front of him. Okay, the party is over here. Everyone, go back and rest individually. After satisfying his desire to speak, Zaojian stood up and said leisurely. Then they took Kushina, Kakashi, and Tekuno and went out. Although everyone wants to ask Zaojian if there is any chance for this kind of dinner next time, but they really couldn't ask. Because Zaojian is the commander of the army. He is not a logistician who prepares meals. Therefore, the commanders of Jonin could only watch Zaojian for leaving with eager eyes. Clang, clang, clang. The voice of Jintia Jiaj kept ringing in the shade of a tree. Kakashi was holding a black knife and continuously attacked Zaojian. Zaojian held a small branch in his hand. With ease, he accepted all Kakashi's attacks. The speed is not fast enough, Kakashi. And don't be too entangled, the angle of attack and the moves. Whatever you think will be more comfortable, then you can swing the knife in any way, you don't have to deliberately imitate my actions. Zaojian was dealing with Kakashi while teaching him to correct it. It is difficult to imitate a person's tricks and actions, because everyone's habits are different, forcing to do actions that they are not good at can easily make themselves solidified. Therefore, he didn't want Kakashi to go into a detour. Otherwise, after a long time, it would be really difficult for him to change back. Understood, teacher Zaojian. Sweat was dripping from Kakashi's forehead. But he didn't feel tired, on the contrary, he was even more excited. Since the war, Zaojian has little time to feed him personally. Therefore, he also cherishes what Zaojian teaches him every time. Similarly, only when facing Zaojian can he attack with full openness. Because the strength of both parties is really huge. So he knew that no matter what, he would not hurt Zaojian at all. Because of this, every time Zaojian feeds him a trick, he can get a big improvement. Clang 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 clang. Under Zaojian's guidance, Kakashi swung his sword faster and faster. At the same time, redundant movements have become less and less. However, the frequency of his offense did not become confused because of this, which made Zaojian very pleased. Although I started teaching Kakashi from the simplest things, because of his father's relationship, he also has some foundation. Therefore, it is very relaxed and comfortable to teach. I didn't feel that it was difficult to teach. Okay, let's stop here for now. Under Kakashi's extreme offense, after defending for 3 minutes, Zaojian called out Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi's melee ability is very close to Jonin's strength. But because of age and physical limitations, his highest limit at this time is only so. So at this moment, he is still feeding, and he is temporarily unable to overcome this obstacle. Whirring. After Zaojian's call to stop, Kakashi also began to recruit and stopped slowly. Glancing at the intact tree branch in Zaojian's hand, Kakashi felt unreal for a while. Because this branch obviously took all his attacks, but it didn't even have any gaps. But this is also a side effect, which made Kakashi once again realize the huge gap between himself and his teacher. Kakashi, because of the relationship between your age and physique, your strength has now entered a bottleneck period. So if you want to progress faster at this time, then I suggest you either exercise your physique first, or start with ninjutsu. Seeing Kakashi who was panting, Zaojian spoke to him and suggested. Kendo is originally a process that wastes time and perseverance. If possible, he hoped that Kakashi would not hang himself on a tree. And if other things are developed and used in conjunction with Kendo, wouldn't they complement each other more? It's just like meeting the future Kakashi in Lulin. Although he could already slash 5 or 6 meters high at will, but he can still use lightning-style chakra to add power to the slashes that complement each other. If people have no extra choices, it is indeed a good choice to concentrate on reaching the top. But since there is no restriction, Zaojian thinks it is better to make multi-line advances and integrate them. Yes, teacher Zaojian. Hearing Zaojian's words, Kakashi immediately replied. The 3 minutes of attacking Zaojian in a full-fledged state just now also gave him a feeling of being overpowered but underpowered. Come on, the teacher teaches you a lightning-style ninjutsu. Seeing Kakashi nodded and accepted the suggestion, Zaojian suddenly smiled. He taught Kakashi's lightning style, which is of course the original Reikiri developed by Kakashi 437 himself. Although Zaojian does not know lightning style, he remembers the seal of this technique. And this technique was originally developed by Kakashi based on Raiznon. So if you teach him, it shouldn't be too difficult. And no matter how bad, you can also use Thunder Fruit, and give him a demonstration of Reikiri. Yes, teacher Zaojian. Hearing Zaojian and ninjutsu teaching himself, Kakashi's eyes suddenly lighted up. Because the tricks Zaojian used on the battlefield are very powerful. So he expected that even if Zaojian casually taught a ninjutsu, its power and level would not be too weak. Kakashi is really lucky to be able to worship Captain Zaojian as a teacher. Tens of meters away, Takuno, who was enjoying the shade of the tree, looked enviously at Kakashi who was taught by Zaojian. He believes that Kakashi's future achievements will never be low with the guidance of a strong leader like the captain. Aren't you from the same team before? Why did Kakashi worship Zaojian as a teacher, and you didn't ask your captain? I heard Takuno's words full of envy. Kushina, who was also resting in the cold, couldn't help but smile and asked, I'll forget it. What I am best at is the use of various cutting tools and traps. Hearing Kushina's question, Takuno gave a wry smile. In fact, there is another reason he didn't say. That's what he thinks is a ninja as good as the captain. Only a genius like Kakashi is qualified to be taught. Chapter 179 Konoha village is attacked. It's late night. Time has entered the quietest moment of the day. Just when everyone fell asleep, a team of thousands of people was marching towards Konoha village quickly. They are the Kirigakure army that detoured from the country of the river. In order to conceal people's eyes and ears, the people of Wuren walked around at night, stupefied by concealing several frontier defense lines, and entered the hinterland of the country of fire. It wasn't until I was about to approach Konoha village and entered an increasingly densely populated area that I was discovered. Report. Konoha village, the residence of the Sarutobi clan. A scream full of sorrow resounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in his sleep, was suddenly awakened by the roar. Report. Master third generation, the big thing is not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't finished wearing yet, and the roar of reports arrived in front of his house. The speed and the anxiety of the voice are enough to show that the situation is very serious. Only dang. Quickly, what happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed open the sliding door. While putting clothes on his body, he walked out anxiously. A team of about 5,000 people come straight to Konoha from the direction of Kawanokuni. At this moment, it is less than 30 kilometers away from Konoha village. After seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen come out, the ninja, who came quickly with intelligence, knelt on one knee and reported directly. At this moment, Konoha village is alive and dead, and he can't help but waste an extra minute of talking. Nah, the direction of Chuanzi country. Didn't Tsunagakure surrender? Are they going to turn back? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just finished wearing, heard the enemy approaching 30 kilometers away from Konoha, and his face was full of horror. Because the direction of Kawanokuni mentioned by the intelligence personnel was the direction of Tsunagakure, which had just been defeated. So he naturally thought of Tsunagakure for the first time. And only they, who are also one of the 5 big countries, dare to come out and remove Konoha's tiger's whiskers. But what makes him puzzled is, Tsunagakure had just signed the defeat treaty, so why lead an army of 5,000 to attack Konoha? Do they really disregard the rules of the shinobi world, and want to have a deadly net with Konoha? I don't know the specific situation. When the enemy was spotted, Captain Yudo sent me to report. At this moment, Captain Yorin and the others are setting up traps in front of them in an attempt to stop the opponent's speed. The intelligence officer said anxiously. The line of defense he was on before. It is already Konoha village's second line of defense. After the enemy breaks through that line of defense, then Konoha village will face the danger of being near the city. That's why he was dispatched urgently to prepare the village for defense as soon as possible. Hurry up and notify the security team. Let them sound the first level combat readiness alarm. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave orders to the intelligence personnel, and rushed out in the direction of the Hokage building. 5,000 troops came, but at this moment Konoha dispatched almost all of the vital forces. This made his heart feel as heavy as a mountain. So at this moment, he also has to convene high-level officials as soon as possible to discuss the next countermeasures against the enemy. Ming. Time was short. Soon after Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Hokage building, the screaming sirens also rang from Konoha. Everyone who was sleeping, whether you were men, women, or children, or ordinary people, were all awakened instantly. Hello Sarutobi, what's the situation? Why is there an emergency call in the middle of the night? And also sounded the first level combat readiness alert. The high-level villagers who were summoned by the third generation dispatched all rushed over. Danzo frowned and asked gloomily. Because the ninjas who went to inform them of coming, all asked 3 questions. There is only one sentence, an emergency convening order from Lord Hokage. Therefore, at this time, they are all confused. An army of 5,000 people is coming straight from the direction of the country of the river. At this moment, it is about to come to Konoha. Could it be that Tsunagakure failed to surrender? These guys, do you have to break the rules of the ninja world? It's really damn it. They are not afraid to fight to death and let the other 3 countries take advantage of it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's solemn voice just fell, and the scene suddenly burst into quarrels. Everyone looked filled with righteous indignation. I didn't know where to vent my anger. Obviously, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, they thought Tsunagakuer came. Report. Just then, there was another report from outside the Hokage building. Approaching an intelligence officer, he broke into the conference hall directly. Report to Lord Third Generation, senior leaders. The attacker is the Kirigakuer army. The people at the head are Kirigakuer's 7 ninja swords. After the intelligence officer finished speaking in one breath, he leaned on the door and panted. The report rushed along the way, causing a burning pain in his chest. Nani, Kirigakuer is coming. How can this be? Hearing the report of the intelligence personnel, all the high-level elders were inexplicably shocked. Quick, get the map here. Sarutobi Hiruzen anxiously ordered a ninja on standby behind him. The ninja led away. After a few breaths, a map of Ninja World was brought over. Sarutobi Hiruzen just liked to grab the map and spread the map directly on the conference table. A group of Konoha high-level patriarchs also gathered immediately. Good guys, these Kirigakuer troops don't actually land from the Bear Country nearby. On the contrary, it made a big circle on the sea, and then landed from the coastal area of the country of Sichuan and raided directly behind us. After roughly scanning the map, the patriarch of the Nara clan suddenly spoke. Hearing what he said, everyone else felt a little weird. After all, it takes more than 3 times the time and military resources to travel from the sea to the country of Sichuan. If Kirigakuer was going to attack the Kingdom of Wind, it seemed normal. But they went around such a big circle just to sneak attack the rear of themselves and others. Is this a bit too cautious? And the battle line is so long, don't they worry about logistical supplies? Everyone felt full of questions in their heads. These mist ninjas are really cunning and hateful. Who said no? They went around from the sea to land in the country of Sichuan. Then the 2,000 defense troops we deployed in the country of bears. Wouldn't it be a waste of combat power? But why do they have to go so far, and the front line is drawn so far? Is it also a disadvantageous situation for them? After a few breaths of silence on the scene, everyone began to speculate. The scene became a bit out of control for a while. All right. This is not the time to speculate on Kirigakuer's motives. After all, everyone hit the door. So now I just want to ask, among all of your races, how much more combat power can you get out of Chunin? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and looked at the crowd solemnly. After hearing his words, the scene in the conference room also fell silent. After all, at this moment, all the viable forces of Konoha village have been invested in the battlefields of each village. Our Abarame clan has only a dozen or so fighters above Chunin. We, the Yamanaka clan, are almost the same. The Dog family is also. The Hyuga clan, there are still clan families left. Under the question of third generation's eyes, the patriarchs of all tribes helplessly revealed their family status. However, according to their report, the number is not more than 500 people. This made third generation's heart sink deeper and deeper. Isn't there someone who has not participated in the war? The Uchiha clan. Just when the atmosphere was extremely serious, Danzo's voice rang leisurely. Everyone then remembered that Grand Elder Uchiha hadn't spoken aloud. The Uchiha clan, about 500 or 600 people. Seeing that everyone had gathered their sights, Grand Elder Uchiha could only replied helplessly. He wanted to let the Uchiha clan participate in the war and make meritorious service. But that definitely does not include going to the battlefield of Kirigakuer. Because of the Uchiha clan, almost all of them are ninjas of the fire attribute chakra. Most of Kirigakuer's ninjas are good at using water style. So when fighting against the Kirimen, the Uchiha clan was superior to ninjutsu, which was restrained by nature. But in this way, it's only 1,000 years old. Hearing the words of Uchiha Grand Elder, third generation still looked sad. He had indeed forgotten the Uchiha clan before. Because he and Danzo have been consciously or unconsciously not allowing the Uchiha clan to perform meritorious service on the battlefield. So I also developed the idea of always excluding the Uchiha clan. If it really doesn't work, then gather the genins. After all, at this time, it's about the life and death of the village. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still frowning, Danzo faintly spoke out. In his opinion, as long as it is about the crisis in the village, everyone can, Mahao as a victim. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows deepened. Because they sent genin to the battlefield, their chances of surviving were very low. I think Danzo is right. The village is in danger at this moment. We should gather all our forces to defend the village. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was hesitant, Yudiden Koharu also spoke. They are all disciples of Senju Tobirama, so they always put the village first. Hoho. If that's the case, then summon the genins as well. Hearing that two old friends said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said helplessly. After all, with their more than 1,000 people at this time, how can they resist the 5,000 army? By the way, Mikado everyone. You can contact the Uegakuer battlefield to see how Zayajian and others are fighting. If the war permits, let them quietly separate a team to come to rescue. After hesitating for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Mikato and said, at this moment, only the Zayajian, who has a phone worm, can support the several armies out there in a timely manner. Okay, Lord Third Generation. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Mikato, who knew that the matter was urgent, also quickly took out the phone worm. However, when she dialed Zayajian, she was still unable to dial out. P.S. The tempo is a bit slow, I tried to speed it up. Chapter 184, It's a Reincarnation? Thanks to Kunzirazo for 1,000 rewards. What happened? Seeing Mikoto busy for a long time, the phone bug didn't respond, so Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately asked with bated breath. The phone worm can't dial out again. It is estimated that Zayajian-kun has opened another barrier. Mikoto's answer, she was also sweating in anxiousness. This was also the case when the phone worm couldn't make a call last time, so she knew at once that the signal should have been blocked by another barrier. Error. Upon hearing Mikoto's words, third generation sighed helplessly. It was like this last time when the situation was critical. I didn't expect to encounter a more critical situation this time, and it happened again. He was also a little speechless towards Zayajian. Is there really so much ninjutsu to develop? Master third generation, don't worry. Maybe Zayajian-kun has something to do, but I will keep calling. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's sigh, Mikoto said quickly. The high levels have high expectations of Zayajian recently, and she has seen it too. So she didn't want the high-level staff to have a bad impression of Zayajian because the phone bug could not dial out. Okay, that's hard work for you. Seeing Mikoto protecting her lover, third generation sighed helplessly. In fact, he didn't mean to blame anyone. After all, who would have expected such an accident to happen? Everyone, it shouldn't be too late. Hurry up and gather people from all ethnic groups. The old man also needs 440. The genins who went to call the village to assemble urgently. When he turned his head, third generation ordered with a serious face. After speaking, he sighed with some helplessness. If you can, who wants to let the genins go through war? After all, their chances of surviving from the battlefield are almost less than 10. Then I'll wait, and I'll retreat first. Hearing the words of third generation, all jonin also stood up. After exiting the Hokage building, they all scattered in the direction of all races. Haha. Now you know how good I am. Tell you to tease me deliberately in the morning. Shrouded in the enchantment in the camp, Zayajian was all comfortable, and said to the limp Kushina. It's a pity that he doesn't smoke, otherwise he would be even more comfortable if he had another smoke after the incident. Obviously you are thinking about it. You deliberately found an excuse to frame me. Hearing Zayajian's words, Kushina turned her head to the other side with flushed cheeks. Ha 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 ha. Aren't you quite proud in the morning? It's a reincarnation of heaven. Seeing that Kushina didn't dare to look at herself, Zayajian laughed, happily. He is also very satisfied with the results of his 1-hour battle. Kushina, who was very proud in the early morning, was finally subdued by the treatment. Kushina, why are you not talking anymore? Having not heard Kushina's response for a long time, Zayajian leaned forward to watch with some curiosity. I saw Kushina, who was still talking to herself just now. Her nose gradually evened out at this moment, and she apparently started to fall asleep. Is this the legend? Sleep in seconds. Zayajian was shocked, and then mumbled dumbly. At this time, Kushina's forehead was still slightly sweaty, and it was obvious that she was tired just now. Zayajian took out a delicate handkerchief from the system with some pity and helped her wipe off the sweat. This relieved his body for a while, and then fell asleep. However, what Zayajian didn't know was that just when he forgot to lift the barrier, Mikoto, who was in Konoha, was calling him a phone worm. The next day, after the sky is slightly bright, Zayajian was better than Kushina and woke up. He has maintained the habit of getting up early for nearly 10 years, so that he can't fully adapt to sleep in for a while. Untie. After opening his eyes, what caught the eye was not the camp roof, but a transparent barrier. So Zayajian also knew immediately that he forgot to lift the barrier last night. The index finger and middle finger were erected together, and after a low drink, the barrier gradually disappeared. Brew 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 brew. As soon as the enchantment was lifted, the voice of the telephone bug rang through. This made Zayajian feel a little uncomfortable. He still remembers the last time that the phone worm rang just after the barrier was lifted. At that time, it was the senior executive who was looking for him in a hurry. Zayajian quickly put on clothes on his body and immediately picked up the phone bug covered by the clothes. Blue 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 click. Everything. The moment the phone worm was opened, the phone worm immediately imitated the appearance of Mikoto, and she also vividly imitated her fatigue and dark circles. Mikoto, did something happen? Zayajian frowned and asked suspiciously. Mikoto's looks, obviously, hadn't slept all night, so it should definitely be something big. Zayajian-kun, the village was attacked by the Kirigakuer army. Third generation and others have also been fighting on the periphery of the village all night, and the fighting has not stopped so far. After hearing Zayajian's voice, Mikoto said straightforwardly, very anxiously. The shinobu under Konoha, wave after wave lifted from the battlefield, which made her feel very unbearable. But behind him are the village and the people. So no matter how cruel they were, genins were still sent to the battlefield. What? Kirigakuer hit the village? Zayajian exclaimed. Woke up Kushina, who was still sleeping. Yes? Kirigakuer made a big circle in the sea. This is when we landed from the country of Sichuan and attacked our rear. The village originally deployed the 2,000 defenders in the Bear Country. At this moment, it is estimated that they still don't know. Mikoto quickly explained to Zayajian. And Zayajian also heard the blasting sound from the other end of the phone worm. Obviously, Mikoto is not so far away from the battlefield. How much combat power does the village still have? After listening to Mikoto's words, Zayajian asked with a serious face. To be honest, he doesn't care about the safety of the village. But Mikoto is in danger, but he also feels a little anxious. At the high-level meeting yesterday, third generation sent all the remaining combat power in the major families to the battlefield. but there is still a disparity of 5 times the number of people on both sides. So in the middle of the night, the genins began to be sent to the battlefield. Right, Lord Third Generation asked me to ask you yesterday, how is the situation on your side? If the war on your side is not urgent, Third Generation asks you to send a team back to rescue the village. Mikoto told Zayajian a big deal in one breath. When she stopped, she kicked slightly. Okay, I get it. I immediately rushed back to the village to support. On your side, you should be more careful yourself. After responding to Mikoto, Zayajian hung up the phone urgently. Kushina also fully awakened at this moment, and quickly got dressed. Chapter 180 Zayajian Fighter? Master Zayajian. Master Kushina. Zayajian and Kushina just walked out of the camp. Immediately met the patrol ninja enthusiastically greeted. Hurry up and inform all Jonin, let them go to the headquarters to discuss matters. Zayajian nodded, and then ordered directly with a serious face. At this moment Konoha was in a hurry and time was pressing, so he had to discuss countermeasures as soon as possible. Yes, Lord Zayajian. Seeing Zayajian's face serious, the patrol team immediately responded, and then quickly dispersed and went out. When Zayajian and Kushina arrived at the headquarters not long after, all the other Jonin also rushed over. Master Zayajian. Did something happen? Seeing Zayajian's dignified face, Naruto, who entered the headquarters, asked with some doubts. When the others heard his question, they all turned their attention to Zayajian. They are equally curious, why does Zayajian have a heavy expression? After all, although their numbers are at a disadvantage. But the momentum of the army at this time is exactly the peak time. I just received a call from the village. Said that Kirigakure went around from the sea to land in the country of the river, and now he is under the castle, and he has directly hit Konoha village. Seeing that everyone was there, Zayajian didn't say anything, but went straight to the topic. After all, this is the purpose of calling everyone to discuss. Nani? Kirigakure hit Konoha. Why? How could this happen? Zayajian's voice fell. As if a thunder blasted in the headquarters. Everyone exploded in an instant. Unbelievable exclamations and loud noises came from the mouths of the people. If the village at the back is taken, Konoha will be over. When there is no timely supply from the rear of the village, several Konoha troops fighting on the front line will all face the situation of running out of ammunition and food. At that time, Konoha's army would not be able to defeat themselves. So at this time, everyone became a little panicked when they heard that the rear village was attacked. How much combat power is there in the village? How long can they last? Naruto also looked at Zayajian with a solemn expression. This kind of information about the crisis in the village cannot be arbitrarily passed on to the army. Advertisement. If everyone in the army knows that the rear of themselves and others have been attacked, then the military will definitely be in chaos. I didn't ask for details, but I heard that the number of the other party is 5 times that of Konoha. So now the genins of the village have also been dispatched to the battlefield to respond to the enemy. The high-level people also hope that I will wait and dispatch a team as soon as possible to rush back to the village for rescue. Hearing Naruto's question, Zayajian said solemnly and truthfully, now the rescue must be rescued. But how many people have to be assigned back? This is a more difficult question. After all, at this time, Iwagakure also had nearly 8,000 troops watching. If you are above the number of people, you are already at a very disadvantaged position. Therefore, from the inferior army, a team is divided. That would make this battlefield fall into a worsening state. If it is not done well and the battle line here is also broken by rock shinobi, then the village will not face the crisis of Kirigakure directly, but at the same time facing the desperate situation of encircling the 2 villages of Baiyun. After hearing Zayajian's words, all the Konoha Jonin commanders also fell silent. Because no one does not understand these very simple truths. All the troops are on standby, right? I just need to go there for support alone. Seeing everyone fell silent, Zayajian also closed his eyes and thought for a while, then opened his eyes and said seriously, it is indeed inappropriate for the army to separate out teams at this time to reduce its own combat power. Moreover, if you really want to separate a team to go back to rescue, then it will take more than 2 days at the fastest. No one knows whether the village can last that long. So at the moment, it seems that there is only Zayajian who has the ability to fly. Before the village was breached, he rushed to Konoha for rescue. Master Zayajian. Master Zayajian. After hearing Zayajian's words, everyone looked at him again. Okay, it's so decided. Zayajian raised his hand and interrupted everyone who wanted to speak. Because at present, there is no better way. During my absence, you will all be on standby. If the rock shinobi attack during this period, then the army will be under the command of Lukule for the time being. Zayajian looked around the conference table before giving orders. Understood. It's Lord Zayajian. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Seeing that Zayajian had made up his mind, everyone also nodded their heads. At this time, the defenders of the Konoha position had about 2,004 to 500 remaining. The exact number of Iwagakure is about 7,500. Facing an enemy 3 times their own, if they only defend for a few days, they still feel quite confident. Well, in that case, I will return to the village to support. I'll leave the phone bug to you. If there is an emergency, you can just contact the village directly. And I'm not in this period of time, I hope everyone will pay more attention. After explaining to everyone again, Zayajian took out the phone worm and handed it to Kushina. He didn't plan to take Kushina with him. because this will slow down the speed of returning to the village for rescue. 0. Now is the critical moment of race against time. Understood, Lord Zayajian, don't worry about this place. Seeing Zayajian confessed again, everyone looked serious and promised again. Then Zayajian nodded, turned into light particles in everyone's eyes, and flew out directly from the command headquarters window. When everyone reacted, the position of the commander-in-chief had become empty. What? After flying out of the headquarters, Zayajian immediately regrouped. Then he used the dance technique to fly high into the sky and flew out quickly in the direction of Konoha village. The speed is not fast enough. The whistling wind whistling in my ears. The speed has reached more than 350 kilometers per hour. But thinking that Mikoto was in danger in Konoha village, Zayajian always felt that he was not fast enough. In desperation, he could only look at the squid lady's bracelet on his wrist. Speaking of it, since getting the lightning fruit, I rarely use the squid's hand to fight. Because the speed of elemental teleportation is much faster than the blessing of the cuttlefish girl's bracelet. However, it is estimated that it will be a good choice if it is used to reduce weight at this time. Crack, click, sent. Thinking of this, Zayajian reached out and slid the bracelet. Then the speed suddenly doubled. Just like the same fighter, it pulled out a gas tail and shot it out quickly. P.S. Under normal circumstances, the speed of the fighter jet is about 1000 kilometers per hour. The protagonist has armament haki possessed by a funny GIF. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Chapter 181. A shocking reversal? Boom, boom, boom. Outside the high walls of Konoha village, the Wujinmen are launching a fierce attack, and Konoha's ninjas guarded against the high wall. All kinds of ninjas and detonating talisman, as if they don't need money, kept spilling them down. This made Kirigakure's offensive rhythm extremely difficult and dangerous. The battle has lasted all night, and in this process, the Mist Ninja fights the high wall several times. Then it was thrown down by the Konoha shinobi. In this night, Konoha suffered nearly 1,000 casualties, and 80% of them are genins with low strength and young age. The wailing of pain and the cry of swallowing filled the interior of the high wall. Konoha not only sent all the vitality out, moreover, at this time, medical personnel are also very short of 440. Therefore, most of the casualties were lying on the ground, temporarily untreated. This night's experience, for the low strength and young genin, is as terrifying as a nightmare. And if it weren't for the periphery of the village, with a wall of tens of meters for defense, Konoha village would have been broken. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. Earth-style Earth Dragon Ball. Outside Konoha's high wall, in the fiercest battlefield. As Hokage's Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is personally confronting Kirigakure's 7 swordsmen. A water dragon and an earth dragon are tumbling and biting each other in the field. In the end, the water dragon was defeated on the spot due to Turk water. The one who uses water-style ninjutsu is Loquat Juzo, and the one that uses earth-style is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, has never lost in a ninjutsu counterattack, because he is a chakra ninja with all attributes. And in the field of various ninjutsu, they all have extremely high attainments. So no matter what ninjutsu the other party uses, he can use the corresponding ninjutsu to exercise attribute restraint. As expected of Konoha village's 3rd Hokage, there are so many ninjutsu methods that are really endless. Loquat Juzo, who dodged the attack of the Earth Dragon, gasped with a solemn expression. And the 6 people beside him are all one of the other 7 ninja swords. But at this moment, their state is also a little embarrassed. They thought that the 7 people joined forces, and no one in the ninja world was their opponent. However, the reality of slaps always comes so quickly. They and Sarutobi Hiruzen had been fighting until this time from the latter half of the night. Whether in ninjutsu battle or close combat, they are slightly inferior to each other. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was nearly 50 years old and could not keep up with their physical strength, they would have been defeated one by one. Inhale and breathe out. You guys don't want to step over this Konoha high wall from behind the old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped violently, his chest undulating. King Kong Wishful Stick was leaned on the ground with one hand, supporting his exhausted body. Hey, Sarutobi, you can't take soldier's grain pills anymore. Your body can't afford it anymore. After such continuous consumption of Liang Liang pill, do you think you are still very young? Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled and reached into his arms, the ape demon who turned into a King Kong Wishful Stick immediately spoke to persuade him. Because this night, Sarutobi Hiruzen has eaten Liang Liang pills several times. Almost all the chakra in his body cells has been squeezed out. If you continue to eat at this time, from the depleted cells, chakra was forcibly extracted. Then after this battle, his body will be irreparably damaged due to excessive consumption of Liang Liang pills. Even more serious, it may shorten his life expectancy, which is already aging. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and let new leaves sprout again. When you want to protect the people and things you cherish the most, the true power of the ninja will be shown. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored the dissuasion of his old comrade in arms. But resolutely, he put another Liang Liang pill into his mouth. As the shadow of a village, in order to protect the village, he could not give in. So although he knows that this is something he knows and cannot do, he can't just sit back and wait for death. Because this is the responsibility he cannot shirk as Hokage. Rumbling. At this time, there was a loud crash of collapse. It came out not far behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Immediately after the dust of the sky, sweeping out to all directions like a sandstorm, I saw the city wall tens of meters high originally surrounding Konoha. Actually, under the bombardment of the Konoha shinobi who continued to drop the detonation talisman, a large piece of zero was directly blown down. It was like a ferocious behemoth swallowing a section of the city wall in one bite. Oh no, looked at the wall that collapsed nearly 20 or 30 meters. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just swallowed the Bingliang pill, turned pale. With such a huge gap, the Genins absolutely couldn't stop the attack of the Kiri shinobu. And at this time on the battlefield outside the fence, can have a certain combat power. Go and guard the Konoha people who are in the gap. All were entangled on the spot by Kirigakure's other Jonin. Danzo, whose strength is only limited to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, is also entangled by Yagura and cannot escape. It seemed that Konoha's collapse was just a step away. Ha 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 ha. It seems that God is on our side. The collapse of the Konoha city wall made the 7 ninja blades also shocked. Then they all laughed out loud collectively. At this time, Konoha village has lost a barrier for laziness to survive. They don't need to worry about how to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, they just have to hold Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let the other mist ninjas enter Konoha village safely. Then these Konoha people who are still rebelling will only have to surrender. AFK. Enter Konoha village. Make a contribution? Just today, the Mizunomen who were attacking elsewhere were also attracted 3.0 attention by the huge movement. After discovering that a high wall had collapsed, everyone was suddenly flushed, and they all gathered towards the gap in excitement. From a high altitude, it looks like scattered ants are about to enter the cave. The densely packed numbers are gathered in one place. Let Konoha's people no longer have the power to resist. And when the smoke and dust from the collapse of the high wall dissipated, the first thing the Mizunas saw was Konoha's horrified and pale-faced Genins, who suffered heavy casualties. However, their panic obviously wouldn't make the mist shinobu feel sympathy and pity. Instead, there was a bloodthirsty and cruel sneer on the corners of their mouths. After all, in a war, either you die or I die. Sympathy and compassion are useless on the battlefield. However, the mist shinobi who rushed towards the gap in the high wall, howling with excitement, couldn't think of anything. A big reversal between the two sides is coming. Chapter 182 Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion? What? Free flounder. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to personally guard the gap in the high wall, Gaidang Qianba directly held his ninja, and quickly rushed in front of him, blocking his path. And under his urging, ninja gave out a chakra sledgehammer and slammed it at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dang booming! Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was holding the wishful golden cudgel and blocking a score from the front, was knocked back again. Although I admit it, we really can't beat you. But it's not that easy if you want to go. The ghost lamp Qianba holds the flounder in both hands, blocking it in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Immediately afterwards, the sound of ah broke through the air one after another. The remaining 6 ninja swordsmen all rushed up quickly and once again surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen in the circle. Come on, get into Konoha, make a contribution. Listening to the shouts surrounding him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was distraught. But even if he shoots with all his strength, it is impossible to get the Genin Knife 7 in a short time. Therefore, he can only worry in his heart, and there is no way. Run. 02 Kirigakure is going to come in. Damn it, I don't want to die yet. Seeing the ninjas roaring and roaring, the gap that collapsed toward the high wall converged. The Konoha Genins who were injured lying on the ground immediately dragged their injured bodies to get up and flee. Shocks of panic and panic spread inside the high wall. The sound spread to the center of the village in the distance, and it immediately made the common people panic. During this period of time, every time a good news came from the front line, this has made the Konoha people accustomed to the joy of victory. Where can they think of it? Disaster will come, making people so unprepared? Why did the high wall suddenly appear? Konoha will not perish, right? I don't know, things seem very bad now. By the way, it is very dangerous for us to peek here. Let's go back as soon as possible. A group of teenagers and girls aged 7 or 8. He was shivering, lying on the roof of a tall building, looking at the battle between Konoha and Kirigakure 100 meters away. They are a group of students who used to be in the same class as Kakashi. It's just that at this moment, none of them have graduated from the ninja school, so all of them are still a group of little bear kids. Come on, kill Konoha. Don't let anyone go. Outside of Konoha's high wall, the mist shinobi are like a rainbow. Blushing and roaring thickly, he gathered towards the gap. There are so many figures, and the numbers are getting denser. On both sides of the collapsed high wall, the Konoha shinobi were terrified and cast various ninjas and detonating charms. However, under the dense crowd of the enemy, it's just a simple ninjutsu. All the incoming attacks were bounced off immediately. The detonating talisman that was knocked out kept exploding in the sky. It's like celebrating Kirigakure, who is about to win a big victory. It's over. Konoha was smashed. Suddenly the same sad thoughts came out of the hearts of all Konoha shinobi. Although the number of doubles is basically the same at the moment. But 80% of my side is Genin. So no matter what, I couldn't reach the steps of Wuren. Call out. Rumble. Just as the misty ninjas are high-spirited. When Konoha shinobi is depressed, an unusually sharp and piercing sound, like a meteor flying, suddenly resounded from a distance. However, due to the speed being too fast, just as everyone heard the harsh sound, they were masked by the violent blasting sound. Rumble. Golden fire. It burst open at the gap in the Konoha high wall. The airwave swept from the center of the explosion and hit all directions. Nearly 100 Wu-Ren died directly under the explosion of photons and the splash of rubble. And those who are a little farther away, whether it's Mizuno or the people of Konoha, the hurricane, which was all carried by the shock wave, was directly lifted out. The shock of the scene is like a real meteor falling to the ground. And the person who caused this violent movement was naturally Zaojian, who hurried back from the front line of the battlefield. He flew high in the sky for nearly 2 hours at a speed close to the sound, and only then crossed a distance of more than 2,000 kilometers, and finally arrived at Konoha village. Nanny. What happened? The roar of the explosion spread throughout the battlefield. Even the soil on the ground moved slightly. The Ninja 7, who were besieging Sarutobi Hiruzen, hurriedly dispersed, then turned to look at the center of the explosion. At this moment, a puff of dust was blown from the center of the explosion to their sides. Blocked their sight. Cough cough cough. Be careful, my Samehada seems to be scared. The instincts of animals are often much more sensitive than humans. Although it was the first time he encountered this situation, but he could clearly perceive that Samehada was indeed scared. What? Are you joking? Hear the words of the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost. Everyone looked over in disbelief. I saw Samehada trembling with a grin, as if to remind its owner to leave this place as soon as possible. What the hell is going on here? Why is Samehada so scared? After witnessing the status of Samehada with their own eyes, the other 6 people felt a little weird. What is Samehada? That's a strange beast that follows 3 tails all the year round. After seeing 3 tails, there is still something to be afraid of? Is it Konoha's 9 tails? The watermelon puffer fish ghost couldn't give the answer, so everyone guessed wildly in their hearts. Inhale and exhale. What the hell is going on? What happened over there? 440. After breaking away from the siege of the 7 ninja swords, Sarutobi Hiruzen also panted heavily and turned to look at the center of the explosion. He also had the same look of doubts, a little unclear. Hey, Sarutobi, here comes a very powerful guy. Is it your ninja from Konoha village? King Kong Ruirod suddenly opened his eyes and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly. As a summoning beast, ape demon is actually a kind of animal itself, so it can also feel that the coming person is very powerful. This is not a perception technique, it is also just animal instinct. Is there really support coming? But at this time, who the hell is the person here? Hearing Saruman's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked at the Ninja 7. I saw all of them with solemn expressions. Obviously, the person who came should not be their reinforcement by Mist Shinobi. Then, it is undoubtedly our own rescue. But if it's his own person, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't figure out who the person is. Because at this time, in Konoha village, the ape demon can feel a powerful person, which is at least cage level or above. But he has obviously dispatched all the cage level powerhouses in the village to fight. Could it be that Tsunade is back? Looking at the dust in the sky, I thought of the trembling of the ground before. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly thought of Tsunade's strange power punch. But when the dust in the sky gradually dispersed, he knew that he had guessed wrong. Because at this time, the most center of the dust is faintly shining with golden light. Chapter 183 Sleep Here Forever, Let's Go, Hula la la. The dust in the sky dissipated. A large circular pit measuring 20 to 30 meters was revealed in everyone's eyes. Golden flames filled the pit. The air seemed to be distorted by the burning. Difficult, is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in disbelief. The sound even alarmed the surrounding 7 ninja swords and attracted their attention. Sarutobi, what's wrong? Is it Konoha's ninja? At this moment, Saruman asked. The state of Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time made him a little confused. Okay, it seems to be. But, how is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then shook his head uncertainly. In the entire Konoha village, only one person's ninjutsu can ignite a golden flame. That is Baiyun Zaojian, who is fighting Iwagakure on the front line of the country of grass. But that guy should still be on the front line at this time, right? Even if Mikato's phone worm dialed, then he should also need 2 days to reach the rescue. But what happened to the golden flame that appeared here at this time? Could there be other people who can use golden flames? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who couldn't figure it out, suddenly fell into suspicion. It wasn't until the voice that had been heard countless times in the phone worm that he was sure of his disbelief. Whirring. In the flames in the pit, Zaojian was gasping for breath. In the state of full flight, it consumes a lot of energy. And in order to prevent the speed from being too fast, let the clothes burn. So while he was flying, he was still using armament haki for body protection. The addition of the two caused him to consume more quickly. This is still supported by the physique of the Whirlpool family. If it were an ordinary human body, he would have been exhausted and paralyzed an hour ago. Stayed in the big pit for a few minutes, until the dust all over the sky is gone. Zaojian finally calmed down. As soon as it eased down, he immediately opened Kagura's eyes and searched for Mikato's traces. It wasn't until she found out that she was on the high wall and was not in danger, and then she let out a long sigh of relief. You missed ninjas. Leave here safely today after resting. Thinking of how embarrassed he was trying to hurry, Zaojian suddenly shouted in a gloomy tone. The sound came from a large pit full of flames. Suddenly, the surroundings became unclear. Therefore, the Mizuna who was slowly approaching came up with a chill. Zaojian belongs to the role of overkill. At this moment, with some irritation, he subconsciously mobilized the power of the soul gem, which increased his current emotions. So when his voice came out, the rendering power became stronger. The mist ninjas seemed to be caught in a glacier for a moment, and subconsciously collectively gave a cold face. Sure enough, it really is Seijian. Hearing the sound coming from the hole, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed again. The tone was also full of incomprehension and surprise. And after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Sarumo and Ninja 7 were all determined. That is, the person here is really a strong Konoha. Seijian suddenly smashed the ground and climbed high into the sky. Then it violated the general rules of physics and floated directly in the sky. Uchiha Mikato, who is above the high wall, originally thought he had auditory hallucinations when he heard Seijian's voice. Seeing Seijian rising into the sky at this moment, she suddenly exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. 2 hours ago, she was still talking with Seijian on the phone worm. So at the moment when the other party appeared here, she was undoubtedly the one who shocked the most. Hakaikyong Guyu. Seijian, floating in the sky, closed his hands and quickly condensed the photons. And the mist shinobu who was shocked by him just now with a gloomy tone, frowned in some doubt. Because of the detour of the mist shinobi army, they did not encounter the intelligence personnel who reported to the village. Precisely because of this, Vunin's army did not know Seijian's intelligence at all. They don't even know that Tsunagakuer has been defeated. So although I saw Seijian, it should be condensing big moves. But they didn't know the power and range, and they gradually moved towards the gap of the high wall again. Is that Seijian? A trick to kill hundreds of people at once. See Seijian condensing golden light in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately thought about Seijian's light bomb attack from the air when he reported his record on the front line. So he secretly glanced at the 7 ninja swords. Quietly, he turned his attention to where Seijian was. Because he himself has been fascinated by Seijian's new abilities for a long time. At this time, he finally had the opportunity to see it with his own eyes, and he was naturally very interested. Leave him alone and rush into Konoha village. I saw the other party accumulating energy in the sky for a long time, but there was no slightest movement. So Akiragakuer Jonin gave an order, and then took the lead and rushed out to the giant pit. Seijian was high in the sky, and they couldn't help each other. However, as long as you pass the huge pit, they can step over the gap in the high wall and set foot directly into Konoha village. Come on. Come on. Although I don't know what the other party is doing. But now that Command Jonin has given orders, the other mist shinobi also screamed and followed his footsteps. The crowd gathered again, and the number of people increased. The dense mist ninjas quickly rushed down into the big pit like ants. Sleep here forever, Seola La. At this time, seeing that there were hundreds of Wu Ren, they entered their attack range. Seijian suddenly opened his hands wide, and dense light bullets poured out. With a devastating blow, the sky was bombarded downward. Mist Shinobu, who felt the radiance above their heads, was instantly shrouded in the bombardment of light bombs at the moment they raised their heads. Chapter 184 I will make these intruders pay a heavy price. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing 568 enemies and gaining 31285 prestige points. Seijian accepted the move, and the scene fell into silence. Now, in the range enveloped by his attack, no inch of land is intact. The whole ground is not only plowed over and over again, and above, there are still innumerable stumps and broken arms, and various unidentified corpse fragments. The soil has all been stained red with blood. The aftermath of the continuous bombing also carried a strong, pungent wind. The whole scene, like a real purgatory, makes people feel numb in the scalp. Quick rewind, run away. The sound of horror, hiss, and lungs rang out. The mist shinobi who did not enter the attack range braked in time. This was dangerous and took his own life back from the hands of King Jian. After reacting at this moment, I don't know who yelled. The mist ninjas around the bombing area were all scared and retreated. Even the other mist shinobi who were rushing towards the gap in the high wall were also retreating quickly in panic. The scene suddenly became chaotic. On the battle circle of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Ninja 7, everyone was also shocked. The wild bait man who cut the grass with a dull knife Kabuto grew his mouth even more shocked. 440 He is the oldest among the 7 ninja swords. He is also the most knowledgeable person. But he has never seen such a huge attack range. With just this one move, the number of mist ninjas casualties was more than the casualties of a night of attack. Ha 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 ha. You Kiragakuer army, just wait to die. After recovering, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily, not to mention how happy he was. The huge boulder that had been suppressed in his heart for a whole night was also instantly dispelled by Seijian's big move. Based on his visual estimation, just one attack by Seijian just now killed at least 500 Wujinmen. Kiragakuer is 1/10 of the army. All died in an instant, too much to die. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally understood. Why is Seijian always getting good results on the battlefield? Because under the blow of this kind of big move, no village has been able to fight waves of massacres. Now Konoha village is finally saved. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's laughter, Sarumo also breathed a sigh of relief. Such a powerful person can definitely influence the direction of a war. When the 7 ninjas heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, their faces were gloomy and dripping with water. Such a large-scale killing tactics also shocked them. We ask ourselves, if they were under the attack range just now, whether they can survive or not is really two different opinions. After all, Kirigakure is good at hiding ninjas, but there are not many. Moreover, the water style they are good at does not have any strong defensive capabilities. Master Zayajian is Master Zayajian. We are saved, Lord Zayajian is back to support. Ming woo woo woo, Lord Zayajian. The defenders on Konoha's high wall only then exclaimed in hindsight. The genins who were injured lying behind the high wall were so moved that they cried. Just now, they all felt that they were waiting for someone to die. If it weren't for the Zayajian god soldier to descend from the sky, a big hole would be smashed under the gap of the high wall, which would forcibly block Vunin's attack. Then they would really become the dead souls of the mist ninjas. Emotions fluctuated like riding a rocket. Konoha Shinobi's original heavy state of mind, because of the arrival of Zayajian, the ultimate transformation occurred in an instant. The shouts of cheering and leaping loudly continued to resound, and even went straight into the sky. This made Zayajian, who hovered high in the sky, very surprised. Unexpectedly, I had such a great reputation in Konoha village before I knew it. Even Mikoto, with a gentle temperament, with his hands tightly clasped on his chest at this time, was also too excited. Because at this moment, the figure standing high above the sky is so dazzling. He is the hero who saved Konoha village from fire and water, Master Zayajian. What, Lord Zayajian? Acta, why never heard this name? Hearing the cheers of the Konoha shinobi, the Kiri shinobi looked at each other. They staggered with the intelligence personnel. Naturally they were very unfamiliar with this name. It can even be said that they have never heard the name. But this does not prevent them from knowing that the people here are very powerful and have a high prestige in Konoha village. Leave it to me next. I will make these mists who invade Konoha pay a heavy price. Seeing Konoha, everyone was shouting to themselves. Zayajian also descended from a high altitude to the height of the city wall. Then he nodded and promised to a group of Konoha shinobi. Master Zayajian. Hearing what Zayajian said, the Konoha shinobi were all excited. No one doubted his arrogant words. Because since the war broke out, the name Zayajian has always been synonymous with good news. Every time a victory report comes from the front, Zayajian will always be the biggest contributor. Therefore, the Konoha shinobi people believe that Zayajian can do what he says. Laser beam. Zayajian condenses a dazzling light in the palm of his hand. Then he followed the Konoha city wall and swept directly into the distance. Call out. Boom. The golden light of the thick arms flashed in the eyes of everyone. A linear photon explosion spread straight from the ground below Zayajian to the distance. Some of the mist ninjas who were still hitting the city wall in the distance were immediately shrouded by the laser explosion, and then buried under the explosion. A straight ditch several hundred meters long and 2 to 3 meters wide was exploded from the ground. In a simple attack, 34 Waranos were killed by Zayajian. Laser beam. Laser beam. Shoo-boom. Shoo-boom. Unscrupulous lasers continuously fired from Zayajian's hands. On the ground of the battlefield, crisscross ditches were plowed out. Most of Konoha's ninjas are guarding on the wall. Only a small part of the strength above Jonin dared to go out of the city to face Waran. So outside the city walls, there are not many Konoha ninjas. Precisely because of this, Zayajian did not worry about hurting his compatriots at all. Within a short period of more than 10 breaths, the formation and rhythm of the Vunin army was forcibly disrupted by Zayajian alone. Back! Fast back! The mist shinobi Jonin on the battlefield all yelled with exhaustion. The range of Zayajian's attack was hundreds of meters long, and it was irregular. No one knew where he was going to attack next. Precisely because of this, under his seeming infinite firepower, Wu Ren was completely passively beaten. In desperation, they could only retire temporarily. However, Zayajian just said that they will pay the price. How can they be able to leave easily? Chapter 185 The horrified Sarutobi Hiruzen? Just start with you guys. Seeing the ninjas were retreating, Zayajian looked at one end of the battlefield. And there, it is the battle circle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Ninja 7. Yet a mirror. Zayajian folded his hands in front of him. Accumulate a light like a mirror. Then, he shot directly into the circle of several people in the distance out. On the way, the light bounced back with a few boulders, shining on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, forming a light track. At this time, Zayajian was directly elementalized and completed a long-distance teleportation along the orbit of light. Smack. Master 3rd generation, leave these guys to me. Zayajian, who appeared, reached out and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder. Nanny. Feeling someone was taking pictures of himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled, his hair terrified. The moment he turned his head, Zayajian's voice happened to be heard. Morning Zayajian. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, and his mouth could almost fit an egg. He was still watching Zayajian just now, but the other party actually appeared directly behind him in front of him. This speed is too fast, right? 3rd generation, are you okay? Zayajian looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen suspiciously. Just patted him lightly just now, it almost made him think. It's okay, what can you do, old man? Hearing Zayajian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a vajra stick. However, his slightly trembling calves still showed that his condition was not good. You fellow, are you still holding on now? At this moment, the King Kong wishful stick was directly transformed into the body, and it immediately supported Sarutobi-san. It can clearly feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen can no longer extract chakra, even if he had just eaten a ration pill. Call. They will leave it to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not angry when he saw his old friend demolish his station. Instead, he looked at Zayajian seriously, and said solemnly, In fact, he is also very clear about his situation. If you continue to force it, it will consume your life force in the fight. Don't worry, it's just a group of chickens and dogs, I will solve them in minutes. Zayajian nodded to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then looked at the Ninja 7. At this time, the 7 of them were like Zayajian facing the enemy. They were also shocked by Zayajian's supernatural speed. But at this moment they did not dare to retreat. Because in their opinion, Zayajian's speed is too fast. If you expose the back of yourself and others, it will reveal a fatal flaw. Forward. Well, be careful yourself. Hearing Zayajian's aggressive words, Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched the corners of his mouth. At this time, they were unable to take the opponent down. If the other 7 are really chicken dogs, what are they? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured in his heart, but he was still supported by the Saru demon and withdrew some distance back. 7 ninja swords, right? I heard that you guys are good at knives. Zayajian glanced at the retreat Vunin army. Then he gathered his gaze again to the 7 ninja swords in front of him. Now I will give you 2 choices. First, die by my knife. Second, die under my ability. After speaking, Zayajian looked up at the 7 people with contempt, not paying attention to them at all. In the original book, these guys were kicked by might as the 3 lucky treasures. Today, he intends to let them not have one left in advance. You fellow, it's too rampant. Even your 3rd Hokage, dare not say such things to us. Seeing Zayajian Chi Zhongzhiji, Wolai Shiba suddenly became a little angry. The 7 of them are in Kirigakure, which is also the overbearing master. Has anyone ever been so despised? The other 6 people did the same, looking at Zayajian angrily. They are accustomed to being mad, and they will naturally be even more unhappy when they meet people who are more arrogant than themselves and others. So, are you not choosing? That's a pity, you definitely won't survive 3 minutes. Zayajian finished speaking faintly, and folded his hands in front of him, accumulating photons again. Sarutobi Hiruzen, not far behind, frowned when he heard Zayajian's madness. At this moment, the photons condensed in Zayajian's hand shot out again. Yada mirror. Zayajian sighed inwardly. The photon shot straight to the rear of the 7 ninja swords. Then it hit a rock and bounced behind the grass bait man. What? The golden light flashed away. Zayajian teleports with the help of photon orbits. It disappeared directly under the eyes of the 7. Where is the nanny? The 7 ninja swords were shocked, and they just wanted to look around. A faint voice suddenly rang beside them at this moment. You guys should be the oldest, right? Then, let's start with you first. Hearing the sound ringing behind him, the stalker turned his head in shock. I saw a calf exuding dazzling golden light, rapidly expanding in his pupils. Boom. There was a loud explosion. Zayajian kicked him into the cheek of the wild bait man. Then he himself was seen flying backwards at the speed of breaking through the sound barrier amidst the explosion. What? Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt a gust of wind blowing from above him. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion sounded suddenly behind him. In horror, he quickly turned his head to look. I saw one of the 7 ninja swords who had fought with himself all night. He tilted his head and was inlaid on the high wall of Konoha. And judging from the degree of bending of his neck, it was obvious that he was killed directly. Nanny. Are these guys in Zayajian's hands really just chicken dogs? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, shocked beyond words. Asterisk, 0. The monkey demon beside him also had the same shocked expression. Although it can perceive that Zayajian is very powerful. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Blasting sword ninja break and strike to death. Just after the Tonko Bibaran was kicked out, Wu Lijinba, who realized that the enemy was right beside him, quickly turned and twisted and smashed the big knife horizontally. And above his broad sword, like a scroll, was covered with countless detonating charms. Sky Kong Yun sword. Zayajian did not evade, and between his hands merged, he quickly pulled out a lightsaber. Then Armament Haki took possession and stepped directly on the blade that came from the cross. Dang boom. The detonating talisman exploded on the big knife in Wu Lijinba's hand. The white smoke instantly enveloped him and Zayajian. Nanny? Did you kill it successfully? Seeing Zayajian raising his feet, he resisted the burst knife, droplets. The other 5 ninja swordsmen were suddenly surprised. The ninja swords of the 7 ninja swords all have their own strong characteristics. The most powerful ninja sword is the blunt knife Kabuto cut of the turbulent wild bait. But the one with the highest attack damage was Wu Lijinba's blasting knife droplets. Because his ninja sword is like a scroll, it is covered with countless detonating charms. Every time after hitting the target, a violent detonating talisman will explode. Therefore, among the 7 ninja swordsmen, the strongest attack power is undoubtedly no pair. Chang, puff. However, their joy has not yet reached their faces. In the white mist of the explosion, a beam of golden light suddenly flashed. Immediately after a head, directly out of the smoke, it soared into the sky. Talent Chapter 186. The heroes are all handsome? I thought it was the fragments that the other party was exploded. So the remaining 5 ninja swordsmen suddenly raised their heads and looked towards the sky. At this moment, their pupils suddenly contracted violently. Because what appeared in their vision was not Zayajian, but a familiar face they often saw. That is the head of Wu Lijinba, one of the 7 ninja swords. 7 ninja swords. It's simply unsightly. At this moment, Zayajian's disdainful voice sounded from the white smoke. All the other 5 people were awakened from the panic. Swipe, 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 swipe. 5 bursts of air sounded almost simultaneously. The remaining 7 ninja swords quickly scattered around. Lightning-style earthcoiling. The Black Hoe Thunder Fang, who had just landed, slammed his double knives into the ground. Immediately after the thunder and lightning with 4 sturdy arms, 440 from the double knives rushed along the ground towards Zaojian in the white mist. Taste boom. The white mist dissipated, and the thunder and lightning directly hit Zaojian head-on. However, he stood on the spot unscathed, looking at the Black Hoe Thunder Fang with a sneer on his face. Let alone the elementalization of Zaojian, it is immune to physical attacks. Even if he does not passively use elementalization, he is also a thunder fruit capable person. Therefore, for him, thunder and lightning will not hurt him any Velis hair at all. Unless it is the lightning style of chakra, it may be possible to hurt him. Nanny looked unscathed. Zaojian, who even sneered at himself. Lei Ya, the Black Hoe, was immediately horrified. 7 ninja swords. With your strengths, dare to lead a team to invade Konoha. Are you underestimating Konoha, or are you really tired of being crooked? Zaojian ignored the thunder and lightning all over the ground, and stepped up directly with his lightsaber. The thunder and lightning of Zizi climbed around him, but even his clothes Kakuzu did not burn. Instead, Zaojian, who was bathed in thunder and lightning, seemed more deterrent. Water-style water dragon bomb technique? As Zaojian walked towards the Black Hoe Thunder Tooth, a loud shout suddenly sounded from the right. I saw a water dragon rise from the ground, rolling and roaring at him. Chang. Rumble. Zaojian didn't even turn his head. He directly raised the Sky Kong Yun sword and slammed it to the right. A golden slash that was more than 20 meters high and 6 or 7 meters wide instantly roared out of his hands. The water dragon was colliding with the slash, like a man's arm as a car, and was instantly knocked to pieces. After that, the golden slash still continued unabated, and rushed towards the Loquat Juzo, who issued the water-style water substitute technique. Facing the slashing attack that roared in a crushing posture, Loquat Shizang was immediately horrified and quickly sealed. This was dangerous, and passed slash and dodged. Lightning-style thunderball. Seeing Zaojian slashing away his companion, he walked towards him again. So Black Hoe Thunder Tooth suddenly pulled out the double knives inserted on the ground and pointed at Zaojian. A thunderball the size of a human head instantly condensed before the double knives and fired towards Zaojian. Taste boom. Zaojian still did not evade, letting the thunderball hit him. For the attack of thunder and lightning, he has no need to dodge at all. Because that thing was on him, it couldn't make any waves. How come? The Black Hoe Thunder Fang, who attacked ineffective twice in a row, was horrified. However, just when he wanted to try again, Zaojian suddenly turned into a photon and teleported to him. Atomic slash. Zaojian, condensed by light particles, raised the Sky Cloud sword in his hand, and smashed his head against the Black Hoe Thunder Tooth. The speed is so fast that even the Black Hoe Thunder teeth can't react. Boom boom. Blood splashed out of the Black Hoe Thunder Ye's whole body. His body also exploded directly at this moment. Just like a doll pieced together from a Rubik's Cube, it was pushed directly to the general. Because Zaojian deliberately did it, the blood and broken pieces all swept out in front of him. Not a single trace of it splashed on his body. Thunder teeth. 4 horrified voices sounded at the same time. The remaining 4 ninja swords and 7 people all yelled loudly. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen outside the field was completely shocked and dull at the moment. I fought fiercely with the 7 of them all night. Unexpectedly, after switching to Zaojian, he would kill half of the opponent in just a dozen breaths. Is he too weak? Or is Zaojian really too strong? Hula la 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 la. Master Zaojian. Master Zaojian is mighty. Master Zaojian, kill these invading 7 ninja swords. The Konoha people above the high wall were incoherent with excitement. They really don't know how to describe their inner excitement at this moment. So they were all on the high wall, shouting and cheering for Zaojian. Every word of loud shouts almost carried Zaojian's name. The voice spread to the center of the village, so that after hearing Zaojian's name, the people all cheered. Since the war, Zaojian has been Konoha's hottest topic. It also represents a symbol of victory. So after hearing Zaojian's name, the people also felt a sense of peace in their hearts. Is that the one that shined golden light in the sky just now, Lord Zaojian? It must be. Do you see that the name of Lord Zaojian has been ringing in the front of the battlefield ever since he appeared? I seem to go to see Lord Zaojian. Me too, I also seem to see what Master Zaojian looks like. Does this still need to be guessed? Lord Zaojian is the hero of Konoha. The heroes are all very handsome, okay? A group of little ghosts who haven't graduated from school lie on the roof of the building, chatting and discussing. The sound coming from the front of the battle line is no longer panic and howling, but cheers that shook the sky. Therefore, at this time, they have no plans to return to the village. They are even anxious to go to the front line to witness Zaojian's demeanor. Flounder liberation. Just when Zaojian slashed the thunder tooth of the Black Hoe with a single knife, the ghost lamp Chien blade also held the double knife Flounder butterfly and jumped violently towards Zaojian. In his roar, Flounder manifested a chakra sledgehammer. Then, with the help of the 3.0 force of jumping and falling, he slammed the sledgehammer down at Zaojian. Perceiving the attack of the ghost lantern thousand blades from the sky, Zaojian also raised the Sky Cloud sword without retreat, and directly poked it upwards. Clang. Boom. A loud bang of gold and iron crossed from the place where the two weapons exchanged. Immediately afterwards, the aftermath of the attack and collision spread out to the surroundings in an instant. Some small stones and debris on the ground, as if they were blown up by a hurricane, swept out in all directions centered on 2 people. Yo, your weapon is quite interesting. Seeing that the sledgehammer realized by Chakra could stand a blow from his own kendo, Zayajian was also slightly surprised. Although he did not attach armament haki, or Chakra to the Sky Cloud sword. But being able to stand a head-on blow from his kendo master is very proud. Chapter 187 I won't leave any auspicious 3 treasures? Nana. Looking at Zayajian who can speak easily under his full attack. Gui Deng Qianba was immediately startled with goosebumps, and his body was sweating like rain. The strength shown by Zayajian is really too strong. It's almost like a copper wall and an iron wall. This makes him at this moment actually feel that the other party is invincible. Hurry up and help. The exhausted ghost lantern Thousand Blades roared in horror. At this moment, he was in the air with nowhere to take advantage, and his whole body was hung in the air by relying on the fulcrum where the weapon collided. This made him feel very unreliable under the opponent's butcher's knife. So helpless, he could only ask his companions for help. Nymphoneedle Senbon. After seeing Zayajian being dragged by the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, he gave out angrily in his hands. The orange hair covering his back behind him opened up as if there was life. Then countless hairs became stiff in an instant under the blessing of his chakra, and shot at Zayajian and Ghost Deng Qianhuan. The attack range of its Qianben needle, even his companions are also shrouded in it. Watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost. Seeing the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, wanting to kill himself and the enemy together, the ghost 02 Deng Qianhuan suddenly roared. Among the 7 of them, the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost is the most persistent and cold-blooded. But he never thought that he would die in his hands. For Kirigakur, rest in peace. Hearing the sorrowful and indignant roar of the ghost lantern Qianhuan, the watermelon puffer fish ghost did not move. Pointing at Zayajian with both hands forward. More hair, like pear needles in a rainstorm, swept over the sky. Seeing that the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost was so cold-blooded, the other 3 couldn't help but give a cold face. However, thinking of Zayajian's overwhelming ability to kill 3 people in an instant, they did not dare to stop it. After all, if you don't seize the opportunity at this time, then you and others may also follow in the footsteps of the 3 dead. Oh, is this a scene of brotherhood? Watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, you are so ruthless. Looking at the 1,000 books covered by Hyaga himself, Zayajian chuckles casually. Neither dodge nor defensive, just like this, holding the sword in both hands, pushing the ghost light 1,000 blades against the sky like a target. Zayajian. Sarutobi Hiruzen outside the court exclaimed. He didn't see any defense on Zayajian, so he couldn't understand Zayajian's actions. But just when his exclamation came out, the hair of the watermelon puffer fish ghost also blocked the Zayajian too. Puff puff. The blood suddenly appeared, and the wine splashed down like a fountain. And the ground around Zayajian and the 2 of them, under the continuous attack of Senbon, stirred up waves of dust in the sky. Successful. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost shot continuously for half a minute. It wasn't until I had reduced my hair volume by half, that the move stopped. The other 2 people were also unblinking, staring at the dust in the sky, expecting Zayajian to be shot into a plug. Wind style once the typhoon has passed. The smoke dissipated too slowly, and the Loquat Shai Zhang immediately became imprinted on his hands and swung forward fiercely. And the line of sight in the backcourt was once again clear in the eyes of everyone. I saw the ghost lamp Qianhuan still being framed in the air. There was dripping blood everywhere in his body, and it's still constantly falling down. And Zayajian below him is also full of tiny caves. However, in those caves, the golden light of xenon hydrogen is permeated. Allah let you down. Zayajian's laughter came out, his body flashed with golden light, and his body instantly returned to its original shape. Just like him, nothing happened. Nanny. Seeing this weird scene, the 3 of them were shocked. They, without Zayajian's intelligence, of course can't understand what happened. And Sarutobi Hiruzen outside the battlefield was relieved to see Zayajian all right. At this moment, he already understood that Zayajian's strength was really much stronger than him. The 7 ninja swords who fought the knight in his hand. In Zayajian's hands, it seemed to have become shinin. That's really 1 sword per knife, 1 person per foot. Vomit. At this moment, the ghost lamp Qiandeo, who had not yet died, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect that he would sacrifice himself as a funeral, and he would not hurt Zayajian anymore. Why, as a ghost lamp clan, don't you know how to hydrate technique? Then you really suck. Looking at the ghost lamp Qianba who was about to die, Zayajian opened his mouth and smiled contemptuously. In Hokage's original work, the 2 younger generations who appeared in the Ghost Lantern clan can both hydrate technique. Although that kind of technique is not lethal, it is as easy to use as elementalization. By the way, you Ghost Lamp clan still have water gun art. Then today, before you die, let you see a laser gun that is more powerful than water gun art. The ghost lamp Qianbian, who was almost extinct, had run out of strength. Zayajian pushed forward with the Sky Cloud sword, and immediately threw him to the ground in front of him. Laser beam. Zayajian raised his finger, and the dazzling golden light condensed on his fingertips. Then a laser shot directly pierced the center of his forehead in the unwilling eyes of Guideng Qianban. Elite Jonin can be worth 200 or 300 prestige. Although this prestige value is just like a mosquito leg to Zayajian, but you can get things at your fingertips, so why don't you give it up? Therefore, Zayajian's makeup knife did not hesitate at all. Can't run but beat. Watching the ghost lamp Qian Huan be repaired, the three people who reacted instantly rushed out in three different directions. At this moment they had no idea whether they would show their backs to each other, because if they don't escape at this time, they will also have no way to survive. Since 443 will die as well, why not take a risk and fight for a chance to escape? I won't leave any auspicious three treasures. Zayajian glanced around at the three escaped. Then the light was granulated and teleported towards the fastest Li Shiquanwan. Hey, I heard that you have committed the crime of killing masters and killing brothers. Is it true? Zayajian, who appeared in front of Li Shiquanwan, looked curiously. He remembered that in the original book, this guy seemed to be a very cruel character, and it is said that his hobby is to sew enemies to trees with long knives and stitches, and then quietly admire how they struggled before death. Long knife ninja technique, cloud piercing suture technique. Seeing Zayajian blocking him, Li Guanchuan, who knew he could not escape, immediately resisted. The thin needle in his hand pierced and danced quickly in front of him, and a steel wire was connected to the tail of the thin needle. Your tricks are really fancy. Swordsmanship is not what you use. Zayajian pulled out the sky cloud sword again, bending and stretching his legs. He kicked the ground abruptly and shot out at the rushing Li Haochuan. Ai Zan. Secretly shouted in my heart. Interlaced with Li Haokushimaru in an instant. Zayajian also swung out the lightsaber in his hand. Chapter 188. Now, you are going to see the old man's grandson-in-law. Elder, you are faster. On an avenue of Konoha, three old men were running fast. However, what they call fast walking is just as fast as a normal person. Because of their age, all three of them are in their 70s and 80s. And the three of them are the Uchiha Grand Elder, the Nara clan chief, and the Hyuga clan chief. Because of their age, they were not sent to the battlefield to stop the enemy. Instead, they followed the civilians and hid behind the protection. Before they heard the name of Baiyun Zayajian and the cheers of the Konoha people on the frontline battlefield. So they knew that Zayajian had arrived, they immediately separated from the civilians and rushed to the front of the battlefield. Old man, isn't this pretty fast, old man? The great elder held a cane and landed not far behind the two of them. At this moment, his face is full of red light. Half of them were tired from running, and half of them were excited by the arrival of Zayajian. You're almost there, you are 7 or 8 steps behind us. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan turned his head and turned a Byakugan to the back, so that he could not see the pupils of Byakugan. You guys, since you dislike the old man for running slowly, can't you help the old man? You need to know, if you want to know you are now, but to see the old man's grandson-in-law. Seeing Patriarch Hyuga turned Byakugan to himself, Uchiha Grand Elder suddenly panted and said. Anyone can hear that he is extremely proud of what he said. You guys, can you talk less and see the way? Now you don't have any followers. When you bump and fall, no one will come to help you. The Patriarch of the Nara clan shook his head helplessly and ran in front of the three. The Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan are the two big pupil families of Konoha. So there are often bumps between each other. He didn't expect these two old guys to compare with each other at this time. It really made him feel helpless and funny in his heart. Look, isn't that the elder Uchiha, and the patriarchs of Hyuga and Nara? Where are they going? Are you going to watch the battle on the frontline battlefield? On the roof of a building, teenagers and girls are sneaking cats on the eaves. Seeing the three old men below, like a tortoise in a race, someone suddenly asked. Lin, come with me. I can take you to the front line to see Lord Zayajian. The eyes behind Obito's sunglasses were purring, and suddenly he got excited. Is there a way for Nanny to take you, so that we can go to the high wall to watch the game? Hearing Obito's excitement, Ebisu suddenly turned his head and asked. The others also looked at him. This makes Obito, who has always wanted to receive attention, feels very useful. Follow me. Obito gave everyone a triumphant glance. Then he slid down slowly along a pipe by the wall. After the others looked at each other, they also followed his steps. The group descended to the ground, and under the leadership of Obito, ran up to the three elderly men. Great Elder. Elder, are you going to the front line? Let's help you go. Uchiha Obito, who came up from behind, waved his hands while shouting. Soon the attention of the three Konoha executives was attracted. Obito, why are you here? Don't you know how dangerous it is? After seeing Obito, Grand Elder Uchiha frowned suddenly. Obito is one of the few people in the Uchiha clan who is kind and not arrogant, and also often help grandma and grandpa. Therefore, the elder Uchiha naturally knows the younger generation in this clan. Although the talent of this junior is a little bit worse, he still likes this junior. We came from the back. Let's not talk about this yet. Are you going to the front line, Grand Elder? Let's help you go, otherwise you will be too slow. And to tell you, we saw Lord Zayajian just now. He is amazing in flying in the sky. Uchiha Obito was speechless when asked by the elder. However, he immediately changed the topic and successfully attracted the attention of the great elder. Right, help me quickly. After hearing Zayajian's name, Uchiha Grand Elder was successfully led. Seeing that he had obtained the permission of the elder, Obito turned his head to the people behind him and made a yeah gesture. Lin, please help out. After holding one of the hands of the elder, Obito suddenly turned to look at Yuanya Lin. Coming. Hearing Obito's greeting, Lin immediately held on to the other hand of the elder. Thinking of seeing the idol soon, her heart was throbbing with excitement. Chief Hyaga, Chief Nara, let us help you over. Seeing Obito and Lin supporting the elder, they walked forward quickly. The other people also followed suit and took the initiative to help and support the remaining 2 high-level villagers. Quickly catch me up with that old guy. Seeing that Uchiha had overtaken him, Chief Hyaga said anxiously. And this also hit the arms of a group of young girls. You two are so confused. The patriarch of the Nara clan gave a wry smile in his heart. IQ is like him, how can I not see that these little ghosts want to go to the high wall to watch the game? However, listening to the cheers coming from the front, he estimated that there was no danger ahead, so he didn't bother to dissuade him. So I let them and helped myself to speed up the pace. Asterisk knife technique, you don't use it like that. Zaojian pulled out the sky cloud sword again and kicked his feet abruptly on the ground. He exploded and shot Li Haochuanwan, who was rushing towards him quickly. Clang, puff. The golden light appeared, and the blood mist spurted. Zaojian and Li Shiquanwan rushed out of each other behind each other. At this moment, the long knife stitch in Li Shiquanwan's hand was directly broken into 2 pieces from the middle. Then a red blood arrow spouted from his waist to the outside of his body. Wow! The Li Shiquanwan flying out of the upper body fell to the ground and opened his mouth to vomit a mouthful of blood. Then he looked at the long needle that his hand had broken in half, and died in disbelief. Yada mirror. Zaojian did not go to see the chopped chestnut skewer pill. Instead, he waved away the Tiankong Yun sword in his hand. With his hands merged in front of him, he quickly shot a photon orbit towards the fleeing Loquat Juzo. What? Zaojian followed the photon's orbit and instantly disappeared and lost his place. With the help of a few pieces of rubble and the rebound of trees, he caught up with Loquat Juzo in the blink of an eye. And at this moment, the hands of Loquat Shizang just finished a seal. Water-style water body technique. The sound of breaking through the air sounded one after another, and dozens of identical figures were separated from the Loquat Shizang body. Want to use clone technique to interfere with me? It's a pity that this doesn't work at all. Zaojian gave a secret cry, raised his shiny calf, and kicked out one of the Loquat Shizang. At this moment, his perception is under the blessing of the spiritual gem, and even the clone of White Zetsu's robe can be found, let alone this ordinary clone technique. Finding a real body is as easy as drinking a mouthful of water. Nanny. Seeing the calf kicked in the face, Loquat Juzo was shocked. Just when he wanted to raise his hands to block, Zaojian's kick had already hit his front door. With his ordinary speed, how could it be possible to block Zaojian's kick at the speed of light? Chapter 189 Lord Zaojian's legs are so slender. There was a violent explosion. Zaojian put his foot on Pippi Shizang's mouth. He directly kicked his mouth full of fangs and kicked it into his throat. Then the Loquat Juzang also flew towards the high wall of Konoha at the speed of breaking through the sound barrier, just like the grass bait man. Since these guys like to come to Konoha village so much, Zaojian decided to fulfill their wish and let them stay forever. Rumble. A violent explosion sounded from Konoha's high wall. The Loquat 10 Tibetans were directly embedded in the city wall, almost smashing a hole in the city wall. The great elder Uchiha and the others who had just climbed the stairs and climbed to the wall were shocked by the face of the wall. Master Zaojian is mighty. Master Zaojian? There is one left. Just between the doubts of Uchiha Grand Elder and others, there was a loud cheering on the high wall. The state of all the Konoha shinobi people is like crazy with excitement. What happened? The elder who didn't know why, grabbed a Konoha shinobi and asked urgently. The other 2 high-level villagers also looked over curiously. Only a group of little ghosts looked up their heads everywhere, looking for their idols. Master Zaojian was fighting Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen. At this moment, he has already killed 6 opponents. Seeing that it was 3 high-level villagers, Konoha shinobi quickly answered respectfully. However, his tone was still full of excitement. Where is it? Where is Lord Zaojian? Hearing the name of the idol, a group of little ghosts who were looking around suddenly turned their heads. The immature voice was posted 443 on the high wall. He immediately inhaled the sight of the nearby Konoha shinobi. But when I saw the 3 high-level villagers beside him slash them, no one paid any attention. In which direction? Konoha shinobi showed excitement to guide everyone. When they looked over, they happened to see Zaojian slowly retracting his glowing calf. Lord Zaojian's legs are so slender. I don't know which girl exclaimed, and immediately attracted a wave of glances. Hey Zaojian. Don't kick against the wall, the repairs are expensive. Seeing that Zaojian always likes to kick people against the city wall, Sarutobi Hiruzen beckoned and shouted. Zaojian's feet did not small damage to the city wall. A few arm-wide cracks spread around the 2 human-shaped holes. However, on the battlefield at this time, Mizuna was retreating loudly, and the Konoha shinobi were shouting again. How could Zaojian hear his voice? Does Konoha village still care about the money for those 2 holes? If you have this time to care about the damage to the city wall, you might as well pick up the weapons dropped by the 7 ninja swords. At this moment, Danzo also came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yagura, who had been against him before, took the lead and ran away after ordering to retreat. That's what it says, but it's a little bit to save a little bit. Hearing what Danzo said, Sarutobi Hiruzen said righteously. After speaking, Acta, the 2 turned to look at Zaojian who was closing his legs again. It runs very fast. But do you think you can escape? Zayajian turned his head and looked at the only remaining watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost. Despite his huge body, he looks funny when he runs. But the speed is not slow at all. In just a few dozen breaths of effort, he ran hundreds of meters away. Boom! Zayajian squatted and stepped on the ground suddenly. As the earth shattered, he also exploded in the direction of the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost. After the speed of rushing began to drop, Zayajian immediately used the dance technique and flew straight forward. Crack la la cra la la la. Feeling that the danger was about to fall, Samehada suddenly struggled violently on the back of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. In just an instant, all the straps tied to it were broken. Then it escaped directly from the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, and quickly crawled out in the other direction. Samehada, where are you going? Seeing Samehada escape, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost suddenly roared out of unknown reason. However, Samehada, who sensed the danger at this moment, ignored his master and went directly into a jungle. Yo, it looks like you were abandoned by your own shinobi. Then the 7 people who don't have shinobi, how much combat power do you have now? Zayajian's ridiculous laughter came down from the air, immediately scaring the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost to the horror. Slowly raising his head with a stiff neck, Zayajian was standing out of nowhere. The breeze gently blows the corners of his clothes, making him look so leisurely. How to say, am I the last one? Took a deep breath. As if knowing that he is bound to die. Therefore, the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost is also rare, and the tone began to calm down. Yes, I thought you were a fat man, so I left you for the end. Unexpectedly, you guy can run faster than a rabbit. Zayajian stood at an altitude of more than 10 meters. While speaking, light also accumulated on his calf. Water-style iron cannonball. Seeing Zayajian accumulating energy, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost also quickly became imprinted. Holding a mortal attitude at this moment, the speed of his Jian actually broke through the past. Almost instantly, a few complicated technique seals were completed in his hands. Boom! After taking a deep breath, the watermelon mountain puffer fish suddenly clenched fists with both hands. Suddenly knocked on his fat belly. A water polo shot out from his mouth, and it was getting bigger and bigger, and hit Zayajian in the air. Kick at the speed of light. Zayajian, who had already charged up, also lifted his foot and kicked it downward. A laser with a thick bowl pierced the water polo instantly and rushed towards the watermelon puffer ghost with its head up. Rumble. A violent explosion rose from the horizon. It was like a golden balloon being blown up instantly. Under the expansion of the explosive sphere, the rocks and mud on the ground were directly pushed out in all directions. On the top of the exploding sphere, a ring of mushroom clouds was also formed. The scope of the explosion was about 100 meters in diameter, and the hurricane also swept out from the center of the explosion. This place is on the edge of the jungle, so countless lush trees were all uplifted in an instant. The scene is like a hydrogen bomb being detonated. Even the ground shook fiercely and violently. What? The moment the aftermath of the explosion hit, Zayajian photons directly and teleports to the distance. Under the perception of his spiritual gem, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost was in the center of the explosion, and there was no residue left. What? Zayajian, who was recondensed, looked around for a moment. Then, he flew straight to the mist shinobi who was running away. I said earlier that Kirigakure would feel painful, so Zayajian would naturally not let it go. Flee. The mist ninjas who sensed the violent explosion behind them even more dare not stay. However, the battle between Zayajian and the Ninja 7 was only a few minutes, so they were not far away at this moment. So Zayajian had caught up with their army within a few minutes. Laser beam. Laser beam. Rumble. Rumble. The laser beam with the thick arm is constantly shooting from the palm of Zayajian's hand. On the forest floor, ditch hundreds of meters long was marked, and some unfortunate trees, after being shot by the laser, were also cut in half directly from the middle. Zayajian at this time is like a real laser turret, reaping the lives of the frightened mist ninjas. Boom rumble. The full bombing lasted several minutes. The army of Kirigakure was directly defeated by Zayajian alone. When he was almost exhausted, he finally stopped. The fugitive mist ninjas have spread to a radius of several thousand meters, and the entire dense jungle behind him, also under his indiscriminate bombing, ignited a raging fire. Hoho, am I going too far? Watching the fire that stretches for nearly 1,000 meters, Zayajian gasped, scratching his head in embarrassment. Without water-style ninjutsu, he was unable to extinguish this kind of fire all over the mountains and plains. In desperation, he could only fly to Konoha and find a water-style ninja to fight the fire. Chapter 190 Reunion Mikoto. Thanks to Tianyu Yingxiu for the 1,000 rewards and 4,000 reminders. Quickly put out the fire for me. Zayajian is really too outrageous. How can forest arson be possible? On the edge of the forest behind the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded loudly without tears. Zayajian drove the mist ninjas directly into the jungle, but he felt crooked. But under his unscrupulous bombing, there was a big mess, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen a little headache. If such a large area of the burning mountain is extinguished, it will be fine. If it can't be extinguished and there is another strong wind, then the fire will not know how many kilometers away it will extend. At that time, this will not be a trivial matter. If it is estimated based on the loss, it is more than 100 times more expensive than repairing the Konoha city wall. Water-style water turbulence. Water-style water turbulence. Water-style water turbulence. Dozens of Konoha shinobi stood in a row, quickly sealed and released water-style at the same time. The same ninjutsu, under the role of mutual blessing. In an instant, a large Wangyang river was formed that was more than 10 meters wide and 5 to 6 meters high. Then, together toward the forest fire ahead, the waves covered the past with turbulent waves. However, under the ninjutsu of so many people, it only extinguished the 34-meter range. This is not much different from the 1,000-meter wide fire that Zaojian created. Eat Bingliang pills, continue to put out the fire for me. Looking at the people who were panting, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly ordered. This is not the time to stop, they have to blow the fire to their faces before there is no strong wind. Yes 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 yes. When they heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, everyone answered in unison, and they seemed extremely excited. For them, what is the trivial matter of fighting fire compared with the battle of the Wujinmen? This is not life-threatening, at best it is just for Zaojian's aftermath. What? At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air resounded. The culprit of the arson, Zaojian, who was also hero of Konoha, finally flew back. Third generation lord. It's not a big problem, right? Zaojian, who slowly landed next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, asked with a sneer. This kind of fire is in this world. If it is in the world of one's own previous life, it may not be saved even if the plane comes. As Zaojian, next time you still have to be more stable. Fortunately, there is no strong wind at this time, otherwise it will be a huge loss for Konoha. Seeing Zaojian returning, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a wry smile. He didn't blame too much. Because compared to saving Konoha village, the arson committed by Zaojian was not a major incident. I understand. Zaojian scratched his head awkwardly. For the sake of prestige, it was really too loud. In just a short while chasing the Wujinmen, he gained more than 30,000 points of prestige. At this moment, his prestige value storage has crossed the 90,000 point mark again. By the way, what happened to the Mist Shinobi? After seeing Zaojian nodding, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a lot relieved, and then asked a little curiously. After all, there were wars inside and outside Konoha at this time, which made him have to pay attention to the Kiri Shinobu. They probably have more than 3,000 people left, but I broke them all up. It is estimated that in a while, they will not be able to regroup. Hearing third generation's inquiry, Zaojian responded with a smile. The harvest of this rescue in the village is very huge. Therefore, the annoyance that came back in a hurry, he had long been thrown away. That's fine. After hearing Zaojian's answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he recalled Zaojian's previous scenes of constantly releasing lasers in the sky, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Zaojian, who has such a powerful long-range ability, also has the ability to fly. For any enemy, this is a powerful enemy that is hard to resist. No wonder Konoha immediately reversed the situation of impending defeat because of the arrival of Zaojian alone. Since there is nothing wrong with me, then I won't bother you, Lord Third Generation. I will go back to the village myself. After looking around, Zaojian smiled at Third Generation. At this time, the entire fire area was commanded by Danzo on the left and Sarutobi Hiruzen on the right. He doesn't know water-style ninjutsu, so staying at this time won't help much. Okay, then you go back to the village and rest first. You have been on the road all night, and you are probably very tired. Hearing what Zaojian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in response. He fought all night, so he didn't know that Zaojian only drove for 2 hours. So he thought that Zaojian flew from the front at the same speed before rushing back to the village to rescue him. Then I will leave first. Zaojian gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a weird look. Then he kicked his legs on the ground, rose up into the sky, and flew directly to the village. At this time, on the high wall of Konoha, in addition to the water style to fight the fire, other ninjas are still gathering here. After seeing Zaojian flying over, the crowd suddenly cheered. 0, seeking flowers, 0 although they fought hard for the whole night. But at this moment, none of them felt a trace of sleepiness. On the contrary, it was as if he had been beaten with blood, and his face flushed with excitement. Master Zaojian! Master Zaojian, mighty! Long live Lord Zaojian! All kinds of cheers and shouts resounded above Konoha's sky. This made Zaojian also experience the feeling of being a hero. It is estimated that in the original book, Naruto rescued Konoha from Pen's hands. It was nothing more than that. The only difference is that Naruto changed from being hated to being recognized. But I skipped the hated link and went directly from recognition to respect. Among the crowd of high walls, Zaojian saw Mikoto at first sight. So he waved to the crowd, and slowly landed towards Mikoto's position. With both feet on the high wall, Zaojian and Mikoto looked at each other, and the surrounding sounds seemed to be quiet at this moment. Both of them can see clearly each other's longing for themselves from each other's eyes. Although the time of separation is not long, it is because too many things have happened during this period of time. So this also made the two of them feel as if they were separated from each other. You seem to be building. Looking at the haggard Mikoto, Zaojian couldn't help raising his hand and gently stroked her cheek. It may be because of anxiety and staying up all night. So there are slightly dark circles on Mikoto's eyes. Wow 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 wow. Wow, wow. Just when Zaojian and Mikoto showed closeness, the Konoha crowd's onlookers all started to booze. This made Mikoto, who originally felt warm and full, immediately made a big red face. Ha 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 ha. Feeling that the temperature of his palm was getting hot, Zaojian couldn't help but laugh. Then Mikoto stayed upstairs and flew out directly in the sight of everyone. Master Zaojian is so romantic. What is it like to fly in the sky? I saw Zaojian flying away with Mikoto in his arms. A group of little fans of Zaojian feel very envious. Of course, they admire in different directions. What Xiaomai may envy is the relationship between Mikoto and Zaojian. The little fans are simple, envious of Zaojian's ability to fly. Because of Mikoto's position, at the other end of the collapsed high wall, they could not see Zaojian up close. This also made them feel very sorry in their hearts. Chapter 191 On the battlefield over there is a very powerful guy Jiraiya? Call. The breeze flicked all over his body. In order to take care of Mikoto, Zaojian slowed down his flight speed. This made Mikoto, who was nestled in his arms, also feel extremely relieved and at ease. At this moment, Zaojian suddenly noticed the sound of Mikoto's breathing, and it gradually became even more uniform. When I looked at her from the bottom, I saw that she actually leaned on her chest and fell asleep happily. Obviously, after staying up all night, she fell asleep unconsciously after relaxing. Zaojian shook his head and smiled, and continued to fly towards his home at a constant speed. It didn't take long before he landed in the courtyard of the house. After pushing open the door of his room, Zaojian gently placed Mikoto on his bed and covered her with a blanket. To be honest, Zaojian was still very ambitious when he came to the rescue. I was afraid that when I faced Mikoto, I couldn't help revealing something strange and let her realize the existence of Kushina. Because he hasn't figured out how to explain these relationships to the two in the end. Could it be that I met my future daughter? And the daughter 443 also said, you are all your own future, so what? This definitely won't work. Zaojian believed that if he said this, he would definitely be beaten by Kushina. But I don't know why. When Zaojian appeared next to Mikoto, all these worried thoughts were instantly thrown out of the sky by him. Error. Looking at Mikoto who was sleeping peacefully, Zaojian took a breath and walked out the door. What? Tsunagakuer was defeated. Just when Zaojian exited the door, the battle report from Konoha had just arrived in Uegakuer. In the hands of the two Libra Onoji, he held the scroll handed out by the intelligence personnel, and his face was full of suspicious expressions. Because he suspected that he had auditory hallucinations before. Yes. Furthermore, the opponent's combat power put on Tsunagakuer has already separated a team and sent it to our frontline battlefield to support it. The commander-in-chief who led the team is Konoha's greatest hero on the Tsunagakuer battlefield. The intelligence personnel knelt on one knee and answered Onoji truthfully. He passed the Uegakuer position and rushed back to the village to report to the intelligence personnel. How can this be? When did such a ridiculous thing happen in the ninja world? After a war has ended in 10 days, are you Uchiha Madara reborn? Once again confirmed by the intelligence personnel, Oniki still couldn't believe it. As for why he insisted on talking about Uchiha Madara without mentioning Senju Hashirama, that's because he was once humiliated by Uchiha Madara. This makes his heart, and he has always been worried about Madara. Master third generation, this is true. The opponent has come to the front line, and he also played a game with our frontline team. Now our Uegakuer army has withdrawn from the border of the Fire Country for 30 miles to the rear. The specific battle situation information is also recorded in the intelligence scroll by Han adults, and he lets you open it and you can see it. Seeing that Oniki didn't believe it, the intelligence personnel again seriously confirmed. After finishing speaking, he also pointed to the latest battle report brought down from the battlefield in the hands of Oniki. Call retreat. Han and Laoziai, what the hell are they doing? Hearing the words of the intelligence personnel, Oniki opened the scroll with a look of confusion, and then quickly read the contents. Nanny. Laoziai was captured by Konoha. Jonin was killed by the opponent and 6 people were killed. The frontline high-end combat power is in short supply? Who the hell is Baiyun Zaojian? Why have I never heard of it? After reading some of the scrolls, the green veins on Ohaimu's forehead suddenly protruded. The handwriting on the scroll is indeed Chinese, so this information is not forged. Then the intelligence is undoubtedly true. To the opponent, it was a command from the Tsunagakuer battlefield. Furthermore, Master Han also said that the opponent was the Konoha shinobi who killed Dashi. Seeing the furious Oniki, the intelligence personnel suddenly replied tremblingly in fright. Whirring. The Konoha shinobi who killed Oishi. Oniki panted with anger and heard the intelligence officer mention Dashi. He didn't consciously rang, and the firelight brought the pile of minced meat back. It is said that the pile of minced meat was the 3 large stones that were chopped into pieces by a Konoha shinobi. Yes, it is. And Master third generation, you haven't finished it yet. Master Han has confessed that they have been fighting behind this scroll. So it is necessary for the third generation lord and the high-level villagers to discuss the countermeasures in the future. After looking up at Onoji, the intelligence officer lowered his head again and said. Hearing his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again pulled the intelligence scroll back and slowly pulled it away. And the high-end combat power of one's own side, the detailed process of the battle against Baiyun Zaojian, are all recorded above. Oniki watched it attentively. Then his face became more and more serious. Because the Zaojian recorded here is simply impeccable. The swordsmanship of killing demon leeches with one blow. Ultimate speed is much faster than Jinchuriki's tail beastization. The powerful moves of tailed beast bomb can be played against the Han with 4 tails. There is also a large area to carry out overwhelming attacks on the army. The various intelligence data in this are undoubtedly demonstrating Zayajian, that unmatched powerful strength. Especially in terms of intelligence speed and attack power, it was outlined by a red circle in Han. This means that the other party is almost invincible in these two aspects. Hurry up and summon all the elders and patriarchs in the village. According to the intelligence point of view, the opponent is definitely the strong one who can control the direction of the war. This couldn't help but he didn't take it seriously. Yes? Hearing Onogi's words, the intelligence personnel breathed a sigh of relief, and then backed out. In the face of Onogi, who is the leader of a village and one of the pinnacle powerhouses in the ninja world, the intelligence personnel also felt a lot of pressure. And this is the aura that Onogi exudes unconsciously as a superior and powerful. Hold it. Keep it for me. While Uegakuer was holding a high-level meeting room, Cloud Shinobi Village on another battlefield was launching a fierce attack on the Konoha position. 2 days ago, the two sides on the battlefield here received news of Tsunagakure's defeat. Because of this, the Cloud Shinobi went crazy and wanted to attack Konoha directly before the Konoha reinforcements arrived. However, when the information arrived here, a 1,000-man army from Konoha also just arrived here on the battlefield, adding a lot of combat power to Konoha's side. Outside the battlefield at this time, in the fiercest battle circle, Jiraiya and Minato are playing against 3rd Raikage and the future 4th Raikage, as well as 8 Tails Killer B. In a 3-on-2 situation, Minato and Jiraiya were completely passive. At this time, they can almost only defend and dodge. At this moment, another Konoha team rushed from the rear to participate in the battle between the two sides. It was Orochimaru and others who came over a long distance from Tsunagakuer. The array of 10,000 snakes. A group of snakes resembling a sea tide rushed toward the fiercest circle of battle on the battlefield. In an instant, all the 5 people who were fighting were scattered. After seeing the group of snakes, Jiraiya's tired eyes suddenly brightened. As one of Sunin, he is familiar with this move. At this time, this move appeared here, which undoubtedly proved that Orochimaru also caught up to 3.0. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya, are you mentor and apprentice okay? Just when the thoughts in Jiraiya's heart came out, Orochimaru's hoarse laughter also resounded. At this time, the arrival of Orochimaru finally made the number of double cage level equal. Ho 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 ho. You guy finally arrived. The support team that came from Konoha 2 days ago brought information about your defeat of Tsunagakuer. How did you do it? Jiraiya, who was finally able to take a breath, questioned as she breathed out. At this time Orochimaru joined the battlefield, and both he and Minato were relieved. At least they will not be so passive in the future. Drink drink drink. On the battlefield over there is a very powerful guy, Jira. Hearing Jiraiya's question, Orochimaru smiled hoarsely. At this moment, 2 beams of thunder light directly broke through the sea of snakes and once again killed the Jiraiya trio, also interrupting the conversation that they were about to start. The fierce battle between Sanying and Sanying also broke out here. Chapter 192 The high-level Konoha who couldn't talk to himself for a long time? Konoha Village. After repelling the Mist Shinobi army, a good news came back to the center of the village. The sound of cheering and leaping bird once again made a noise in Konoha. The civilians spontaneously ran in the direction of the battlefield, trying to see the hero who saved the village from fire and water. But when the people flocked to it, however, they were told by the ninjas who were cleaning the battlefield that Zayajian had left with Mikato for a long time. In desperation, the people full of regrets could only slowly disperse back. However, the voice of Zayajian's discussion has not decreased, but has become more lively. Even because Konoha was saved, the village was restored to order. Many shops have launched advertisements such as Mr. Zayajian returning to the village, offering discounts and big bargains. This made it difficult for Mikato who was going out to buy ingredients to wake up, and Zayajian who was preparing a stomach-warming meal. And since he was recognized when he went out, he would always be surrounded by many people in hustle and bustle. Some came up close to a relationship, some wanted to sign, and even the uncle in the photo studio was pulled out by unknown people and took pictures of the people with Zayajian. This once again made Zayajian realize that the public figures were so helpless and troubled. Originally, it only took half an hour to purchase the ingredients for 02. Under the crowd's onlookers and surrounds, I bought it for 2 hours in a days. But there is helplessness, and of course there is another opposite side. For example, when Zayajian buys various ingredients, the shopkeepers will bring out the freshest and highest quality ingredients. There are even shopkeepers who are enthusiastic about giving Zayajian free of charge and things like that, and there are always endless. Of course, the most important thing is his prestige value, which has been continuously increasing. Call. I hope this enthusiasm will fade away as soon as possible. When he returned home, Zayajian couldn't help taking a breath. Dealing with these enthusiastic people feels more difficult than fighting the enemy. This is probably the common troubles that heroes have. Zayajian-kun, are you back? Just when Zayajian entered the door, a gentle voice rang. I saw that Mikato didn't know when he woke up. Although she didn't sleep for a long time, she was obviously more energetic after taking a rest. And even the dark circles before the eyes have disappeared. Chapter 192 The high-level Konoha who couldn't talk to himself for a long time. Konoha Village. After repelling the Mist Shinobi army, a good news came back to the center of the village. The sound of cheering and leaping bird once again made a noise in Konoha. The civilians spontaneously ran in the direction of the battlefield, trying to see the hero who saved the village from fire and water. but when the people flocked to it. However, they were told by the ninjas who were cleaning the battlefield that Zayajian had left with Mikato for a long time. In desperation, the people full of regrets could only slowly disperse back. However, the voice of Zayajian's discussion has not decreased, but has become more lively. Even because Konoha was saved, the village was restored to order. Many shops have launched advertisements such as Mr. Zayajian returning to the village, offering discounts and big bargains. This made it difficult for Mikato, who was going out to buy ingredients to wake up, and Zayajian, who was preparing a stomach-warming meal. And since he was recognized when he went out, he would always be surrounded by many people in hustle and bustle. Some came up close to a relationship, some wanted to sign, and even the uncle in the photo studio was pulled out by unknown people and took pictures of the people with Zayajian. This once again made Zayajian realize that the public figures were so helpless and troubled. Originally, it only took half an hour to purchase the ingredients for 02. Under the crowd's onlookers and surrounds, I bought it for 2 hours in a days. But there is helplessness, and of course there is another opposite side. For example, when Zayajian buys various ingredients, the shopkeepers will bring out the freshest and highest quality ingredients. There are even shopkeepers who are enthusiastic about giving Zayajian free of charge and things like that, and there are always endless. Of course, the most important thing is his prestige value, which has been continuously increasing. I hope this enthusiasm will fade away as soon as possible. When he returned home, Zayajian couldn't help taking a breath. Dealing with these enthusiastic people feels more difficult than fighting the enemy. This is probably the common troubles that heroes have. Zayajian-kun, are you back? Just when Zayajian entered the door, a gentle voice rang. I saw that Mikato didn't know when he woke up. Although she didn't sleep for a long time, she was obviously more energetic after taking a rest. And even the dark circles before the eyes have disappeared. Restored to the original gentle and virtuous appearance. Came back. I wanted to prepare some food for you while you were sleeping, but I didn't expect you to wake up so soon. Zayajian smiled, still carrying the various ingredients he bought. Zayajian-kun, do you know how to cook? After hearing Zayajian's words, Mikato said with a surprised look. Because it can be called cuisine, it must be gourmet, not ordinary dishes. Of course, I live alone after all. By the way, do you want to come over and help out? Zayajian entered the kitchen with the ingredients, then turned his head and smiled at Mikato. He also wants to show off his cooking skills to Mikato, who is good at cooking, and show off to her a little bit. After all, showing off superb cooking skills is also a good plus. Sure. Seeing Zayajian inviting herself, Mikato responded with a gentle smile. She also wanted to see the gourmet cuisine born from Zayajian. Come here, then. Zayajian put down the ingredients, smiled and handed Mikato a waist. Then the two began to work together for the next lunch. Of course, Mikato, who helped out in the process, naturally exclaimed again and again. All kinds of cooking skills, one by one from Zayajian's hands, gave Mikato a feeling of enlightenment and realization. In the process of helping out this time, Mikato felt that his future cooking skills would have an intuition of a leap forward improvement. And she feels right, her future cooking skills are almost comparable to Zayajian. Of course that is something later. It was when Zayajian and Mikato were enjoying food in the two-person world. The fire outside Konoha finally blasted all the faces with the unremitting efforts of the water-style ninjas. The Konoha shinobi who cleaned the battlefield also cleaned and counted them all. Under the broken wall of the city wall, the ground that Zayajian used to kill the red with 8-foot Tunguyo has been buried by the Earth-style ninja launching a large-scale Earth-style. Because there is not much loot in that place. Ninja tools like the detonating talisman were all ignited and detonated under the explosion of the Zayajian light bomb pouring. As for collecting the corpses for the Wujinman, no one would do it as a barg. Have you counted the statistics? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who returned from fighting the fire, asked Yudiden Koharu. He and Danzo went to fight the fire, so the cleaning of the battlefield and counting the trophies were all given to Yudiden Koharu. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, the Konoha seniors gathered on the high wall also looked at Yudiden Koharu, looking forward to her answer. The statistics have been completed. Yudiden Koharu squinted his eyes, flipping through the recorded data and said, in this battle at Konoha village, 420 people were killed and more than 600 people were injured. Hearing Yudiden Koharu's words, the Konoha execs felt a little heavy. The casualties of Konoha that night were simply greater than those in frontline confrontations, and the casualties in every war were even greater. If Zayajian hadn't arrived in time and reversed Konoha's situation, they couldn't believe the follow-up. Because if Zayajian hadn't come, the Wujinman would have gone to the inside of the village early. What about Kirigakure's casualties? After taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. Although he knew that because of the arrival of Zayajian, the 447 casualties of Vunin were also huge. But he is under the high wall, but he doesn't know the exact number. Before Zayajian arrived, we relied on the high wall outside to fight back, and we also killed about 300 people from the other side. But compared to Zayajian's record, we are really inadequate. Yudiden Koharu smiled bitterly, then turned to Zayajian's recorded data. At this moment, it was recorded above, bloody numbers for Kirigakure. In the area below, it is impossible to verify how many were and died in the battle. But from our previous visual observation, when Zayajian first arrived here to rescue, he killed nearly 100 Wuren. Then the Wujinman collectively rushed here again, and he killed about 500 or 600 people. Then he used that straight golden light to sweep and kill nearly 200 enemies on the battlefield. Finally, add the nearly 600 corpses collected during the forest fire to count. Zayajian's number of enemies killed is more than 1,400 people. After finishing the data recorded in the book, Yudin Koharu also sighed in his heart, because the numbers recorded here are really huge and terrifying. And all the Konoha executives, hearing Yudin Koharu's report, were also shocked for a long time and couldn't talk to themselves. Fighting with myself and others for one night, there is not more than 1/3 of Zayajian's kills. Chapter 193. I can't look at it, I can't pull it off. Konoha village, 100 miles away, in a lush valley. The mist shinobi who had been defeated by Zayajian gradually gathered here. Didn't you let you send out all the signal flare? How come back such a small number of people? Yagura stood on a boulder, frowning and asked suspiciously. Although he is short and with a baby face, he looks like an underage child. But his true age is actually almost 30 years old. It can be regarded as a very experienced jonin. Master Yagura, our team was all killed. The signal flare sent out is estimated to be less than everyone's line of sight. So. Hearing Yagura's question, Akiri Shinobu said with a sad expression. They originally had an army of more than 5,000 people. However, there were only about 2,000 people gathered at this moment. In addition to their comrades who were slaughtered and killed, they had nearly 1,000 people who fled in all directions. At this moment, I don't know which corner of the country of fire I went to. Hearing what he said, Yagura sighed. Originally, he thought that they would definitely succeed in attacking Konoha in a detour according to 3rd Mizuki's words. And the original development of the matter is almost as they expected. It even broke Konoha village by just one shot. But what no one thought was that it was just when everyone thought that the victory or defeat was settled. The other party killed an enemy who had no intelligence and was as powerful as the ultimate. With this, they stretched their hands towards the fruits of victory and cut them off shoulder to shoulder. Now their Wujin army, it can be said that the real casualties are heavy. Report to Lord Yagura. One of our spies slipped out of Konoha village with intelligence. Just when the sorrow in the valley was bleak, a Wu Ren, with a man disguised as a little old man, walked over quickly. In fact, they had already sent intelligence to the village. But because of Wuren's army, they detoured from behind. They were worried that the army did not have the slightest intelligence, so they ventured out of Konoha village. My spy. Hearing information carried from Konoha, Yagura jumped off the boulder and greeted him. At this moment, there are many doubts in their minds. So when he heard a spy coming from Konoha at this moment, he naturally did not dare to neglect. Master Yagura. Seeing Yagura approaching oncoming, the spy immediately saluted him respectfully. He obviously knew Yagura too, so he didn't show any contempt because of his appearance. No need to be polite. Quickly tell me what information did you bring out from Konoha? Yagura raised his hand to gesture to the saluting spy, and then asked anxiously. At this moment they are no longer on the main road of Konoha and Kirigakure, so they hardly have any sources of intelligence. Sunagakure has been defeated by Konoha village and signed a defeat agreement with Konoha? What's the defeat of the second hidden village? The first sentence of intelligence the spy opened his mouth. Yagura and the jonin who gradually gathered were shocked. Yes, and the greatest contributor to the war. It's just before, Baiyun Zayajian who just arrived at Konoha. Just as everyone was shocked and unbelievable, the intelligence personnel planted a bomb again. Suddenly, everyone was shocked again. No wonder the Konoha checkpoint's defenses were so relaxed when we circumvented from the country of the river. It turns out that Sunagakure was defeated and surrendered. A Kirigakure jonin analyzed with a wry smile. At first, everyone thought that this was the trick of 3rd Mizuki's detour which had a miraculous effect. Unexpectedly, it was just Sunagakure's defeat and surrender, and Konoha relaxed his guard. As for Konoha village, why dare you to relax your guard against sand shinobi during the war? That's because in the 5 big villages of ninja world, in fact, they all follow an iron law. That is credibility. During the course of the war, both parties can do everything. But if one party admits defeat and surrenders, and the other party accepts the other party's surrender, in a short period of time, the two parties will not arbitrarily destroy this credibility. After all, if a shinobu village does not even have the most basic credit, so after that, who would dare to entrust a task in your village? The premise that the two parties are in an employment relationship is also based on the most basic integrity. So after Sunagakure admitted the sneak attack and signed the defeat treaty, Konoha dared to relax so much to the rear. This gave them an opportunity to take advantage of it. Speaking of it, they also made a mistake, but they didn't expect Sunagakure to be defeated. Is there any more information? Yagura also smiled bitterly. He also didn't expect that they could invade into the country of fire so easily. It turned out that there was still this level of relationship. On the way out of Konoha, I heard that the 7 ninja swordsmen were all killed. The spy said to everyone uncertainly. Because he didn't see this sentence with his own eyes, he just heard it from a distance. However, when he said this, it suddenly sounded like a thunder, which suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Nani? The 7 adults are killed in battle. Everyone, including Yagura, had their eyes widened, their eyes trembling unceasingly. Before, they only cared about retreating, so they soon dived into the jungle. So the scene where the 7 ninja swordsmen were massacred by Zayajian, they didn't actually see it. They thought that the 7 ninja swordsmen were also separated from them. Are you sure? Yagura squeezed the palm of her hand, sweat in it. Although he and the Ninja 7 were not very good at each other, it can even be said that he hates the guys who dominate the village. But now it is during the war, and the 7 of them are Kurigakure's highest combat power. If the 7 of them are really killed, then no one of them can compete with the strength of the shadow. Is it Zhao? I'm not too sure. Just when I dived out of Konoha village, I faintly heard the Konoha shinobi saying that they had seized the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It seems to be said that some people directly set Konoha's wall with the purpose of death, and they can't pull it off. Seeing a crowd of jonin all staring at him, the intelligence personnel suddenly spoke out carefully. In fact, he himself is not sure whether this information is true or not. So in his first sentence, he gave priority to expressing his position. That is, he is just a porter for others to discuss, and everything needs to be verified by themselves. Send everyone, all to me to find out. Before dark, come back here again to gather. This matter is very serious. It must be confirmed whether this information is true. Everyone looked at each other for a few moments, and then Yagura ordered in a solemn voice. At this moment, the ninja swordsman is not there, and he is the one with the highest prestige and strength among them. Chapter 194 Mikoto, enjoy the moon together at night. After a meal, Zaojian and Mikoto are the two, lay together on the deck chairs in the courtyard to rest. On the stone table beside him, a pot of freshly brewed tea was placed on a long-lost pot of tea. The gentle breeze blowing in makes this place very warm and peaceful. At the same time, it also allowed the two of them to enjoy this rare time. Well, my cooking skills are not lazy, right? Seeing his face full of happiness and contentment, Mikoto, who was obviously still thinking about cooking, asked Zaojian with a smile. To be honest, in a field that a person is good at, she has a sense of recognition and admiration. That's really a different kind of enjoyment. This is my life. The most delicious food ever tasted. Mikoto, lying in Zaojian's arms, looked up at Zaojian. The voice is very comfortable and gentle, but the eyes are very serious. In fact, Mikoto also has a very proud place. That is her cooking skills. Although she did not show her pride to anyone, but in her heart, she thinks that no one can be better than her in cooking and cooking. But today, she also has to admit, Zaojian's cooking skills are indeed much higher than hers. Even let her see the further hope of cooking from Zaojian. So for Zaojian's cooking skills, Mikoto is naturally submissive. Ha ha ha, you said that 447 makes me very comfortable. Zaojian smiled contentedly, and put his arms around Mikoto's shoulders, holding her tighter. Because there is only one deck chair in the courtyard, so both of them lie down and rest together. Of course, this is not the lack of lounge chairs in Zaojian's house. Among other things, in his system, there are several larger and more comfortable recliners. But this kind of rare opportunity to get along, Zaojian would naturally not be disappointed, so he took out another one and lay down for Mikoto. The two quietly enjoyed the warm moment, but because of the relationship of lying on a chair and digesting, their anger began to ripple. Mikoto-s. Zaojian swallowed his throat, feeling a bit dry and dumb. But reunion after a long absence, coupled with the warm atmosphere of the moment, made his voice unusually gentle. Hearing Zaojian's voice was strange, Mikoto raised his head. I saw a strange light glowing in his eyes. This made Mikoto, who was leaning on Zaojian's chest and listening to his heartbeat, flushed with shame. But seeing the expectation in Zaojian's eyes, Mikoto's ears turned red and slowly closed his eyes. It's done. I lost it. Zaojian exclaimed with joy in his heart. The heartbeat instantly multiplied by several times and accelerated. Tok tok. Is Lord Zaojian here? Just when Zaojian picked up Mikoto excitedly, when he was about to go on a major event in life, a voice suddenly rang from outside the door, and immediately poured him a basin of cold water. Who? Zaojian shouted with black lines. Sensation also radiated to the door in an instant. Lord Third Generation has to discuss some things, so I asked me to invite you over. Hearing Zaojian's voice, he was a little dissatisfied, and Umbu wearing the mask scratched his head in confusion. But he still truthfully stated his purpose. I understood, I will go over. Zaojian replied helplessly and put down Mikoto, who was blushing. Yes, then I will withdraw first. After receiving Zaojian's response, Umbujuian disappeared outside the door. Mikoto, shall we enjoy the moon together tonight? After sensing Umbu's disappearance, Zaojian sneered at Mikoto. Of course, it goes without saying what it means to watch the moon. Mikoto, who buried her head in front of her chest, responded with a faint mosquito noise. Her heart throbbed like a fawn. Ha ha. Zaojian couldn't help laughing. Fortunately, things did not go to waste because of being interrupted. Otherwise, Zaojian would have to be summoned by Third Generation and others to vomit blood. Grumbling. After taking a few sips of tea from the stone table, Zaojian relieved, his somewhat dry voice. Then Mikoto and Mikoto arranged each other's clothes. Then they hugged each other and flew out directly in the direction of the Hokage building. Although Zaojian intentionally slowed down in order to take care of Mikoto, but Konoha village is only so big, so less than a minute. The two fell in front of the Hokage building. Master Zaojian. Master Zaojian. The two ninjas standing guard in the Hokage building immediately greeted Zaojian when they saw Zaojian. For Zaojian who saved Konoha, they were equally grateful and admired. After all, their families are all in Konoha. If Zaojian hadn't arrived in time, they would end up ruined. Yeah, Zayajian nodded and led Kushina in. He has become accustomed to this kind of warm greetings during this period of time, so there is also a hint of discomfort or other feelings. Tok tok. Master third generation, sirs. Knocking on the door and entering the meeting room, Zayajian nodded to everyone. Come on, just sit over there. Third generation smiled and nodded in response. Then he raised his hand and gestured to Zayajian, on the two empty seats at the micro end of the conference table. The other high-level patriarchs also nodded friendly to Zayajian. During this period of time, Zayajian's battlefield has made great successes, and his strength is obvious to the public. If it weren't for the Uchiha Grand Elder, he would have acted first. They also wanted to find a patriarchal woman to marry Zayajian for ALN relationship. After all, with Zayajian's age and strength, he will be in Konoha village in the future. That is definitely a promising existence. It is a pity that this golden turtle son-in-law was trapped by the big Uchiha fox before they even noticed him. Yes, Zayajian nodded. Then he took Mikoto and sat down in the empty seat. He didn't feel a little nervous because it was all high-level villagers. Because let alone his strength. Even if he is not strong, he himself is not such a cautious person. Well, everyone is here, so let's start the meeting. After Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around the crowd, this announced the official start of the meeting. And the main content of this meeting. Undoubtedly, it was around Kirigakuru's sneak attack. The topic begins with the report on the battle between the two sides. Because when the casualties were counted before, not all the high levels were on the city wall. So Sarutobi Hiruzen, naturally, I still have to inform everyone. Zayajian sat quietly in his seat and did not speak. After all, these things are obviously not the purpose of third generation for letting itself participate in the meeting. So there is no need to speak up and participate in it. Chapter 195 The high-level villagers who were dumbfounded. After the announcement of the death of the two sides in battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen and other high-level people, after discussing the repair of the village for a while, as well as arranging the wounded, comforting the families of the compatriots who died in battle, and so on. Things are arranged one by one. Because it was during the war, most of the jonin in the village were not in the village. Therefore, all these things are directly assigned to the high level of the village, and the patriarchs of all ethnic groups will do it themselves. Okay, let's discuss next. How to deal with it, those mist ninjas outside the village. The meeting was almost to the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen only said the most important content of this meeting. And hearing his words, everyone in the conference room also expressed their opinions and spoke enthusiastically. However, most people's opinion is that Zayajian can personally lead a team to drive the mist shinobi out of the country of fire. Zayajian, what is your own opinion? After hearing the speeches of the people for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Zayajian. This is also where third generation summoned Zayajian. The main reason for him to attend high-level meetings. Because Konoha village is now at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Only Zayajian personally went to drive the Wujinman out of the land of fire. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, went out in person, but he didn't have that ability. Of course, this is not to say that he is not strong. It is his personality. Without Zayajian, it is more suitable for the battlefield. Forward. Actually, if you can. As long as the village can send a team to follow me to put out the fire. Then want me to kill all the ninjas of Kirigakur, that's not a big problem. Seeing everyone turning their eyes to themselves, Zayajian shrugged suddenly and smiled slyly. At this time, he has the ability to fly at high altitude. It's really not too simple to defeat a team that has been thousands of people. After all, no matter how many soldiers there are, can they still be able to withstand the bombing of planes? What's more, it is a powerful humanoid fighter like Zayajian. Therefore, if it is not for fear of causing a fire, Zayajian can solve all the battles by himself. No, this is not a good idea. If there is a strong wind, or if the rescue is not timely enough, that will be a devastating disaster for the various creatures in the land of fire. Hearing Zayajian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his forehead a little speechlessly. At this time, the direction in which the Wujin army was fleeing. That is a dense jungle with more than 1,000 miles. Regardless of such a large area of forest, it would be an astronomical loss to burn. And this will also be a major blow to the various ecological environments of the country of fire. Then I have nothing to do, I can quickly solve the fog ninjas. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Zayajian spread his hands. If you can't laser bomb the mist ninjas on a large area, then this battle will be more troublesome. The previous information didn't say. Do you still have a large area of wind-style ninjutsu? You use wind-style ninjutsu attack, can't you? Sarutobi Hiruzen tilted his head and looked at Zayajian, with a puzzled expression. He is not aware of the various power systems in Zayajian. So I subconsciously thought that Zayajian's wind style was the same as his guangxi, which could be used infinitely. Forward. The wind style ninjutsu is actually very expensive for chakra. If I make 7 or 8 rounds in a row, then my chakra will be exhausted. So if I use wind style to fight, I can't actually fight for a long time. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Zayajian was slightly ashamed. Devil fruit consumes physical energy, while ninjutsu consumes chakra. Is this something completely different? Of course, he couldn't read these things to everyone. However, after Zayajian's words were finished, everyone in the conference room was confused. It seems that everyone's faces are writing a few big characters. That is, are you lacking chakra? In the previous battle, weren't you a thief with unlimited firepower? In fact, the light escape I developed is a ninjutsu with very low chakra consumption. That's why I can keep on releasing and fighting for so long. Seeing the faces of the people, Zaojian immediately guessed their thoughts. Anyway, he had thought about the reason before. So at this time, he opened his mouth and started talking nonsense. Your light escape is chakra's low-cost ninjutsu. Hearing Zaojian's answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused and curious. After all, chakra consumes low ninjutsu and is generally not very powerful. However, Zaojian's light escape, it can't even be said that the earth is shaking and the mountains are shaking. On the battlefield in the morning, the huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters and the mushroom cloud rising into the sky, it was still very clear at this time, printed in their minds. Because my light escape is a ninjutsu formed by the fusion of 4 chakras, so maybe the quality has changed suddenly. Zaojian lied to everyone seriously. No one can verify these things anyway. 0. Seeking flowers? 0. So naturally he wanted to talk nonsense, then just talk nonsense. Nanny. Guangdun is a new technique for the fusion of 4 chakras. 4 kinds of chakra techniques. What level of ninjutsu is this in the end? After Zaojian's words were finished, the entire conference room suddenly screamed in unbelievable exclamation. As we all know, the ninjutsu formed by the fusion of the 2 chakras can be called the blood succession boundary. And the ninjutsu formed by the fusion of the 3 chakras is the elimination of the blood. At this time, in the entire ninjutsu world, only Uegakure's Onoji had this level of ninjutsu. But the ninjutsu formed by the fusion of 4 chakras? That is something that has never been heard in the ninja world from ancient times to the present. Even to say that this level of ninjutsu, because no one can do it. So far, they still belong to 1, and there is no escape technique of blood succession level? Yes, a new technique formed by the fusion of 4 chakras. So you don't think I have been releasing ninjutsu, but in fact, my consumption is not as exaggerated as you think. And my chakra volume is also not as large as you think. So using wind-style ninjutsu to drive away the fog ninjutsu is really not easy to do. While Zaojian spoke, he deliberately condensed light on his fingertips. Let the high-level Konoha be able to feel the special abilities of sparkling fruit at close range. It seems that I haven't felt this light escape. What huge chakra fluctuations are there? Seeing Zaojian's special use of light, a group of Konoha executives suddenly closed their eyes and felt it. But it's as if it really is what Zaojian said. There is not much chakra implicit in this light escape. It can even be said that it is almost impossible to feel the existence of chakra. Are the 4 chakras merged? Ninjutsu will have such a huge qualitative change. I can't even perceive the original chakra directly. A group of Konoha executives all started guessing. Because in the long history of ninja world, there has never been a ninjutsu that is a fusion of 4 chakras. Therefore, they who have nowhere to study can also not know that Zaojian is fooling them. Chapter 196 Dig a hole for Danzo? Which 4 kinds of chakra are there? Unexpectedly, this new qualitative change will evolve. Just as everyone was speculating, Danzo's voice suddenly asked. Zaojian looked over in surprise. Danzo was looking at him with one eye. Moreover, under his eyes, there was a faint color of fanaticism. When a group of high-level people heard Danzo's words, they also looked at Zaojian one after another. Although under normal circumstances, no one will ask the other side the secret of ninjutsu, because this is actually a category involving personal privacy. But since he took the initiative, Danzo asked. Then it also aroused their curiosity. So everyone is too, looking at Zaojian curiously. The 4 chakra attributes of fire, wind, thunder, and sun. The fire attribute is the main one, the wind attribute is the supplement, and the thunder attributes violent is blessed, and finally the yang attribute is balanced and adjusted. In this way, 447 can give birth to light escape ninjutsu. Zaojian is serious nonsense. He would have liked Danzo to try. Because of the integration of chakra, it is no small matter. The attributes of various chakras are the existence of mutual restraint. So in the process of fusing chakra, the danger is also very great. If one fails, it triggers chakra's mutual exclusion reaction, and what a big explosion will happen. That's a serious injury if you are a small one, and a death if you are a big one. As for Danzo, who once framed himself, Zaojian naturally wished that he would take the initiative to try. Then I was killed by chakra's explosion. I see. After Zaojian finished speaking, all the village leaders suddenly realized. In his expression, he also felt eager to try. Seeing this scene made Zaojian's heart a little ashamed. I want to pit Danzo, that's right. But if you are going to try, then you will really hurt the innocent. Thinking of this, Zaojian still felt that it would be good to remind everyone. Otherwise, let them wait for people and die under their own ridiculous words. It would be really helpless and sinful. Ahem, of course. Powerful tactics are accompanied by corresponding dangers. Zaojian coughed twice and said with a slightly serious expression. However, Danzo's eyes were full of enthusiasm. Obviously it was not extinguished because of danger. This made Zaojian's heart also a little secretly chuckling. That's right, this is Danzo's original character. This guy who was willing to implant Hashirama cells on himself. Obviously, he has an extremely strong desire for strength. Well, let's not talk about this light escape. You guys, you all missed the main content of the meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit the pipe and shook his head with a smile. Although Zaojian made it clear, it would be troublesome to fight without just fleeing. But from the self-confidence he showed, He also said that he can even kill the mist ninjas. Although I haven't thought of a way to get the best of both worlds yet. But at this moment, the safety of Konoha village is no longer a concern. Actually, there is no need to worry about this matter. Kirigakuru's 7-man ninja swordsmen were just destroyed by Zayajian. Without cage-level combat power, they will definitely not dare to attack easily for a while. Even if they dare to call over again, that's still two things. When Sarutobi Hiruzen's words began to fall into contemplation in the meeting room, the patriarch of the Nara clan suddenly laughed. And his guess was correct, because the mist ninjas had not yet fully gathered together at this time. Let alone, will they attack Konoha again? If that's the case, then we can only give it up first. Also let everyone who stayed up all night and fight for a night rest for a while. Hearing what the chief Nara said, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe and thought for a while. Then he nodded and said helplessly to the people. In fact, if possible, he certainly hopes that Kirigakuru's army can be driven out of the country of fire as soon as possible. Because Zayajian is the frontline commander of Iwagakure on the battlefield. It is impossible for him to stay in the village forever to guard against the mist shinobi army outside the village. He has to rush back to the front line as soon as possible to preside over the overall situation on the front line. So he can't stay in the village for a long time now. Then I will withdraw first and go to arrange various affairs. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, all the people around the conference table also stood up. They also stayed up all night. So they also hope that things can be arranged as soon as possible. Then go to make up for a good night's sleep. They are already too old, but unlike the ninjas who guard on the wall, they don't have that good spirit. If it were not for a post-war meeting, they would fall asleep when they went home. The Lord third generation, I will go back to being the idea of respecting the old and loving the young. After a group of Konoha executives all got up and left the meeting room, Zayajian took Mikato and stood up from his seat together. You wait a minute. I have something to discuss with you alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen vaguely glanced at Uchiha Grand Elder and Uchiha Mikato. Then he beckoned and shouted at Zayajian. Is there anything else? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen holding him back, Zayajian turned his head around in confusion. He is ready to go home with Mikato. Let's go up to the rooftop and talk. If the old man smokes there, the air will not be as itchy as it is now. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off the pipe from his mouth and smiled while talking. At the same time, he waved his hand, fanning the smoke in front of him. That's okay. Mikato, wait for me first. I noticed that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to tell myself and didn't want other outsiders to know. So Zayajian also turned to Mikato, nodded, and smiled. You go with Master Third Generation. Grandpa and I are waiting for you outside. Mikato responded softly to Zayajian. Then he helped the Great Elder and left the meeting room first. Let's go. Not only is it convenient for me to smoke, but the scenery is also better than other places. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, and then took the lead out of the meeting room. Zayajian stepped to follow his steps. After the two got out of Hokage Building 3.0, they walked slowly towards the top of the rooftop along the stairs surrounding the building. This way, the scenery in this place is really good, right? After arriving at the rooftop, Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out a smoke ring and said with a smile to Zayajian. Although the Hokage Building is not the tallest building in Konoha village, but as far as the rooftop is concerned, it is definitely the highest. At the moment, the two of them are on the rooftop, and they feel that the wind is much stronger than below. Okay, but it's pretty cool here. I want to put up a deck chair and take a nap here. With a refreshing breeze blowing in, Zayajian stretched his body and smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him to come up. It was definitely not for talking about these homely leisure activities, so he was also waiting for the other party's follow-up. Chapter 197 Sarutobi Hiruzen, what do you think of the Uchiha clan? Take another deep breath of the pipe, and spit out a cloud of white smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the edge of the roof and looked down. I saw Grand Elder Uchiha and Uchiha Mikato, under the shade of a tree next to the Hokage building, talking and laughing, waiting for Zayajian. Zayajian, how do you feel about the Uchiha clan? After hesitating for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the pipe from his mouth and asked. The Hokage building has 4 floors, and each floor is nearly 10 meters high. Therefore, the conversation between the two of them at this time cannot be transmitted to the ground, nor can it be transmitted to the ears of the two below. The Uchiha clan. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Zayajian looked at his back in surprise. If it is someone else, Sarutobi Hiruzen may not care too much about this kind of question. At most, I feel that it may be the third generation, some dissatisfied with the arrogant Uchiha clan. But Zayajian is a traverser? He knows the plot and the relationship between all parties. Naturally, he can't be so dull. And Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him this kind of question at this time. Among them, there must be a certain deep meaning in it. The Uchiha clan, Konoha's largest family. But in the clan, there are many self-esteem, even very arrogant guys. 02. Because of this, most of them feel that they are superior to others when they face people from outside the clan. I haven't figured out what Sarutobi Hiruzen actually means. So Zayajian at this time can only answer from the outside of the Uchiha clan. Yeah. Hearing Zayajian's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, and then closed his gaze from below. Zayajian's answer is quite pertinent. He did not say anything good for the Uchiha clan because of his relationship with Uchiha Mikato. Nor did they discredit Uchiha because they had a festival. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded secretly, because what he said is actually the state of the Uchiha clan at this time, but because there was a conflict with Zaijin before. Therefore, the recent Uchiha family has converged a lot. I'm talking about if the Uchiha clan wants to stage a coup in the village in the future, or want to betray the village, then what will you do, or which side will you be on? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes drooped for a while. Then he looked up at Zaijin and said in a deep voice that the recent strong rise of Zaijin has made him and the high levels of the village attach great importance to Zaijin. But think of the relationship between Zaijin and Uchiha Mikoto. Third generation felt some headaches and faint worries. So he is also anxious to know what Zaijin's attitude towards the Uchiha clan is. If because of Mikoto's relationship, let him have a friendly attitude towards the Uchiha clan. So Sarutobi Hiruzen and others may not let him enter Konoha's right center too much in the future. Does this still need to be said? I will definitely stand on the side of the village, Zaijin answered without hesitation. At the same time, there was a slight helpless and wry smile in his heart. After doing it for a long time, it turned out to be because of my relationship with Mikoto. So I worry about being partial to the Uchiha clan in the future? Then what if you and Mikoto get into trouble in the future? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Zaijin with a leisurely expression. Eyes were fixed on his facial expression, not letting go of any detail. Mikoto is Mikoto, and the Uchiha clan is the Uchiha clan. How can this kind of thing be confused? If Mikoto and I do get into trouble in the future, then she will be called Baiyun Mikoto instead of Uchiha Mikoto. Zaijin looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen somewhat speechlessly. He is not lying to Huang, because he really has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. As for the Uchiha clan, the only two people who have intersection with him are Mikoto and the Great Elder. He didn't bother to care about other people. After all, did that have anything to do with him? So, that's fine. Seeing Zaijin's expression, there was nothing unusual. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved, he couldn't help but laugh. Zaijin's strength is like flying in a plane, and his rise is too fast. It has even reached the point where one person can change the course of a war. After this war is over, Zaijin will definitely become famous in the ninja world. It can even be said in the future that as long as there is Zaijin sitting in Konoha village, then there are no other villages who dare to come and start a war against Konoha village, the country of fire. Zaijin's strength is so powerful that it can deter surrounding countries. So this can't help. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is third Hokage, is a little cautious. Master third generation, is there anything else? If there is nothing for the time being, then I will leave first. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen seem to let go of his depression, Zaijin also said with a smile that from these few words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he not only felt Sarutobi Hiruzen's concerns, at the same time, he also felt that the village attaches great importance to himself. This is also good news. It's just that I didn't have the strength before. He doesn't think about and fight for the position of Hokage. But now, since it has a strong strength. Moreover, the senior villagers seem to have high hopes for themselves. Then Zaijin will naturally have to compete for the position of Hokage. Let's not talk about anything else, just because his system is called the strongest prestige system. This is worth his competition. After all, in the entire Konoha village, who can be more prestigious than Hokage? Of course, the most important thing is because of the temptation of power. Okay, then you go back first. Knowing the attitude of 447 in the morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt much more relaxed. He did not ask Zaijin to keep the conversation between the two people secret, because from Zaijin's behavior, his character is obviously very stable. So in this case, there is no need to waste any tongue. Then Lord Third Generation, go and rest, too. After all, you fought all night today. Zaijin smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen, approaching one step out, directly using the Wukong technique, landed to the two people below. Hey, it's good to be young. See, Zaijin can't wait to find Mikoto. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, then knocked out the residue from the pipe. He also turned and walked down the stairs again, but compared with the slow and heavy pace when he came up, at this time, his footsteps were obviously lighter. Let you wait a long time, let's go. From the roof of the Hokage building, after landing to the ground, Zaijin smiled at Mikoto and the elder. Then the three of them also walked in the direction of the Uchiha clan residence. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not assign tasks to Uchiha because of his growth and old age. Therefore, he does not need to perform or account for any tasks. Chapter 198 Panic Mist Shinobi Jonin? On the way to Uchiha Station, the great elders have always been very enthusiastic, pulling Zaijin to talk to each other. Because the other party is the elder of Mikoto, Zaijin naturally also behaved a little more kindly. The three stopped and went all the way, coupled with the relationship between growing old and old. When the three of them arrived at Uchiha Station, it was almost an hour. Of course, the main reason for walking for so long. In fact, someone always comes up and asks Zaijin for an autograph. While this made Zaijin's prestige value rise, he also felt helpless. This is probably the feeling of pain and happiness. When he came to the house of the Great Elder was still very enthusiastic. But after all, I was getting older, and I had to stay up all night. So after a while, his eyelids went into a fight. Helpless, he had no choice but to say goodbye to Zaijin, and then went to sleep by himself. so Zayajian and Mikoto were the only two in the courtyard. The time in the two-person world always flies quickly. It always feels like it's been a while before the sky suddenly darkens. However, the darkness also means that Zayajian is about to take Mikoto home to enjoy the moon. Funny. But before that, Zayajian and Mikoto had to settle dinner first. So they held hands and entered the kitchen again. But the difference is that this time it's Mikoto's kitchen. Because Mikoto's hobby is the reason for food and cooking. So her kitchen is much larger than Zayajian's nest. And all kinds of kitchen utensils are available. So Zayajian invited Ying again, and showed his hands and feet. And Mikoto, once again acted as a starter for him. An hour passed, several delicious dishes were born perfectly, and the aroma diffused from the restaurant. Even the great elder who smelled the scent grumbled and got up. Just when he wanted to praise Mikoto's cooking skills, Zayajian walked out of the kitchen around his waist. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he gave an incredible exclamation. Until then, he didn't know that Zayajian had made the dishes on the restaurant table. Then he thought again that he had invited Zayajian to be a guest at home for the first time. Then when he showed off Mikoto's cooking skills to Zayajian, he felt like a trick. However, what he didn't know was that Zayajian at that time had such superb cooking skills now. This dinner was a delight for the guests and the host. After dinner, I chatted with the elders for a while. Zayajian said goodbye to the elder, and flew out directly into the sky. When he landed in his courtyard, Zayajian was so furious that he picked up the blushing Mikoto, kicked the door of his house and walked in quickly. How is it? Have you found them? Konoha village is in the valley 100 miles away. The Mizunas who were sent out by Yagura to find the 7 ninja swordsmen all rushed back in batches one after the other. Even the more than 1,000 people who were previously dispersed by Zayajian have been recovered one after another, about 800 people. However, the news about the Ninja 7, all the people who rushed back shook their heads over and over again. At this time, the team that had just returned was already the last one. Could not find it. The lead Jonin sighed, then continued. But we found a few companions. They all claimed that they saw Same Hada wandering past their eyes when they were running in the deep forest. In the rear of Same Hada, they did not see the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. That's why the 7 ninja swordsmen, I'm afraid it's really bad luck. After Jonin's words were finished, Yagura and the other Jonins around fell silent. In fact, in the waiting and disappointment again and again, they have gradually believed that this information is true. However, they always hold a fluke, looking forward to the next team to bring back news, and even bring people back. But until this time, they all gave up. What kind of character is the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost? That is Kirigakuru's elite Jonin. How could his weapons wander outside alone? So the only explanation is that the other party really looks like an intelligence officer said yes. Kirigakuru's ninja swordsmen were all killed. Master Yagura, what should we do now? Can this battle go on? We don't have any cage-level combat power to hold the line now. Moreover, if Konoha's Baiyun Zayajian has been flying high in the sky, then we have nothing to do with him. After the scene fell into silence for a while, someone finally couldn't help but ask. Hearing what he said, the rest of the people also looked at Yagura. Now the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed in battle. So Yagura is their only backbone at the moment. You ask me, how do I know? I am also at a loss now. Hear the questions of his companions. Yagura sighed helplessly. For a while, it seemed very funny. Because of his baby face, his old-fashioned movements and voices are really out of place. Master Yagura. Actually, there is one thing that I haven't said yet. Just when the crowd fell silent again because of Yagura's words, another Jonin from Kirigakure suddenly stammered. The crowd looked over in confusion, only to see the person speaking was Jonin from the logistics department, named Yuanhee. What's wrong? If you have anything, just say it straight. Seeing that Motokawa's face was a little bad, Yagura frowned and asked suspiciously. Originally because of the defeat of the army and the death of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he had enough trouble. At this moment, seeing Yuanhee's somewhat contorted expression, his tone became slightly displeased. Originally, our food was probably enough for the army to use for about half a month. But in the previous escape, most of my logistics team members who carried food were missing. I don't know if they are separated, or if they are already killed, Liz. I went to check the food left in the logistics department just now. Probably it will only be enough for our army to eat for another 5 days or so. Seeing that Yagura was a little unhappy, Yuanhee said quickly. But the more it came to the end, his voice became quieter. Nanny, only 5 days of food left. What are you kidding? Yuanhee, tell me, what you said is not true. As soon as Yuanhee finished speaking, Yagura didn't even react. The other Kirigakure Jonin immediately grabbed Yuanhee. They have only been out of Kirigakure for a week, so there are at least 10 days before the next village supply. But the food that I waited for at this time was only 5 days worth of food? This allows the frontline army to hold on to the next supply of the village? Do you want to eat for 1 day and be hungry for 5 days? So Yagura is their only backbone at the moment. You ask me, how do I know? I am also at a loss now. Hear the questions of his companions. Yagura sighed helplessly. For a while, it seemed very funny. Because of his baby face, his old-fashioned movements and voices are really out of place. Master Yagura. Actually, there is one thing that I haven't said yet. Just when the crowd fell silent again because of Yagura's words, another Jonin from Kirigakure suddenly stammered. The crowd looked over in confusion, only to see the person speaking was Jonin from the logistics department, named Yuanhee. What's wrong? If you have anything, just say it straight. Seeing that Motokawa's face was a little bad, Yagura frowned and asked suspiciously. Originally because of the defeat of the army and the death of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he had enough trouble. At this moment, seeing Yuanhee's somewhat contorted expression, his tone became slightly displeased. Originally, our food was probably enough for the army to use for about half a month. But in the previous escape, most of my logistics team members who carried food were missing. I don't know if they are separated, or if they are already killed, Liz. I went to check the food left in the logistics department just now. Probably it will only be enough for our army to eat for another 5 days or so. Seeing that Yagura was a little unhappy, Yuanhee said quickly. But the more it came to the end, his voice became quieter. Nanny, only 5 days of food left. What are you kidding? Yuanhee, tell me, what you said is not true. As soon as Yuanhee finished speaking, Yagura didn't even react. The other Kirigakuer Jonin immediately grabbed Yuanhee. They have only been out of Kirigakuer for a week, so there are at least 10 days before the next village supply. But the food that I waited for at this time was only 5 days worth of food? This allows the frontline army to hold on to the next supply of the village? Do you want to eat for 1 day and be hungry for 5 days? Chapter 199. If there is a wife like this, how can the husband ask for it? Okay, stop arguing. I saw several Jonin grabbing Yuanhee and roaring. The sound was so loud that it even alarmed the nearby army. So Yagura immediately yelled at the people. Although Yuanhee, as the manager of the logistics department, Jonin, he lost the grain, he was indeed inseparable from the responsibility. But before, all our troops were killed and fled. Who has the mind to pay attention to the whereabouts of their members, or their lives and deaths? So at this moment, it is not so much that Yuanhee has the responsibility, it is better to say that everyone has an indirect responsibility. That is, everyone failed to protect their logistics forces. Master Yagura. But this guy, seeing Yagura's anger, grabbing several Jonins in Yuanhee, this unwillingly loosened Yuanhee. Then the scene fell into a terrible silence. Originally, it was confirmed that the 7 ninjas were killed in battle, for the Mist Ninja army. This is already a big enough blow, but I didn't expect that the room leaked in the night rain. Now even the army's food is in short supply. For Kirigakuer's army, this is simply worse, making everyone's situation even more difficult. Master Yagura, what should I do now? 450. There is not enough food. Are we going to withdraw troops? At this moment, another Kirigakuer Jonin asked helplessly. With food shortages at this time, they had only 2 choices. The first is to lead the army directly into Konoha village to snatch food from the other side. Second, we can only retreat quickly with an army. And the first choice, because of the existence of Baiyun Zayajian, they actually did not have the slightest certainty that they could enter Konoha village. The second option is that they need to withdraw as soon as possible. Because of their location at this time, Kirigakuer also has a journey of about 5 days. So the food left at this time was only enough for them to retreat back to the village. If they retreat 1 day later, they will all have to be hungry for an extra day. Bring the map here. Yagura gave an order when he heard the words of his companion. A Jonin beside him quickly handed over a map of Ninja World. Yagura tiled the map on the ground, and he himself squatted down. With the help of the faint firelight next to him, he carefully observed the Ninja World map. Time passed by every minute and every second. The Jonins are also quietly waiting for Yagura's reply. Call retreat, Acta, tomorrow. After struggling and hesitating for a while, Yagura also said helplessly. They were not sure about attacking Konoha village. And if you can't get in within 5 days, then their Kirigakuer army will have to run out of food. It is too risky to do so, so he can only choose to retreat safely. In fact, they have another way to go. That was Tsunagakuer, who turned around to attack, who had just been defeated by Konoha. From within the Kingdom of Wind, grabbed a sum of food enough for the army to eat. However, thinking of the team at this time, there is no cage-level combat power to hold the line. And at this time, the army has just experienced a big defeat, and the military spirit is not so stable. So if you attack the Kingdom of Wind now, it is also a big adventure. So in the end, Yagura hesitated and struggled for a long time, but he gave up the idea in his mind. Yes. Hearing what Yagura said, all Jonin breathed a sigh of relief. I saw Yagura struggling just now. The people were really afraid that his brain was getting hot, and he would give out an order that he would not retreat. Fortunately, this is just their worry. The next day, when Zayajian wakes up as usual, Mikato is no longer around, and there was a big hole cut in the sheets of my house. Seeing this scene, Zayajian suddenly laughed. Because yesterday, several beautiful sakura flowers bloomed in this big hole. At this moment, Zayajian suddenly found a note on his bedside table, so he picked it up curiously and watched it. I saw a few lines of beautiful handwriting, neatly written on the slip of paper. The general content is that she is going to sneak home before her grandfather wakes up, and she can't let her grandfather find out that she has stayed out all night. Ha ha ha. Seeing the content on the handwriting, Zayajian snickered. It is not so much the rules of the rich family or the ladies. Rather, it's actually that Mikato is too shy and doesn't know how to face him for the time being, so he ran away secretly. Thinking of the beautiful night yesterday, Zayajian suddenly laughed again. Mikato gave him a completely different feeling from Kushina. Because she didn't have the boldness of Kushina, she was passive almost all the time. But her body is growing, she is much more mature than Mezanei. After all, Mikoto was originally about 3 or 4 years older than him and Kushina. After getting up to wash, Zaejian cleaned up his room again. Retreat, Acta, tomorrow. After struggling and hesitating for a while, Yagura also said helplessly. They were not sure about attacking Konoha village. And if you can't get in within 5 days, then their Kirigakure army will have to run out of food. It is too risky to do so, so he can only choose to retreat safely. In fact, they have another way to go. That was Tsunagakure, who turned around to attack, who had just been defeated by Konoha. From within the Kingdom of Wind, grabbed a sum of food enough for the army to eat. However, thinking of the team at this time, there is no cage-level combat power to hold the line. And at this time, the army has just experienced a big defeat, and the military spirit is not so stable. So if you attack the Kingdom of Wind now, it is also a big adventure. So in the end, Yagura hesitated and struggled for a long time, but he gave up the idea in his mind. Yes. Hearing what Yagura said, all Jonin breathed a sigh of relief. I saw Yagura struggling just now. The people were really afraid that his brain was getting hot, and he would give out an order that he would not retreat. Fortunately, this is just their worry. The next day, when Zaejian wakes up as usual, Mikoto is no longer around. And there was a big hole cut in the sheets of my house. Seeing this scene, Zaejian suddenly laughed. Because yesterday, several beautiful sakura flowers bloomed in this big hole. At this moment, Zaejian suddenly found a note on his bedside table. So he picked it up curiously and watched it. I saw a few lines of beautiful handwriting, neatly written on the slip of paper. The general content is that she is going to sneak home before her grandfather wakes up, and she can't let her grandfather find out that she has stayed out all night. Ha ha ha. Seeing the content on the handwriting, Zaejian snickered. It is not so much the rules of the rich family or the ladies. Rather, it's actually that Mikoto is too shy and doesn't know how to face him for the time being, so he ran away secretly. Thinking of the beautiful night yesterday, Zaejian suddenly laughed again. Mikoto gave him a completely different feeling from Kushina. Because she didn't have the boldness of Kushina, she was passive almost all the time. But her body is growing, she is much more mature than Mezanei. After all, Mikoto was originally about 3 or 4 years older than him and Kushina. After getting up to wash, Zaejian cleaned up his room again. Then he left the house comfortably. Mikoto's note also said, let him go to Mikoto's house for breakfast after waking up. And Zaejian, of course, would not refuse this kind of invitation. Master Zaejian, good morning. Master Zaejian, ohayo, eheyo. The countless villagers I met along the way greeted Zaejian enthusiastically. And Zaejian in a good mood also nodded in response with a smile on his face. The prestige value of the system has been accumulated more and more as more and more people recognize Zaejian's appearance. In fact, his reserve of prestige has already exceeded the 100,000 mark on the way to the Uchiha clan yesterday. However, because his strength was already invincible, he was not in a hurry at this time, so he went to improve his strength again. Therefore, Zaejian has already begun to plan to store the prestige value in the 5-star lottery at the million level. Or, when you need to improve your strength, it's not too late to start a lottery. Tok tok. Mikoto, here I am. When they came to Mikoto's house, Zaejian knocked and shouted. The overall architecture of the Uchiha clan is in the traditional old-fashioned style, so there is no doorbell installed, because it will destroy the style and atmosphere of the building. Precisely because of this, the old door knocking method is still used in the residence of the Uchiha clan. Come here, the old man will open the door. At this time, an old voice came out. The voice of Grand Elder Uchiha was undoubtedly clear. Quickly come in. Quickly come in. Zaejian, you are here at the right time, and Mikoto is just preparing breakfast. The Great Elder smiled kindly and pulled Zaejian into the door. After hearing the words of the Great Elder, Zaejian also smiled consciously. Because of course he knew that Mikoto was preparing breakfast. After all, this is what he is here for now. Not much time. Just talked with the Great Elder in Zaejian for a while. Mikoto also came out of the kitchen with breakfast. Several bowls of chicken porridge with fried eggs. There are also several side dishes suitable for breakfast. For breakfast, it is very hearty. But while eating porridge, Zaejian accidentally discovered that another omelette was hidden under his bowl. This made him feel a burst of joy in his heart. It's true that there are wives, so what a couple. And when Mikoto saw Zaejian dig out the egg, he flushed and buried his head. Chapter 200 When you guys return, we will meet each other. After breakfast, Zaejian and Mikoto accompanied the Grand Elder and came to the Hokage building again. Because before the war is over, whether there is anything or not, the senior officials and the patriarchs of the village must all gather together to cope with emergencies. Report. Report to Lord Third Generation, Elders, and Patriarchs. At dawn, the Mist Shinobi army gathered and retreated toward the coastline. When it was noon, a ninja ran into the meeting room and reported the situation from him. Let everyone in the conference room feel a little confused. Kirigakure retreated. What the hell is this, or what are they trying to do? The high-level patriarchs who didn't understand Mist Shinobi's movements all looked at each other. This time they attacked, but Konoha village was hit in front of the village for the first time in history. Although Konoha village is now, there is Zaejian this strong guarding. It is estimated that their Mist Shinobi army will not be able to fight in. but their retreat is too decisive, right? Antlers, what do you think? There was a lot of noise in the meeting room after a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the head of the Nara clan. Although Patriarch Nara is also very old, but in this conference room, he still serves as a military advisor and analyst. Because who made them the Nara clan, all have high IQ, so third generation is of course making the best use of everything. Since they are withdrawing at this time, that should be their internal, there is a problem. As for what happened, the old man can't guess at all. Hearing third generation's inquiry, the patriarch of the Nara clan pondered for a while before he answered. He is a dozen years older than Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he claimed to be an old man, and there was nothing wrong with it. Continue to find out what Kirigakure is doing. When I saw the patriarch of the Nara clan, I didn't see any tricks. So Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and gave an order to the ninja who came to report the information. Now that Kirigakure's army retreated by itself, then there is no need for them to think about how to drive the Mist Shinobi army out. However, in order to prevent them from playing any tricks, it is necessary to pay close attention to the movements of their army. Yes, third generation lord. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, the intelligence ninja responded respectfully. Then he saluted the people in the conference room again. Only then quickly retreated. Now it's okay, we don't need to drive them away. Yes, but since Kirigakure has launched a war against us, then this matter is not over. After the battle between Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi village is over, we will come back to settle the settlement with them. After the intelligence ninja stepped back, the meeting room became loud again. However, the atmosphere in the meeting room at this time is much more relaxed than before, and the high-level patriarchs of Konoha have once again restored their original, frontline triumphant smiles. Of course, as they said, for whatever reason, Kirigakure is now retreating. But since they have taken the initiative to offend, it will also be Konoha village, it's time for Kirigakure to pay the price. Well, since Kirigakure retreats, let's wait for their movement in the afternoon. If it's really a retreat, not a conspiracy, then Zaejian, you have to go back to the front line as soon as possible to preside over the overall situation. There was noisy discussion in the conference room for a short while, and third generation raised his hand to suppress the voices of everyone. Then he looked at Zaejian and said with a smile, "That's fine, then wait for afternoon information. If it's all right, then I'll be back to the front line. It just happens that my flying ability has just been developed. When I returned to the front line this time, I took the army with one effort and directly defeated Iwagakure's troops." Hearing the words of third generation, Zaejian also smiled and answered, "There are not so many jungles in the battlefield of Iwagakure. Therefore, he is completely free to carry out high-altitude bombing attacks on Rock Shinobi's army. Ha ha ha. With your words, the old ladies are relieved. Yes, Iwagakure's front is finally coming to an end. Speaking of this war, but our Konoha village has ended the fastest war ever." Zaejian vowed to be frank, and everyone in the meeting room burst into laughter. It's like a battlefield with Iwagakure, not just about to fight. Instead, they have finished the fight and then won. Yes, we are relieved with your words. But Zaejian, don't kill the other party's five-tails Jinchuriki. Remember to catch it back alive. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed similarly. Judging from Zaejian's battle yesterday, he is fully capable of defeating Rock Shinobi. So naturally no one thinks Zaejian is talking big. Okay, I'll bring him prisoner when the time comes. Zaejian also laughed. Hearing his words, the meeting room was once again caught in the noisy cheers. And the one with the loudest voice is undoubtedly Uchiha Grand Elder. Zaejian is his custom-made son-in-law, let alone whether he will help the Uchiha clan in the future. Even if he doesn't help, he is Mikato's husband and wife. It is also worthy of him to show off and be proud of everyone. The other high-level people saw the triumphant expression of Uchiha Grand Elder. All are envious and jealous. But who made Zaejian, the Golden Turtle son-in-law, hadn't been discovered by them before. So they can only stare at the proud Uchiha Grand Elder. Because it may take another few days to be separated from Mikato. So Zaejian said goodbye to the people in the meeting room and took Mikato to be alone. And Mikato also cherishes the opportunity of being together because Zaejian is about to leave temporarily. When the time came in the afternoon, Zaejian and Mikato returned to the Hokage building again. Report. Master Third Generation, Elders, and Patriarchs. The army of Kirigakure has retreated to the vicinity of the Nagano River. Soon after Zaejian and Mikato returned to the Hokage building, an intelligence officer monitoring the movement of Mist Shinobi's army also came to the Hokage building to report again. It seems Kirigakure has really retreated. Hear the report of the intelligence personnel. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the ninja map on the table. Then he laughed at everyone. Since being attacked by the Mist Shinobi army the day before yesterday, this ninja map has been spread on the conference table and has not been removed. Ha ha ha, yes. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, everyone also said with a smile. It is confirmed that the Mist Shinobi army will retreat, which also means that Zaejian is about to rush back to the front line, and the victory will be uploaded back from the front line again. Since it's confirmed, they really retreated, so I won't stay much. At this moment, Zaejian also stood up. Saying goodbye, Zaejian had already said when I was alone with Mikato just now, so at this time he was about to leave, naturally without the slightest hesitation. Walk around, the old ladies will send you off. Hearing what Zaejian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and stood up. Then the Konoha high-level patriarchs all stood up with a smile. Well, then, thank you elders. Seeing that they were so enthusiastic, Zayajian did not refuse. After all, everyone stood up, and it was not suitable to refuse others. That's it, everyone, stay. 0. Walking outside the Hokage building, Zayajian turned his head and smiled at everyone. He flew away, so he didn't need to be sent to the entrance of the village. That line, that Zayajian you have a smooth journey. When your army guy spins, we old guys will greet you. Hearing what Zayajian said, Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. And everyone nodded with smiles. That's okay, then thank you again. Zayajian smiled and nodded, then flew out directly into the sky. The speed is so fast that Zayajian has disappeared from everyone's sight in just the blink of an eye. Hey, do you know what I brought back? Just when the high-level Konoha jokingly envied Zayajian's flying ability, a familiar voice came from the direction of the street corner. I saw that Mitokado Homura, who had been sent to the battlefield to give honor to Zayajian, finally returned to the village. You know, do I bring something back? Speaking of which, I will definitely shock you. Mitokado Homura is proud to sell her. However, the high-level patriarchs of Konoha looked at him with weird faces. What's wrong? Is there anything on me? Seeing everyone, they all looked at themselves with weird eyes. Mitokado Homura was also curious, and looked up and down at himself. Hand over Four Tails Jinchuriki. We all know. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and smiled. Nanny, how do you know? Did Zayajian call and tell you that I brought it back? Mitokado Homura looked confused. He still wanted to sell it. More than knowing. People Zayajian, just left here. The crowd looked at Mitokado Homura with sneers. Just you little old man, do you still want to sell it to us? Nanny, isn't he on the front line? Mitokado Homura's old face was full of shock and doubt.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.